Verlustliste Nummer 1 des K&K Kriegsministeriums. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und im öffentlichen Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. K&K Kriegsministerium. Verlustliste Nummer 1. Verlautbart am 12. August 1914. Belehrung. Erstens. Anfragen über den Aufenthalt und die Verwundung oder Krankheit der Verwundeten bzw. Erkrankten sind mittels vorgedruckten Doppelkorrespondenzkarten oder telegrafisch mit Rückporto an das Auskunftsbüro der Österreichischen Gesellschaft vom Roten Kreuze in Wien oder an das Auskunftsbüro des Ungarischen Vereines vom Roten Kreuze in Budapest zu richten. Zweitens. Der Tag und Ort der Beerdigung der Toten wird durch die zuständige Seelsorge, Matrikelführer, bekanntgegeben werden. Verlustliste. Offiziere. Oberleutnant Knerler Johann, Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung fehlt. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land fehlt. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee fehlt. Ortsgemeinde fehlt. Geburtsjahr fehlt. Gefechtsort fehlt. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Die fehlenden Daten werden nachgetragen. Major Tschauder Ludwig, Infanterieregiment Nr. 77. Unterabteilung fehlt. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land fehlt. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee fehlt. Ortsgemeinde fehlt. Geburtsjahr fehlt. Gefechtsort, Geplänkel am 1. August bei Braniewo. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Die fehlenden Daten werden nachgetragen. Leicht verwundet. Mannschaften. Infanterist Bayer Matthias, Infanterieregiment Nr. 44. Unterabteilung 13. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee Tolna. Ortsgemeinde Kisdorog. Geburtsjahr 1891. Gefechtsort Geplänkel bei der Savebrücke am 2. August 1914. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Keine. Korporal Berec Josef, Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung 13. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee Stadt. Ortsgemeinde Jaspereni. Geburtsjahr fehlt. Gefechtsort beim Munitionsnachschub zur Burmawache. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Keine. Infanterist Biro Gabor, Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung 11. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee Jasnagi Kunjolnok. Ortsgemeinde Mesötur. Geburtsjahr fehlt. Gefechtsort beim Angriffe des Feindes auf die Burmawache. Tod. Anmerkungen: Keine. Gefreiter Farkas Josef, Infanterieregiment Nr. 44. Unterabteilung 13. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee Somogi. Ortsgemeinde Alma-Melek. Geburtsjahr 1892. Gefechtsort Geplänkel bei der Savebrücke am 2. August 1914. Verwundet. Anmerkungen: Keine. Infanterist Kovac Paul, Infanterieregiment Nr. 68. Unterabteilung 11. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, Jasnagi, Kunjolnok. Ortsgemeinde, Abadjalok. Geburtsjahr, fehlt. Gefechtsort, beim Angriffe des Feindes auf die Burma-Wache. Tod. Anmerkungen, keine. Zugsführer Schwappendorf. Truppe, fehlt. Unterabteilung, fehlt. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, fehlt. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, fehlt. Ortsgemeinde, fehlt. Geburtsjahr, fehlt. Gefechtsort, Geplänkel am 1. August bei Branjewo. Verwundet. Anmerkungen, die fehlenden Daten werden nachgetragen. Schuss in untere Extremitäten mit Knochenbruch. Wurde nach Brütschgau abgeschoben. Infanterist Veresch Emmerich. Infanterieregiment Nummer 68. Unterabteilung 14. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, fehlt. Ortsgemeinde, fehlt. Geburtsjahr, fehlt. Gefechtsort, beim Gefechte bei der Savebrücke bei Belgrad. Tod. Anmerkungen, die fehlenden Daten werden nachgetragen. Infanterist Satiko. Infanterieregiment Nummer 68. Unterabteilung Maschinengewehrabteilung 1/68, 12. Kompanie. Heimatsberechtigt, zuständig, Land, Ungarn. Politischer Bezirk, Komitee, Jasnagi, Kunjolnok. Ortsgemeinde, Tapioschele. Geburtsjahr, fehlt. Gefechtsort, beim Gefechte bei der Savebrücke bei Belgrad. Verwundet. Anmerkungen, keine. Ende von Verlustliste Nummer 1 des K&K Kriegsministeriums. Gelesen von Abai im August 2014.
Selections from The War and the Churches by Joseph McCabe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Panos. Preface. The searching crisis through which the nation is passing must have the effect of securing grave consideration for many aspects of our life and institutions. We have already traversed the acute stage of suspense and are gradually becoming sensible of these wider considerations. It was natural that, for a prolonged period, the disturbance of our economic conditions, the anxiety for the safety of our nation in face of an appalling menace, the personal concern of millions about the lives of sons or brothers who have bravely responded to the call, should keep our thoughts enchained to the daily or hourly fortunes of the field of battle. Now that the initial disorder has been allayed and we have attained a quiet and reasonable confidence in the issue, we turn to other and broader aspects of this mighty event of our generation. How comes it that the most enlightened century the world has yet seen should be thus darkened by one of the bloodiest and most calamitous wars that have ever spread their awful wings over the life of man? Where is all the optimism of yesterday? Must we reconsider our reasoned boast that our civilization has lifted the life of man to a level hitherto unattained? Is there something entirely and most mischievously wrong with the foundations of modern civilization? A dozen such questions will press for an answer, but it will be granted that one of the most urgent and interesting of the many grave considerations which the war suggests is its relation to the prevailing creeds and standards of conduct. The war coincides with an advanced stage of what is called the spread of unbelief. In each of the nations of Europe which are engaged in this awful struggle, complaints have been made every year for the last 2 or 3 generations that Christianity is losing its moral control of the white race. In the cities, especially in the capitals of Europe, there has been a proved and acknowledged decay of church-going. And however much we may be disposed to think that these millions who no longer attend church retain in their minds the beliefs of their fathers, the slender circulation of religious literature makes it plain that the vast majority of them do not, in point of fact, receive either the spoken or written message of the Christian Church. In the great cities, and it is undoubted that the life of a nation is mainly controlled by its cities, there has been an increasing reluctance to listen to the authoritative exponents of the Christian gospel. A number of the clergy have very naturally noticed and stressed this coincidence. Prelates of high authority have, as we shall see, even declared that the war is a scourge deliberately laid on the back of mankind by the Almighty on account of this spreading infidelity. As a rule, the clergy shrink from advocating a theory which has such grave implications as this has, and they are content to submit the more plausible suggestion that the decay of the Christian standard of conduct in the mind of a large proportion of our generation accounts for this tragic combat of nations. A distinguished positivist writer, Mr. J. Cotter Morrison, commenting in the last generation on the decay of Christian belief, expressed some such concern in the following terms. It would be rash to expect that a transition, unprecedented for its width and difficulty, from theology to positivism, from the service of God to the service of man, could be accomplished without jeopardy. Signs are not wanting that the prevalent anarchy in thought is leading to anarchy in morals. Numbers who have put off belief in God have not put on belief in humanity. A common and lofty standard of duty is being trampled down in the fierce battle of incompatible principles. It is true that in the work from which I quote the learned, if somewhat nervous positivist does not, by his masterly survey of the moral history of Europe, afford us the least reason to think that we have really deteriorated from the standard of conduct set us by earlier generations, but his words do tend to press on our notice the claim of many writers, clerical and non-clerical, that we are returning from Christianity to paganism, from a settled moral discipline to an unhealthy moral skepticism. Can one entirely and safely reconstruct the bases of personal and national conduct in 1 or 2 generations? This very plain and plausible theory is, however, exposed to criticism from other points of view. The clergy as a body are not at all willing to concede that the decay of belief has spread as far as the theory would suggest. In order to suppose that the life of Europe has, in a matter of the gravest importance, been directed by a non-Christian spirit, one must assume that at least the majority in each nation have deserted the traditional creed. It is by no means conceded or established that the fighting nations have ceased to be predominantly Christian. Indeed, if we confine the awful responsibility for this tragedy, as the evidence compels us, to Germany and Austria-Hungary, we are casting it upon the 2 nations which have been the chief representatives in Europe of the 2 leading branches of the Church. Most assuredly, no prelate of either country would admit that his nation has ceased to be Christian or surrendered its life to non-Christian impulses, and in our own country we have frequently been assured of late years that the real power of Christianity was never greater. Clearly, these conflicting claims and this contrast of profession and practice suggest a problem that deserves consideration. The problem becomes the more interesting, and the plausible theory of non-Christian responsibility is even more severely shaken when we reflect that war is not an innovation of this unbelieving age, but a legacy from the earlier and more thoroughly Christian period. Had mankind departed from some admirable practice of submitting its international quarrels to a religious arbitrator, and in our own times devised this horrible arbitrament of the sword, we should be more disposed to seek the cause in a contemporary enfeeblement of moral standards. This is notoriously not the case. Men have warred and priests have blessed the banners which were to wave over fields of blood from the very beginning of Christian influence, not to speak of earlier religious epochs. There is assuredly a ghastly magnitude about modern war which almost lends it an element of novelty, but the appearance is illusory. That intense employment of resources which makes modern war so sanguinary tends also to shorten its duration. No military struggle could now be prolonged into the period of the Napoleonic Wars, to say nothing of the 30 Years' War, which involved the death with every circumstance of ferocity of immensely larger numbers than could be effected by any modern war. Nor may we forget that it is the modern spirit which has claimed some alleviation of the horrors of the field, and that the majority of the nations engaged in the present struggle have observed the new rules. These considerations show that the problem is less simple and more serious than is often supposed, and I set out to discuss each of them with some fullness. That the war has no relation to the churches will hardly be claimed by anybody. Such a claim would mean that they were indifferent to one of the very gravest phases of human conduct or wholly unable to influence it. Nor can we avoid the issue by pleading that Christianity approves and blesses a just defensive war, and that since the share of this country in the war is entirely just and defensive, we have no moral problem to consider. I have assuredly no intention of questioning either the justice of Britain's conduct or the prudence of the churches in adapting the maxims of the Sermon on the Mount to the practical needs of life. If and when a nation sees its life and prosperity threatened by an ambitious or a jealous neighbour, one cannot but admire its clergy for joining in the advocacy of an efficient and triumphant defence. But this is merely a superficial and proximate consideration. Not the actual war only, but the military system of which it is the occasional outcome has a very pertinent relation to religion. The maintenance of this machinery for settling international quarrels in an age in which applied science makes it so formidable is a very grave moral issue. It turns our thoughts at once to those branches of the Christian Church which claim the predominant share in the moulding of the conduct of Europe. But these questions of the efficacy of Christian teaching or the influence of Christian ministers are not the only or the most interesting questions suggested by the relation of the war to the prevailing religion. The great tragedy which darkens the earth today raises again in its most acute form the problem of evil and providence. More than 2,000 years ago, as Job reminds us, some difficulty was experienced in justifying the ways of God to men. The most penetrating thinker of the early church, St. Augustine, wrestled once more with the problem as if no word had been written on it, and he wrestled in vain. A century and a half ago, when the Lisbon earthquake destroyed 40,000 Portuguese, Voltaire attempted with equal unsuccess to vindicate Providence with the faint hope of the deist. Modern science, prolonging the sufferings of living things over earlier millions of years, has made that problem one of the great issues of our age, and this dread spectacle of human nature, red in tooth and claw, brings it impressively before us. Is the work of God restricted to counting the hairs of the head, and not enlarged to check the murderous thoughts in the human brain? Nay, when we survey those horrid stretches of desolation in Belgium and Poland and Serbia, where the mutilated bodies of the innocent, of women and children, lie amidst the ashes of their homes, when we think of those peaceful sailors of our mercantile marine at the bottom of the deep, those unoffending civilians whose flesh was torn by shells, those hundreds of thousands whom patriotic feeling alone has summoned to the vast tombs of Europe, those millions of homes that have been darkened by suspense and loss, how can we repeat the ancient assurance that God does count the hairs of the head and mark the fall of even the sparrows? Does God move the insensate stars only, and leave to the less skilful guidance of man those momentous little atoms which make up the brain of statesmen? These are reflections which must occur to every thoughtful person in the later and more meditative phases of a great war, when the eye has grown somewhat weary of the glitter of steel and the colour of banners, when the world mourns about us and the long lists of the dead and longer list of the stupendous waste sober the mind. Something is gravely wrong with our international life, and plainly it is not a question whether that international life departs from the Christian standard, but why, after 1,500 years of mighty Christian influence, it does so depart. Is the moral machinery of Europe ineffective? One certainly cannot say that it has not had a prolonged trial, yet here, in the 20th century, we have, in the most terrible form, one of the most appalling evils which human agency ever brought upon human hearts. We have to reconsider our religious and ethical position, to ask ourselves whether, if the influence of religion has failed to direct men into paths of wisdom and peace, some other influence may not be found which will prove more persuasive and more beneficent. Chapter 3. The Apologies of the Clergy. Any person who cares to read the reports of the utterances of our clergy in the current religious periodicals will recognize that they are painfully conscious of the reproach which this war implies. One constantly finds them repeating that in this year of tragedy Christianity has failed, and the gospel has broken in our hands. It has been their boast that Christianity had civilized Europe, and none of them has the audacity or indecency to claim, as some writers have done, that such a war is in harmony with the principles and ideals of civilization. They have preached brotherhood and peace, and the greater part of Christendom is engaged in a strife of the most terrible nature. It is not a struggle of Christian and infidel, it is a struggle of Christian, and one or several of the Christian nations involved are guilty of a crime greater in magnitude than all the murders in Europe during a decade. Above all patriotism, above all immediate anxiety, above all argumentation about responsibility, this grim fact stands out and reproaches them. After 1,500 years of Christian preaching, Europe is locked in the bloodiest struggle of all time. During the last 50 or 100 years, the clergy have developed some expertness in making apologies. They have lived in a world of anxious questions and heated charges, and a special department called apologetics has been added to theology. They are, it is true, sorely perplexed, divided in council, uneasy as to their procedure. Some would ignore the pertinacious outsider and persuade their followers that he is negligible. Others would sustain an energetic campaign against him. Some would openly and candidly meet the questions of their followers. Others would prefer not to unsettle the large number who never ask questions. At the present juncture it is impossible to be wholly silent. Some of the clergy, it seems, I learn this from the recorded words of eminent preachers, wish to ignore the war and go on with their business as usual, but the majority feel that such a procedure is dangerous. This violent breach of Christian principles by Christian nations requires some explanation. Where is the long-boasted moral influence of Christianity? Where is the all-loving ruler of the universe? Let us examine some of the apologies of the preachers. Let me confess that from a long experience of this apologetic branch of theology, I am not surprised to find that not a single speaker or writer, as far as my reading of their utterances goes, fairly meets the main difficulty. Most of them naturally are content to plead that the war has been forced on Europe by Germany, and that therefore no responsibility lies on Christianity as a whole for the tragedy and the moral failure it involves. A large number of them go even further. They point to the heroic sacrifices made in defense of an ideal by France, Belgium, England, and Russia, the millions of men streaming to the battlefield, the millions of women bravely enduring the suspense and the loss, the millions who generously open their purses to every philanthropic enterprise, and they acclaim this as a triumph of Christian civilization. As to the failure of Christianity in Germany to stand the test, they either point superficially to the growth of rationalism, biblical criticism and socialism in that country, or they take refuge in the confusions of the extreme pacifists and refuse to assign responsibility at all, or they persuade themselves that a small minority of men who were not Christians deluded the German people into consenting to the war. In any case, they insist that Christianity as a whole is not impeached, assume that Austria was dragged into the war by Germany, and you have 4 Christian nations, 5 if one includes Serbia, behaving with great gallantry and entire propriety, and only 1 Christian nation misbehaving. There is no doubt that this is the common religious attitude, but it does not satisfy some of the more thoughtful and earnest preachers. This optimism seems to them rebuked by the very fact that Christendom is in a state of war to which paganism can offer no parallel. They think of the lands beyond the sea to which they have been sending the Christian message of peace and brotherhood. They fancy they see China and Japan smiling their faint but distressing smile at the situation in Christian Europe. They have assured all these distant peoples that their faith has built up a shining civilization in Europe, and now there flash and quiver through the nerves of the world the daily messages of horror, of fierce hatred, of appalling carnage, of the wanton destruction by Christians of Christian temples. The gospel has somehow broken down in Europe, they regretfully admit. But they never go beyond this vague admission and boldly state the sin of the churches. One would imagine that, in spite of its obvious and lamentable failure, they still thought that their predecessors had been justified in preaching only the general terms of the Christian gospel and never applying it to war. One would fancy that they are so unacquainted with history as to suppose that during the long ages of the past, the churches were really frowning on violence and warfare, instead of blessing and employing it. They fear to draw out in its full proportion the inefficacy, because of its vagueness, of the gospel and the long perversion of its ministers. Yet we cannot evade this fundamental fact of the situation, that this particular war is an outcome of a general military system, and the churches have a very grave responsibility for the maintenance of that system until the 20th century. We all know how the technical moral theologian of recent times has glossed the complacency of his church. He has drawn a distinction between offensive and defensive war, and, since the latter is obviously just, he has maintained that armies are rightly raised to wage it when necessary. On this petty fallacy, the churches have so long reconciled themselves to militarism, and have in fact been among its closest allies. The clergy did not or would not see that the retention of the military system was in itself the surest provocation of offensive war, that ambition or covetousness could almost always find a moral pretext for aggression, and that there have been comparatively few priests in the history of Europe who ever stood out and unmasked the hypocrisy of such monarchs. As long as the military system lasted, it was certain that wars would take place, yet they never denounced the system. The great conception of substituting justice for violence, law for lawlessness, did not enter the mind of Christianity. It was born of the secular humanitarian spirit of modern times. For any serious person, this is the gravest charge which the clergy have to meet, and they one and all evade it. The civilization of Europe has a unique greatness on its material side, in its applied science, its engineering, its industries, its commerce. For that, assuredly, the churches are not in any degree responsible. Our civilization is unique also in its political power, its mastery over other peoples, and for that, again, the churches are not responsible. It is great on the intellectual side, in its science and philosophy, its art and general culture, and that greatness, too, has been won independently of or in defiance of the clergy. On the moral side only, it may plausibly be connected with its established religion, and here precisely it fails and approaches barbarism. I do not wonder that the churches are troubled, and do not wonder greatly that they are silent. but while they are silent on the main issue, they have a vast amount to say about minor issues and secondary aspects. They console and reconcile their people in 100 ways. Actually, they seem in a great measure to entertain the idea that the churches are going to emerge from this trial stronger than ever, and to witness at last that religious revival which they had almost begun to despair of securing. Let me examine a few of these clerical pronouncements. I do not choose the eccentric sermons of ill-educated rural preachers, but the utterances of some of the more distinguished preachers, reproduced with pride and honour in the leading religious periodicals. Yet no person can coldly reflect on these pronouncements and fail to realize that our generation acts not unnaturally in passing by the open doors of the churches, that the clergy are, as usual, shirking the most serious questions of the modern intelligence, and trusting mainly to profit by the heated and disordered and confusing emotions of the hour. One of the most extraordinary of these deliverances reaches me from Australia, but as it comes from one of the leading prelates of the Commonwealth and does assuredly express what multitudes of preachers are saying everywhere, I do not hesitate to give it prominence. Archbishop Carr of Melbourne set out in the middle of the war to enlighten his followers, and his words are reported with great deference in the Melbourne Age. The prelate observed that he had very strong ideas about the war, and did not believe it had happened by accident or by the chance action of some king or emperor. He believed that the great God who provided for all human creatures through the war was punishing sin that had prevailed for a long time, particularly in the shape of infidelity. The Archbishop proved from history and the Bible that war did come sometimes as a punishment of sin, and he concluded, or the journal thus summarizes his conclusion: "The reason that God was using the present war for the punishment of nations was that for a very considerable time there had been not merely neglect of the worship and service of God, which had always existed to a greater or less extent, but a regular upraising of human light and human understanding and human will against the existence of the providence of God. It was not so common among us here, but there were countries in Europe in which the spirit of infidelity and the absence of supernatural faith had been increasing for many years. Men were coming to think they were quite sufficient in themselves for the working out of their own destinies, but the war had come and it was humbling such men." Archbishop Carr is not adduced here as a representative type of clerical culture. On what grounds the Roman Catholic authorities select men like him and the late Cardinal Moran to preside over the destinies of their church in our great and promising Commonwealth is not clear. In the course of this important sermon, in which he is delivering his very personal and mature conclusions on the greatest issue of the hour, the Archbishop observed that the Roman Empire had been attacked by Attila, and Attila scourged the Romans for the crimes of which they had for a long while been guilty. One is surprised that he did not add the pretty legend of the awestruck Hun retreating before the majestic figure of Pope Leo I. However, most of us are aware that as a student in any college of Australia ought to be able to inform the Archbishop, Attila never reached within 200 miles of Rome, and that the pagan Romans, whom the Archbishop obviously has in mind, had been extinguished long before the monarch of the Huns was born. There is no greater historical scholarship in the other proofs which the prelate brings in support of his thesis that war is often deliberately sent as a punishment. But what are we to make of the moral standards of an eminent prelate of the Roman Church who can hold and express so appalling a theory? It is based on the moral standard of the Prussian officer, of the medieval torturer. The majority of clergymen have at length come to realize, tardily and reluctantly, that the man or woman who rejects the creeds they offer may quite possibly not believe in them. The practice of describing a refusal to assent to the doctrine of hell and heaven as a willful rebellion of passion against the restraining influences of Christianity is going out of fashion. Christian people were meeting too many heretics in the flesh and did not recognize the thing described from the pulpit. The sturdy archbishop will have none of this pampering. Unbelief is a matter of the will as well as the understanding, and he actually believes that God guided the thoughts of William II in engineering this war, believes it for a reason 100 times worse than the Kaiser's idea. He believes that God sent on Europe a war that will cost £10 billion, that is blasting the homes and embittering the hearts of millions, that mingles the innocent and guilty in one common and fearful desolation, that sends millions to a premature death amidst circumstances which do not lend themselves to a devout preparation, that is raising storms of hatred and perverting the souls of millions because a few other millions refuse to go to church. It would be difficult to conceive a cruder and more barbarous idea. Attila did not scourge the Romans, but he did scourge other peoples, and we hold him up to execration forever for it. But Archbishop Carr and many other preachers think that an all-holy and all-intelligent God can do infinitely worse than Attila. He is going to punish the unbelievers in eternal fire when they die. Meantime, he will make a hell on earth for the innocent as well as the supposed guilty, the child and the mother as well as the free-thinking father. Of a truth, it is not surprising that a reluctance to listen to sermons has spread to Melbourne, and that men are wondering whether they had better not take in hand their own destinies rather than entrust them to such spiritual guides as this. Note particularly in passing the emphasis which the Archbishop puts on the determination of our generation to control its own destinies. Until the 19th century, men entrusted their destinies on the moral side to guides like Archbishop Carr. I have described the result. In the 19th century, there began this practice which the Archbishop thinks worthy of so inhuman a chastisement of men attending to their own moral interests. Of this also I have described the result. The moral sentiment of Europe has greatly improved, and there is at least a widespread revolt against warfare and a prospect of abolishing it. For this God, the more than human, scorched Europe with the horrible flames which Archbishop Carr thinks he keeps in his arsenal of torture implements. The Archbishop says that infidelity has not spread so much in Australia. I should, if I were not well acquainted with the Commonwealth, be disposed to see in that the reason why eminent prelates can still utter such gross medieval nonsense in that country. In England, this particularly crude type of nonsense is not usually uttered by preachers of distinction, though it is common enough among less responsible preachers, but there is a dangerous approach to it in some of the sermons which the religious periodicals regard as important. Looking over the current issues of the religious press, I notice a sermon on the war by Professor Clow, in which the Allies are, in harmony with his test, described as the vultures of God. Germany, it seems, is the prey, and Germany's sins are painted black. Professor Clow, it is true, shrinks from the very natural implication of his words, but he clearly intimates that he sees the action of God in the military conduct of the Allies, and to that extent he is hardly less revolting in view of his culture than the Archbishop. Could the God of Professor Clow find no other way of removing Germany's arrogance than to sear and blast it with a world war and involve millions of innocent along with the guilty in his lakes of fire and blood? More important, however, is a sermon delivered before the recent National Free Church Council by one of the most esteemed nonconformist preachers, the Reverend J. H. Rushbrook, and reproduced admiringly in the nonconformist journals. The cloud of war naturally brooded over this gathering of ministers. Some of them heroically closed their eyes to it and went on with their clerical business as usual, but most of the speakers seem to have felt that all other issues were thrust aside in the minds of their followers just now, and that a grave and soul-shaking question possessed them. As a result, we have, I suppose, the finest efforts of nonconformity to meet that question and save the prestige of the churches. Mr. Rushbrook frankly described the war as an overwhelming catastrophe, gravely disturbing the religious mind. It bore witness, he said, to the failure of organized or disorganized Christianity. He conceived it as God's judgment upon the Church's failure to seriously devote herself to the great cause of peace on earth and goodwill among men. With all their boasts of what Christianity had done in Europe, it now appeared that that civilization was raised upon foundations of sand. The preacher claimed that much was being done in modern times by the clergy to promote international amity, but he seemed to feel that it was little and was very recent. The spectacle unfolded before us in Europe today is a sufficient proof of its inadequacy, and, as Mr. Rushbrook said, we now see how little use it is to preach ideals at home and not apply them to the common life of the world. These words are the nearest to wisdom that I have found among a large collection of pulpit utterances and religious articles. The preacher plainly sees, and with some measure of candour confesses, that long remissness of Christian ministers in applying their principles to which the war and all wars are fundamentally due. The record which he carefully makes of recent efforts to redeem the failure is paltry in comparison with the resources even of the free churches, and only serves to bring out more clearly the awful neglect of Christian ministers during the long ages when they had a mighty power in Europe. But Mr. Rushbrook makes one grave error. He feels that not merely the relation of the war to Christianity, but its relation to God is engaging public attention, and he stumbles into the theory that God sent the war. It is God's judgment on the Church's failure. We must suppose that Mr. Rushbrook did not literally mean what he said. His words imply a theory of the war more monstrous even than that of Archbishop Carr. To punish Europe for the sins of unbelievers has at least a genuine medieval plausibility about it, but to send this indescribable plague on the nations of Europe because the clergy failed to do their duty. One must really assume that Mr. Rushbrook did not mean what he said and leave the sentence unfinished. What he meant it is impossible to conjecture. To the religious mind, God's judgment means a chastisement sent by God. But whatever Mr. Rushbrook meant, he had been wiser to leave the idea of God out of his comments on this war, and to say frankly that it would bring on them and their predecessors, on the whole of Christianity, the judgment of man and the judgment of history for their neglect of their opportunities. The Reverend A.T. Guttery addressed the council in a more cheerful mood, and his reflections are characteristic of a large group of the clergy. He would not for a moment allow the failure of Christianity. The churches had, he said, been so successful in compelling the world to recognize the evil of aggressive warfare that even the Germans were eager to describe their action as purely defensive. The pagan glory of war for its own sake was gone, and when we acknowledge the comparative failure of religion in Germany and restrict our attention to the sphere of our own clergy, we find that they have created an entirely new spirit. The lust for territory and gold is felt no more in England. Here there is no maffecking over victories, there are no hymns of hate. The British nation has been sobered by the influence of Christianity. We may regret that the German people has not proved equally susceptible, and its pastors equally energetic, but we cannot bear their burden. Their naughtiness alone has disturbed the moral progress which, even in this department, Christianity was fostering. This is, I think, a very usual attitude of the clergy, and I have already appreciated the sound element of it. There is no comparison between the behaviour of the two nations. Whether England deserves quite all the compliments which Mr. Guttery showers upon it may be a matter of opinion. We have as yet little cause for maffecking, but there is very little doubt that it will occur on a grandiose scale before the war is over. We do not sing hymns of hate, but it might be hazardous to speculate what we would do if some nation drew an iron ring round our country and reduced us almost to a condition of starvation. We have no lust for territory. I am not sure about the lust for gold, because we have in our empire territory enough for our population, and we may wait to see if England does not annex any part of Germany's African or Pacific possessions. Mr. Guttery's contrast is crude and superficial. He ignores the economic feeling and geographical conditions which give us a feeling of content, and Germany a profound feeling of discontent and a dangerous ambition. The German character is not in itself inferior to ours, and it were well for us to fancy ourselves in Germany's position and wonder if we would have acted otherwise. On the other hand, I have freely acknowledged or claimed that there has been a great improvement in the moral temper of Europe, and that this is especially seen in the odium that is now cast on aggressive or offensive war. But to claim this improvement for the credit of religion is, to say the least, audacious. The more simple-minded of Mr. Guttery's hearers would imagine that the change set in with the fall of paganism. The pagan glory of war for its own sake is gone. When clerical writers speak of paganism, they think that any evil deed ever done by a pagan is characteristic of the whole body. They ask us to apply a different standard to their own body. Plato and Socrates were pagans, Marcus Aurelius and Antonius Pius, to speak of warriors and statesmen, were pagans. The truth is that a glory in war for its own sake was no more generally characteristic of paganism than it was of Christian Europe. Until a century ago, it was probably less. Most of the German emperors and the kings of England, France, and Spain would fairly come under the description which Mr. Guttery calls pagan. One hardly needs to know much of history to perceive that this moral improvement in the conception of war belongs to the last century and a half, and it is somewhat bold to claim that a change which made no appearance during 1,000 years of profound Christian influence, and did begin to appear and make progress as that faith waned, can be claimed for Christianity. I do not forget that the theologian began long ago, in the seclusion of his cell or study, to condemn offensive warfare. But there have been hundreds of offensive wars waged by Christian monarchs since that date, and we do not read of any instance in which the clergy failed to endorse the thin casuistry by which the offensive was turned into a defensive or preventative war, or refused to sanction an entire neglect of the principle. Dr. Scott Lidgett followed on somewhat similar lines. The whole trouble, he protested, was due to an anti-Christian, illiberal, and inhuman system. It seems that he was referring to pressure, and it is regrettable that he did not feel called to explain why that system prevails in the year of the Lord 1915, or how it finds an instrument of its ambition in a militarism that ought to have been denounced and abolished centuries ago. Mr. Shakespeare, another distinguished nonconformist, follows the same facile course, casts all the responsibility on Germany, and equally fails to explain how Germany came to find the machinery of destruction at its hand in our age. In fine, Dean Weldon, one of the most energetic spokesmen of the Church of England, addressed this Free Church Council and imparted an element of originality. He used the inconclusive and dangerous argument of tu quoque. If, he said, you claim this war exhibits the failure of Christianity, you must admit that it shows equally the failure of science and civilization. Nay, he says, growing bolder, if your contention is true, Christianity has done no more than supply the instrument of its own destruction, but science and civilization have brought us back to savagery. It is, of course, difficult to follow a man's rounded thought in the crabbed phrases of an abbreviating reporter, but it is plain that Dean Weldon has here been guilty of a confusion which only betrays his apologetic poverty in the face of this great crisis. Science, and it is especially science that the clergy conceive as the rival they have to discredit, has no concern whatever with the war. Science, either as an organized body of teachers or as a branch of culture, has never discussed war and never had the faintest duty or opportunity to do so. Economic science may discuss particular aspects of war, but the economist deals with things as they are, not as they ought to be. Moral science even is not a preaching agency, desirous of dividing with the clergy the ethical guidance of the people. When men pit science against religion, they usually refer to its superior power of explaining reality, and if it be objected that therefore no morally educative agency would remain if religion were discarded, the answer is simple. A system of moral idealism founded on science does exist, and might at any time be enlarged to the proportions of a national or international educative agency. As yet it is left to individual cultivation or crystallized in a few tiny associations, such as ethical and secularist and partly socialist societies, and I venture to say from a large experience of these bodies that, apart from the professed peace societies, they have been more assiduous than any religious associations in England in proportion to their work in demanding the substitution of arbitration for war, and that the overwhelming majority, almost the entirety of their members, are pacifists. To speak of this small organised force, with its slender influence, as equally discredited with the far mightier and thousand-year-older influence of the churches would be strangely incongruous, and it is hardly less incongruous to drag science into the comparison. A somewhat similar distinction must be observed in regard to civilization. The antithesis of religion and civilization is confused and confusing. Christian ministers have claimed that they are the moral element of civilization, and they have jealously combated every effort to take from them or divide with them that function. They resist every attempt to exclude their almost useless Bible lessons from our schools, and to substitute for them a direct and more practical moral education of children. They have for 1500 years claimed and possessed the monopoly of ethical culture in European civilization, and we are a little puzzled when they turn round and say, with an air of argument, that if Christianity has failed, civilization has also failed. There is only one civilization in Europe that has attempted to substitute a humanitarian for a religious training of conduct. One nation that is plainly and overwhelmingly non-Christian. That nation is France, and France has one of the best moral records in modern Europe and has behaved nobly throughout this lamentable business. In fine, if we take Dean Weldon's words in the most generous sense, if we assume that he refers to the whole body of culture and sentiment which, in our time, aspires to mould and direct the race apart from Christian doctrine, the answer has already been given. Christianity is, as a power in Europe, 14 centuries old. This humanitarianism is hardly a century old, but there has surely been more progress made during this last century toward the destruction of the military system, and more progress in the elimination of brutality from war than in the whole preceding 13 centuries. Does Dean Weldon doubt that, or does he regard it as a mere coincidence? Thus, whether we turn to churchman or nonconformist, to cleric or layman, we find no satisfactory apology. I have before me a short article by Mr. Max Pemberton on the question, "Will Christianity survive the war?" He uses the most consecrated phrases of the Church, and leaves no doubt whatever that he writes in defence of Christianity. But Mr. Pemberton practically confines himself to a very emphatic personal assurance that Christianity will survive the war, and does not honestly face a single one of the questions of the pagan against whom he is writing. He does make one serious point of a peculiar character. There are, he says, 23,000 priests fighting for France in the trenches. Mr. Pemberton seems to find it easy to accept the interested statements of those Roman Catholic journalists who make sectarian use of some of the London dailies. There are only about 30,000 priests in France, and since none of them are younger than 23, to suppose that 75% of them are of military age is to take a remarkable view of the population in France. In any case, there is no special ground for rhapsody. They are not volunteers. In France, every man must do his civic duty. We may appreciate their devotion to their religion on the battlefield, but Mr. Pemberton must be imperfectly acquainted with the French character if he supposes that the 34 million unbelievers of France are going to return to the church because the younger curés did not try to evade the military service which the state imposed on them. Another document I may quote is a manifesto issued by the Hampstead Evangelical Free Church Council, a joint declaration of the principal nonconformist ministers of that highly cultivated suburb. It does not purport to vindicate the churches, yet some of its observations in connection with the war open out a new page of apologetics. These clergymen invite all the citizens of their district on the grounds of the war to attend church, even if they have not been in the habit of doing so. On what more precise ground? The able lawyer who received this invitation and forwarded it to me thought it not the most ingenious but the most curious piece of pleading he had ever known. The citizens of Hampstead were invited to go to church to offer up to God a sacrifice of praise and thanksgiving for his goodness to us as a nation. At the very time the eminent preachers were writing this, the darkened city still cowered under the threat of a horrible outrage. The shattered homes and fresh graves of Scarborough and Whitby reminded us faintly of the horrors beyond the sea. The maimed soldiers all over the country, the sad figures of the bereaved, the anxious hearts of 1 million of our people were but a beginning of the evil that had fallen on us. We had in 14 years since the last war been obliged to spend 1,000 millions sterling in preparation for a war we did not desire, and we were entering upon an expenditure of something more than 1,000 millions in a year. All this we had incurred through no fault of ours, and these clergymen thought it a good opportunity to invite us to go to church to thank God for his goodness to us as a nation. Another manifesto is signed by a body of archbishops and bishops of the Anglican Church. It enjoined all the faithful to supplicate the Almighty on January the 3rd to stop the war. This was to be done all round the empire. I will not indulge in any cheap sarcasm as to the result, though one would probably be right in saying that if the end be deferred to the year 1917, they will still believe that their prayers had effect. What it is more material to notice is that the prelates think that these are days of great spiritual opportunity. It seems that the shattering of so much that seemed established reveals the vanity of human affairs, and that anxiety, separation, and loss have made many hearts sensible of the approach of Christ to the soul. It is perhaps unkind to examine this emotional language from an intellectual point of view, but one feels that there is a subtle element of apology in it. These spiritual advantages may outweigh the secular pain, may even justify God's share in the great catastrophe. I have examined and will discuss more fully in the next chapter the theistic side of this plea. Intellectually, it borders on monstrosity. It is the survival of an ancient and barbaric conception. The notion that the approach of Christ to the soul is felt especially in time of affliction is merely a statement of a certain type of emotional experience, while the revelation of the vanity of human affairs is sheer perversity. Human affairs have for ages been so badly managed in this respect that we cannot in a decade or a century rid ourselves of such a legacy. The real moral is to discover who were responsible for that legacy of disorder and violence, and to put our affairs on a new and sounder basis. A considerable number of clerical writers proceed on the suggestion discreetly advanced by these Anglican prelates. Let us wait, they ask, until the clouds of war have rolled away, and then estimate the spiritual gain to men from the trial through which they have passed, and the closer association of the churches which it may bring about. Now I have no doubt that many who really believe the doctrines of Christianity, yet have for years neglected the duties which their belief imposes on them, will be induced by this awful experience to return to allegiance. The number is limited, and an equal or greater number may be, and probably will be induced to surrender religion entirely and with good reason by the reflections with which this war inspires them. But to insinuate that this spiritual advantage, if it be an advantage of the few, is justly purchased by the appalling suffering and disorder brought about by the war, is one of those religious affirmations which seem to the outsider positively repulsive. I do not speak merely of the deaths, the pain, the privation, the outrages, the flood of tears and blood over half of Europe. This, indeed, is of itself enough to make the theory repellent to any who do not share the ascetic views taught in the churches. The notion that an evil is justified if good issue from it is akin to the notion that the end justifies the means, but I would draw attention to an aspect of the war which is almost ignored by these eloquent preachers. They eagerly record every flash of heroism, every spark of charity and mercy that the war evokes. They refer sympathetically to the dead and the bereaved, the outraged girls and women whom in the narrowest puritanism they forbid to rid themselves of the awful burden laid on them by drunken brutes, the shattered homes and monuments. But there is a side of war which they must know, and it demands plain speaking. It relaxes the control of moral restraints even where it was before operative. The illegitimate birth rate of England and France will faintly tell the story before the year is out. Inquiry in any town where our soldiers are lodged, or in the rear of the French and English or any other trenches, will tell it more fully. I do not speak of crime and violence, but of willing sexual intercourse where it was never known before. These things, and the increased drunkenness and the stirring of old passions, are regarded by the clergy as amongst the most evil things of life. Do they seriously suggest that they have been brought in to secure, or are justified by the spiritual advantage of the refined and emotional few whose religion is only deepened by affliction? In short, I find not a single phrase of valid explanation or apology in these and other prominent clerical pronouncements I have read. They are superficial, contradictory, and vapid. Nothing is more common than for religious writers to protest that the conception of reality which is opposed to theirs is shallow. What depth, what sincere grip of reality does one find in any of these pulpit utterances? Yet I have taken the pronouncements of official bodies or of distinguished preachers who may be trusted to put the Christian feeling in its most persuasive form. One thinks that God sent the war, another attributes it to German rebels against God. One regards it as a spiritual agency devised for our good, another says that it is an unmitigated calamity sent for our punishment. One sees in it the failure of Christianity, others find in it precisely a confirmation of Christian teaching. Some think it will draw men to God, others that it will drive men from God. Unity perhaps we cannot expect, but the empty rhetoric and utter sophistry of most of these utterances reveal the complete lack of defence. On the main indictment of the Christian Church, its failure to have condemned and removed militarism long ago, all are silent, or the one preacher who notices it can only dejectedly confess that it is true. End of The War and the Churches by Joseph McCabe.
An meine Völker von Kaiser Franz Joseph I. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Seine kaiserliche und königliche apostolische Majestät haben das nachstehende allerhöchste Handschreiben und Manifest allergnädigst zu erlassen geruht. Lieber Graf Stürk, ich habe mich bestimmt gefunden, den Minister meines Hauses und des Äußeren zu beauftragen, der königlich-serbischen Regierung den Eintritt des Kriegszustandes zwischen der Monarchie und Serbien zu notifizieren. In dieser schicksalsschweren Stunde ist es mir Bedürfnis, mich an meine geliebten Völker zu wenden. Ich beauftrage Sie daher, das anverwahrte Manifest zur allgemeinen Verlautbarung zu bringen. Bad Ischl, am 28. Juli 1914. Franz Joseph, Manu Propria. Stürk, Manu Propria. An meine Völker. Es war mein sehnlichster Wunsch, die Jahre, die mir durch Gottes Gnade noch beschieden sind, Werken des Friedens zu weihen und meine Völker vor den schweren Opfern und Lasten des Krieges zu bewahren. Im Rate der Vorsehung ward es anders beschlossen. Die Umtriebe eines hasserfüllten Gegners zwingen mich zur Wahrung der Ehre meiner Monarchie, zum Schutze ihres Ansehens und ihrer Machtstellung, zur Sicherung ihres Besitzstandes nach langen Jahren des Friedens zum Schwerte zu greifen. Mit rasch vergessenem Undank hat das Königreich Serbien, das von den ersten Anfängen seiner staatlichen Selbstständigkeit bis in die neueste Zeit von meinen Vorfahren und mir gestützt und gefördert worden war, schon vor Jahren den Weg offener Feindseligkeit gegen Österreich-Ungarn betreten. Als ich nach 3 Jahrzehnten segensvoller Friedensarbeit in Bosnien und der Herzegowina meine Herrscherrechte auf diese Länder erstreckte, hat diese meine Verfügung im Königreiche Serbien, dessen Rechte in keiner Weise verletzt wurden, Ausbrüche zügelloser Leidenschaft und erbittertsten Hasses hervorgerufen. Meine Regierung hat damals von dem schönen Vorrechte des Stärkeren Gebrauch gemacht und in äußerster Nachsicht und Milde von Serbien nur die Herabsetzung seines Heeres auf den Friedensstand und das Versprechen verlangt, in Hinkunft die Bahn des Friedens und der Freundschaft zu gehen. Von demselben Geiste der Mäßigung geleitet, hat sich meine Regierung, als Serbien vor 2 Jahren im Kampfe mit dem türkischen Reiche begriffen war, auf die Wahrung der wichtigsten Lebensbedingungen der Monarchie beschränkt. Dieser Haltung hatte Serbien in erster Linie die Erreichung des Kriegszweckes zu verdanken. Die Hoffnung, dass das serbische Königreich die Langmut und Friedensliebe meiner Regierung würdigen und sein Wort einlösen werde, hat sich nicht erfüllt. Immer höher lodert der Hass gegen mich und mein Haus empor, immer unverhüllter tritt das Streben zutage, untrennbare Gebiete Österreich-Ungarns gewaltsam loszureißen. Ein verbrecherisches Treiben greift über die Grenze, um im Südosten der Monarchie die Grundlagen staatlicher Ordnung zu untergraben, das Volk, dem ich in landesväterlicher Liebe meine volle Fürsorge zuwende, in seiner Treue zum Herrscherhaus und zum Vaterlande wanken zu machen, die heranwachsende Jugend irrezuleiten und zu frevelhaften Taten des Wahnwitzes und des Hochverrates aufzureizen. Eine Reihe von Mordanschlägen, eine planmäßig vorbereitete und durchgeführte Verschwörung, deren furchtbares Gelingen mich und meine Völker ins Herz getroffen hat, bildet die weithin sichtbare blutige Spur jener geheimen Machenschaften, die von Serbien aus ins Werk gesetzt und geleitet wurden. Diesem unerträglichen Treiben muss Einhalt geboten, den unaufhörlichen Herausforderungen Serbiens ein Ende bereitet werden, soll die Ehre und Würde meiner Monarchie unverletzt erhalten und ihre staatliche, wirtschaftliche und militärische Entwicklung vor beständigen Erschütterungen bewahrt bleiben. Vergebens hat meine Regierung noch einen letzten Versuch unternommen, dieses Ziel mit friedlichen Mitteln zu erreichen, Serbien durch eine ernste Mahnung zur Umkehr zu bewegen. Serbien hat die maßvollen und gerechten Forderungen meiner Regierung zurückgewiesen und es abgelehnt, jenen Pflichten nachzukommen, deren Erfüllung im Leben der Völker und Staaten die natürliche und notwendige Grundlage des Friedens bildet. So muss ich denn daran schreiten, mit Waffengewalt die unerlässlichen Bürgschaften zu schaffen, die meinen Staaten die Ruhe im Inneren und den dauernden Frieden nach außen sichern sollen. In dieser ernsten Stunde bin ich mir der ganzen Tragweite meines Entschlusses und meiner Verantwortung vor dem Allmächtigen voll bewusst. Ich habe alles geprüft und erwogen. Mit ruhigem Gewissen betrete ich den Weg, den die Pflicht mir weist. Ich vertraue auf meine Völker, die sich in allen Stürmen stets in Einigkeit und Treue um meinen Thron geschart haben und für die Ehre, Größe und Macht des Vaterlandes zu schwersten Opfern immer bereit waren. Ich vertraue auf Österreich-Ungarns tapfere und von hingebungsvoller Begeisterung erfüllte Wehrmacht. Und ich vertraue auf den Allmächtigen, dass er meinen Waffen den Sieg verleihen werde. Franz Josef, Manu propria. Stürk, Manu propria. Ende von An meine Völker von Kaiser Franz Josef I. Gelesen von Julia Niedermeyer.
War Letters from a Young Queenslander by Dr. Robert Marshall Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ypres, Belgium, the Valley of the Shadow. 6th of May, 1915. The past fortnight has been a very strenuous one, and it was impossible for me to write fully to you during that time. Even now we are under orders to move up after one day's rest, and it is very hard on the men. It would probably be better if I gave you my experience straight from my diary, first of all telling you why we were suddenly moved up into Belgium. As you will have read, the Germans used gas on the French and forced them to retire, leaving our left flank unprotected. This was composed of Canadians, and they fought magnificently, but had to retire to keep in line with the others. At any time, the salient at Ypres was pretty acute, and by this considerable success the Germans gave us an extra bulge. To hold them up and try to force them back, large reinforcements were sent up. So we who had just come up to the reserve billets in our own area suddenly got orders to do a forced march. The whole division, roughly 16,000 men, began the long trek at midday on the 24th. We marched on and on through new country, and eventually at 1 a.m. reached our billets, dead beat and footsore, and rain falling. We were off again at 7 a.m, and it was hard work. By this time we had left the flat country which had been our lot for so many months, and we were in quite hilly parts on the Belgian frontier. But we were not in the mood for going into raptures over scenery. However, one could not help noticing that the farms were more substantial and cleaner, and that there was an air of prosperity quite foreign to our own part of the line. At midday we reached a lot of huts in a field, and here we stopped until the following day. The men were dead beat and needed a rest. I got little chance of repose, as I had a foot parade, and was busy getting the men patched up, as we were going into action the following day. That evening we had an open-air service, and it was good to hear the old 100th sung in the familiar Scotch accents. The guns were making a great noise all night. 26th of April. At 6 a.m, after getting loaded up with extra ammunition, and discarding all transport, we pushed off, still not knowing what lay in front of us. After passing through a small town, we got to the outskirts of Ypres. That old town is a terrible example of what artillery fire can do. Everything in ruins, and still they are bombarding it. But we hadn't much time to worry about it. Just before we reached it, we were told of casualties in the battalions ahead of us. Each battalion spread out as much as possible, and hugged the hedges all the time. Later on, we learnt that this was the only road out of the town, and that the Germans had its range to an inch, especially the pontoon bridge over the canal. On we went, blissfully ignorant of all this, until with a roar, a Jack Johnson landed about 50 yards to one side. We passed many dead horses, and several poor men. We got out of Ypres as fast as possible, and had several more shells near us. Our objective was a small village, on a hill, about 1.5 miles out, and near it we ran into a lot of shrapnel. I got one bit on the head, but it did no damage. But I did sprint near the end and dive into a ditch. It fairly winded me. The battalion now lay down in a field in the open. Behind and in front of us were batteries. The Germans opened fire, and soon shrapnel and coal boxes were sailing over us, but luckily doing no damage. Coming up that road from Ypres, every battalion lost men. Ours was slight, only 2. We lay in this field from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Meanwhile the officers gathered in a Jack Johnson's hole, and we had the orders read out, and I arranged about an aid post. At 2 p.m. our guns had half an hour's bombardment, followed by 5 minutes rapid fire. As you can imagine, the noise was pretty bad. Then our men advanced in open formation. The German shrapnel came over in dozens, and the fields were hidden often in clouds of smoke. Big shells fell too among the men, and big and little ones came over behind to where the batteries were. Meanwhile I had gone down into a valley and chosen a post. Thank goodness I did not stay there long, but advanced up to the village to be nearer my men, for later on that spot was an inferno. Just prior to the attack I had given out baking soda to each man to use on his wet handkerchief against the gases which are used in this sector. While all fire was being directed on the advancing troops, I managed to fix up my aid post. We got to the end house, an estaminet or inn. It had previously been used by the Canadians. A big new house on the opposite side partially sheltered us from the trenches. The first thing was to look for a dugout. We used a cellar which was only partially underground, but that had to do, though I knew full well that one good hit and the house would have fallen in on us all. As there was nothing more to do until the cases were brought in, we just cleaned up the place and got ready. There were 2 rooms in front which we used for cases. I slept in the cellar, and behind we had a kitchen and some outhouses. The inn had a loft above these rooms, and then a tile roof. Not much protection if a shell burst through. At the other end of the village, about 150 yards off, was a crossroad and a church. The Germans landed shells on this spot with absolute precision. Between that corner and my place were houses, and 2 field ambulances had dressing stations in them. We were on undulating land between 2 ridges, about 4 miles or so apart. From the end of the house you could see where the Germans were, and also watch our men advancing in the open. So much for the general lie of the land. I had proposed going on past this village, and the chance of being blown up, to a farm a little further on, but 3 other men were there. Later events proved the wisdom of this. It was impossible to receive wounded during the day, and the rush did not come until night. I got men of every regiment, just anybody who wandered along the roads. I was up all night, and what a row was on. Shells came across every minute, and one heard rifle fire and Maxims all the time. At 5 a.m. it was dead quiet, and what a relief, though it did not last long. 27th of April. At 7 a.m. I managed to lie down on a heap of potatoes, and soon was sound asleep, being dead beat after the marches and my night's work. Even the heavy bombardment did not disturb me. The Highland infantry began to advance, and I went upstairs for a time to watch them with my glasses. This is the time when one feels an awful rotter sitting in comparative safety, while others are advancing over open ground with shrapnel and big shells simply pouring over them. It was a fine sight to see the Jocks advance, though now and then a figure would be bowled over. Meanwhile we got our share. The house opposite was hit fair and square and a big hole made, and my outhouses were damaged. I got all my cases down into the cellar. I now saw the advantage of being at the far end of the village, for the Germans systematically shelled the crossroads and the church and surrounding houses. They were not far from me, but apparently the range was not altered. These crossroads had some trophies, dead horses, 2 motor cars, and today a brigadier general. It was absolutely unsafe to pass by except at a gallop. 28th of April. The bombardment continued, especially of the crossroads and houses. 1 field ambulance cleared out, and the other had to take to its cellars with the house in ruins over it. And I have had to look on and wonder when my turn is coming, for the intervals between us is only 50 yards. The French made an attack on our left, but it came to nothing owing to gas being used again. It was a light day for me, as our men were not attacking. During the day one sees no traffic on the roads, simply a few motorcycle riders tearing along at full speed, and also ammunition limbers coming up with fresh supplies. At night up come the ration parties, and they all stop in front of my place. The wounded are evacuated day and night, though if the shelling is bad, only at night. It is wonderful how these Red Cross cars dash along the roads and come so far up in broad daylight. They are a brave lot. 29th of April. There was the usual high explosive demonstration against the batteries in the early morning, with little appreciable result. So far I have not told you about those batteries. After the Canadians retreated, this battery took up its present position. It is composed of 18-pounders, 3.3 inch. A good field gun, but not of the weight required to put out of action the heavy metal the Germans have brought up. They lie about 100 yards behind me, and also in neighbouring fields. When we arrived, they had fired about 11,000 rounds, and since then they have been hard at it day and night. One gets used to the bark of an 18-pounder, though it is not pleasant. But I take off my hat to the No. 10 Canadian battery. They are our only support, and the Germans have got their range and send over all sorts of big stuff. German gunnery is good, but they have been aided by spies, several of whom were caught today. With all this continued bombardment, one is getting a bit pessimistic. Where are our heavy guns? Where are our reserves? And where are our aeroplanes? Today we had no less than 4 Taubes over us, dropping smoke bombs, and of course followed by a heavy bombardment. We got our revenge on one. He came low down, and the whole line of our men opened with rifle fire and brought him down. But the Germans did not let us keep the plane, for by shell fire they wrecked it. In the afternoon the village was very heavily shelled, and towards evening the church and one of the houses caught fire, and we had a big blaze. The Germans used this as a target and plugged more shells over. The hospitals were heavily shelled also, and they were abandoned later that evening. Now I am the sole occupant of the village, and a poor honour it is, to be sure. Some of my men went up to the abandoned hospitals and brought down stores for us. We found 2 dead men and gave them a decent burial. In the fields nearby are some cows. We have collared one and so have fresh milk. 2 pigs wander about, and really they lead a charmed life, for nothing ever hits them. I hope to continue this when we reach our next billet. They gave us 1 day's rest, and now we are moving up in support of our own sector. Truly, life is anything but a bed of roses just now. 30th of April. Another heavy bombardment of the fields behind us, though the village was left alone. Some of the hits were very close to us. All through my letter I have mentioned a heavy bombardment, but you can have little idea of what exactly it means. All this week we have been overwhelmed by the German artillery. They have turned the tables on us in revenge for Neuve-Chapelle. What a variety of shots come over from 3 different directions. First of all we had the Ypres Express, the big 17-inch shells going straight on to that town. They made a big noise, but that was nothing. Next in size were the Jack Johnsons, or coal boxes. These whirred over us all day long, and when they burst, sent up an enormous cloud of dense black smoke. In addition, they left some holes in the ground. Ordinary shrapnel with its fleecy clouds was very common. Then there was the whiz-bang or pipsqueak. This shell, unlike the others, gave you no notice of its approach. All you heard was a sudden phew bang. It was very local in its action. The most terrifying, though, was a rather mysterious shell. It sounded like one, but gave 3 explosions, and I could never be sure whether it was one shell or a series of 3. But the explosion fairly sounded. It was like promp, 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 and usually immediately after it came some shrapnel. In addition, we had plenty of ordinary lyddite. During the whole week we never had more than 1 hour without shells coming over. At one period we had 48 hours continuous fire. My house simply shook like a leaf at times from the explosions, and once I was knocked down by the air from a shell. It felt just like an iron hand pushing me over. As you can well imagine, one did not feel exactly happy with all this fire. The batteries were only just behind me, and one never knew when a shot just a bit short might get us. However, I had to stay on and risk it. During the evening the artillery fire was worse than on any previous night, and 3 farms and some houses nearby were burning. 1st of May. At 9 a.m. I got a message to come and see the OC in the trenches. Off I went across country right up to our second line. I did not feel too brave going over those fields in broad daylight in full view of the Germans, but beyond getting some shrapnel over me nothing happened. The fields were simply riddled with holes, big and little. Many of them had a curious little trough at one side, where apparently the shell had entered before exploding. The appearance of the hole may be described as an oval, with a small projecting lip at one end where the shell entered. The men were all dug in, and I saw the OC in his dugout. However, I am not very keen on wandering over a battlefield just between attacks in daylight. That afternoon our men attacked, and made a magnificent charge, but we had to stop short. But it was grand to watch our men going on. Of course the aftermath came when I got the wounded in. I shall always remember that night. I was hard at it from 7 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. without stopping. Cases poured in, and soon I had every room full, and all the outhouses, and even outside. Outside it was fair hell. Shells were coming over in dozens. The houses near me were on fire. My own place was hit, and next morning I found that one shell had landed in the backyard. But I was too busy to notice any of this. By the dim light of 2 candles I was bending over stretcher cases and wading through field dressings. At the end I could hardly stand, I was so dead beat. I managed to get them all safely away at 5 a.m, and then we packed up as the regiment had left some hours previously. With another medical man equally tired, I walked down over part of the battlefield and then through Ypres. It was dead calm, and we got away safely. But what a number of dead horses were lying about, and some poor fellows too. The stench was something awful. I should liken this road from the outskirts of Ypres up to where I was to the valley of the shadow of death. The Germans had its range, and woe betide the wayfarer. One had to rush through it at any time, and the odds were against him. It consisted of ruined houses and great holes in the road, and wrecked transport and dead horses and poor drivers too. And yet that Sunday morning, as we passed the worst spot, at the pontoon bridge over the canal, we heard music from one house. A few Tommies wandering back were going through the houses looking for anything, and chancing on a piano were strumming a comic song. Truly, Thomas Atkins is a wonderful being. I was dead beat when I got back to the regiment, but I had more work to do. However, I had done my best under conditions which, to say the least, were not very pleasant or healthy, and the reward I got was very heartening. The colonel of the field ambulance, to whom my cases had gone, sent me a message saying that my cases were the best dressed he had ever seen, and he congratulated me on them. They were all sent on at once to the train. Our padre was also there, and he said that our men looked quite different from those of other regiments, and that they were all very grateful for what we had done. My own colonel and the officers of the regiment were very pleased at this also. Don't think that I am boasting in mentioning all this, but I had a terrible week, such as you cannot imagine, and was lucky to come out safe, and the last night was no joke. But when I heard that praise, I had a feeling that there are rewards, not tangible, but just as precious, which a doctor only can get. I did my best, and that was all about it, for I couldn't have done anything else. 10th of May, 1915. I did not meet with any gas cases, for we did not have much in front of us, though regiments nearby suffered severely. One hardly need waste space complaining of such methods. We shall just have to lick them by similar means if ordered to do so, or by sternly fighting on. Apparently chlorine is the gas most in use, though other gases are emitted also. The great thing we have to do is to reassure the men. They don't mind ordinary warfare, but this is something unknown. The gas can, of course, be seen by day, and at night a hissing sound betrays its issue from the pipes. Until the men get respirators, the only thing to do is to retire from the trenches, and then to charge back through it when the fumes have dissipated a bit. Hand bombs will help to break up the fumes also. The chemical means of getting rid of it are solution of hypo, used in clearing and fixing photographic negatives, and washing soda. These are now supplied to the troops. The effects on the men are simply devilish, and it does make one's blood boil to have to stand by and be of such little use. We shall make them pay up for all this later. Another thought which strikes me is the comparative inefficiency of a large part of all artillery bombardments. We probably went through a week of more concentrated fire than any troops ever did, yet 99% of the shots went into earth and did no material damage. The fields certainly were simply pitted, but beyond that little damage was done. It made one rather feel that after all, if a shell was going to hit you it would, despite what precautions you took, and that in the meantime you could go on with your work and disregard them. I was very amused one afternoon watching a lot of our men chasing some cows over the fields with their canteens amid quite a respectable amount of shrapnel. Our journey back to the old spots was uneventful, though very fatiguing. All marches have to be done by night, and it is hard to keep going. I was getting quite an expert at walking along practically asleep. We found that some mouth organs were a great help to make us forget the never-ending kilometres. After resting a day, we were warned for another great attack now on, and weary though we are, the men were keen to get a bit of their own back. That battle is now raging, and more I cannot say yet. Yesterday the General came to us and read out Smith-Dorrien's thanks to the Lahore Division. It confirmed what I had thought about the whole business. When the Germans broke through, they seriously threatened Ypres, and if they had got over the canal banks would have cut off a large number of our men and compelled them to surrender. We were rushed up, and to quote the Second Army's commander's words, without adequate artillery preparation and against an overwhelming artillery, maxim and rifle fire, together with a glacis position and poisonous gases, you stopped further progress. While only partially successful in attacking them, you prevented any advance and enabled the lines to be rearranged, and thus, in spite of heavy casualties, saved your comrades. This is something to be proud of, and I am glad I was in such an action. We had terrible losses, but we did what was wanted and prevented any possible sedan occurring. Today I was ordered to return to my old field ambulance. I wanted to remain with the regiment, but ever since I left the Colonel has been trying to get me back. I should be pleased to be considered worth having. The ambulance has had to give up all its regular officers to other units lately, and there were a lot of new chums who had never heard a gun fired, so naturally, as a veteran, I was wanted. The Colonel was good enough to say that he looked on me as his right-hand man. I am acting second in command now, and specialist in advanced operative surgery, besides looking after the transport. All of which are honorary, but I feel that I have been of some use up at the front, and that means a lot. I am giving my best all the time. 15th of May 1915. Referring to some letters received from Brisbane. The nurses you refer to, and as many more Australian nurses as possible, will be very welcome here. I read lately that many of them had been rejected by the War Office regulation refusing to recognise them unless from hospitals of over 100 beds. But we need every nurse available, for already amateurs with only a few months' training are being sent out. I need hardly say that I feel pleased that my letters are of such interest. One is often tired when writing, but it is cheering to know that they are appreciated. By this time you will be getting full details of the Dardanelles, and Australia has cause to be proud of the way her boys went ashore. It was different from our warfare, but the same old spirit shows forth. Referring to the destruction by gas of prickly pear. It is a pity we could not have some of that arsenical preparation for prickly pear to use on the Huns. Since last writing, the measures we have taken against chlorine gas have been very successful. The men have waited while the fumes passed by, and then fired on the advancing Germans. The pads, or respirators, are soaked in a solution of thiosulfate of soda, hypo. For the last week this ambulance has been doing nothing, and time has hung heavy on our hands. But the fight has been going on steadily, and the loss of life has been something appalling. For over a week now 3 fights have been going on. To our north, at Ypres, the struggle still continues. After we came back, new troops came up, and the fight became even more desperate. The Germans have been pushing us back very slowly, and it would not surprise me if the town fell. But then we would have a straightened line and a better position. Meanwhile, the French just below our line have made a very marked progress, and still are pushing on. Last weekend we made an attack here, and I rather think it was meant to be an elaborate feint to relieve the French and the British at Ypres. Of course, we would have gone on if successful. This part of the line is very strongly protected, and our attack did not succeed. The Germans retired during the preliminary bombardment to dugouts, or rather subterranean passages reinforced by concrete and practically shell-proof. When our men advanced, they came back to the mined first-line trenches. It was the same old tale of British doggedness against a withering fire, but we were held up. I wish the slackers at home could only see how our blood is being poured out here for them. If they could only see the barbed wire thick with corpses, or rows of men mown down by Maxim fire, perhaps then they would come out and help us. The plain truth of the fighting recently is that instead of pushing the Germans, we are being put to our utmost to hold them in. Don't think I am despondent, but when one has been battered about as I was recently, it certainly destroys any optimistic feelings. As I write, the big guns are thundering out again preparatory to another attack, and this one we hope will be successful. The country is looking very well just now. The trees have become covered with leaves, and the hawthorn blooms under a blue sky. Flanders looks pretty, and what a contrast to the winter. But within 3 miles of here, thousands of corpses lie unburied, and more are added to them daily. The grim harvest is still being gathered in, and there are many more days to go. 20th of May, 1915. We are still resting and doing nothing, though our men are not remaining so quiescent. At the beginning of the week, the Indian troops kept the Huns busy opposite here, while the 7th Division swooped in on them lower down and made a great advance. But as usual, our luck with the weather was dead out. The wind always blows towards us, or else fog and rain come on, and the latter occurred this time. The attack rather took the Germans by surprise. The artillery fire was very heavy, and from prisoners we heard it was very successful. It was so intense that the ration wagons could not come up to the trenches, and for 24 hours the Germans were without food. The men who surrendered were a very weedy lot, quite different from the usual. But all who desired to give themselves up did not manage to do so. One lot were spotted by their own side, who promptly began to fire on them. As we could not get them, we put our artillery on them also, and between the two fires not a man remained. The guards also came to a lot who put up their hands, but to no avail. Our men simply wiped them out, and refused to be held back by their officers. One cannot blame them after what the Germans have done to our men, especially the wounded. A Prussian officer was being led back under escort near here, and made some offensive remark to his escort, who promptly bayoneted him on the spot. The last 3 weeks have been an orgy of slaughter, but one has got used to that now. We only think in thousands as regards casualties. The methods of the Germans have so aroused our men that nothing will hold them in. They are exacting a tribute from the Huns for all their misdeeds. In the last advance the Germans had no gas cylinders, though they used asphyxiating bombs, but probably after this enforced halt they have brought up the gas. However, with our masks and helmets we are prepared for them. So far we have not used any gas ourselves, but it is not because we have any squeamish feelings. The losses we sustained were comparatively slight in the attack, much less than we expected, and the Germans are said to have lost 10,000. For a fortnight now they have had reverses all along the western line, and their losses must have been enormous. But we haven't taken the fight out of them yet by a long way. We know that their 1915 class has been called up, and is being used, and we hope that soon the terrible drain will tell on them. Meanwhile we are being faced, like you, with a serious shortage of water. There are so many men concentrated in a small area that most of the wells are running dry. Probably we shall have to drink canal water before long. As it is, water for animals and washing purposes is taken entirely from the ditches. As we advance, the problem will increase, for we may be sure that all the wells will be poisoned. The old grandmothers, the 15-inch howitzers, have been busy lately, with good results. One old lady was told off to obliterate a certain town. The first shot went 500 yards wide, much to the gunners' disgust. The next day the General congratulated them on their work, and said that this shot had absolutely wiped out a German battery. Round this same gun were 3 houses. When the first shot was fired, one house collapsed, and the others were speedily evacuated. Since Ypres, one is inclined to forget that there are any dangers about here, but a couple of incidents have soon given us a reminder. A close friend of mine, and an old pupil at the Rotunda, has just died of his wounds. He was with his regiment near me at Ypres. The man who replaced me with the Highland Infantry had a narrow escape on his first day. A piece of shrapnel went through his cap, and another gave him a nasty bruise on the side. His orderly was killed by his side. The Highland Light Infantry are a very unlucky regiment for medical officers, and I got out well for the period I was with them. My days up at the trenches are numbered at present. The Colonel is keeping me at headquarters to run the show, and the other fellows go out. It is a compliment, and one should be satisfied. But one is always hankering for the more exciting visits to the aid posts. However, any day may bring a surprise, and one really does not know what is in the future. End of War Letters from a Young Queenslander by Dr. Robert Marshall Allen. Read by Dr. Beth Thomas.
The Kaiser by A.G. Gardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter from A.G. Gardner's book, Prophets, Priests and Kings, published in April 1914. The Kaiser. When I think of the Kaiser, I think of a bright May morning at Potsdam. It is the spring parade, and across from where we are gathered under the windows of the old palace, the household troops are drawn up on the great parade ground, their helmets and banners and lances all astir in the jolly sunshine. Officers gallop hither and thither, shouting their commands. Regiments form and reform. Swords flash out and flash back again. A noble background of trees frames the gay picture with cool green foliage. There is a sudden stillness. The closely serried ranks are rigid and moveless. The shouts of command are silenced. The Kaiser! He comes slowly up the parade ground on his great white charger, helmet and eagle flashing in the sunlight, sitting his horse as if he lived in the saddle, his face turned to his men as he passes by. Morgen, meine Kinder! His salutation rings out at intervals in the clear morning air, and back from the ranks in chorus comes the response, Morgen, Majestat! And as he rides on, master of 1,000,000 men, the most powerful figure in Europe, reviewing his troops on the peaceful parade ground at Potsdam, one wonders whether the day will ever come when he will ride down those ranks on another errand, and when that cheerful response of the soldiers will have in it the ancient ring of doom, Te morituri salutamus. For answer, let us look at this challenging figure on the white charger. What is he? What has he done? The Kaiser is easily the foremost man in Europe. He is a king after Charles I's own heart, a king indeed, the last that is left, the residuary legatee of the divine right. The divinity of the Tsar vanished in the tumult of Red Sunday. He is an autocrat struggling with an infuriated people. His power frankly rests on physical force. But the Kaiser is still able to associate providence with his rule, still invokes the Almighty as the witness of his authority. Democracy, which has devoured all the rest, thunders at the base of his throne. It leaps higher and ever higher. One day there will come a wave that will submerge all, and divine right will have passed forever from kings to peoples. Then the Kaiser will rule by consent, like our own monarch, or... Meanwhile he stands, facing the modern world, the symbol of medievalism in the heart of the 20th century. The cause for which he fights could have no more worthy protagonist. He is every inch a king. Divest him of his office, and he would still be one of the 6 most considerable men in his empire. When the British editors visited Germany, they were brought into intimate contact with all the leaders of action and thought in the country, and I believe it is true to say that the Kaiser left the sharpest and most vivid personal impression on the mind. It was the impression of enormous energy and mental alertness, of power wayward and uncertain, but fused with a spark of genius, of a temperament of high nervous force, quickly responsive to every emotional appeal. His laugh is as careless as a boy's, but you feel that it is laughter that may turn to lightning at a word. The world distrusts the artistic temperament in affairs. It prefers the stolid man who thinks slowly and securely and acts with deliberation. It likes a man whose mental processes it can follow and understand, a man of the type of the late Duke of Devonshire, solid, substantial, and not the least bit clever. There is the root of the disquiet with which the Kaiser has been regarded for 20 years. He is a man of moods and impulses, an artist to his fingertips, astonishingly versatile, restless, and unnerving. He keeps his audience in a state of tense expectation. At any moment it feels a spark from this incandescent personality may drop into the powder magazine. He is full of dramatic surprises, of sudden and shattering entrances, of mysterious exits. He moves amidst alarums and excursions, and wherever he goes the limelight follows him. He journeys to Tangier, and Europe trembles at the thunder of his tread. He sails away into Arctic seas on a summer cruise, and his astonishing sermons to his men echo round the world. He comes back and makes our flesh creep with his pictured visions of the Yellow Peril. He writes an opera, and is off to the Rhine to wind his horn. He addresses public meetings like a party politician, and with the authority of a prophet, he denounces the socialists like a Property Defence League orator. No man in history ever had a more godlike vision of himself than he has. His cloud of dignity is held from falling by the visible hand of the Almighty. I regard my whole position, he tells the representatives of Brandenburg, as given to me direct from heaven, and that I have been called by the Highest to do his work. Sometimes, indeed, even the Almighty is subordinate. Suprema lex regis voluntas, he writes in the Golden Book of Munich. He declares his omnipotence, with a childish egoism that would be ludicrous if it were not so sincere. He takes nothing for granted, does not, like Montaigne, let his chateau speak for him. My church, of which I am summus episcopus, he says in lecturing the office-bearers on their duties. And again, there is only one master in this country, that am I. Who opposes me, I shall crush to pieces. It is like the vain prattle of an unschooled boy. His uncle dwells aloof from politics. The Kaiser comes down into the arena like a stump orator. To me, he said in 1889, every social democrat is synonymous with the enemy of the nation and of the fatherland. This to the largest party in the land, a party that commands 3.5 million votes, and years have not taught him discretion. At Breslau, not long ago, in addressing a deputation of working men, he said, "For years you and your brothers in Germany have allowed yourselves to be kept by socialist agitators under the delusion that if you do not belong to their party, you will not be in position to obtain a hearing for your legitimate interests. That is a downright lie. With such men you cannot, you dare not, as men who love honour, have anything more to do. You cannot, you dare not, let yourselves be guided by them any longer." Diplomacy and restraint, it will be seen, are not among his varied gifts in dealing with his people. Sometimes his vaulting ambition o'erleaps itself. It was his dearest wish to be not German emperor, but Emperor of Germany, and crowned as such. He designed all the splendours of the ceremony, taking Charlemagne as his prototype, but he found there were limits to the complaisance of the other German rulers and peoples, always intensely jealous of the dominance of Prussia and its king. They would not yield, and he remains today the uncrowned German emperor, not the crowned Emperor of Germany. It is the fly in the imperial ointment, the supreme disappointment of his career. Bismarck had cared only for the substance and not for the shadow when he consented to the limited title of the ruler of the new empire. The subject was being discussed in his presence at the time of the Union. Some were for German emperor, and some for Emperor of Germany. "Does anyone know the Latin word for sausage?" asked Bismarck, using that homely imagery of his. "Farcimentum," said one. "Farcimen," said another. Farcimentum or farcimen, it is all the same to me, said Bismarck. Sausage was sausage, whatever the name. He had welded Germany and was indifferent to titles. The Kaiser's view of his divine function extends to every phase of life. There is nothing in which he cannot instruct his people. He will snatch the baton from the incompetent conductor and show him how to lead the orchestra, the brush from the incompetent artist and show him how to paint. He can cook a dinner as skillfully as he can preach a sermon, draw a cartoon, write an opera, play the piano, or talk in 5 languages. And who will forget his amazing letter to Admiral Holman on the higher criticism in reply to Professor Delitzsch? Even trade does not escape him, and the famous pottery works which he has founded and carries on at Kardenen are a source of delighted labour to him. He has established a shop in Berlin to dispose of his wares, and he will take an order on the cuff of his shirt-sleeve with the promptness of a commercial traveller. But all this is the recreation of his strenuous life. His serious task is to make Germany great. The ambition with which he set out was to create a navy. He has done it. Frederick taught Germany to march. He has taught it to swim. Navigare necesse est, vivere non est necesse. And if he regards his people as children, he is anxious that they should be efficient children. His views on education are entirely radical, and not very sympathetic towards the meticulous and exact scholarship which is Germany's contribution to the modern world. Our business is to educate young Germans, not young Greeks and Romans, he says. He approves of Homer, that glorious man about whom I have always been enthusiastic, and of Cicero and Demosthenes, whose speeches must have filled everyone with delight. But he has no sympathy with grammatical and fanatical philologists, who waste their own time and the time of students over grammatical hair-splitting. Away with this tomfoolery, war to the knife against such teaching. He will have no rival near the throne. Does the mighty figure of Bismarck tower to the heavens and divide the crown? Then Bismarck must go back to his fields and woodlands at Friedrichsruhe. He will brook no interference, tolerate no counsel. He is here to command, not to take advice. And yet the revelations of the Moltke-Harden trial have shown that the most omnipotent of emperors is subject to the subtlest and most insidious of influences. Men used to talk of him in whispers in Germany, or they did not talk of him at all, for lèse-majesté was the cardinal's sin, and walls had ears and streets had spies. But that is changed. Criticism is abroad, and the doctrine of divinity has received several checks which the Kaiser has had the wisdom to acknowledge. But he will never be a popular figure. The old emperor, his never-to-be-forgotten grandfather, was loved. There at the palace in Berlin they show you the window at which he used to sit in the mornings, to see and be seen by the crowd. An old, familiar figure, human and paternal, the father of his people. His grandson is aloof and remote. He dwells on Olympus and sends his thunderbolts hurtling over the astonished people. But though he does not ask for affection, he commands respect. His people admire his character. They are proud of his clean, vigorous life, of his devotion to his family, of his high sense of duty to the fatherland. His life is a drama that never grows humdrum. It keeps them intellectually on the move. What will happen next with this amazing man? No one can be more fascinating. His smile is irresistible. But if you are a bore, or if you are out of favour, his look runs through you like a sword. His questions are rapped out like musket shots. He does not listen to your answers, but plays with his dogs. He is not aware of you. His actions are swift and unexpected. The spur of the moment drives him. It was a momentary irritation with Lord Salisbury that was the origin of the Kruger telegram, perhaps the most momentous and disastrous incident in the history of Europe in our time, for it was the seed of all the bitterness of after years. The telegram form, indeed, is the symbol of his mental processes. He will become a guest at your board at an hour's notice, and be the most light-hearted boy at the table. When he entertained the editors at luncheon, at the Orangery at Sans Souci, he said nothing about seeing them. The first intimation they had was the vision as they sat taking their coffee in the sunshine, of the Kaiser riding up the steep winding paths from the palace below, and in 2 minutes he was among them, talking of the London docks and the Hamburg docks, of the Lake District and Lord Lonsdale, with pleasant frankness and easy idiomatic English. Then, with a bright word of welcome to his country and his house, and with 3 salutes, a special mark of imperial approval, he rode away. Impulsive, imperious, dramatic, a militarist from his cradle, a statesman trained in the indirect crooked ways of Bismarck, governed by one passion, the passion to make his land great and powerful, how can we cast his horoscope? Is he a menace or a safeguard? Let his past be his witness. For 20 years he has had the peace of Europe in his keeping, and for 20 years not a German soldier has fallen in war. We are a military people, said a minister to me in Berlin, but we are not a warlike people. It is you who are warlike without being military. And so we may say of the Kaiser. He is a militarist, but he is not a warrior. There will be no war without grave cause while the Kaiser is on the throne, said the politician I have quoted. He is distrusted by the warlike party, and remembers that Germany has a considerable school of thinkers who believe in war philosophically as a national purgative. They believe he is timid, but the truth is he wants peace because it is his own and the nation's chief interest. Remember how he disappointed expectation when he came to the throne. Germany was on the verge of war with France and Russia combined, and Europe saw the accession of the youthful Kaiser so hot-headed and impulsive, with fearful expectation. Here was a new Napoleon, filled with dreams of glory, armed with the most gigantic military weapon in history. And his first official words were words of peace. His first act, to visit the European courts, returning with the message, "I believe that, with the help of God, I have succeeded in ensuring the peace of the world for many years to come." Set this and the record of his reign against those sudden ebullitions that seem so alarming, but they are really only sound and fury, signifying nothing. He keeps his powder dry and his armour bright, but he stands for peace. Peace armed to the teeth, it is true, peace with the mailed fist, but peace nevertheless. And so, as one watches him riding down the ranks at Potsdam in the bright sunshine, hears the morning greeting rapped out in sharp staccato, and sees his salute to the Empress watching the parade from the windows of the old palace, one feels confidence displacing distrust, and discerns beneath all this rattle of drums and love of the drama of government an undercurrent of purpose, making, it is true, for the aggrandizement of Germany, but making also for the peace of the world. If he fails in his policy of peace, it will be because of the incurable air of falsity that is the besetting vice of German policy, a policy which has been well described by the Frankfurter Zeitung as incalculable, untrustworthy, and disturbing. It is a policy that always wears a mask, and a mask is a menace. Its words are smooth, but its acts are sinister and seem to have no relation to the words. It is a policy of cunning rather than of candour. It is incident to a government which is personal and secret, and Germany will not cease to be a disturbing element in world politics until the Kaiser has stepped down from his medieval throne and derives his power from a free and self-governing people. End of The Kaiser by A.G. Gardner.
Apostolisches Schreiben an die im Kriege sich befindenden Völker und ihre Leiter von Papst Benedikt XV. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und im öffentlichen Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Nachdem wir, obgleich unwürdig, als Nachfolger des milden Papstes Pius X. auf den Thron des Apostelfürsten berufen wurden, in welchem der Schmerz über den Bruderkrieg kurz vorher entflammt, sein heiligmäßiges und wohltätiges Leben abgekürzt hat, fühlen auch wir, wenn wir unsere Blicke auf die blutgetränkten Schlachtfelder wenden, den Schmerz eines Vaters, welcher sein Haus verwüstet sieht und unbewohnbar gemacht wurde von einem verheerenden Orkan. Und denken mit unaussprechlichem Schmerz an all unsere jugendlichen Söhne, welche zu Tausenden und Abertausenden vom Tode hinweggeraubt wurden, fühlen wir in unserem Herzen, erfüllt von der Liebe Christus des Herrn, den ganzen Schmerz der Mütter und der vorzeitig verwitweten Frauen und das untröstbare Jammern der ihres Vaters zu früh beraubten Kinder. Im Geiste nehmen wir immer teil an dem Schmerz unzählbarer Familien, und wohlerkennend unserer uns gemäß unserer erhabenen Sendung auferlegten Pflicht, nämlich der Mission des Friedens und der Nächstenliebe, haben wir uns fest vorgenommen, unsere ganze Tätigkeit und unsere ganze Autorität für die Versöhnung der kriegsführenden Völker einzusetzen. Und so haben wir auch feierliche Gelübde dem göttlichen Erlöser gemacht, welcher um den Preis seines kostbaren Blutes alle Menschen, unsere Brüder, erlösen wollte. Und Worte des Friedens und der Liebe waren unsere ersten, welche wir an die Völker und Leiter derselben als oberster Seelenhirte richteten. Aber leider blieb unser Rat, liebevoll und dringend als Vater und Freund, unerhört. Und wenn sich in unserem Herzen der Schmerz vermehrte, so verminderte sich nicht unser Vorsatz, und vertrauensvoll nahmen wir unsere Zuflucht zu Gott dem Allmächtigen, welcher in seiner Hand hat sowohl die Herzen als auch die Gedanken der Untertanen und der Könige, erflehen von ihm die Beendigung des ungeheuren Unglücks. Alle Gläubigen wollten wir mit uns im inbrünstigstem Gebete vereinigen, und um die Erhörung dieses Gebetes zu erflehen, wollten wir, dasselbe vereint werde mit Ausübung einer christlichen Buße. Aber heute, an dem traurigen Jahrtage des Ausbruchs des Krieges, flehen wir umso heißer zu Gott, dass dem grausamen Kriege ein Ende gesetzt werden möge, erflehen aus ganzem Herzen den Frieden. Möge dieser unser Friedensruf das Waffengeklirr übertönen und die nun im Kriege sich befindenden Völker und ihre Leiter erreichen, damit sowohl die einen wie die anderen den milden und aufrichtig gemeinten Ratschlägen Folge leisten mögen. Im allerheiligsten Namen des Allmächtigen, unseres göttlichen Vaters, und um des kostbaren Blutes Jesu Christi willen, für die Erlösung der Menschheit vergossen, beschwören wir euch, o Herrscher der nun im Kriege sich befindlichen Völker, endlich diesem entsetzlichen Kampfe ein Ende zu bereiten, welcher seit einem Jahr Europa entehrt. Denn es ist ja Bruderblut, welches zu Wasser und zu Land vergossen wird. Die schönsten Landstriche Europas, dieses herrlichen Gartens der Welt, sind bedeckt mit Toten und angehäuft von Ruinen, wo noch vor kurzem Handel und Industrie sowie der Ackerbau blühten. Da tönen jetzt dröhnen die Geschütze, nicht verschonen Dörfer und Städte, sondern überall nur Tod und Elend säend. Ihr aber habt vor Gott und den Menschen die fürchterliche Verantwortung für Krieg und Frieden. Wir flehen euch an, erhört die väterliche Stimme des Stellvertreters, des ewigen und höchsten Richters, welchem auch ihr Rechenschaft ablegen müsst, sowohl über die öffentlichen als auch über eure privaten Taten. Die großen Reichtümer, mit welchen Gott, der Schöpfer, die eurer Leitung unterworfenen Länder ausgestattet hat, erlauben euch, den Kampf fortzusetzen. Aber um welchen Preis? Es antwortet aus den Gräbern tausend und abertausend Stimmen der jungen Männer, die täglich auf dem Schlachtfelde sterben. Es antworten die Ruinen so vieler Städte und Dörfer und Kunstwerke, welche wir der Frömmigkeit und dem Genie unserer Vorfahren verdanken. Und diese vielen bitteren Tränen, vergossen fast in jedem Heim oder zu fassen der Altäre, wiederholen nicht auch sie, dass groß ist, ja zu groß, der Preis des täglichen Kampfes? Man möge auch nicht sagen, dass der ungeheure Streit nicht ohne Waffengewalt beigelegt werden kann. Man möge von vornherein einsehen, dass die Nationen nicht sterben und daher absehen von dem gegenseitigen Vorsatz, sich zu vernichten. Die Nationen, erniedrigt und gedemütigt, ertragen mit Widerwillen das Aufgezwungene, bereiten sich aber vor auf die Wiedereroberung und verbreiten von Geschlecht zu Geschlecht Hass und Rache. Warum nicht von nun ab mit Gerechtigkeit die rechte und gerechten Aspirationen der Völker prüfen und abwägen? Warum nicht mit frischem Mute einen direkten oder indirekten Meinungsaustausch herbeiführen, zum Zweck der Prüfung dieser Rechte oder Aspirationen, um so dem ungeheuren Krieg ein Ende zu bereiten, so wie man es auch tat in anderen ähnlichen Umständen? Gesegnet sei derjenige, welcher zuerst den Palmzweig erheben wird und seinem Feind die Rechte darbieten wird, zugleich ihm annehmbare Friedensbedingungen anbietend. Denn das Gleichgewicht in der Welt und der gedeihliche und sichere Friede der Völker beruhen hauptsächlich auf gegenseitigem Wohlwollen und auf der Hochachtung der gegenseitigen Würde und Rechte, viel mehr als auf große Heere und gewaltige Festungen. Das ist der Friedensruf, der umso lauter tönt an diesem traurigen Jahrtage. Und wir laden daher alle, die Freunde des Friedens sind, ein, uns die Hand zu reichen, um das Ende des Krieges, welcher Europa in ein weites Schlachtfeld verwandelt hat, zu beschleunigen. Möge Christus, der Herr, von Mitleid bewogen, nach so fürchterlicher Plage die Morgenröte des Friedens leuchten lassen. Mögen bald zu Gott dem Herrn, dem Geber alles Guten, Dankgebete emporsteigen für die Wiederaussöhnung der Staaten. Möchten die Völker in brüderlicher Liebe vereint den edlen Wettstreit um Künste und Wissenschaften sowie des Handels wieder aufnehmen. Und nachdem das Recht eines jeden wiederhergestellt ist, mögen sie sich von nun ab entschließen, Streitfragen nicht mehr dem Schwerte zur Entscheidung zu überlassen, sondern durch Recht und Gerechtigkeit mögen sie entschieden werden, nachdem dieselben mit Ruhe und Mäßigung vorher diskutiert wurden. Und das, wahrhaftig, würde eure schönste und ruhmreichste Eroberung sein. In der sicheren Hoffnung, dass durch solche Vereinbarungen bald wieder der Welt der lang ersehnte Friede gebracht werde, erteilen wir aus ganzem Herzen all denjenigen, die unserer Hirtensorge anvertraut sind, den heiligen apostolischen Segen. Und auch für diejenigen, welche nicht der heiligen römischen Kirche angehören, bitten wir den Herrn, dass er sie mit uns vereinigen möge im Geist der vollkommensten Nächstenliebe. Gegeben zu Rom im Vatikan am 28. Juli 1915. Ende von Apostolisches Schreiben an die im Kriege sich befindenden Völker und ihre Leiter von Papst Benedikt XV. Aufgenommen von Dom Bombadil.
Part 1 of Inside the Glass Doors, from a Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. Chapter 2 Inside the Glass Doors. Part 1. My feet ache. End of the first day. Life in a ward is all scurry and rush. I don't reflect. I'm putting on my cap anyhow, and my hands are going to the dogs. I shall never get to understand sisters. They are so strange, so tricky, uncertain as collies. Deep down they have an ineradicable axiom that any visitor, anyone in an old musquash coat, in a high-boned collar, in a spotted veil tied up at the sides, anyone with whom one shakes hands or takes tea, is more important than the most charming patient, except, of course, a warded M.O. For this reason, the mouths of the pillow-cases are all turned to face up the ward, away from the door. I think plants in a ward are a barbarism, for as they are always arranged on the table by the door, it is again obvious that they are intended only to minister to the eye of the visitor, that race of gods. In our ward there are 18 fern pots, some in copper, some in pink china, 3 in mauve paper, and 1 hanging basket of ferns. All of these have to be taken out on the landing at night and in again in the morning, and they have to be soaked under the tap. The sisters' minds are as yet too difficult for me. but in the minds of the VADs I see certain salient features. I see, already manifested in them, the ardent longing to be alike. I know and remember this longing. It was present through all my early years in a large boarding school. But there it was naturally corrected by the changes of growth and the inexpertness of youth. Here I see for the first time grown women trying with all the concentration of their fuller years to be as like one another as it is possible to be. There is a certain dreadful innocence about them, too, as though each would protest, in spite of our tasks, our often immodest tasks, our minds are as white as snow. And as far as I can see, their conception of a white female mind is the silliest, most mulish, incurious, unresponsive, condemning kind of an ideal that a human creature could set before it. At present I am so humble that I am content to do all the labor and take none of the temperatures, but I can see very well that it is when I reach a higher plane that all the trouble will begin. The ranklings, the heart-burnings, the gross injustices. Who is to make the only poultice? Who is to paint the very septic throat of Mr. Mullins, Army Service Corps? Who is to, dizzy splendor, go round with the M.O. should the sister be off for a half-day? These and other questions will form the pride and anguish of my inner life. It is wonderful to go up to London and dine and stay the night with Madeline after the hospital. The hospital, a sort of monotone, a place of whispers and wheels moving on rubber tires, long corridors, and strangely unsexed women moving in them. Unsexed, not in any real sense, but the white clothes, the hidden hair, the stern white collar just below the chin, give them an air of schoolgirlishness, an air and a look women don't wear in the world. They seem unexpectant. Then, at Madeline's, the light, the talk, the deep bath got ready for me by a maid, instead of my getting it ready for a patient. Not that I mind getting it ready. I like it. Only the change. It's like being turn and turn about, maid and mistress. There is the first snow here, scanty and frozen on the doorstep. I came home last night in the dark to dinner, and found its faint traces on the road, and in the gutter as I climbed the hill. I couldn't see well. There were stars, but no moon. Higher up it was unmistakable, long white tracks frozen in the dried mud of the road, and a branch under a lamp thickened with frozen snow. Shall I ever grow out of that excitement over the first bit of snow? I felt a glow of pride in the hill, thinking, in London it's all slush and mud. They don't suspect what we've got here. A suburb is a wonderful place. After a wet and muddy day in London, I've seen the trains pull into Charing Cross, with snow piled on the roofs of the carriages, and felt a foot taller for joy that I was one of those fortunates who might step into a train and go down into a white countryside. It is the same excitement to wake up early to an overnight fall and see down the Dover road for miles no foot of man printed, but only the birds' feet. Considering the Dover road has been a highway since the Romans, it really is a fine moment when you realize its surface has suddenly become untrodden and unexplored as any jungle. Alas, the amount of snow that has set me writing, 2 bucketfuls in the whole garden. When a medical officer goes sick, or in other words, when an M.O. is warded, a very special and almost cynical expression settles on his face. Also, the bedside manner of the visiting officer is discarded as he reaches the bed of the sick M.O. "My knees are very painful," says the sick M.O. but it is a despondent statement, not a plea for aid. The visiting officer nods, but he does not suggest that they will soon be better. They look at each other as weak human beings look, and, "We might try," says the visiting officer questioningly. The M.O. agrees without conviction, and settles back on his pillows. Not for him the comfortable trust in the divine knowledge of specialists. He can endure like a dog, but without its faith in its master. The particular M.O. whose knees are painful is, as a matter of fact, better now. He got up yesterday. Mooning about the ward in a dressing gown, he stared first out of one window into the fog, and then out of another. Finally, just before he got back into bed, he made an epigram. "Nurse," he said, "the difference between being in bed and getting up is that in bed you do nothing, but when you get up, there's nothing to do." I tucked him up and put the cradle over his knees, and he added, "One gets accustomed to everything," and settled back happily with his reading lamp, his French novel, and his dictionary. The fog developed all day yesterday, piling up white and motionless against the window panes. As night fell, a little air of excitement ran here and there amongst the V.A.D.s. "How shall we get home? Are the buses running? Oh no, the last one is stuck against the railings outside. My torch has run out." By 7 o'clock, even the long corridor was as dim as the alley outside. No one thought of shutting the windows. I doubt whether they will shut. And the fog rolled over the sill in banks and round the open glass doors till even the white cap of a sister could hardly be seen as she passed. I am pleased with any atmospheric exaggeration. The adventure of going home was before me. At 8 I felt my way down over the steps into the alley. The torch, held low on the ground, lighted but a small pale circle round my shoes. Outside it was black and solid and strangely quiet. In the yard a man here and there raised his voice in a shout. Feet strayed near mine and edged away. At the crossroads I came on a lantern standing upon the ground, and by it drooped the nose of a benighted horse. The spurt of a match lit the face of its owner. Up the hill the torch held low against the curbstone. The sudden looming of a black giant made me start back, as I nearly ran my head into a telegraph post. I was at the bottom of the sea. Fathoms and fathoms of fog must stand above my head. Suddenly a dozen lights showed about me, then the whole sky alight with stars, and naked trees with the rime on them bristling. The long road ran up the hill, its accustomed steel color. The old post office was there with its red window, the lean old lamp post with its broken arm. I had walked out of the fog as one walks out of the sea onto a beach. Looking back, I could see the pit behind me, the fog standing on the road like a solid wall, straight up and down. Again I felt a pride in the hill. Down there, I thought, those groping feet and shouting voices, that man and that horse, they don't guess. I walked briskly up the hill, and presently stepped onto the pavement. But at the edge of the asphalt, where tufted grass should grow, something crackled and hissed under my feet. Under the torchlight, the unnatural grass was white and brittle with rime, fanciful as a stage fairy scene, and the railings beyond it glittered too. I slid in the road as I turned down the drive. A sheet of ice was spread where the leaky pipe is, and the steps up to the house door were slippery. But oh, the honeysuckle and the rose trees! Bush, plant, leaf, stem, rimed from end to end. The garden was a Bond Street jeweler's. Perhaps the final chapter on Mr. Pettit. In the excitement of the ward, I had almost forgotten him. He is buried in the mess in the days when I lived on the floor below. Tonight, as I was waiting by the open hatch of the kitchen for my tray to be filled with little castles of lemon jelly, the hot blast from the kitchen drawing stray wisps of hair from beneath my cap, I saw the familiar limping figure, a figure bound up with my first days at the hospital, evoking 100 evenings at the concerts in the dining room. I felt he had been away, but I didn't dare risk a "so you're back." He smiled, blushed, and limped past me. Upstairs in the ward, as I was serving out my jellies, he arrived in the doorway, but avoiding me, hobbled round the ward, visiting every bed but the one I was at the moment. Then he went downstairs again. I passed him on the stairs. He can't say he didn't have his opportunity, for I even stopped with my heavy tray and spoke to him. Half an hour later he was back in the ward again, not his ward, and this time he found the courage of hysteria. There in the middle of the ward, under the glaring Christmas lights, with the eyes of every interested man in every bed glued upon us, he presented me with a fan wrapped in white paper. "A little present I bought you, nurse." I took it, eyes sizzling and burning holes in my shoulders, and stammered my frantic thanks. "You do like it, nurse?" he said, rapidly, 3 times in succession. And I do, I do, I do. "I thought you would. You do like it?" "Oh, just what I wanted." "That's all right, then. Just a little Christmas present." We couldn't stop. It was like taking too much butter for the marmalade and too much marmalade for the butter. He leaves the hospital in a day or 2. The fog is still thick. Tonight at the station, after a day off, I found it white and silent. Touching the arm of a man, I asked him the all-important question, "Are the buses running?" "Oh, no." And the cabs all gone home to bed, and I was hungry. What ghosts pass, and voices, bodiless, talking intimately, while their feet fall without a stir on the grass of the open heath. I was excited by the strange silent fog. But my left shoe began to hurt me, and stopping at the house of a girl I knew, I borrowed a country pair of hers. No taller than I, she takes 2 sizes larger. They were like boats. I started to trudge the 3 miles home in the boats. The slightest flick of the foot would have sent one of them flying beyond the eye of God or man. After a couple of miles the shoes began to tell, and I stood still and lifted up one foot behind me, craning over my shoulder to see if I could catch sight of the glimmer of skin through the heel of the stocking. The fog was too thick for that. Another half mile, and I put my finger down to my heel and felt the wet blood through a large hole in my stocking. So I took off the shoes and tied them together, and, more silent than ever in the tomb of fog, padded along, as God had first supposed that woman would walk, on the wet surface of the road. A warded M.O. is pathetic. He knows he can't get well quicker than time will let him. He has no faith. Tomorrow I have to take down all the decorations that I put up for Christmas. When I put them up, I never thought I should be the one to take them down. When I was born, no one thought I should be old. While I was untying a piece of holly from the electric light cords on the ceiling, and a patient was holding the ladder for me, a young padre came and pretended to help us, but while he stood with us, he whispered to the patient, "Are you a communicant?" I felt a wave of heat and anger. I could have dropped the holly on him. They hung up their stockings on Christmas night on walking sticks hitched over the ends of the beds and under the mattresses. Such big stockings. Many of them must have played Father Christmas in their own homes to their own children on other Christmases. On Christmas Eve, I didn't leave the hospital till long after the day sisters had gone and the night sisters came on. The wards were all quiet as I walked down the corridor, and to the left and right, through the glass doors, hung the rows of expectant stockings. Final and despairing postscript on Mr. Pettit. When a woman says she cannot come to lunch, it is because she doesn't want to. Let this serve as an axiom to every lover. A woman who refuses lunch refuses everything. The hospital is alive. I feel it like a living being. The hospital is like a dream. I am afraid of waking up and finding it commonplace. The white sisters, the ceaselessly changing patients, the long passages, the sudden plunges into the brilliant wards, their scenery hypnotizes me. Sometimes in the late evening one walks busily up and down the ward, doing this and that, forgetting that there is anything beyond the drawn blinds, engrossed in the patients, one's tasks, bed-making, washing, one errand and another. And then, suddenly, a blind will blow out and almost up to the ceiling, and through it you will catch a glimpse that makes you gasp, of a black night crossed with bladed searchlights, of a moon behind a crooked tree. The lifting of the blind is a miracle. I do not believe in the wind. A new sister on tonight, very severe. We had to make the beds like white cardboard. I wonder what she thinks of me. Mr. Pettit, who really is going tomorrow, wandered up into the ward and limped near me. "Sister," he began. He will call me sister. I frowned at him. The new sister glanced at him and blinked. He was very persistent. "Sister," he began again, "do you think I can have a word with you?" "Not now," I whispered as I hurried past him. "Oh, is that so?" he said, as though I had made an interesting statement, and limped away, looking backwards at me. I suppose he wants to say good-bye. He sat beside Mr. Wicks's bed, Mr. Wicks who is paralyzed, and looked at me from time to time with that stare of his which contains so little offense. It is curious to think that I once saw Mr. Wicks on a tennis lawn walking across the grass, Mr. Wicks who will never put his foot on grass again, but lying in his bed continues to say, as all Tommies say, "I feel well in meself." So he does. He feels well in himself. But he isn't going to live all the same. Still, his routine goes on. He plays his game of cards, has his joke. "Lemonade, please, nurse, but it's not from choice." When I go to clear his ashtray at night, I always say, "Well, now I've got something worth clearing at last." And he chuckles and answers, "Thought you'd be pleased. It's the others gets round my bed and leaves their bits." He was once a sergeant. He got his commission a year ago. My ruined charms cry aloud for help. The cap wears away my front hair, my feet are widening from the everlasting boards, my hands won't take my rings. I was advised last night on the telephone to marry immediately before it was too late. A desperate remedy. I will try cold cream and hair tonics first. There is a tuberculosis ward across the landing. They call it the TB ward. It is a den of coughs and harrowing noises. One night I saw a Negro standing in the doorway with his long hair done up in hairpins. He is the pet of the TB ward. They call him Henry. Henry came in to help us with our Christmas decorations on Christmas Eve, and as he cleverly made wreaths, my sister whispered to me, "He's never spitting in the ward?" But he wasn't. It was part of his language. Little clicks and ticks. He comes from somewhere in Central Africa, and one of the TBs told me he's only got one wife, nurse. He is very proud of his austerity, for he has somehow discovered that he has hit on a country where it is the nutty thing only to have one wife. No one can speak a word of his language, no one knows exactly where he comes from, but he can say in English, "Good morning, sister," and "Christmas box," and "one." Directly one takes any notice of him, he laughs and clicks, holding up one finger, crying, "One." Then a proud TB, they regard him as the Creator might regard a hummingbird, explains, "He means he's only got one wife, nurse." Then he did his second trick. He came to me with outstretched black hand, and took my apron, fingering it. Its whiteness slipped between his fingers. He dropped it, and holding up the hand with its fellow, ducked his head to watch me with his glinting eyes. "He means," explained the versatile TB, "that he has 10 pickaninnies in his village, and they're all dressed in white." It took my breath away. I looked at Henry for corroboration. He nodded earnestly, coughed, and whispered, "10." "How do you know he means that?" I asked. "How can you possibly have found out?" "We got pictures, nurse. We showed him kids, and he said he got 10, 6 girls and 4 boys. We showed him pictures of kids." I had never seen Henry before, never knew that he existed, but in the ward opposite, the poor TBs had been holding conversations with him in window seats, showing him pictures, painfully establishing a communion with him. Henry with his hair done up in hairpins. Although they showed him off with conscious pride, I don't think he really appeared strange to them beyond his color. I believe they imagine his wife as appearing much as their own wives, his children as the little children who run about their own doorsteps. They do not stretch their imaginations to conceive any strangeness about his home surroundings to correspond with his own strangeness. To them, Henry has the dignity of a man and a householder, possibly a ratepayer. He seems quite happy and amused. I see him carrying a bucket sometimes, sharing its handle with a flushed TB. They carry on animated conversations as they go downstairs, the TB talking the most. It reminds me of a child and a dog. What strange machinery is there for getting him back? Part of the cargo of a ship one day? A nigger for Central Africa? Where's his unit? Who knows? One nigger in his bundle for Central Africa. The ward has put Mr. Wicks to Coventry, because he has been abusive and violent-tempered for 3 days. He lies flat in his bed and frowns. No more jokes over the lemonade, no willfulness over the thermometer. It is in these days that Mr. Wicks faces the truth. I lingered by his bed last night, after I had put his tea-tray on his table, and looked down at him. He pretended to be inanimate, his open eyes fixed upon the white rail of the bed. His bedclothes were stretched about him as though he had not moved since his bed was made hours before. His worldly pleasures were beside him, his reading lamp, his Christmas box of cigars, his star. But his eyes, disregarding them, were upon that sober vision that hung around the bed rail. He began a bitter conversation. "Nurse, I'm only a ranker, but I had a bit saved. I went to a private doctor and paid for myself, and I went to a specialist, and he told me I should never get this. I paid for it myself, out of what I had saved." We might have been alone in the world, he and I. Far down at the other end of the room the men sat crouched about the fire, their trays before them on chairs. The sheet of window behind Mr. Wicks's head was flecked with the morsels of snow, which, hunted by the gale, obtained a second's refuge before oblivion. "I'd sooner be dead than lying here. I would really." You hear that often in the world. "I'd sooner be dead than—" But Mr. Wicks meant it. He would sooner be dead than lying there. And death is a horror, an end. Yet he says lying there is worse. You see, I paid for a specialist myself, and he told me I should never be like this. There was nothing to be said. One must have one's tea. I went down the ward to the bunk, and we cut the pink iced cake left over from Christmas. I did not mean to forget him, but I forgot him. From birth to death we are alone. But one of the sisters remembered him. Mr. Wicks is still in the dumps, she remarked. What is really the matter with him, sister? Locomotor ataxy. And she added as she drank her tea, it's his own fault. Oh, hush, hush, my heart cried soundlessly to her. You can't judge the bitterness of this nun from your convent. Alas, Mr. Wicks, no wonder you saved your money to spend upon specialists. How many years have you walked in fear of this? He took your money, that gentleman in Harley Street, and told you that you might go in peace. He blessed you and gave you salvation. And the bitterest thing of all is that you paid for him like an officer, and he was wrong. How the blinds blew and the windows shook tonight. I walked out of the hospital into a gale. Clouds driving to the sea, trees bending back and forth across the moon. I walked till I was warm, and then I walked for happiness. The maddening shine of the moon held my eyes, and I walked in the road like a fool, watching her, till at last, bringing my eyes down, the telegraph posts were small as blades of grass on the hillside, and the shining ribbon tracks in the mud on the road ran up the hill forever. They go to Dover, and Dover is France, and France leads anywhere. To what lost enchantment am I recalled by the sight of a branch across the moon? Something in childhood, something which escapes, yet does not wither. As I passed the public house on the crest of the hill, all black and white in the cold moonlight, a heavy door swung open, and with a cough and a deep satisfied snuffle, a man coming out let a stream of gaslight across the road. If I were a man, I should certainly go to public houses. All that polished brass and glass, boxed up away from the moon and the shadows, would call to me. And to drink must be a happy thing when you have climbed the hill. The T.B. ward is a melancholy place. There is a man in a bed near the door who lies with his mouth open. His head is like a bird cage beneath a muslin cloth. I saw him behind his screens when I took them over a little lukewarm chicken left from our dinner. There was a dark red moon tonight, and frost. Our orderly said, "You can tell it's freezing, nurse, by the breath," as he watched mine curl up in smoke in the icy corridor. I like people who notice things. Out in the road in front of the hospital, I couldn't get the motor bicycle to work, and sat crouched in the dark, fiddling with spanners. The charwomen came out of the big gate in the dark, talking and laughing, all in a bunch. One of them stepped off the pavement near me and stopped to put her toe through the ice in the gutter. "Now, come on, Mrs. Toms." "I always have to break it, it's so nice and stiff," she said as she ran after them. To be a sister is to have a nationality. As there are Icelanders, urbane, witty, lazy, and yet they are all Icelanders, so there are cold, uproarious, observant, subservient, slangy, sympathetic, indifferent, and Scotch sisters, and yet... Sister said of a patient today, he was a funny man. A funny man is a man who is a dark horse, who is neither friendly nor antagonistic, who is witty, who is preoccupied, who is whimsical or erratic. Funny qualities, unsafe qualities. No sister could like a funny man. In our ward there are 3 sorts of men. Nothing much, nice boys, and Mr. Wicks. The last looms even to the mind of the sister as a biblical figure, a pillar of salt, a witness to God's wrath. The sister is a past mistress of such phrases as, "Indeed, that is a matter of opinion. We shall see. It is possible." I have discovered a new and, for me, charming game which I play with my sister. It is the game of telling the truth about the contents of my mind when asked. Yesterday sister was trying to get some coal out of the coal bin with a shovel that turned round and round on its handle. She was unsuccessful. I said, "Let me, sister." She said, "Why?" And I, "Because I think I can do it better." "Why should you think that?" "Because all human beings do," I said. And luckily she smiled. She was washing her caps out in a bowl in the afternoon when I came on. "Good afternoon, sister," I said. "Ironing?" "I am obviously only washing as yet," she said. "It's because I think so quickly, sister," I said. "I knew you would iron next." I dined with Irene last night after the hospital. I refused to believe what she told me about the last bus passing at 9:30, and so at 9:45 I stood outside the green lamp and waited. 10 minutes passed, and no bus. With me were 2 women waiting too, one holding a baby, the other, younger, smarter, dangling a purse. At last I communicated my growing fears. I believe the last has gone. We fixed our 6 eyes on the far corner of the road, waiting for the yellow lights to round it, but only the gas lamps stood firm in their perspective. "Oh my, Elsie," said the woman with the baby, "you can't never walk up to the crossroads in the dark alone." "I wouldn't make the attempt, not for anything," replied the younger one firmly. Without waiting for more, I stepped into the middle of the road and started on my walk home. The very next sentence would have suggested that Elsie and I should walk together. She wouldn't make the attempt. Her words trailed through my mind, conjuring up some adventure, some act of bravery and daring. The road was the high road, the channel of tarmac and pavements that she probably walked along every day. And now it was the self-same high road, the same flagstones, hedges, railings, but with the cloak of night upon them. It wasn't man she feared. Even in the dark I knew she wasn't that kind. She would be awfully capable with man. No, it was the darkness, the spooky jungle of darkness. She feared the trees would move. I wouldn't make the attempt, not for anything, and the other woman had quite agreed with her. I knew where I was by the smells and the sounds on the road. The smell of the lines of picketed horses behind the railings, the sharp and sudden stamp of the sick ones in the wooden stables, and later on the glitter of water in the horse troughs. I thought, I'm not afraid. Is it because I am more educated or have less imagination? "Halt! Who goes there?" "Friend," I said, thrilling tremendously. He approached me and said something which I couldn't make anything of. Presently I disentangled, "You should never dread the bayonet, miss." "But I'm not dreading," I said, annoyed. I love it." He said he was cold, and added, "I been wounded. If you come to that lamp, you can see me stripe." We went to the lamp. "It's them buses," he complained. "They won't stop when I 'alt 'em." "But why do you want to stop them? They can't poison the horse troughs." "It's me duty," he said. "There's one coming." A bus coming the opposite way bore down upon us with an unwieldy rush and roar, the last bus in a hurry to get to bed. "You'll see," he said pessimistically. "Halt! Halt there!" The bus, with 3 soldiers hanging on the step, rushed past us and seemed to slow a little. The sentry ran a few paces towards it, crying, "Halt!" But it gathered speed and boomed on again, buzzing away between the gas lamps. He returned to me sadly. "I don't believe they can hear," I said, and gave him some chocolates and went on. As I passed the hospital gates, it seemed there was a very faint, sweet smell of chloroform. I was down at the hospital tonight when the factory blew up over the river. The lights went out, and as they sank, I reached the kitchen hatchway with my tray. At the bottom of the stairs I could see through the garden door the sky grown sulphur and the bushes glowing, while all the panes of glass turned incandescent. Then the explosion came. It sounded as though it was just behind the hospital. 200 panes of glass fell out, and they made a noise too. Standing in the dark with a tray in my hand, I heard a man's voice saying gleefully, "I haven't been out of bed this 2 months." Someone lit a candle, and by its light I saw all the charwomen from the kitchen bending about like broken weeds, and every officer was saying, "There, there now." We watched the fires till midnight from the hill. I went over this morning early. We were 32 in a carriage. Lascars, Chinese, children, Jews, niggers from the docks. Lascars and children and Jews and I, we fought to get off the station platform. Sometimes there wasn't room on the ground for both my feet at once. The fires were still burning and smoldering there at midday, but a shower of rime fell on it, so that it looked like an old ruin, something done long ago. At Pompeii, someone told me, one looked into the rooms, and they were as they had been left, tables laid. Here, too, I saw a table laid for the evening meal, with a bedstead fallen from the upper floor astraddle across it. The insides of the houses were coughed into their windows, basket chairs hanging to the sills, and fire irons. Outside, the soil of the earth turned up, a workman's tin mug stuck and roasted and hardened into what looks like solid rock, a fossil, as though it had been there forever. London is only skin deep. Beneath lies the body of the world. The hump under the blankets rolls over, and a man's solemn face appears upon the pillow. "Can you get me a book, nurse?" "Yes, what kind do you like?" "Nothing fanciful, something that might be true." "All right." "Oh, and nurse?" "Yes?" "Not sentimental, and not funny. I like a practical story." I got him Lord Jim. Another voice. "Nurse, is there any modern French poetry in that bookcase?" "Good heavens, no. Who would have brought it here?" Who are they all, these men with their differing tastes? Perhaps the angels feel like this as they trail about in heaven with their wings flapping on their thin white legs. Who were you, angel? "I was a beggar outside San Marco." "Were you? How odd. I was an Englishman." The concerts that we give in the ward touch me with some curious emotion. I think it is because I am for once at rest in the ward, and have time to think and wonder. There is Captain Thompson finishing his song. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. They swing. He is tall and dark, with soft eyes and staff badges. Could one guess what he is? Never in a dozen years. But I know. He said to me last night, "Nurse, I'm going out tomorrow." I leaned across the table to listen to him. "Nurse, if you ever want any crêpe de chine for nightgowns, mind, at wholesale prices." "I have bought some at a sale." "May I ask at what price?" 4.11 a yard. Pity you could have had it from me at 3. He gave me his business card. That's it, nurse, he said, as he wrote on the back of it. Drop me a line at that address, and you'll get any material for underwear at trade prices. He booked 1 or 2 orders the night he went away. Not laughingly, not as a joke, but with deep seriousness, and gravely pleased that he was able to do what he could for us. He was a traveler in ladies' underwear. I have seldom met anyone so little a snob. Watch Mr. Gray singing. 1 hand on the piano, 1 on his hip. I love every mouse in that old-fashioned house. That fellow can sing, whispers the man beside me. Is he a professional? I asked, as, finishing, the singer made the faintest of bows and walked back to his chair. I think he must be. He is, whispered Mr. Matthews. I've heard him before. They know so little about each other, and they don't ask. It is only I who wonder, I, a woman, and therefore of the old burnt-out world. These men watch without curiosity, speak no personalities, form no sets, express no likings, analyze nothing. They are new-born. They have as yet no standards, and do not look for any. Ah, to have had that experience too! I am of the old world. Again and again I realize a nation in arms. Watchmakers, jewelers, station masters, dress designers, actors, travelers in underwear, bank clerks. They come here in uniforms, and we put them into pajamas and nurse them, and they lie in bed or hobble about the ward, watching us as we move, accepting each other with the unquestioning faith of children. The outside world has faded since I have been in the hospital. Their world is often near me, their mud and trenches, things they say when they come in wounded. The worst of it is, it almost bores me to go to London, and London was always my Mecca. It is this garden at home, I think. It is so easy not to leave it. When you wake up, the window is full of branches, and the last thing at night the moon is on the snow on the lawn, and you can see the pheasants' footmarks. Then one goes to the hospital. When Madeline telephones to me, I'm living in a whirl. It disturbs me. Suddenly I want to, too, but it dies down again. Not that it is their world, those trenches. When they come in wounded or sick, they say at once, "What shows are on?" Mr. Wicks has ceased to read those magazines his sister sends him. He now stares all day at his white bed-rail. I only pass him on my way to the towel cupboard twice an evening, and then, as I glance at him, I am set wondering all down the ward of what he thinks, or if he thinks. I may be quite wrong about him. It is possible he doesn't think at all, but stares himself into some happier dream. One day, when he is dead, when he is as totally dead as he tells me he hopes to be, that bed with its haunted bed-rail will bend under another man's weight. Surely it must be haunted. The weight of thought, dream or nightmare, that hangs about it now is almost visible to me. Mr. Wicks is an uneducated and ordinary man. In what manner does his dream run? Since he has ceased to read, he has begun to drop away a little from my living understanding. He reflects, deeply at times. Tonight, as I went quickly past him with my load of bath towels, his blind flapped a little, and I saw the moon, shaped like a horn, behind it. Dropping my towels, I pulled his blind back. "Mr. Wicks, look at the moon!" Obedient as one who receives an order, he reached up to his supporting handle and pulled his shoulders half round in bed to look with me through the pane. The young moon, freed from the trees, was rising over the hill. I dropped the blind again and took up my towels and left him. After that he seemed to fall into one of his trances, and lay immovable an hour or more. When I took his dinner to him, he lifted his large sandy head and said, "Seems a queer thing that if you hadn't said, 'Look at the moon,' I might have been dead without seeing her. But don't you ever look out of the window?" The obstinate man shook his head. End of Part 1 of Inside the Glass Doors, from A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. Read by Maria Casper. Part 2 of Inside the Glass Doors, from A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. Chapter 2, Inside the Glass Doors, Part 2. There was a long silence in the ward tonight. It was so cold that no one spoke. It is a gloomy ward, I think. The pink silk on the electric fires is so much too thick, and the fire smokes dreadfully. The patients sat round the fire with their British warms over their dressing gowns and the collars turned up. Through the 2 glass doors and over the landing you can see the TBs moving like little cinema figures, backwards and forwards, across the lighted entrance. Suddenly, a hesitating touch. An ancient polka struck up, a tune remembered at children's parties. Then a waltz, a very old one, too. The TBs were playing dance music. I crept to their door and looked. One man alone was taking any notice, and he was the player. The others sat round, coughing or staring at nothing in particular, and those in bed had their heads turned away from the music. The man whose face is like a bird cage has now more than ever a look of an empty cage. He allows his mouth to hang open. That way the bird will fly. What is there so rapturous about the moon? The radiance of a floating moon is unbelievable. It is a figment of dream. The metal silver ball that hung at the top of the Christmas tree, or, earlier still, the shining thing, necklace or spoon, the thing the baby leans to catch, the magpie in us. Mr. Beecher is to be allowed to sleep till 8. He sleeps so badly, he says. He woke up crying this morning, for he has neurasthenia. That is what Sister says. He should have been in bed all yesterday, but instead he got up and through the door watched the dead TB ride away on his stretcher, for the bird flew in the night. How morbid of him, Sister says. He has seen many dead in France and snapped his fingers at them, but I agree with him that to die of tuberculosis in the backwaters of the war isn't the same thing. It's dreary. He thought how dreary it was as he lay awake in the night. But then he has neurasthenia. Pity is inexhaustible. What a terrible discovery! If one ceases for one instant to pity Mr. Wicks, he becomes an awful bore. Some days when the sun is shining, I hear his grieving tenor voice all over the ward, his legendary tale of a wrong done him in his promotion. The men are kind to him, and say, "Old man," but Mr. Gray, who lies in the next bed to him, is drained of everything except resignation. I heard him say yesterday, "You told me that before." We had a convoy last night. There was a rumor at tea time, and suddenly I came round a corner on an orderly full of such definite information as, There's 30 officers, nurse, and 180 men." I flew back to the bunk with the news, and we sat down to our tea, wondering and discussing how many each ward would get. Presently the haughty sister from downstairs came to the door. She held her thin white face high, and her rimless glasses gleamed, as she remarked over casually, after asking for a hot water bottle that had been loaned to us, "Have you many beds?" Have they many beds? The one question that starts up among the competing wards. And "I don't want any, I've enough to do as it is the false cloaking answer that each sister gives to the other. But my sisters are frank women. They laughed at my excitement, themselves not unstirred. It's so long since we've had a convoy. The gallants of the ward showed annoyance. New men, new interests. They drew together and played bridge. A little flying boy with bright eyes said in his high piping voice to me across the ward, "So there are soldiers coming into the ward tonight." I paused, struck by his accusing eyes. "What do you mean, soldiers?" "I mean men who have been to the front, nurse." The gallants raised their eyebrows and grew uproarious. The gallants have been saying unprofessional things to me, and I haven't minded. The convoy will arm me against them. Soldiers are coming into the ward. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. If only one could eat something. I took a sponge finger out of a tin, resolving to pay it back out of my tea next day, and stole round to the dark corner near the German ward to eat it. The Germans were in bed. I could see 2 of them. At last, freed from their uniform, the dark blue with the scarlet soup plates, they looked, how strange, like other men. One was asleep. The other, I met his eyes so close, but I was in the dark, and he under the light of a lamp. I knew what was happening down at the station 2 miles away. I had been on station duty so often. The rickety country station, lit by one large lamp, the 13 waiting VADs, the long wooden table loaded with mugs of every size, kettles boiling, the white clock ticking on, that frowsy booking clerk. Then the sharp bell, the tramp of the stretcher-bearers through the station, and at last the 2 engines drawing gravely across the lighted doorway, and carriage windows filled with eager faces, other carriage windows with beds slung across them, a vast red cross, a chemist's shop, a theater, more windows, more faces. The stretcher men are lined up. The M.O. meets the M.O. with the train. The train sisters drift into the coffee table. Here they come. Walkers first. The station entrance is full of men crowding in and taking the steaming mugs of tea and coffee. Men on pick-a-back with bandaged feet. Men with only a nose and one eye showing, with stumbling legs, bound arms. The station for 5 minutes is full of jokes and witticisms. Then they pass out and into the waiting charabancs. A long pause. Stretchers. The first stretchers are laid on the floor. There I have stood so often, pouring the tea behind the table, watching that littered floor, the single gas lamp ever revolving on its chain, turning the shadows about the room like a wheel. My mind filled with pictures, emptied of thoughts, hypnotized. But last night, for the first time, I was in the ward. For the first time I should follow them beyond the glass door, see what became of them, how they changed from soldiers into patients. The gallants in the ward don't like a convoy. It unsexes us. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, another biscuit. Both Germans are asleep now. At last a noise in the corridor, a tramp on the stairs. Only walkers? No, there's a stretcher, and another. Now reflection ends, my feet begin to move, my hands to undo bootlaces, flick down thermometers, wash and fetch and carry. The gallants play bridge without looking up. I am tremendously fortified against them. For one moment I fiercely condemn, and then forget them. For I am without convictions, antipathies, prejudices, reflections. I only work and watch. Watch. Our ward is divided. Half of it is neat and white and orderly. The other half has khaki tumbled all over it, Sam Browns, boots, caps, mud, the caked mud from the other side. But the neat beds are empty, the occupants out talking to the newcomers, asking questions. Only the gallants play their bridge unmoved. They are on their mettle, showing off. Their turn will come some day. Now it remains only to walk home, hungry, under a heavy moon. The snow is running down the gutters. What a strange and penetrating smell of spring. February, can it be yet? The running snow is uncovering something that has been delayed. In the garden a blackbird made a sudden cry in the hedge. I did smell spring, and I'm starving. I thought last night that a hospital ward is, above all, a serene place. In spite of pain and blood and dressings, gravity rules it, an order and a quiet procession of duties. Last night I made beds with the eldest sister. The eldest sister is good company to make beds with. She is quiet unless I rouse her, and when I talk she smiles with her eyes. I like to walk slowly round the ward, stooping and rising over the white beds, flicking the sheets mechanically from the mattress, and finally turning the mattress with an ease which gives me pleasure because I am strong. In life nothing is too small to please. Once during the evening the eldest sister said to me, "I am worried about your throat. Is it no better?" And from the pang of pleasure and gratitude that went through me, I have learnt the value of such remarks. In every bed there is someone whose throat is at least more sore than mine. Though I am not one of those fierce VADs who scoff at sore throats and look for wounds, yet I didn't know it was so easy to give pleasure. The strange, disarming ways of men and women. I stood in the bunk to-night beside the youngest sister, and she looked up suddenly with her absent stare and said, "You're not so nice as you used to be." I was dumbfounded. Had I been nice? And now, different. What a maddening sentence! For I felt that she was going to refuse me any spoken explanation. But one should not listen to what people say, only to what they mean, and she was one of those persons whose minds one must read for oneself, since her words so often deformed her thoughts. The familiarity and equality of her tone seemed to come from some mood removed from the hospital, where her mistrustful mind was hovering about a trouble personal to herself. She did not mean, "You are not so nice," but "You don't like me so much." She was so young, it was all so new to her, she wanted so to be liked, but there was this question of her authority. How was she to live among her fellows? Can one afford to disdain them? Can one steer happily with indifference? Must one, to be liked, bend one's spirit to theirs? And most disturbing question of all, is to be liked the final standard? Whether to wear or not to wear a mask towards one's world, for there is so much that is not ripe to show, change and uncertainty. As she sat there, unfolding to me the fogs of her situation, her fresh pink face clouded, her grand cap and red cape adding burdens of authority to the toil of growth. I could readily have looked into the glass to see if my hair was gray. "Then there is nothing you condemn?" said the youngest sister finally, at the close of a conversation. "I have to-day come up against the bedrock of her integrity. It is terrible. She has eternal youth, eternal fair hair, cold and ignorant judgments. On things relating to the world, I can't further soften her. A man must do the rest." A gentleman, a gentleman! I am so tired of this cry for a gentleman. Why can't they do very well with what they've got? Here in the wards the sisters have the stuff the world is made of, laid out, bedded before their eyes, the ups and downs of man from the 4 corners of the empire and the 100 corners of social life, helpless and in pajamas, and they're not satisfied, but must cry for a gentleman. "I couldn't make a friend of that man," the youngest sister loves to add to her criticism of a patient. It isn't my part as a V.A.D. to cry, "Who wants you to?" "I couldn't trust that man," the youngest sister will say equally often. This goes deeper. But whom need one trust? Brother, lover, friend, no more. Why wish to trust all the world? "They are not real men," she says, "not men through and through." That's where she goes wrong. They are men through and through, patchy, ordinary, human. She means they are not men after her pattern. Something will happen in the ward. Once I have touched this bedrock in her, I shall be forever touching it till it gets sore. One should seek for no response. They are not elastic, these nuns. In all honesty, the hospital is a convent, and the men in it my brothers. This for months on end. For all that, now and then, some one raises his eyes and looks at me. One day follows another, and the glance deepens. Charme de l'amour qui pourrait vous peindre. Women are left behind when one goes into hospital. Such women as are in a hospital should be cool, gentle. Anything else becomes a torment to the prisoner. For me, too, it is bad. It brings the world back into my eyes. Duties are neglected, discomforts unobserved. But there are things one doesn't fight. Charme de l'amour. The ward is changed. The eldest sister and the youngest sister are my enemies. The patients are my enemies. Even Mr. Wicks, who lies on his back with his large head turned fixedly my way to see how often I stop at the bed whose number is 11. Last night he dared to say, "It's not like you, nurse, staying so much with that rowdy crew." The gallants! I know, but one among them has grown quieter, and his bed is number 11. Even Mr. Wicks is my enemy. He watches and guards. Who knows what he might say to the eldest sister? He has nothing to do all day but watch and guard. In the bunk at tea I sit among thoughts of my own. The sisters are my enemies. I am alive, delirious, but not happy. I am at anyone's mercy. I have lost 30 friends in a day. The 31st is in bed number 11. This is bad. Hospital cannot shelter this life we lead, number 11 and I. He is a prisoner, and I have my honor, my responsibility towards him. He has come into this room to be cured, not tormented. Even my hand must not meet his. No, not even in a careless touch, not even in its duty. Or if it does, what risk? I am conspired against. It is not I who make his bed, hand him what he wishes. Some accident defeats me every time. Now that I think of it, It seems strange that the sisters should be my enemies. Don't we deserve sympathy and pity, number 11 and I? From women, too. Isn't there a charm hanging about us? Aren't we leading magic days? Do they feel it and dislike it? Why? I feel that the little love we have created is a hare whose natural fate is to be run by every hound, but I don't see the reason. We don't speak, number 11 and I, only a whispered word or two that seems to shout itself into every ear. We don't know each other. Last night it was stronger than I. I let him stand near me and talk. I saw the youngest sister at the far end of the ward by the door, but I didn't move. She was watching. The moment I took my eyes from her, I forgot her. That is how one feels when one is desperate. That is how trouble comes. Later, I stood down by the hatch, waiting for the tray of fish, and as I stood there, the youngest sister beside me, he came down, for he was up and dressed yesterday, and offered to carry the tray, for he is reckless too. She told him to go back, and said to me, looking from her young, condemning eyes, "I suppose he thinks he can make up for being the cause of all the lateness tonight." Sister, and then I stopped short. I hated her. Were we late? I looked at the other trays. We were not late. It was untrue. She had said that because she had had to wrap her barb in something and hadn't the courage to reprove me officially. I resented that and her air of equality. Since I am under her authority and agree to it, why dare she not use it? As for me, I dared not speak to her all the evening. She would have no weapons against me. If I am to remember she is my sister, I must hold my hand over my mouth. She would not speak to me either. That was wrong of her. She is in authority, not I. It is difficult for her because she is so young. But I have no room for sympathy. At moments I forget her position, and burning with resentment, I reflect, this schoolgirl. Today I walked down to the hospital thinking, I must be stronger. It is I who, in the inverted position of things, should be the stronger. He is being tortured, and he has no release. He cannot even be alone a moment. But at the hospital gates, I thought of nothing but that I should see him. In the bunk sat the eldest sister, writing in a book. It passed through my head that the two sisters had probably sat on my affairs together. I wondered without interest what the other had told her. Putting on my cap, I walked into the ward. Surely his bed had a pink eiderdown. I walked up the ward and looked at it, but I knew without need of a second glance what had happened. His bed was made in the fashion in which we make an empty bed, a bed that waits for a new patient. His locker was empty and stood open, already scrubbed. I smiled as I noticed they hadn't even left me that to do. No one volunteered a word of explanation. No one took the trouble to say that he had gone. These women. I smiled again. Only the comic phrase rang in my head. They've properly done me in, properly done me in. I went downstairs and fetched the trays, and all the time the smile was on my lips. These women. Somehow I had the better of the sister. It is better to be in the wrong than in the right. His friends looked at me a little, but apparently he had left no message for me. Later I learnt that he had been taken to another hospital at 2, while I came on at 3. Once during the evening the eldest sister mentioned vaguely, "So-and-so has gone," and I said aloud, after a little reflection, "Yes, in the nick of time, sister." During the evening I realized that I should never see him again. It was here in this ward the thing had grown. The hair we had started wouldn't bear the strain of any other life. He might write, but I shouldn't go and see him. He must be wild, I thought with pity. The feeling between us would die anyhow. Better throw in my strength with the sisters and help her hurl it now towards its death. I looked at her bent head with a secret triumph. Then, slowly, how permanently am I in disgrace? And she, not at all, now. Behind the stone pillar of the gateway is one dirty little patch of snow. I saw it even in the moonless darkness. The crown of the hill here holds the last snows, but for all that the spring smell is steaming among the trees and up and down the bracken slopes in the garden next door. There is no moon, there are no stars, no promise to the eye, but in the dense, vaporing darkness the bulbs are moving. I can smell what is not earth or rain or bark. The curtain has been drawn over number 11. The sister holds the corners tightly against the window frame. He is outside, somewhere in the world, and I am here, moving among my 30 friends. And since it isn't spring yet, the lights are lit to hide the twilight. The sister's eyes talk to me again as we make beds. Yes, even bed number 11, with a little jaundice boy in it. They let me make it now. Last night we had another concert in the ward. A concert demoralizes me. By reason of sitting on the beds and talking to whom one wills, I regain my old manners, and forget that a patient may be washed, fed, dressed, but not talked to. My old manners were more gracious, but less docile. Afterwards, we wheeled the beds back into their positions. I bumped Mr. Lambert's as I wheeled it, and apologized. "I'm not grumbling," he smiled from his pillow. "You never do," I answered. "You don't know me, nurse." And I thought, as I looked down at him, I shall never know him better, or so well again. Indeed, a sister is a curious creature. She is like a fortress, unassailable, and whose sleeping guns may fire at any minute. I was struck with a bit of knowledge last night that will serve me through life. That is, that to justify oneself is the inexcusable fault. It is better to be in the wrong than in the right. A sister has an intimate life. It occurs when she goes off duty. That is to say, it lies between 8:45, when she finishes her supper, and 10 o'clock, when she finishes undressing. That is why one sister said to me, "If I hadn't taken up nursing, I should have gone in for culture." I don't laugh at that. To have an intimate life, one must have a little time. Who am I that I can step in from outside to criticize? The hospital is not my life. I am expectant. But for them, here and now is the business of life. As the weeks go by, I recognize the difficulty of keeping the life of the sisters and the V.A.D.s out of the circle of my thoughts. Their vigorous and symmetrical vision of the ward attacks me. Their attitude towards the patients, which began by offending me, ends by overtaking me. On the whole, the sisters loathe relations. They look into the ward and see the mothers and sisters and wives camped round the beds, and go back into the bunk feeling that the ward doesn't belong to them. The eldest sister said to me yesterday, "Shut the door, nurse. There's Captain Fellows' father. I don't want him fussing around." On that we discussed relations, and it seemed to me that it was inevitable that a sister should be the only buffer between them and their pressing anxieties. "No, a relation is the last straw. You don't understand," she said. I don't understand, but I am not specialized. Long ago, in the mess, I said to my sister, laughing, I would go through the 4 years' training just to wear that cap and cape. And she, You couldn't go through it and come out as you are. Mr. Wicks has set his heart on crutches. If you won't try me on them, I'll buy me own and walk out of here. Then I realize the vanity of his threat and the completeness of his imprisonment, and hurry to suggest a new idea before he sees it too. We set him on crutches. He is brave. He said with anger, "I can't stand on these. They're too long. You go and ask for some shorter ones." And thus together we slurred over the fact of that pendulous, nerveless body which had hung from the crutches like an old stocking. But all the evening he was buried in his own silence, and I suppose he was looking at the vision on the bed rail. A boy of 17 was brought in yesterday with pneumonia. He was so ill that he couldn't speak, and we put screens round his bed. All the other patients in the ward immediately became convalescents. I helped Sister to wash him, holding him on his side while he groaned with pain, and Sister, no longer cynical, said, "There you are, Sonny, it's almost finished." When I rolled back the blanket, it gave me a shock to see how young his feet were, clean and thin, with the big toe curling up and the little toes curling back. "Will you brush my hair?" he managed to say to me, and when I had finished, "This is a pretty ward." It isn't, but I am glad it seems so to him. The boy is at his worst. Whenever we come near to him, he lifts his eyes and asks, "What are you going to do now?" But to whatever we do, he submits with a terrible docility. Lying there, propped on his pillow, with his small yellow face staring down the ward, he is all the center of my thoughts. I am preoccupied with the mystery that is in his lungs. 5 days ago, he was walking on his legs. 5 days, and he's on the edge of the world. Tonight, looking over the edge. There is no shell, no mark, no tear. The attack comes from within. The others in the ward are like phantoms. When I say tomorrow, "How is the boy?" what will they say? The sun on the cobwebs lights them as it lights the telephone wires above. The cocks scream from every garden. Today the sky is like a pale eggshell, and aeroplanes from the 2 aerodromes are droning round the hill. I think from time to time, is he alive? Can one grow used to death? It is unsafe to think of this. For if death becomes cheap, it is the watcher, not the dying, who is poisoned. His mother buys a cake every day and brings it at tea time, saying, "For the sisters' tea." It is a bribe, dumbly offered, more to be on the safe side of every bit of chance than because she really believes it can make the slightest difference. Now that I have time to think of it, her little action hurts me. But yesterday I helped to eat it with pleasure, because one is hungry, and the margarine not the best. Aches and pains, pains and aches. I don't know how to get home up the long hill. Measles. Unposted. Dear Sister, 4 more days before they will let me out of bed. Whatever I promise to a patient in future, I shall do if I have to wear a notebook hanging on my belt, by which you will see that I am making discoveries. The quality of expectation in a person lying horizontally is wrought up to a high pitch. One is always expecting something. Generally it is food. 3 times a day it is the post. Oftener it is the performance of some promise. The things that one asks from one's bed are so small. Can you get me a book? Can you move that vase of flowers? When you come up next time, could you bring me an envelope? But if one cannot get them, life might as well stop. The wonder to me is how they stood me. I was always cheerful. I thought it a merit. I find, instead, it is an exasperation. I make 100 reflections, since my eyes are too bad to read. I stare at the ceiling, and if a moth comes on it, and just now that happened, or I would not have thought of mentioning it, I watch the pair of them, the moth and its leaping shadow, as they whirl from square to square of the smoke-ripened ceiling. This keeps my thoughts quiet. Then in the daytime there is the garden, the dog that crosses the lawn, the gardener talking to himself, the girl who goes to feed the hens. I don't say that in any of these things I find a substitute for reading, but since I can't and mayn't read, I am thinking, you know, of the beds down the right-hand side of the ward. There's Mr. Wicks now. He has his back to the road with the trams on it. Do you see anything in that? I do. But then I have the advantage of you. My position is horizontal. Mr. Wicks's position is also strictly horizontal. It seems to me that if he could see those trams, mark Saturdays and Sundays by the increase of passengers, make little games to himself involving the number of persons to get on and off, for the stopping place is within view, I know, for I looked, it might be possible to draw him back from that apathy which I too, as well as you, was ceasing to notice. Mr. Wick's sister not only has his back to the road with the trams on it, but for 11 months he has had his eyes on the yellow stone of the wall of the German ward, that is, when they are not on his own bed rail. But if his bed were turned round to range alongside the window, for he is a man with 2 eyes, not one who can write upon a stone wall with his thoughts. And yet it would be impossible. There's not a ward in the hospital whose symmetry is so spoilt. And that, you know, is a difficulty for you to weigh. How far are you a dictator? I have been thinking of my role and yours. In the long run, however capable I become, my soul should be given to the smoothing of pillows. You are barred from so many kinds of sympathy. You must not sympathize over the deficiencies of the hospital, over the food, over the M.O.'s lack of imagination, over the intolerable habits of the man in the next bed. You must not sigh, I know, to any of these plaints. Yours is the running of the ward, yours the isolation of a crowned head. One day you said a penetrating thing to me. He's not very ill, but he's feeling wretched. Run along and do that sympathetic V.A.D. touch. For a moment I, just able to do a poultice or a fomentation, resented it. But you were right. One has one's métier. End of Part 2 of Inside the Glass Doors, from a Diary Without Dates by Enid Bagnold. Read by Maria Casper.
Chapter 15 of The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15. Wanted, a Foolproof War. There was a transport load of newly made officers coming over for service here in France. There was on board one gentleman in uniform who bore himself, as the saying goes, with an air. By reason of that air, and by reason of a certain intangible atmospheric something about him difficult to define in words, he seemed intent upon establishing himself upon a plane far remote from and inaccessible to these fellow voyagers of his who were crossing the sea to serve in the line, or to act as interpreters, or to go on staffs, or to work with the Red Cross, or the YMCA, or the KFC, or what not. He had what is called the superior manner, if you get what I mean, and you should get what I mean, reader, if ever you had lived, as I have, for a period of years hard by and adjacent to that particular stretch of the eastern seaboard of North America where, as nowhere else along the Atlantic Ocean or in the interior, are to be found in numbers those favored beings who acquire merit unutterable by belonging to, or by being distantly related to, or by being socially acquainted with, the families that have nothing but. Nevertheless, and to the contrary notwithstanding, divers of his brother travellers failed to keep their distance. Toward this distinguished gentleman they deported themselves with a familiarity and an offhandedness that must have been acutely distasteful to one unaccustomed to moving in a mixed and miscellaneous company. Accordingly, he took steps on the second day out to put them in their proper places. A list was being circulated to get up a subscription for something or other, and almost the very first person to whom this list came in its rounds of the first cabin was the person in question. He took out a gold-mounted fountain pen from his pocket, and in a fair round hand inscribed himself thus, Bejones of Tuxedo. There were no initials. Royalty hath no need for initials, but just the family name and the name of the town so fortunate as to number among its residents this notable, which names for good reasons I have purposely changed. Otherwise the impressive incident occurred as here narrated. But those others just naturally refused to be either abashed or abated. They must have been an irreverent, sacrilegious lot by all accounts. The next man to whom the subscription was carried took note of the new fashion in signatures, and then gravely wrote himself down as Spirits of Nitre, and the next man called himself Henri of Navarre, and the third, it developed, was no other than Cream of Tartar, and the next was Timon of Athens, and the next Mother of Vinegar, and so on and so forth, while waves of ribald and raucous laughter shook the good ship from stem to stern. However, the derisive ones reckoned without their host. For them the superior mortal had a yet more formidable shot in the locker. On the following day he approached 3 of the least impressed of his temporary associates as they stood upon the promenade deck, and apropos of nothing that was being said or done at the moment, he, speaking in a clear voice, delivered himself of the following crushing remark. When I was born there were only 2 houses in the city of New York that had porte-cocheres, and I was born in one of them. Inconceivable though it may appear, the fact is to be recorded that even this disclosure failed to silence the tongues of ridicule aboard that packet-boat. Rather did it enhance them, seeming but to spur the misguided vulgarians on and on to further evidences of disrespect. There are reasons for believing that Bejones of Tuxedo, who had been born in the draughty semi-publicity of a porte-cochere, left the vessel upon its arrival with some passing sense of relief, though it should be stated that up until the moment of his debarkation he continued ever, while under the eye of the plebes and commoners about him, to bear himself after a mode and a port befitting the station to which nature had called him. He vanished into the hinterland of France, and was gone to take up his duties, but he left behind him, among those who had travelled hither in his company, a recollection which neither time nor vicissitude can efface. Presumably he is still in the service, unless it be that ere now the service has found out what was the matter with it. I have taken the little story concerning him as a text for this article, not because Bejones of Tuxedo is in any way typical of any group or subgroup of men in our new army. Indeed, I am sure that he, like the blooming of the century plant, is a thing that happens only once in 100 years, and not then unless all the conditions are salubrious. I have chosen the little tale to keynote my narrative for the reason that I believe it may serve an illustration of a situation that has arisen in Europe, and especially in France, these last few months, a condition that does not affect our army so much as it affects sundry side issues connected more or less indirectly with the presence on European soil of an army from the United States, Like most of the nations having representative forms of government that have gone into this war, we went in as an amateur nation so far as knowledge of the actual business of modern warfare was concerned. Like them, we have had to learn the same hard lessons that they learned, in the same hard school of experience. Our national amateurishness beforehand was not altogether to our discredit, neither was it altogether to our credit. Nobody now denies that we should have been better prepared for eventualities than we were. On the other hand, it was hardly to be expected that a peaceful commercial country such as ours, which until lately had been politically remote as it was geographically aloof upon its own hemisphere from the political storm centers of the Old World, and in which there was no taint of the militarism that has been Germany's curse, and yet will be her undoing, should, in times of peace, greatly concern itself with any save the broad general details of the game of war, except as a heart-moving spectacle enacted upon the stage of another continent, and viewed by us with sympathetic and sorrowing eyes across 3,000 or 4,000 miles of salt water. Prior to our advent into it, the war had no great appeal upon the popular conscience of the United States. Out of the fullness of our hearts, and out of the abundance of our prosperity, we gave our dollars, and gave, and kept on giving them for the succor of the victims of the world catastrophe. But a sense of the impending peril for our own institutions came home to but few among us. Here and there were individuals who scented the danger, but they were as prophets crying in the wilderness. The masses either could not or would not see it. They would not make ready against the evil days ahead. So we went into this most highly specialized industry, which war has become, as amateurs mainly. Our Navy was no amateur Navy, as very speedily developed, and before this year's fighting is over, our enemy is going to realize that our Army is not an amateur army. We may have been greenhorns at the trade wherein Germans were experts by training and education. Still, we fancy ourselves as a reasonably adaptable breed. But if the truth is to be told, it must be confessed that in certain of the allied branches of the business we are yet behaving like amateurs. After more than a year of actual and potential participation in the conflict, we even now are doing things and suffering things to be done which would make us the laughingstock of our allies if they had time or temper for laughing. I am not speaking of the conduct of our operations in the field, or in the camps, or in the high seas. I am speaking with particular reference to what might be called some of the byproducts. None of us is apt to forget or cease to remember with pride the flood of patriotic sacrifice that swept our country in the spring of 1917. No other self-governing people ever adopted a universal draft before their shores had been invaded and before any of their manhood had fallen in battle. No other self-governing people ever accepted the restrictions of a food rationing scheme before any of the actual provisions concerning that food rationing scheme had been embodied into the written laws. Other countries did it under compulsion, after their resources showed signs of exhaustion. We did it voluntarily, and it was all the more wonderful that we should have done it voluntarily when all about us was human provender and a prodigal fullness. There was plenty upon our own tables. By self-imposed regulations, we cut down our supplies so that our allies might be fed within the surplus thus made available. Outside of a few sorry creatures, there was scarcely to be found in America an individual, great or small, who did not give and give freely of the work of his or her heart and hands to this or that phase of the mighty undertaking upon which our government had embarked, and to which our President, speaking for us all, had solemnly dedicated all that we were, or had been, or ever should be. All sorts of commissions, some useful and important beyond telling, some unutterably unuseful and incredibly unimportant, sprang into being. And to and fro in the land, in numbers amounting to a vast multitude, went the woman who wanted to do her part without having the least idea of what that part would be or how she would go about doing it. She knew nothing of nursing. Kitchen work, a vulgar thing, was abhorrent to her nature and to her manicured nails. She could not cook, neither could she sew nor sweep, but she must do her part. She was not satisfied to stay on at home, and by hard endeavor to fit herself for helping in the task confronting every rational and willing being between the two oceans. No, sirree, that would be too prosaic, too commonplace an employment for her. Besides, the working classes could attend to that job. She must do her part abroad, either in France, within sound of the guns, or in bracked and desolated Belgium. Of course her intentions were good. The intentions of such persons are nearly always good, before they change them, before they have a chance to go stale. I think the average woman of this type had a mental conception of herself wearing a wimple and a coif of purest white, and a frock that was all crisp blue linen and big pearl buttons, with one red cross blazing upon her sleeve, and another on her cap, sitting at the side of a spotless bed in a model hospital that was fragrant with flowers, and ministering daintily to a splendid wounded hero with the face of a demigod and the figure of a model for an underwear ad. Preferably this youth would be a gallant aviator, and his wound would be in the head, so that from time to time she might adjust the spotless bandage about his brow. I used to wish sometimes, when I met such a lady, that I might have drawn for her the picture of reality as I had seen it more times than once. Tired, earnest, competent women who slept, what sleep they got, in lousy billets that were barren of the simplest comforts, sleeping with gas masks under their pillows, and who for 10, 12, or 15 or 18 hours on a stretch performed the most nauseating and the most necessary offices for poor suffering befouled men, lying on blankets upon straw pallets, in wrecked dirty houses, or in half-ruined stables from which the dung had hurriedly been shoveled out in order to make room for suffering soldiers. Stables that reeked with the smells of carbolic and iodoform, and with much worse smells. It is an extreme case that I am describing, but then the picture is a true picture, whereas the idealistic fancy painted by the lady who just must do her part at the front had no existence except in the movies or in her own imagination. It never occurred to her that there would be slop jars to be emptied or filthy bodies, alive with crawling vermin, to be cleansed. It never occurred to her that she would take up room aboard ship that might better be filled with horse collars or hardtack or insect powder, nor that while over here she would consume food that otherwise would stay the stomach of a fighting man or a working woman, nor that if she ever reached the battle zone she would encounter living conditions appallingly bare and primitive beyond anything she could conceive, nor that she could not care for herself and was fitted neither by training nor instinct to help care for anyone else. When I left America last winter, a great flow of national sanity had already begun to rise above the remaining scourings of national hysteria, and the lady whose portrait I have tried in the foregoing paragraphs to sketch was not quite so numerous or so vociferous as she had been in those first few exalted weeks and months following our entrance into the war as a full partner in the greatest of enterprises. My surprise was all the greater, therefore, to find that she had beaten me across the water. She had pretty well disappeared at home. One typical example of this strange species crossed in the same ship with me. Heaven alone knows what political or social influence had availed to secure her passport for her. But she had it, and with it credentials from an organization that should have known better. She was a woman of independent wealth, seemingly, and her motives undoubtedly were of the best. But as somebody might have said, good motives butter no parsnips, and hell is paved with buttered parsnips. Her notion was to drive a car at the front, an ambulance or a motor truck or a general's automobile or something. She had owned cars, but she had never driven one, as she confessed, but that was a mere detail. She would learn how, some day after she got to Europe, and then somebody or other would provide her with a car, and she would start driving it. Such was her intention. Unaided, she could no more have wrested a busted tire off a rusted rim than she could have marcelled her own back hair, and so far as her knowledge of practical mechanics went, I am sure no reasonably prudent person would have trusted her with a nut-pick, but she had the serene confidence of an inspired and magnificent ignorance. She had her uniform, too. She had brought it with her, and she wore it constantly. She said she designed it herself, but I think she fibbed there. No one but a Fifth Avenue mantua maker of the sex which used to be the gentler sex before it got the vote could have thought up a vestment so ornate, so swagger, and so complicated. It was replete with shoulder straps and abounding in pleats and gores and gussets and things. Just one touch was needed to make it a finished confection. By rights it should have buttoned up the back. The woman who had the cabin next to hers in confidence told a group of us that she had it from the stewardess, that it took the lady a full hour each day to get herself properly harnessed into her caparisons. Still, I must say the effect, visually speaking, was worthy of the effort, and besides, the woman who told us may have been exaggerating. She was a registered and qualified nurse, who knew her trade and wore matter-of-fact garments and flat-heeled, broad-soled shoes. She was not very exciting to look at, but she radiated efficiency. She knew exactly what she would do when she got over here, and exactly how she would do it. We agreed among ourselves that if we were in quest of the ornamental, we would search out the lady who meant to drive the car, provided there was any car, but if that anything serious ailed any of us, we would rather have the services of one of the plain nursing sisterhood than a whole skating rink full of the other kind around. In the latter part of 1917, there landed in France a young woman hailing from a far western city whose family was well known on the Pacific slope. She brought with her letters of introduction signed by imposing names and a comfortable sum of money, which had been subscribed partly out of her own pocket and partly out of the pockets of well-meaning persons in her home state, whom she had succeeded in interesting in her particular scheme of wartime endeavor. She was very fair to see, and her uniform, by all accounts, was very sweet to look upon, it being a horizon blue in color, with much braiding upon the sleeves and collars. It has been my observation since coming over that when in doubt regarding their vocations and their intentions, these unattached lady zealots go in very strongly for striking effects in the matter of habiliments. Along the boulevards and in the tea-rooms I have encountered a considerable number who appeared to have nothing to do except to wear their uniforms. However, this young person had no doubt whatever concerning her motives and her purposes. The whole thing was all mapped out in her head, as developed when she called upon a high official of our expeditionary forces at his headquarters in the southern part of France. She told him she had come hither for the express purpose of feeding our starving aviators. He might have told her that, so long as there continued to be served fried potato chips free at the Crillon Bar, there was but little danger of any airman going hungry, in Paris at least. What he did tell her when he had rallied somewhat from the shock was that he saw no way to gratify her in her benevolent desire unless he could catch a few aviators and lock them up and starve them for 2 or 3 days, and he rather feared the young men might object to such treatment. As a matter of fact, I understand that he so forgot himself as to laugh at the young woman. At any rate, his attitude was so unsympathetic that he practically spoiled the whole war for her, and she gave him a piece of her mind and went away. She had departed out of the country before I arrived in it, and I learned of her and her uniform and her mission and her disappointment at its unfulfillment by hearsay only. But I have no doubt, in view of some of the things I have myself seen, that the account which reached me was substantially correct. Along this line, I am now prepared to believe almost anything. Here, on the other hand, is a case of which I have direct and first-hand knowledge. I encountered a group of young women attached to one of the larger American organizations engaged in systematized charities and mercies on this side of the water. Now plainly these young women were inspired by the very highest ideals, that there was no discounting. They were full of the spirit of sacrifice and service. Mainly they were college graduates. Without exception they were well bred. Almost without exception they were well educated. The particular tasks for which they had been detailed were to care for pauperized repatriates returning to France through Switzerland from areas of their country occupied by the enemy, and to aid these poor folks in re-establishing their home life, and to give them lessons in domestic science. To the success of their ministrations there was just one drawback. They were dealing with peasants mostly, furtive, shy, secretive folks, who under ordinary circumstances would be bitterly resentful of any outside interference by aliens with their mode of life, and who in these cases had been rendered doubly suspicious by reason of the misfortunes they had endured while under the thumb of the Germans. To understand them, to plumb diplomatically the underlying reasons for their prejudices, to get upon a basis of helpful sympathy with them, it was highly essential that those dealing with them not only should have infinite tact and finesse, but should be able to fathom the meaning of a nod or a gesture, a sidelong glance of the eyes, or the inflection of a muttered word. And yet, of those zealous young women who had been assigned to this delicate task, there was scarcely 1 in 6 who spoke any French at all. It inevitably followed that the bulk of their patient labors should go for naught. Moreover, while they continued in this employment, they were merely occupying space in an already crowded country, and consuming food in an already needy country, the both of which, space and food, were needed for people who could accomplish effective things. An American woman, who is reputed to be a dietetic specialist, came over not long ago, backed by funds donated in the States. Her instructions were to establish cafeterias at some of the larger French munition works. Probably her chagrin was equaled only by her astonishment when she learned that for reasons which seemed to it good and sufficient, and which no doubt were, the French government did not want any American-planned cafeterias established at any of its munition works. Apparently, it had not seemed feasible and proper to the sponsors of the diet specialist to find out before dispatching her overseas whether the plan would be agreeable to the authorities here, or whether there were already eating places suitable to the desires of the working people at these munition plants, or how long it would take, given the most favorable conditions, to cure the workers of their tenacious instinct for eating the kind of midday meal they had been eating for some hundreds of years, and to accustom them and their palates and their stomachs to the Yankee quick lunch with its baked pork and beans, its buckwheat cakes with maple syrup, and its 4 kinds of pies. In their zeal, the promoters, it would seem, had entirely overlooked these essential details. It is just such omissions as this one that the fine frenzy of helping out in wartime appears to develop in a nation that is given to boasting of its business efficiency, and that vaunts itself that it knows how to give generously without wasting foolishly. The field manager of an organization that is doing a great deal for the comfort of our soldiers and the soldiers of our allies told me of one of his experiences. He had a sense of humor and he could laugh over it, but I think I noted a suggestion of resentment behind the laughter. He said that some months before he set up and assumed charge of a plant well up toward the trenches in a sector that had been taken over by the American troops. It was a large and elaborate concern, as these concerns are related in the field. The men were pleased with its accommodations and facilities, and the field manager was proud of it. One day there appeared a businesslike young woman who introduced herself as belonging to a kindred organization that was charged with the work of decorating the interiors of such establishments as the one over which he presided. Somewhat puzzled, he showed her, first of all, his canteen. It was as most such places are. There were boxes of edibles upon counters, in open boxes, so that the soldier customers might appraise the wares before investing. Upon the shelves there were soft drinks and smoking materials and all manner of small articles of wearing apparel, like baseballs and safety razors and soap, toilet kits and the rest of it. Altogether, the manager and his 2 assistants were rather pleased with the arrangement. The newly arrived young woman swept the scene with a cold professional eye. "On the whole, this will do fairly well," she said with a certain briskness in her tone. "Yes, I may say it will do very well indeed, with certain changes, certain touches." "As, for example, what, please?" inquired the superintendent. "Well," she said, "for one thing, we must put up some bright curtains at the windows, and to lighten up the background I think we'll run a stenciled pattern in some cheerful color round the wall at the top." It was not for the manager to inquire how the decorator meant to get her curtains and her stencils and her wall paints up over a road that was being alternately gassed and shelled at nights, and on which the traffic capacity was already taxed to the utmost by the business of bringing up supplies, munitions, and rations from the base some 15 miles in the rear. He merely bowed and awaited the lady's further commands. "And now," she said, "where is the rest-room?" "The rest-room, you say?" "Certainly, the rest-room, the recreation hall, the place where these poor men may go for privacy and innocent amusement." "Well, you see, thus close up near the front, we haven't been able to make provision for a regular rest-room," explained the manager. "Besides, in case of a withdrawal or an attack, we might have to pull out in a hurry and leave behind everything that is not readily portable on wagons or trucks. The nearest approach that we have to a rest-room is here at the rear." He led the way to a room in the back. It contained such plenishings as one generally finds in improvised quarters in the field. That is to say, it contained a curious equipment made up partly of crude bits of furniture collected on the spot out of villagers' abandoned homes, and partly of makeshift stools and tables coopered together from barrels and boxes and stray bits of planking. Also it contained at this time as many soldiers as could crowd into it. A phonograph was grinding out popular airs, and divers games of checkers and cards were in progress, each with its fringe of interested onlookers ringing in the players. "Oh, but this will never do, never," stated the inspecting lady. "It is too bare, too cheerless. It lacks atmosphere, it lacks coziness. It lacks any appeal to the senses. In short, it lacks everything. We must have some immediate improvements here by all means." The man was beginning to lose his temper. By an effort he retained it. "The men seem fairly well satisfied. At least I have heard no complaint," he said. "What would you suggest in the way of changes?" As she answered, the visitor ticked off the items of her mental inventory of essentials on her fingers. "Well, to begin with, we must clear all this litter out of here," she said. "Then we must install some really comfortable chairs and at least 2 or 3 roomy sofas and some simple couches where the men may lie down. I should also like to see a piano there. That, with the addition of some curtains at the windows and some simple treatment of the walls, and a few appropriate pictures properly spaced and properly hung, will be different, I think." "Yes," demurred the manager, "but admitting that we could get the things you have enumerated up here, another problem would arise. This room, which, as you see, is not large, would be so crowded with the furnishings that there would be room in it for very many less men than usually come here. There are probably 50 men in it now. If it were filled up with sofas and couches and a piano, I doubt whether we could crowd 20 men inside it." "Very well, then," stated the lady decorator calmly. "You must admit only 20 men at a time." "Quite so. But how?" he demanded. "How am I going to select the 20? The young woman considered the question for a moment. Then a solution came to her. "I should select the 20 neatest ones," she said. Whereupon the manager excused himself and went out to frame a dispatch to headquarters embodying an ultimatum, which ultimatum was that the lady decorator went away from there forthwith, or his resignation must take effect, coincident with his immediate departure from his present post. The Home Office must have called the lady off, because when I saw him he was still in harness, and swinging a man-sized job in a competent way. I would not have the reader believe that I am casting discredit upon either the patriotic impulses or the honest motives of the bulk of the lay workers who have journeyed to Europe, paying their own way and their own living expenses. Often they arrive, many of them, to strike hands with the military authorities in the task which faces our nation on continental soil. There is room and a welcome in France, in Italy, in England, and in Flanders for every civilian recruit who really knows how to do something helpful and who has the strength, the self-reliance, and the hardihood to perform that particular function under difficult and complicated conditions, which nearly are always physically uncomfortable and which may become physically dangerous. Nor would I wish anyone to assume that I am deprecating by inference or by frontal attack the very fine things that are being accomplished every day by fine American women and girls who answered the first call for trained helpers to serve in hospitals or canteens or huts, in settlement work or at telephone exchanges. It will make any American thrill with pride to enter a ward where the American Red Cross is in charge, or where a medical unit from one of the great hospitals or one of our great universities back home has control.
The French and the British are quick enough to speak in terms of highest praise of the achievements of American surgeons, American nurses, and American ambulance drivers. They say, and with good reason for saying it, that our people have pluck and that they have skill and that they, above all, are amazingly resourceful.
Personally, I know of no smarter exhibition of native wit and courage that the war has produced than was shown by that group of Smith College girls who had been organizing and directing colonization work among the peasants in the reclaimed districts of northern France, and who were driven out by the great spring advance of the Germans. I met some of those young women. They were modest enough in describing their adventure. It was by gathering a shred of a story there and a scrap of an anecdote here that I was able to piece together a fairly accurate estimate of the self-imposed discipline, the clean-strained grit, and the initiative which marked their conduct through 3 trying weeks.
Perhaps it was a mistake in their instance, as in the instances of diverse similar organizations, that the work of resettling the wasted lands above the Inn and the Oise should have been undertaken at points that would be menaced, in the event of a quick onslaught by the Prussian High Command.
The British, I understand, privately objected to the undertakings on the ground that the presence of American women in villages which might fall again into the foe's hands, and which, as it turned out, did fall again into his hands, entailed an added burden and an added responsibility upon the fighting forces. The British were right. Practically all of the repatriated peasants had to flee for the second time, abandoning their rebuilt homes and their newly sowed fields. On the heels of these, improvements which represented many thousands of American dollars and many months of painstaking labor on the part of devoted American women went up in flames. The torch was applied, rather than that the little model houses and the tons of donated supplies on hand should go into hostile hands. These Smith College girls did not run away, though, until the Germans were almost upon them. Up to the very last minute they stayed at their post, feeding and housing not only refugees, but many exhausted soldiers, British and French, who staggered in, spent and sped, after alternately fighting and retreating through a period of days and nights. When finally they did come away, each one of them came driving her own truck and bearing in it a load of worn-out and helpless natives. One girl brought out a troop of frightened dwarfs from a stranded traveling caravan. Another ministered day and night to a blind woman, nearly 90 years old, and a family of orphaned babies. The passengers of a third were 4 inmates of a little communal blind asylum that happened to be in the invaders' path. On the way, in addition to tending their special charges, they cooked and served hundreds of meals for hungry soldiers and hungry civilians.
They spent the nights in towns under shell fire, and when at length the German drive had been checked, they assembled their forces in Beauvais.
Thus, and with characteristic adaptability, some became drivers of ambulances and supply trucks plying along the lines of communication, and some opened a kitchen for the benefit of passing soldiers at the local railway station. If the faculty and the students and the alumni of Smith College did not hold a celebration when the true story of what happened in March and April reached them, they were lacking in appreciation. That's all I have to say about it. Right here seems a good enough place for me to slip in a few words of approbation for the work which another organization has accomplished in France since we put our men into the field. Nobody asked me to speak in its favor, because, so far as I can find out, it has no publicity department. I am referring to the Salvation Army. May it live forever for the service which, without price and without any boasting on the part of its personnel, it is rendering to our boys in France. A good many of us who hadn't enough religion, and a good many more of us who may have had too much religion, look rather contemptuously upon the methods of the Salvationist. Some have gone so far as to intimate that the Salvation Army was vulgar in its methods and lacking in dignity and even in reverence. Some have intimated that converting a sinner to the tap of a bass drum or the tinkle of a tambourine was an improper process altogether. Never again, though, shall I hear the blare of the cornet as it cuts into the chorus of hallelujah whoops where a ring of blue-bonneted women and blue-capped men stand exhorting on a city street under the gas lights, without recalling what some of their enrolled brethren and sisters have done and are doing in Europe. The American Salvation Army in France is small, but believe me, it is powerfully busy. Its war delegation came over without any fanfare of the trumpets of publicity. It has no paid press agents here, and no impressive headquarters. There are no well-known names, other than the names of its executive heads, on its roster or on its advisory boards. None of its members is housed at an expensive hotel, and none of them has handsome automobiles in which to travel about from place to place. No campaigns to raise nationwide millions of dollars for the cost of its ministrations overseas were ever held at home. I imagine it is the pennies of the poor that mainly fill its war chest. I imagine, too, that sometimes its finances are an uncertain quantity.
Incidentally, I am assured that not one of its male workers here is of draft age, unless he holds exemption papers to prove his physical unfitness for military service.
The Salvationists are taking care to purge themselves of any suspicion that potential slackers have joined their ranks in order to avoid the possibility of having to perform duties in khaki. Among officers as well as among enlisted men, one occasionally hears criticism, which may or may not be based on a fair judgment, for certain branches of certain activities of certain organizations. But I have yet to meet any soldier, whether a brigadier or a private, who, if he spoke at all of the Salvation Army, did not speak in terms of fervent gratitude for the aid that the Salvationists are rendering so unostentatiously, and yet so very effectively. That a sizable body of troops moved from one station to another, and hard on its heels there came a squad of men and women of the Salvation Army. An army truck may bring them, or it may be they have a battered jitney to move them and their scanty outfits. Usually they do not ask for help from anyone in reaching their destinations. They find lodgment in a wrecked shell of a house or in the corner of a barn. By main force and awkwardness they set up their equipment, and very soon the word has spread among the troopers that at such and such a place the Salvation Army is serving free hot drinks and free donuts and free pies.
It specializes in donuts, the Salvation Army in the field does. The real, old-fashioned homemade ones, the taste of home to a homesick soldier boy.
I did not see this, but one of my associates did. He saw it last winter in a dismal place on the Toul sector. A file of our troops were finishing a long hike through rain and snow, over roads knee-deep in half-thawed icy slush. Cold and wet and miserable, they came tramping into a cheerless, half-empty town within sound and range of the German guns. They found a reception committee awaiting them there, in the person of 2 Salvation Army lassies and a Salvation Army captain. The women had a fire going in the dilapidated oven of a vanished villager's kitchen. One of them was rolling out the batter on a plank with an old wine bottle for a rolling pin, and using the top of a tin can to cut the dough into circular strips. The other woman was cooking the doughnuts, and as fast as they were cooked, the man served them out, spitting hot, to hungry wet boys, clamoring about the door, and nobody was asked to pay a cent. At the risk of giving mortal affront to ultra-doctrinal practitioners of applied theology, I am firmly committed to the belief that by the grace of God and the grease of doughnuts, those humble benefactors that day strengthened their right to a place in the heavenly kingdom. As I said a bit ago, there is in France room and to spare, and the heartiest sort of welcome, for competent, sincere lay workers, both men and women. But there is no room, and if truth be known, there is no welcome for any other sort. These people over here long ago passed out of the experimental period in the handling of industrial and special problems that have grown up out of the war. They have entirely emerged from the amateur stage of endeavor and direction. If any man doubts the truth of this, he has only to see, as I have seen, the thousands of women who have taken men's jobs in the cities in order that the men might go to the colors, has only to see the overalled women in the big munition plants, has only to see how the peasant women of France are laboring in the fields, and how the girls of the British Auxiliary Legions, the members of the WAAC, for a conspicuous example, are carrying their share of the burden, has only to see women of high degree and low, each doing her part sanely, systematically, and unflinchingly, to appreciate that, although Britain and France can find employment for every pair of willing and able hands somewhere behind the lines, they have no use whatsoever for the unorganized applicant or for the purely ornamental variety of volunteer, or yet for the mere notoriety seeker. I make so bold as to suggest that it is time we are taking the same lesson to heart, time to start the sifting process ourselves. I have seen in Paris a considerable number of American women who appeared to have no business here except to air their most becoming uniforms in public places and to tell in a vague, broad way of the things they hope to do. The French proverbially are a polite race, and the French government will endure a great deal of this kind of infliction rather than run the risk of engendering friction, even to the most minute extent, with the people or the administration of an allied nation. But in wartime especially, too much patience becomes a dubious virtue, and if practiced for overlong, may become a fault. As yet there has been no intimation from any official source that the French would rather our State Department did not issue quite so many passports to Americans who have no set and definite purpose in making the journey to these shores. But even a superficial knowledge of the French language, and even the most casual acquaintance with the French nature, enable one to get at what the French people are thinking. I am sure that had the prevalent condition been reversed, our papers would have voiced the popular protest at the imposition long before now. Some of these days, unless we apply the preventive measures on our own side of the Atlantic, the perfectly justifiable resentment of the hard-pressed French is going to find utterance, and then quite a number of well-intentioned but utterly inutile persons will be going back home with their feelings all harrowed up. End of chapter 15 of The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb, read by Mary in Arkansas. Chapter 16 of The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16, Conducting War by Delegation. Please do not think that because I have mainly dwelt thus far upon the women offenders that there are no American men in France who do not belong here, because that would be a wrong assumption. I merely have mentioned the women first, because by reason of their military garbing, or what some of them fondly mistake for military garbing, they offer rather more conspicuous showing to the casual eye than the male civilian dress. The men are abundantly on hand, though, make no mistake about that. Some of them come burdened with frock-coated dignity as members of special commissions or special delegations. In certain quarters there appears to be a somewhat hazy but very lively inclination to try to run our share of this war by commission. Some, I am sure, came for the same reason that the young man in the limerick went to the stranger's funeral, because they are fond of a ride. As well as may be judged by one who has been away from home for going on 5 months now, the special commission notion is being rather overdone. Individuals and group of individuals bearing credentials from this fraternal organization or that religious organization or the other research society reach England on nearly every steamer that penetrates through the U-boat zone. Almost invariably, these gentlemen carry letters of introduction testifying to their personal probity and their collective importance, which letters are signed by persons sitting in high places. It may be that the English are thereby deceived into believing that the visitors are entitled to special consideration, as indeed some of them are, and indeed some of them most distinctly are not. Or then again it may be that the English are not aware of a device very common among our men of affairs for getting rid of a bore who is intent on going somewhere to see somebody and craves to be properly vouched for upon his arrival. In certain circles this habit is called passing the buck. In others it is known as writing letters of introduction. At any rate, the English take no chances on offending the right party, even at the risk of favoring the wrong one. When a half-dozen Yankees appear at the Foreign Office, laden with letters addressed to whom it may concern, the Foreign Office immediately becomes concerned. How is a guileless Britisher entrenched behind a flat-topped desk to know that the august and imperial order of supreme potentates, whose chosen emissaries are now present desirous of having a look at the war, and afterwards to approve of it in a report to the Grand Lodge at its next annual convention, if so be they do see fit to approve of it, how, I repeat, is he to know that the august and imperial order of supreme potentates has a membership largely composed of Class C bartenders? Not knowing, he acts in accordance with the best dictates of his ignorance. The commission or the delegation or the presentation, whatever it calls itself, is provided with white passes all round. On the strength of these white passes, the investigations are at the public expense transferred across the Channel and housed temporarily at the American Visitors' Chateau. From there they are taken in automobiles and under escort of very bored officers on a kind of glorified Cook's tour behind the British front. Thereafter they are turned over to the French mission or to the American forces for similar treatment. As a result, they accumulate an assortment of soft-boiled and yolkless impressions which they incubate into the spoken or the written word on the way back home after they have held a meeting to decide whether they like the way the war is going on or whether they do not like the way the war is going on. Always there is the possibility that as a result of the dissemination of underdone and undigested misinformations which they have managed to acquire, these persons, though actuated by the best intentions of the world, may do considerable harm in shaping public opinion in America. And likewise one may be very sure a lot of pestered British and French functionaries are left to wonder what sort of folks the masses of American citizenship must be if these are typical samples of the thought-molding class. I am not exaggerating much when I touch on this particular phase of the new topic now engaging me, for I have seen 2 delegations in Europe of the variety I have sought briefly to describe in the lines immediately foregoing, and we are expecting more in on the next boat. There was no imaginable reason why those whom I saw should be in a country that is at war at such a time of crisis as this time is, but the main point was that they were here, eating 3 large rectangular meals a day apiece, and taking up the valuable time of overworked military men who accompanied them while they weekended at the war. How many more such delegations will sift through the State Department and seep by the Passport Bureau and journey hither during the latter half of 1918, unless the administration at Washington shuts down on the game, no man can with accuracy calculate. Away down in the south of France, I ran into a gentleman of a clerical aspect who lost no time in telling me about himself. He was tall and slender like a wand, and of a willowy suppleness of figure, and he was terribly serious touching on his mission. He represented a religious denomination that has several hundreds of thousands of communicants in the United States. He had been dispatched across, he said, by the governing body of his church. His purpose, he explained, was to inquire into the bodily and spiritual well-being of his co-religionists who were on foreign service in the Army and the Navy, with a view subsequently to suggesting reforms for any existing evil in the military and naval systems when he reported back to the main board of his church. To an innocent bystander, it appeared that this particular investigator had a considerable contract upon his hands. Scattered over land and sea on this hemisphere, there must be a good many thousands of members of his faith who are wearing the khaki or the marine blue. It would be practically impossible, I figured, to recognize them in their uniforms for what, denominationally speaking, they were, and from what I had seen of our operations, I doubted whether any commanding officer would be willing to suspend routine while the reverend tabulator went down the lines taking his census. Besides, the latter process would invariably consume considerable time. I calculated offhand that if the war lasted 3 years longer, it still would be over before he could complete his rounds of all the camps and all the ships and all the rest billets and bases and hospitals and lines of communication and so on. So I ventured to ask him just how he meant to go about getting his compilations of testimony together. He told me blandly that as yet he had not fully worked out that detail of the task. For the time being he would content himself with a general survey of the situation and with securing material for a lecture which he thought of giving upon his return to America. I felt a strong inclination to speak to him after some such fashion as this. My dear sir, if I were you, I would not greatly concern myself regarding the physical and the moral states
of individuals composing our expeditionary forces. That job is already being competently attended to by experts. So far as my own observations go, the chaplains are all conscientious, hard-working men. There are a large number of excellent and experienced chaplains over here. Enough, in fact, to go around. They are doing everything that is humanly possible to be done to keep the men happy and amused in their leisure hours, and to help them continue to be decent, clean-minded, normal human beings. Almost without exception, to the best of my knowledge and belief, the officers are practically lending their personal influence and using the power and the weight of discipline to accomplish the same desirable ends. On the physical side, our boys are in splendid condition. We may have bogged slightly down in some of the aspects of this undertaking, but there is plenty of healthful and nourishing food on hand for every American boy in foreign service. He is comfortably clothed and comfortably shod. His officers see to that. And he is housed in as comfortable a billet as it is possible to provide, the state of the country being what it is. While he is well and hearty, he has his fill of victuals 3 times a day, and if he falls ill, is wounded or hurt, he has as good medical attendance and as good nursing and as good hospital treatment as it is possible for our country to provide. Touching on the other side of the proposition, I would say this. In England, where there are powerfully few dry areas, and here in France, which is a country where everybody drinks wine, I have seen a great many thousands of our enlisted men, soldiers, sailors, and marines, engineers, and members of battalions. I have seen them in all sorts of surroundings and under all sorts of circumstances. I have seen perhaps 20 who were slightly under the influence of alcoholic stimulant. As a sinner would put it, they were slightly jingled, not disorderly, not staggering, you understand, but somewhat jingled. I have yet to see one in such a state as the strictest police court magistrate would call a state of outright intoxication. That has been my experience. I may add that it has been the common experience of the men of my profession who have had similar opportunities for observing the conduct of our fellows. It is true that the boys indulge in a good deal of miscellaneous cussing, which is deplorable, of course, and highly reprehensible. Still, in my humble opinion, most of them use profanity as a matter of habit, and not because there is any real lewdness or any real viciousness in their hearts. Mainly they cuss for the same reason that a parrot does. Anyhow, I could hardly blame a fellow sufferer for swearing occasionally, considering the kind of spring weather we have been having in these parts lately. As for their morals, I am firmly committed to the belief, as the result of what I have seen and heard, that man for man, our soldiers have a higher moral standard than the men of any army or any other nation engaged in this war. And when in this connection I speak of our soldiers, I mean the soldiers of Canada as well as the soldiers of the United States. Any man who tells you the contrary is a liar, and the truth is not in him. This is not an offhand alibi. Statistics compiled by our own surgeons form the truth of it, and any man who stands up anywhere on our continent and says that the soldiers who have come from our side of the Atlantic to help lick Germany are contracting habits of drunkenness, or that they are being ruined by the spreading of sexual diseases among them, utters a deliberate and a cruel slander against North American manhood, which should entitle him to a suit of tar and feather underwear and a free ride on a rail out of any community. There is absolutely nothing the matter with our boys except that they are average human beings, and it is going to take a long time to cure them of that. And please remember this, that discipline being what it is, and military restraint being what it is very much harder for a man in the Army or the Navy to get drunk or to misconduct himself than it would be for him to indulge in such excesses were he out in civil life as a free agent. That, in fact, was what I wanted to pour into the ear of the ecclesiastical prober, but I did not. I saved it up to say it here, where it would enjoy a wider circulation. I left him engaged in generally surveying. Officers and men alike are invariably ready and willing to voice their gratitude and their everlasting appreciation of the help and comfort provided by those who are attached to lay organizations having for the time being a more or less military complexion. They are equally ready to score the incompetents who infrequently turn up in these auxiliary branches of the service. A man who is fighting Fritz is apt to have a short temper anyhow, and meddlesome busybodies who want to aid without knowing any of the rudiments make him see red and swear blue. A general of the division told me that when he moved in with his command to the sector which he then was occupying, he was tagged by an undoubtedly earnest but undeniably pestiferous person who wanted everything else suspended until his purposes in accompanying the expedition had been satisfied. I was a fairly busy person along about then, said the general. We were within reach of the enemy's big guns, and his aeroplanes were giving us considerable bother. And what with getting a sufficiency of dugouts and trench shelters provided for the troops, and attending to about 1,000,000 other things of more or less importance from a military standpoint, I had mighty little time to spare for side issues, and my officers had less. But the person I am speaking of kept after me constantly. His idea was that the men needed recreation and needed it forthwith. He was there to provide this recreation without delay, and he couldn't understand why there should be any delay in attending to his wishes. Finally, to get rid of him, I gave orders that a non-commissioned officer and a squad of men should be taken away from whatever else they were doing and told to aid our self-appointed amusement director in doing whatever it was he wanted done. It was the only way short of putting him under arrest that would relieve me of a common nuisance and leave my staff free to do their jobs. Well, it seemed that the young man had brought along with him a tent and a moving picture outfit and a supply of knocked-down seats. Under his direction, the detail of men set up the tent on an open site, which he selected upon the very top of a little hill, where it stood out against the skyline like a target, which, in a way of speaking, was exactly what it was. Then he installed his moving picture machine and ranged his chairs in rows and announced that evening there would be a free show. I may add that I knew nothing of this at the time, and inasmuch as the recreation man was known to be acting by my authority with a free hand, no officer felt called upon to interfere, I suppose. The show started promptly on time, with a large and enthusiastic audience of enlisted men on hand, and with the tent all lit up inside. In the midst of the darkness round about, it must have loomed up like a lighthouse. Naturally, there were immediate consequences. Before the first reel was halfway unrolled, a Boche flying man came sailing over, with the notion of making us unhappy in our underground shelters if he could. He found a shining mark waiting for him, so dropped a bomb at that tent. Luckily, the bomb missed the tent, but it struck alongside of it, and the concussion blew the canvas flat. The men came out under the flattened folds and stampeded for the dugouts, wrecking the moving picture machine in their flight. And the next day we were shy one amusement director. He had gone away from there. In the Army itself there are exceedingly few members of the Bajons of Tuxedo family, and this, I take it, is a striking evidence of the average high intelligence of the men who have been chosen to officer our forces, considering that we started at scratch to mold millions of civilians into soldiers, and considering also how necessary it was, at the outset, to issue a great number of commissions overnight, as it were. However, now and again, a curious ornithological specimen does bob up, wearing shoulder straps. A party of civilians, observers, were sent to France by a friendly power to have a look at our troops. When they reached General Headquarters, they were being escorted by a beardless youth with the bars of a second lieutenant on his coat. He also wore 2 bracelets, one of gold, one of silver, on his right wrist. He also spoke with a fascinating lisp. He went straight to the office of the officer commanding the intelligence section. "Colonel," he says, "I regard it as a great mistake to send me out here with this party. My work is really in Paris." "Well," said the colonel, "you let Paris worry along without you, as best it can, while you toddle along and accompany these visiting gentlemen over such and such a sector. Oh, yes, and there is one other thing. Kindly close the door behind you on your way out." The braceleted one hid his petulance behind a salute, his jewelry, meanwhile, jingling pleasantly, and withdrew from the presence. For 2 days in an automobile, he toured with his charge at a safe distance behind the front lines. On the evening of the second day, when they reached the railroad station to await the train which would carry them back to Paris, he was heard to remark, with a heartfelt but lispy sigh of relief, "Well, thank heaven for one thing, anyhow, I have done my bit." Without being in possession of the exact facts, I nevertheless hazard the guess that this young person either has been sent or shortly will be going back to his native land. Weeding out is one of the best things this army of ours does. It would be well, in my humble judgment, if folks at home followed the Army's example in this regard, but conducted the weeding out process over there. For men and women who can be of real service, who can endure hardships without collapsing and without complaining, who can fend for themselves when emergency arise, who are self-reliant, competent, well-skilled in their vocations, there is need in France, in the Red Cross, in the YMCA, in the YMHA, in the KFC, in the hospitals, in the telephone exchanges, the motor service, the ambulance service, and in scores of other fields of departmental and allied activity. If these people can speak a little French, so much the better. But for the camouflaged malingerer, for the potential slacker, for the patriotic but unqualified zealot, for the incompetent one who mistakes enthusiasm for ability, and for the futile commission member, there is no room whatsoever. This job of knocking the mania out of Germania is a big job, and the closer one gets to it, the bigger it appears. We can't make it absolutely a foolproof war, but by a proper discrimination exercised at home, we can reduce the number of Americans in Europe for whose presence here there appears to be no valid excuse whatsoever. P.S. I hope they read these few lines in Washington. End of Chapter 16 of The Glory of the Coming by Irvin S. Cobb, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Chapter 1 of With the Allies by Richard Harding Davis. The Germans in Brussels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When on August 4th the Lusitania, with lights doused and airport sealed, slipped out of New York Harbor, the crime of the century was only a few days old. And for 3 days those on board the Lusitania of the march of the great events were ignorant. Whether or no, between England and Germany, the struggle for the supremacy of the sea had begun, we could not learn. But when on the third day we came on deck, the news was written against the sky. Swinging from the funnels, sailors were painting out the scarlet and black colors of the Cunard line, and substituting a mouse-like gray. Overnight we had passed into the hands of the Admiralty, and the Lusitania had emerged a cruiser. That to possible German warships she might not disclose her position, she sent no wireless messages, but she could receive them, and at breakfast, in the ship's newspaper, appeared those she had overnight snatched from the air. Among them, without a scarehead, in the most modest of type we read, "England and Germany have declared war." Seldom has news so momentous been conveyed so simply, or, by the Englishmen on board, more calmly accepted. For any exhibition they gave of excitement or concern, the news the radio brought them might have been the result of a by-election. Later in the morning, they gave us another exhibition of that repression of feeling, of that disdain of hysteria that is a national characteristic, and is what Mr. Kipling meant when he wrote, "But oh, beware my country, when my country grows polite." Word came that in the North Sea the English warships had destroyed the German fleet. To celebrate this battle, which, were the news authentic, would rank with Trafalgar and might mean the end of the war, one of the ship's officers exploded a detonating bomb. Nothing else exploded. Whatever feelings of satisfaction our English cousins experienced, they concealed. Under like circumstances on an American ship, we would have tied down the siren, sung the doxology, and broken everything on the bar. As it was, the Americans instinctively flocked to the smoking room and drank to the British Navy. While this ceremony was going forward, from the promenade deck, we heard tumultuous shouts and cheers. We believed that, relieved of our presence, our English friends had given way to rejoicings. But when we went on deck, we found them deeply engaged in cricket. The cheers we had heard were over the retirement of a batsman who had just been given out, leg before wicket. When we reached London, we found no idle boasting, no vainglorious jingoism. The war that Germany had forced upon them, the English accepted with a grim determination to see it through, and while they were about it, to make it final. They were going ahead with no false illusions. Fully did everyone appreciate the enormous task, the personal loss that lay before him, but each, in his or her way, went into the fight determined to do his duty. There was no dismay, no hysteria, no mafficking. The secrecy maintained by the press and the people regarding anything concerning the war, the knowledge of which might embarrass the War Office, was one of the most admirable and remarkable conspiracies of silence that modern times have known. Officers of the same regiment, even with each other, would not discuss the orders they had received. In no single newspaper, with no matter how lurid a past record for sensationalism, was there a line to suggest that a British army had landed in France and that Great Britain was at war. Sooner than embarrass those who were conducting the fight, the individual Englishman and woman, in silence, suffered the most cruel anxiety of mind. Of that, on my return to London from Brussels, I was given an illustration. I had written to the Daily Chronicle telling where in Belgium I had seen a wrecked British airship, and beside it the grave of the aviator. I gave the information in order that the family of the dead officer might find the grave and bring the body home. The morning the letter was published, an elderly gentleman, a retired officer of the Navy, called at my rooms. His son, he said, was an aviator, and for a month of him no word had come. His mother was distressed. Could I describe the airship I had seen? I was not keen to play the messenger of ill tidings, so I tried to gain time. "What make of aeroplane does your son drive?" I asked. As though preparing for a blow, the old gentleman drew himself up and looked me steadily in the eyes. "A Blériot monoplane," he said. I was as relieved as though his boy were one of my own kinsmen. The airship I saw, I told him, was an Avro biplane. Of the two, I appeared much the more pleased. The retired officer bowed. "Thank you," he said. "It will be good news for his mother." "But why didn't you go to the War Office?" I asked. He reproved me firmly. "They have asked us not to question them," he said. "And when they are working for all, I have no right to embarrass them with my personal trouble. As the chance of obtaining credentials with the British Army appeared doubtful, I did not remain in London, but at once crossed into Belgium. Before the Germans came, Brussels was an imitation Paris. Especially along the inner boulevards, she was Paris at her best. And her great parks, her lakes gay with pleasure boats or choked with lily pads, her haunted forests where your taxicab would startle the wild deer, are the most beautiful I have ever seen in any city in the world. As, in the days of the Second Empire, Louis Napoleon bedecked Paris, so Leopold decorated Brussels. In her honor and to his own glory, he gave her new parks, filled in her moats along her ancient fortifications, laid out boulevards shaded with trees, erected arches, monuments, museums. That these jewels he hung upon her neck were wrung from the slaves of the Congo does not make them the less beautiful. And before the Germans came, the life of the people of Brussels was in keeping with the elegance, beauty, and joyousness of their surroundings. At the Palace Hotel, which is the clearing-house for the social life of Brussels, we found everybody taking his ease at a little iron table on the sidewalk. It was night, but the city was as light as noonday, brilliant, elated, full of movement and color. For Liège was still held by the Belgians, and they believed that all along the line they were holding back the German army. It was no wonder they were jubilant. They had a right to be proud. They had been making history. In order to give them time to mobilize, the Allies had asked them for 2 days to delay the German invader. They had held him back for 15. As David went against Goliath, they had repulsed the German. And as yet, there had been no reprisals, no destruction of cities, no murdering of non-combatants. War still was something glad and glorious. The signs of it were the Boy Scouts, everywhere helping everyone, carrying messages, guiding strangers, directing traffic, and Red Cross nurses and aviators from England, smart Belgian officers exclaiming bitterly over the delay in sending them forward, and private automobiles, upon the enameled sides of which the transport officer with a piece of chalk had scratched, "For His Majesty," and piled the silk cushions high with ammunition. From table to table, young girls passed jangling tiny tin milk cans. They were supplicants, begging money for the wounded. There were so many of them, and so often they made their rounds that, to protect you from themselves, if you subscribed a lump sum, you were exempt and were given a badge to prove you were immune. Except for these signs of the times, you would not have known Belgium was at war. The spirit of the people was undaunted. Into their daily lives the conflict had penetrated only like a burst of martial music. Rather than depressing, it inspired them. Wherever you ventured, you found them undismayed. And in those weeks during which events moved so swiftly that now they seem months in the past, we were as free as in our own hometown to go where we chose. For the war correspondent, those were the happy days. Like everyone else, from the proudest nobleman to the boy in wooden shoes, we were given a laissez-passer, which gave us permission to go anywhere. This, with a passport, was our only credential. Proper credentials, to accompany the army in the field, had been formerly refused me by the war officers of England, France, and Belgium. So, in Brussels, each morning, I chartered an automobile, and without credentials, joined the first army that happened to be passing. Sometimes you stumbled upon an escarmouche. Sometimes you fled from one. Sometimes you drew blank. Over our early coffee, we would study the morning papers, and as in the glad days of racing at home, from them try to dope out the winners. If we followed la dernière heure, we would go to Namur. L'Étoile was strong for Tillemont. Would we lose if we plunged on Wavre? Again, the favorite seemed to be Louvain. On a straight tip from the legation, the English correspondents were going to motor to Dice. From a Belgian officer, we had been given inside information that the fight would be pulled off at Gembloux, and unencumbered, even by a sandwich, and too wise to carry a field glass or a camera, each would depart upon his separate errand, at night returning to a perfectly served dinner and a luxurious bed. For the news-gatherers, it was a game of chance. The wisest veterans would cast their nets south and see only harvesters in the field. The amateurs would lose their way to the north and find themselves facing an army corps or running a gauntlet of shell fire. It was like throwing a handful of coins on the table, hoping that one might rest upon the winning number. Over the map of Belgium we threw ourselves. Some days we landed on the right color. On others, we saw no more than we would see at state maneuvers. Judging by his questions, the lay brother seems to think that the chief trouble of the war correspondent is dodging bullets. It is not. It consists in trying to bribe a station master to carry you on a troop train, or in finding forage for your horse. What wars I have seen have taken place in spots isolated and inaccessible, far from the haunts of men. By day, you followed the fight and tried to find the censor, and at night, you sat on a cracker box and by the light of a candle struggled to keep awake and to write deathless prose. In Belgium, it was not like that. The automobile which Gerald Morgan of the London Daily Telegraph and I shared was of surpassing beauty, speed, and comfort. It was as long as a plant freight car and as yellow, and from it flapped in the breeze more English, Belgian, French, and Russian flags than fly from the roof of the New York Hippodrome. Whenever we sighted an army, we lashed the flags of its country to our headlights, and at 60 miles an hour bore down upon it. The army always first arrested us, and then, on learning our nationality, asked if it were true that America had joined the Allies. After I had punched his ribs a sufficient number of times, Morgan learned to reply, without winking, that it had. In those days, the sun shone continuously. The roads, except where we ran on the blocks that made Belgium famous, were perfect. And overhead for miles, noble trees met and embraced. The country was smiling and beautiful. In the fields, the women, for the men were at the front, were gathering the crops. The stacks of golden grain stretched from village to village. The houses in these were whitewashed, and, the better to advertise chocolates, liqueurs, and automobile tires, were painted a cobalt blue. Their roofs were of red tiles, and they sat in gardens of purple cabbages or gaudy hollyhocks. In the orchards, the pear trees were bent with fruit. We never lacked for food. Always, when we lost the trail and checked or burst a tire, there was an inn with fruit trees trained to lie flat against the wall or to spread over arbors and trellises. Beneath these, close by the roadside, we sat and drank red wine and devoured omelets and vast slabs of rye bread. At night, we raced back to the city, through 12 miles of parks, to enameled bathtubs, shaded electric lights, and iced champagne, while before our table passed all the nightlife of a great city. And for suffering these hardships of war, our papers paid us large sums. On such a night as this, the night of August 18, strange folk in wooden shoes and carrying bundles, and who looked like emigrants from Ellis Island, appeared in front of the restaurant. Instantly they were swallowed up in a crowd, and the dinner parties, napkins in hand, flocked into the Place Roger and increased the throng around them. "The Germans!" those in the heart of the crowd called over their shoulders. "The Germans are at Louvain!" That afternoon I had conscientiously cabled my paper that there were no Germans anywhere near Louvain. I had been west of Louvain, and the particular column of the French army to which I had attached myself certainly saw no Germans. "They say," whispered those nearest the fugitives, "the German shells are falling in Louvain. 10 houses are on fire." 10 houses! How monstrous it sounded! 10 houses of innocent country folk destroyed. In those days such a catastrophe was unbelievable. We smiled knowingly. "Refugees always talk like that," we said wisely. "The Germans would not bombard an unfortified town, and besides, there are no Germans south of Liège." The morning following, in my room, I heard from the Place Roger the warnings of many motor horns. At great speed, innumerable automobiles were approaching, all coming from the west through the Boulevard du Régent, and without slackening speed, passing northeast towards Ghent, Bruges, and the coast. The number increased and the warnings became insistent. At 8 o'clock, they had sent out a sharp request for right-of-way. At 9, in number they had trebled, and the note of the sirens was raucous, harsh, and peremptory. At 10, no longer were there disconnected warnings, but from the horns and sirens issued one long, continuous scream. It was like the steady roar of a gale in the rigging, and it spoke in abject panic. The voices of the cars racing past were like the voices of human beings, driven with fear. From the front of the hotel we watched them. There were taxicabs, racing cars, limousines. They were crowded with women and children of the rich and of the nobility and gentry from the great chateaux far to the west. Those who occupied them were white-faced with the dust of the road, with weariness and fear. In cars magnificently upholstered, padded, and cushioned were piled trunks, handbags, dressing cases. The women had dressed at a moment's warning, as though at a cry of fire. Many had traveled throughout the night, and in their arms the children, snatched from the pillows, were sleeping. But more appealing were the peasants. We walked out along the inner boulevards to meet them, and found the side streets blocked with their carts. Into these they had thrown mattresses or bundles of grain, and heaped upon them were families of 3 generations. Old men in blue smocks, white-haired and bent. Old women in caps. The daughters dressed in their one best frock and hat, and clasping in their hands all that was left to them, all that they could stuff into a pillowcase or flour sack. The tears rolled down their brown-tanned faces. To the people of Brussels who crowded around them, they spoke in hushed, broken phrases. The terror of what they had escaped or of what they had seen was upon them. They had harnessed the plow horse to the dray or market wagon, and to the invaders had left everything. What, they asked, would befall the livestock they had abandoned, the ducks on the pond, the cattle in the field? Who would feed them and give them water? At the question, the tears would break out afresh. Heartbroken, weary, hungry, they passed in an unending caravan. With them, all fleeing from the same foe, all moving in one direction, were family carriages, the servants on the box in disordered livery, as they had served dinner, or coatless, but still in the striped waistcoats and silver buttons of grooms or footmen, and bicyclers with bundles strapped to their shoulders, and men and women stumbling on foot, carrying their children. Above it all rose the breathless scream of the racing cars as they rocked and skidded, with brakes grinding and mufflers open, with their own terror, creating and spreading terror. Though eager in sympathy, the people of Brussels themselves were undisturbed. Many still sat at the little iron tables and smiled pityingly upon the strange figures of the peasants. They had had their trouble for nothing, they said. It was a false alarm. There were no Germans nearer than Liège, and besides, should the Germans come, the civil guard would meet them. But, better informed than they, that morning the American minister, Brand Whitlock, and the Marquis Villalobor, the Spanish minister, had called upon the burgomaster and advised him not to defend the city. As Whitlock pointed out, with the force at his command, which was the citizen soldiery, he could delay the entrance of the Germans by only an hour, and in that hour many innocent lives would be wasted, and monuments of great beauty, works of art that belong not alone to Brussels but to the world, would be destroyed. Burgomaster Max, who is a splendid and worthy representative of a long line of burgomasters, placing his hand upon his heart, said, "Honor requires it." To show that in the protection of the Belgian government he had full confidence, Mr. Whitlock had not yet shown his colors. But that morning, when he left the Hôtel de Ville, he hung the American flag over his legation and over that of the British. Those of us who had elected to remain in Brussels moved our belongings to a hotel across the street from the legation. Not taking any chances, for my own use, I reserved a green leather sofa in the legation itself. Except that the cafes were empty of Belgian officers and of English correspondents, whom, had they remained, the Germans would have arrested, there was not, up to late in the afternoon of the 19th of August, in the life and conduct of the citizens, any perceptible change. They could not have shown a finer spirit. They did not know the city would not be defended, and yet, with before them, on the morrow, the prospect of a battle which Burgomaster Max had announced would be contested to the very heart of the city, as usual, the cafes blazed like open fireplaces, and the people sat at the little iron tables. Even when, like great buzzards, 2 German aeroplanes sailed slowly across Brussels, casting shadows of events to come, the people regarded them only with curiosity. The next morning the shops were open, the streets were crowded. But overnight the soldier king had sent word that Brussels must not oppose the invaders, and at the gendarmerie, the civil guard, reluctantly and protesting, some even in tears, turned in their rifles and uniforms. The change came at 10 in the morning. It was as though a wand had waved, and from a fete day on the continent, we had been wafted to London on a rainy Sunday. The boulevards fell suddenly empty. There was not a house that was not closely shuttered. Along the route by which we now knew the Germans were advancing, it was as though the plague stalked. That no one should fire from a window, that to the conquerors no one should offer insult, Burgomaster Max sent out as special constables men he trusted. Their badge of authority was a walking stick and a piece of paper fluttering from a buttonhole. These, the police, and the servants and caretakers of the houses that lined the boulevards alone were visible. At 11 o'clock, unobserved but by this official audience, down the Boulevard Waterloo came the advance guard of the German army. It consisted of 3 men, a captain and 2 privates, on bicycles. Their rifles were slung across their shoulders. They rode unwarily, with as little concern as the members of a touring club out for a holiday. Behind them, so close upon each other that to cross from one sidewalk to the other was not possible, came the Uhlans, infantry, and the guns. For 2 hours I watched them, and then, bored with the monotony of it, returned to the hotel. after an hour, from beneath my window, I still could hear them. Another hour, and another went by. They still were passing. Boredom gave way to wonder. The thing fascinated you. Against your will, dragged you back to the sidewalk and held you there, open-eyed. No longer was it regiments of men marching, but something uncanny, inhuman, a force of nature like a landslide, a tidal wave, or lava sweeping down a mountain. It was not of this earth, but mysterious, ghost-like. It carried all the mystery and menace of a fog rolling toward you across the sea. The uniform aided this impression. In it, each man moved under a cloak of invisibility. Only after the most numerous and severe tests at all distances, with all materials and combination of colors that gave forth no color, could this gray have been discovered. That it was selected to clothe and disguise the German when he fights is typical of the general staff in striving for efficiency, to leave nothing to chance, to neglect no detail. After you have seen the service uniform under conditions entirely opposite, you are convinced that for the German soldier it is one of his strongest weapons. Even the most expert marksman cannot hit a target he cannot see. It is not the blue-gray of our Confederates, but a green-gray. It is the gray of the hour just before daybreak, the gray of unpolished steel, of mist among green trees. I saw it first in the Grand Place, in front of the Hôtel de Ville. It was impossible to tell if in that noble square there was a regiment or a brigade. You saw only a fog that melted into the stones, blended with the ancient house fronts, that shifted and drifted, but left you nothing at which to point. Later, as the army passed under the trees of the botanical park, it merged and was lost against the green leaves. It is no exaggeration to say that at a few hundred yards you can see the horses on which the Uhlans ride, but cannot see the men who ride them. If I appear to overemphasize this distinguishing uniform, it is because, of all the details of the German outfit, it appealed to me as one of the most remarkable. When I was near Namur with the rearguard of the French dragoons and cuirassiers, and they threw out pickets, we could distinguish them against the yellow wheat or green course at half a mile, while these men, passing in the street, when they have reached the next crossing, become merged into the gray of the paving stones, and the earth swallowed them. In comparison, the yellow khaki of our own American army is about as invisible as the flag of Spain. Major General von Jurotsky, the German military governor of Brussels, had assured Burgomaster Max that the German army would not occupy the city, but would pass through it. He told the truth. For 3 days and 3 nights it passed. In 6 campaigns I have followed other armies, but excepting not even our own, the Japanese or the British, I have not seen one so thoroughly equipped. I am not speaking of the fighting qualities of any army, only of the equipment and organization. The German army moved into Brussels as smoothly and as compactly as an Empire State Express. There were no halts, no open places, no stragglers. For the gray automobiles and the gray motorcycles bearing messengers, one side of the street always was kept clear. And so compact was the column, so rigid the vigilance of the file closers, that at the rate of 40 miles an hour, a car could race the length of the column and need not for a single horse or man once swerve from its course. All through the night, like the tumult of a river when it races between the cliffs of a canyon, in my sleep I could hear the steady roar of the passing army. And when early in the morning I went to the window, the chain of steel was still unbroken. It was like the torrent that swept down the Conemaugh Valley and destroyed Johnstown. As a correspondent, I have seen all the great armies and the military processions at the coronations in Russia, England, and Spain, and our own inaugural parades down Pennsylvania Avenue. But those armies and processions were made up of men. This was a machine, endless, tireless, with the delicate organization of a watch and the brute power of a steamroller. And for 3 days and 3 nights through Brussels it roared and rumbled, a cataract of molten lead. The infantry marched singing, with their iron-shod boots beating out the time. They sang, "Fatherland, my fatherland." Between each line of song they took 3 steps. At times 2,000 men were singing together in absolute rhythm and beat. It was like the blows from giant pile drivers. When the melody gave way, the silence was broken only by the stamp of iron-shod boots, and then again the song rose. When the singing ceased, the bands played marches. They were followed by the rumble of the howitzers, the creaking of the wheels and of the chains clanking against the cobblestones, and the sharp, bell-like voices of the bugles. More Uhlans followed, the hoofs of their magnificent horses ringing like thousands of steel hammers breaking stones in a road. And after them, the giant siege guns rumbling, growling, the mitrailleuses with drag chains ringing, the field pieces with creaking axles, complaining brakes, the grinding of steel-rimmed wheels against the stone, echoing and re-echoing from the house front. When at night, for an instant, the machine halted, the silence awoke you, as at sea you wake when the screw stops. For 3 days and 3 nights, the column of gray, with hundreds of thousands of bayonets and hundreds of thousands of lances, with gray transport wagons, gray ammunition carts, gray ambulances, gray cannon, like a river of steel, cut Brussels in two. For 3 weeks the men had been on the march, and there was not a single straggler, not a strap out of place, not a pennant missing. Along the route, without for a minute halting the machine, the post office carts fell out of the column, and as the men marched, mounted postmen collected postcards and delivered letters. Also, as they marched, the cooks prepared soup, coffee, and tea, walking beside their stoves on wheels, tending the fires, distributing the smoking food. Seated in the motor trucks, cobblers mended boots and broken harnesses. Farriers on tiny anvils beat out horseshoes. No officer followed a wrong turning. No officer asked his way. He followed the map strapped to his side, and on which, for his guidance, in red ink, his route was marked. At night he read this map by the light of an electric torch buckled to his chest. To perfect this monstrous engine, with its pontoon bridges, its wireless, its hospitals, its aeroplanes that in rigid alignment sailed before it, its field telephones that, as it advanced, strung wires over which for miles the vanguard talked to the rear, all modern inventions had been prostituted. To feed it, millions of men had been called from homes, offices, and workshops. To guide it, for years the minds of the highborn, with whom it is a religion and a disease, had been solely concerned. It is perhaps the most efficient organization of modern times, and its purpose only is death. Those who cast it loose upon Europe are military mad, and they are only a very small part of the German people. But to preserve their class, they have in their own image created this terrible engine of destruction. For the present, it is their servant, but Though the mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceedingly small. And like Frankenstein's monster, this monster, to which they gave life, may turn and rend them. End of Chapter 1 of With the Allies by Richard Harding Davis. The Germans in Brussels. Chapter 3 of With the Allies by Richard Harding Davis. The Burning of Louvain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After the Germans occupied Brussels, they closed the road to Aix-la-Chapelle. A week later, to carry their wounded and prisoners, they reopened it. But for 8 days, Brussels was isolated. The mail trains and the telegraph office were in the hands of the invaders. They accepted our cables, censored them, and 3 days later told us, if we still wished, we could forward them. But only from Holland. By this, they accomplished 3 things. They learned what we were writing about them, for 3 days prevented any news from leaving the city, and offered us an inducement to visit Holland, so getting rid of us. The dispatches of those diplomats who still remained in Brussels were treated in the same manner. With the most cheerful complacency, the military authorities blue-penciled their dispatches to their governments. When the diplomats learned of this, with their code cables they sent open cables stating that their confidential dispatches were being censored and delayed. They still were delayed. To get any message out of Brussels, it was necessary to use an automobile, and nearly every automobile had taken itself off to Antwerp. If a motor car appeared, it was at once commandeered. This was true also of horses and bicycles. All over Brussels you saw delivery wagons, private carriages, market carts with the shafts empty and the horse and harness gone. After 3 days, a German soldier who did not own a bicycle was poor indeed. Requisitions were given for these machines, stating that they would be returned after the war, by which time they will be ready for the scrap heap. Anyone on a bicycle outside the city was arrested, so the only way to get messages through was by going on foot to Ostend or Holland, or by an automobile for which the German authorities had given a special pass. As no one knew when one of these automobiles might start, we carried always with us our cables and letters, and entrusted them to any stranger who was trying to run the lines. No one wished to carry our dispatches, as he feared they might contain something unfavorable to the Germans, which, if he were arrested and the cables read, might bring him into greater trouble. Money for himself was no inducement. But I found if I gave money for the Red Cross, no one would refuse it, or to carry the messages. 3 out of 4 times the stranger would be arrested and ordered back to Brussels, and our dispatches, with their news value departed, would be returned. An account of the Germans entering Brussels I sent by an English boy named Dalton, who, after being turned back 3 times, got through by night, and when he arrived in England, his adventures were published in all the London papers. They were so thrilling that they made my story, for which he had taken the trip, extremely tame reading. Hugh Gibson, Secretary of the American Legation, was the first person in an official position to visit Antwerp after the Belgian government moved to that city, and even with his passes and flag flying from his automobile, he reached Antwerp and returned to Brussels only after many delays and adventures. Not knowing the Belgians were advancing from the north, Gibson and his American flag were several times under fire, and on the days he chose for his excursion, his route led him past burning towns and dead and wounded, and between the lines of both forces actively engaged. He was carrying dispatches from Brand Whitlock to Secretary Bryan. During the night he rested at Antwerp, the first Zeppelin airship to visit the city passed over it, dropping one bomb at the end of the block in which Gibson was sleeping. He was awakened by the explosion and heard all of those that followed. The next morning, he was requested to accompany a committee appointed by the Belgian government to report upon the outrage, and he visited a house that had been wrecked and saw what was left of the bodies of those killed. People who were in the streets when the airship passed said it moved without any sound, as though the motor had been shut off and it was being propelled by momentum. One bomb fell so near the palace where the Belgian queen was sleeping as to destroy the glass in the windows and scar the walls. The bombs were large, containing smaller bombs of the size of shrapnel. Like shrapnel, on impact they scattered bullets over a radius of 40 yards. One man, who from a window in the 8th story of a hotel watched the airship pass, stated that before each bomb fell, he saw electric torches signal from the roofs, as though giving directions as to where the bomb should strike. After my arrest by the Germans, I found my usefulness in Brussels as a correspondent was gone, and I returned to London, and from there rejoined the Allies in Paris. I left Brussels on August 27th with Gerald Morgan and Will Irwin of Collier's on a train carrying English prisoners and German wounded. In times of peace, the trip to the German border lasts 3 hours, but in making it we were 26 hours, and by order of the authorities, we were forbidden to leave the train. Carriages with cushions naturally were reserved for the wounded, so we slept on wooden benches and on the floor. It was not possible to obtain food, and water was as scarce. At Greyspeke, 10 miles from Brussels, we first saw houses on fire. They continued with us to Liège. Village after village had been completely wrecked. In his march to the sea, Sherman lived on the country. He did not destroy it, and as against the burning of Columbia must be placed to the discredit of the Germans the wiping out of an entire countryside. For many miles we saw procession after procession of peasants fleeing from one burning village, which had been their home, to other villages, to find only blackened walls and smoldering ashes. In no part of northern Europe is there a countryside fairer than that between Aix-la-Chapelle and Brussels. But the Germans had made of it a graveyard. It looked as though a cyclone had uprooted its houses, gardens, and orchards, and a prairie fire had followed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we arrived at what, for 600 years, had been the city of Louvain. The Germans were burning it, and to hide their work, kept us locked in the railroad carriages. But the story was written against the sky, was told to us by German soldiers incoherent with excesses, and we could read it in the faces of women and children being led to concentration camps, and of citizens on their way to be shot. The day before, the Germans had sentenced Louvain to become a wilderness, and with German system and love of thoroughness, they left Louvain an empty, blackened shell. The reason for this appeal to the torch and the execution of non-combatants, as given to Mr. Whitlock and myself on the morning I left Brussels by General von Luttwitz, the military governor, was this. The day before, while the German military commander of the troops in Louvain was at the Hôtel de Ville talking to the burgomaster, a son of the burgomaster, with an automatic pistol, shot the chief of staff and German staff surgeons. Lutwitz claimed that this was the signal for the civil guard in civilian clothes on the roofs to fire upon the German soldiers in the open square below. He said also the Belgians had quick-firing guns brought from Antwerp. As for a week the Germans had occupied Louvain and closely guarded all approaches, the story that there was any gun running is absurd. 50 Germans were killed and wounded, said Lutwitz, and for that Louvain must be wiped out. So! In pantomime, with his fist, he swept the papers across his table. The Hôtel de Ville, he added, was a beautiful building. It is a pity it must be destroyed. Were he telling us his soldiers had destroyed a kitchen garden, his tone could not have expressed less regret. 10 days before, I had been in Louvain, when it was occupied by Belgian troops and King Albert and his staff. The city dates from the 11th century, and the population was 42,000. The citizens were brewers, lace makers, and manufacturers of ornaments for churches. The university once was the most celebrated in European cities and was the headquarters of the Jesuits. In the Louvain College, many priests now in America have been educated. And 10 days before, over the great yellow walls of the college, I had seen hanging 2 American flags. I had found the city clean, sleepy, and pretty, with narrow, twisting streets and smart shops and cafes. Set in flower gardens were the houses, with red roofs, green shutters, and white walls. Over those that faced south had been trained pear trees. Their branches, heavy with fruit, spread out against the walls like branches of candelabra. The town hall was an example of Gothic architecture, in detail and design more celebrated even than the town hall of Bruges or Brussels. It was 500 years old, and lately had been repaired with taste and at great cost. Opposite was the church of Saint-Pierre, dating from the 15th century, a very noble building, with many chapels filled with carvings of the time of the Renaissance in wood, stone, and iron. In the university were 150,000 volumes. Near it was the bronze statue of Father Damien, priest of the leper colony in the South Pacific, of whom Robert Louis Stevenson wrote. On the night of the 27th, these buildings were empty, exploded cartridges. Statues, pictures, carvings, parchments, archives, all of these were gone. No one defends the sniper, but because ignorant Mexicans, when their city was invaded, fired upon our sailors, we did not destroy Veracruz. Even had we bombarded Veracruz, money could have restored that city. Money can never restore Louvain. Great architects and artists, dead these 600 years, made it beautiful, and their handiwork belonged to the world. With torch and dynamite, the Germans turned those masterpieces into ashes, and all the Kaiser's horses and all his men cannot bring them back again. When our troop train reached Louvain, the entire heart of the city was destroyed, and the fire had reached the Boulevard Tirlemont, which faces the railroad station. The night was windless, and the sparks rose in steady, leisurely pillars, falling back into the furnace from which they sprang. In their work, the soldiers were moving from the heart of the city to the outskirts, street by street, from house to house. In each building they began at the first floor, and when that was burning steadily, passed to the one next. There were no exceptions. Whether it was a store, chapel, or private residence, it was destroyed. The occupants had been warned to go, and in each deserted shop or house The furniture was piled, the torch was stuck under it, and into the air went the savings of years, souvenirs of children, of parents, heirlooms that had passed from generation to generation. The people had time only to fill a pillowcase and fly. Some were not so fortunate, and by thousands, like flocks of sheep, they were rounded up and marched through the night to concentration camps. We were not allowed to speak to any citizen of Louvain, but the Germans crowded the windows of the train, boastful, gloating, eager to interpret. In the 2 hours during which the train circled the burning city, war was before us in its most hateful aspect. In other wars, I have watched men on one hilltop, without haste, without heat, fire at men on another hill, and in consequence, on both sides, good men were wasted. But in those fights there were no women or children, and the shells struck only vacant stretches of veldt or uninhabited mountainsides. At Louvain, it was war upon the defenseless, war upon churches, colleges, shops of milliners and lace makers, war brought to the bedside and the fireside, against women harvesting in the fields, against children in wooden shoes at play in the streets. At Louvain that night, the Germans were like men after an orgy. There were 50 English prisoners, erect and soldierly. In the ocean of gray, the little patch of khaki looked pitifully lonely, but they regarded the men who had outnumbered but not defeated them with calm, uncurious eyes. In one way, I was glad to see them there. Later, they will bear witness. They will tell how the enemy makes a wilderness and calls it war. It was a most weird picture. On the high ground rose the broken spires of the church of Saint-Pierre and the Hotel de Ville, and descending, like steps, were row beneath row of houses, roofless, with windows like blind eyes. The fire had reached the last row of houses, those on the Boulevard du Jardin. Some of these were already cold, but others sent up steady, straight columns of flame. In others, at the third and fourth stories, the window curtains still hung. Flowers still filled the window boxes, while on the first floor the torch had just passed and the flames were leaping. Fire had destroyed the electric plant, but at times the flames made the station so light that you could see the second hand of your watch, and again all was darkness, lit only by candles. You could tell when an officer passed by the electric torch he carried strapped to his chest. In the darkness, the gray uniforms filled the station with an army of ghosts. You distinguished men only when pipes hanging from their teeth glowed red or their bayonets flashed. Outside the station, in the public square, the people of Louvain passed in an unending procession, women bareheaded, weeping, men carrying the children asleep on their shoulders, all hemmed in by the shadowy army of gray wolves. Once they were halted, and among them were marched a line of men. These were on their way to be shot, and, better to point the moral, an officer halted both processions, and climbing to a cart, explained why the men were to die. He warned the others not to bring down upon themselves a like vengeance. As those being led to spend the night in the fields looked across to those marked for death, they saw old friends, neighbors of long standing, men of their own household. The officer bellowing at them from the cart was illuminated by the headlights of an automobile. He looked like an actor held in a spotlight on a darkened stage. It was all like a scene upon the stage, unreal, inhuman. You felt it could not be true. You felt that the curtain of fire, purring and crackling, and sending up hot sparks to meet the kind, calm stars, was only a painted backdrop, that the reports of the rifles from the dark ruins came from blank cartridges, and that these trembling shopkeepers and peasants, ringed in bayonets, would not in a few minutes really die, but that they themselves and their homes would be restored to their wives and children. You felt it was only a nightmare, cruel and uncivilized. And then you remembered that the German emperor has told us what it is. It is his holy war. End of Chapter 3 of With the Allies, The Burning of Louvain, by Richard Harding Davis. Chapter 4 of With the Allies, by Richard Harding Davis. Paris in Wartime. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those who, when the Germans approached, fled from Paris, described it as a city doomed, as a waste place, desolate as a graveyard. But those who run away always are alarmists. They are on the defensive. They must explain why they ran away. Early in September, Paris was like a summer hotel out of season. The owners had temporarily closed it. The windows were barred, the furniture and paintings draped in linen. The caretaker and a night watchman were in possession. It is an old saying that all good Americans go to Paris when they die. Most of them take no chances and prefer to visit it while they are alive. Before this war, if the visitor was disappointed, it was the fault of the visitor, not of Paris. She was all things to all men. To some, she offered triumphal arches, statues, paintings. To others, by day, racing, and by night, maxims, and the Rameau. Some loved her for the bookstalls along the Seine and the atelier of the Latin Quarter. Some for her parks, forests, gardens, and boulevards. Some because of the Luxembourg. Some only as a place where everybody was smiling, happy, and polite, where they were never bored, where they were always young, where the lights never went out and there was no early call. Should they today revisit her, they would find her growing grave and decorous, and going to bed at sundown, but still smiling bravely, still polite. You cannot wipe out Paris by removing 2 million people and closing quartiers and the Café de Paris. There still remain some 100 miles of boulevards, the Seine and her bridges, the Arc de Triomphe with the sun setting behind it, and the gardens of the Tuileries. You cannot send them to the storehouse or wrap them in linen. And the spirit of the people of Paris you cannot crush or stampede. Between Paris in peace and Paris today, the most striking difference is lack of population. Idle rich, the employees of the government, and tourists of all countries are missing. They leave a great emptiness. When you walk the streets, you feel either that you are up very early, before anyone is awake, or that you are in a boom town from which the boom has departed. On almost every one of the noted shops, fermé is written, or it has been turned over to the use of the Red Cross. Of the smaller shops, those that remain open are chiefly bake shops and chemists. But no man need go naked or hungry. In every block he will find at least one place where he can be clothed and fed. But the theaters are all closed. No one is in a mood to laugh, and certainly no one wishes to consider anything more serious than the present crisis. So there are no revues, operas, or comedies. The thing you missed perhaps most were the children in the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. For generations over that part of the public garden, the children have held sway. They knew it belonged to them, and into the gravel walks drove their tin spades with the same sense of ownership as at Deauville they dug up the shore. Their straw hats and bare legs, their Normandy nurses with enormous headdresses, blue for a boy and pink for a girl, were, of the sights of Paris, one of the most familiar. And when the children vanished, they left a dreary wilderness. You could look for a mile from the Place de la Concorde to the Arc de Triomphe and not see a child. The stalls where they bought hoops and skipping ropes, the flying wooden horses, Punch and Judy shows, booths where with milk they refreshed themselves and with bonbons made themselves ill, all were deserted and boarded up. The closing down of the majority of the shops and hotels was not due to a desire on the part of those employed in them to avoid the Germans, but to get at the Germans. On shop after shop are signs reading, "The proprietor and his staff are with the colors," or "The personnel of this establishment is mobilized," or "Monsieur Blank informs his clients that he is with his regiment." In the absence of men at the front, French women, at all times capable and excellent managers, have surpassed themselves. In my hotel there were employed 7 women and 1 man. In another hotel I visited, the entire staff was composed of women. An American banker offered his 22 polo ponies to the government. They were refused as not heavy enough. He did not know that, and supposed he had lost them. Later, he learned from the wife of his trainer, a Frenchwoman, that those employed in his stables at Versailles who had not gone to the front at the approach of the Germans had fled, and that for 3 weeks his string of 22 horses had been fed, groomed, and exercised by the trainer's wife and her 2 little girls. To an American, it was very gratifying to hear the praise of the French and English for the American ambulance at Neuilly. It is the outgrowth of the American hospital, and at the start of the war was organized by Mrs. Herrick, wife of our ambassador, and other ladies of the American colony in Paris, and the American doctors. They took over the Lycée Pasteur, an enormous school at Neuilly that had just been finished and never occupied, and converted it into what is a most splendidly equipped hospital. And walking over the building, you find it hard to believe that it was intended for any other than its present use. The operating rooms, kitchens, wards, rooms for operating by Roentgen rays, and even a chapel have been installed. The organization and system are of the highest order. Everyone in it is American. The doctors are the best in Paris. The nurses and orderlies are both especially trained for the work and volunteers. The spirit of helpfulness and unselfishness is everywhere apparent. Certain members of the American colony, who never in their lives thought of anyone save themselves, and of how to escape boredom, are toiling like chambermaids and hall porters, performing most disagreeable tasks, not for a few hours a week, but unceasingly, day after day. No task is too heavy for them or too squalid. They help all alike, Germans, English, major generals, and black turquoise. There are 300 patients. The staff of the hospital numbers 150. It is composed of the best-known American doctors in Paris and a few from New York. Among the volunteer nurses and attendants are wives of bankers in Paris, American girls who have married French titles, and girls who since the war came have lost employment as teachers of languages, stenographers, and governesses. The men are members of the Jockey Club, art students, medical students, clerks, and boulevardiers. They are all working together in most admirable harmony and under an organization that in its efficiency far surpasses that of any other hospital in Paris. Later, it is going to split the American colony in twain. If you did not work in the American ambulance, you won't belong. Attached to the hospital is a squadron of automobile ambulances, 10 of which were presented by the Ford Company and 10 purchased. Their chassis have been covered with khaki hoods and fitted to carry 2 wounded men and attendants. On their runs, they are accompanied by automobiles with medical supplies, tires, and gasoline. The ambulances scout at the rear of the battle line and carry back those which the field hospitals cannot handle. One day, I watched the orderlies who accompany these ambulances handling about 40 English wounded, transferring them from the automobiles to the reception hall, and the smartness and intelligence with which the members of each crew worked together was like that of a champion polo team. The editor of a London paper, who was in Paris investigating English hospital conditions, witnessed the same performance, and told me that in handling the wounded, it surpassed in efficiency anything he had seen. End of Chapter 4 of With the Allies. Paris in Wartime by Richard Harding Davis. Chapter 5 of With the Allies by Richard Harding Davis. The Battle of Soissons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The struggle for the possession of Soissons lasted 2 days. The second day's battle, which I witnessed, ended with the city in the possession of the French. It was part of the 7 days of continuous fighting that began on September the 6th at Meaux. Then, the German left wing, consisting of the army of General von Kluck, was at Clay, within 15 miles of Paris. But the French and English, instead of meeting the advance with the defense, themselves attacked. Steadily, at the rate of 10 miles a day, they drove the Germans back across the Aisne and the Marne, and so saved the city. When this retrograde movement of the Germans began, those who could not see the nature of the fighting believed that the German line of communication, the one from Aix-la-Chapelle through Belgium, had proved too long, and that the left wing was voluntarily withdrawing to meet the new line of communication through Luxembourg. But the fields of battle beyond Meaux, through which it was necessary to pass to reach the fight at Soissons, showed no evidence of leisurely withdrawal. On both sides there was evidences of the most desperate fighting and of artillery fire that was widespread and desolating. That of the Germans, intended to destroy the road from Meaux and to cover their retreat, showed marksmanship so accurate and execution so terrible as, while it lasted, to render pursuit impossible. The battlefield stretched from hills 3 miles north of Meaux for 4 miles along the road and a mile to either side. The road is lined with poplars 3 feet across and as high as a 5-story building. For the 4 miles, the road was piled with branches of these trees. The trees themselves were split, as by lightning, or torn in half, as with your hands you could tear apart a loaf of bread. Through some, solid shell had passed, leaving clean holes. Others looked as though drunken woodsmen, with axes from roots to topmost branches, had slashed them in crazy fury. Some shells had broken the trunks in half, as a hurricane snaps a mast. That no human being could survive such a bombardment were many gruesome proofs. In one place, for a mile, the road was lined with those wicker baskets in which the Germans carry their ammunition. These were filled with shells, unexploded, and behind the trenches were hundreds more of these baskets, some for the shells of the siege guns, as large as lobster pots or umbrella stands, and others, each with 3 compartments, for shrapnel. In gutters along the road and in the wheat fields, these brass shells flashed in the sunshine like tiny mirrors. The 4 miles of countryside, over which for 4 days both armies had plowed the earth with these shells, was the picture of complete desolation. The route of the German army was marked by knapsacks, uniforms, and accoutrements scattered over the fields on either hand as far as you could see. Red Cross flags hanging from bushes showed where there had been dressing stations. Under them were bloodstains, bandages, and clothing, and boots piled in heaps as high as a man's chest, and the bodies of those German soldiers that the first aid had failed to save. After death, the body is mercifully robbed of its human aspect. You are spared the thought that what is lying in the trenches, among the shattered trees and in the wheat fields staring up at the sky, was once a man. It appears to be only a bundle of clothes, a scarecrow that has tumbled among the grain it once protected. But it gives a terrible meaning to the word missing. When you read in the reports from the War Office that 5,000 are missing, you like to think of them safely cared for in a hospital, or dragging out the period of war as prisoners. But the real missing are the unidentified dead. In time, some peasant will bury them, but he will not understand the purpose of the medal each wears around his neck. And so, with the dead man, will be buried his name and the number of his regiment. No one will know where he fell or where he lies. Someone will always hope that he will return, for among the dead his name did not appear. He was reported missing. The utter wastefulness of war was seldom more clearly shown. Carcasses of horses lined the road. Some few of these had been killed by shell fire. Others, worn out and emaciated and bearing the brand of the German army, had been mercifully destroyed. But the greater number of them were the farm horses of peasants, still wearing their headstalls or the harnesses of the plow. That they might not aid the enemy as remounts, the Germans in their retreat had shot them. I saw 4 and 5 together in the yards of stables, the bullet hole of an automatic in the head of each. Others lay beside the market cart, others by the canal where they had sought water. Less pitiful, but still evidencing the wastefulness of war, were the motor trucks and automobiles that in the flight had been abandoned. For 20 miles these automobiles were scattered along the road. There were so many, one stopped counting them. Added to their loss were 2 shattered German airships. One I saw 26 kilometers outside of Meaux, and one at Boonville. As they fell, they had buried their motors deep in the soft earth, and their wings were twisted wrecks of silk and steel. All the fields through which the army passed had become wasteland. Shells had replowed them. Horses and men had camped in them. The haystacks, gathered by the sweat of the brow and patiently set in trim rows, were trampled in the mud and scattered to the winds. All the smaller villages through which I passed were empty of people, and since the day before, when the Germans occupied them, none of the inhabitants had returned. These villages were just as the Germans had left them. The streets were piled with grain on which the soldiers had slept, and on the sidewalks, in front of the better class of houses, tables around which the officers had eaten still remained, the bottles half empty, the food half eaten. In a chateau beyond Neuchâtel, the doors and windows were open, and the lace curtains were blowing in the breeze. From the garden, you could see paintings on the walls, books on the tables. Outside, on the lawn, surrounded by old and charming gardens, apparently the general and his staff had prepared to dine. The table was set for a dozen, and on it were candles in silver sticks, many bottles of red and white wine, champagne, liqueurs, and coffee cups of the finest china. From their banquet some alarm had summoned the officers. The place was as they had left it, the coffee untasted, the candles burned to the candlesticks, and red stains on the cloth where the burgundy had spilled. In the bright sunlight, and surrounded by flowers, the deserted table in the silent, stately chateau seemed like the sleeping palace of the fairy tale. Though the humor of troops retreating is an ugly one, I saw no outrages such as I saw in Belgium. Except in the villages of Neuchâtel and Varennes, there was no sign of looting or wanton destruction. But in those two villages, the interior of every home and shop was completely wrecked. In the other villages, the destruction was such as is permitted by the usages of war, such as the blowing up of bridges, the burning of the railroad station, and the cutting of telegraph wires. Not until Boonville, 30 kilometers beyond Meaux, did I catch up with the Allies. There I met some English Tommies who were trying to find their column. They had no knowledge of the French language, or where they were, or where their regiment was, but were quite confident of finding it, and were as cheerful as at maneuvers. Outside of Chardon, the road was blocked with tirailleurs, Algerians in light blue Zouave uniforms, and native Turcos from Morocco in khaki, with khaki turbans. They shivered in the autumn sunshine and were wrapped in burnouses of black and white. They were making a turning movement to attack the German right, and were being hurried forward. They had just driven the German rear guard out of Chardon and said that the fighting was still going on at Soissons. But the only sign I saw of it were two Turcos who had followed the Germans too far. They lay sprawling in the road, and had so lately fallen that their rifles still lay under them. 3 miles further, I came upon the advance line of the French army, and for the remainder of the day watched a most remarkable artillery duel, which ended with Soissons in the hands of the Allies. Soissons is a pretty town of 4,000 inhabitants. It is chiefly known for its haricot beans, and since the Romans held it under Caesar, it has been besieged many times. Until today, the Germans had held it for 2 weeks. In 1870, they bombarded it for 4 days, and there is, or was, in Soissons in the Place de la République, a monument to the citizens of Soissons, whom after that siege the Germans shot. The town lies in the valley of the River Aisne, which is formed by 2 long ridges running south and north. The Germans occupied the hills to the south, but when attacked, offered only slight resistance and withdrew to the hills opposite. In Soissons, they left a rear guard to protect their supplies, who were destroying all bridges leading into the town. At the time I arrived, a force of Turcos had been ordered forward to clean Soissons of the Germans, and the French artillery was endeavoring to disclose their positions on the hills. The loss of the bridges did not embarrass the black men. In rowboats they crossed to Soissons and were warmly greeted. Soissons was drawing no color line. The Turcos were followed by engineers who endeavored to repair one bridge and in consequence were heavily shelled with shrapnel, while with the intent to destroy the road and retard the French advance, the hills where the French had halted were being pounded by German siege guns. This was at a point 4 kilometers from Chadon, between the villages of Briey and Courtel. From this height you could see almost to Coppagny, and 30 miles in front in the direction of Saint-Quentin. It was a panorama of wooded hills, gray villages and fields of yellow grain, miles of poplars marking the roads, and below us the flashing waters of the Aisne and the canal, with at our feet the steeples of the Cathedral of Soissons and the gate to the old Abbey of Thomas a Becket. Across these steeples the shells sang, and on both sides of the Aisne valley the artillery was engaged. The wind was blowing 40 knots, which prevented use of the French aeroplanes, but it cleared the air, and helped by the brilliant sunshine, it was possible to follow the smoke of the battle for 15 miles. The wind was blowing toward our right, where we were told were the English. And though as their shrapnel burst we could see the flash of guns and rings of smoke, the report of the guns did not reach us. It gave the curious impression of a bombardment conducted in utter silence. From our left the wind carried the sounds clearly. The jar and roar of the cannon were insistent, and on both sides of the valley the hilltops were wrapped with white clouds. Back of us, in the wheat fields, shells were setting fire to the giant haystacks and piles of grain, which in the clear sunshine burned a blatant red. At times, shells would strike in the villages of Briey and Vauban, and houses would burst into flames, the gale fanning the fire to great height and hiding the village in smoke. Some 300 yards ahead of us, the shells of the German siege guns were trying to destroy the road, which the poplars clearly betrayed. But their practice was at fault, and the shells fell only on either side. When they struck, they burst with a roar, casting up black fumes and digging a grave 20 yards in circumference. But the French soldiers disregarded them entirely. In the trenches, which the Germans had made and abandoned, they hid from the wind and slept peacefully. Others slept in the lee of the haystacks, their red breeches and blue coats making wonderful splashes of color against the yellow grain. For 7 days these same men had been fighting without pause, and battles bore them. Late in the afternoon, all along the 15 miles of battle, firing ceased, for the Germans were falling back, and once more Soissons, freed of them as 1,500 years ago she had freed herself of the Romans, held out her arms to the Allies. End of Chapter 5 of With the Allies. The Battle of Soissons by Richard Harding Davis.
Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 4 by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sweet Pea. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 4 The Piper Pipes. Rilla's first party was a triumph, or so it seemed at first. She had so many partners that she had to split her dances. Her silver slippers seemed verily to dance of themselves, and though they continued to pinch her toes and blister her heels, that did not interfere with her enjoyment in the least. Ethel Rees gave her a bad 10 minutes by beckoning her mysteriously out of the pavilion, and whispering with a Rees-like smirk that her dress gaped behind and that there was a stain on the flounce. Rilla rushed miserably to the room in the lighthouse, which was fitted up for a temporary ladies' dressing room, and discovered that the stain was merely a tiny grass smear, and that the gap was equally tiny where a hook had pulled loose. Irene Howard fastened it up for her, and gave her some oversweet, condescending compliments. Rilla felt flattered by Irene's condescension. She was an Upper Glen girl of 19 who seemed to like the society of the younger girls. Spiteful friends said because she could queen it over them without rivalry. But Rilla thought Irene quite wonderful, and loved her for her patronage. Irene was pretty and stylish, she sang divinely, and spent every winter in Charlottetown taking music lessons. She had an aunt in Montreal who sent her wonderful things to wear. She was reported to have had a sad love affair. Nobody knew just what, but its very mystery allured. Rilla felt that Irene's compliments crowned her evening. She ran gaily back to the pavilion and lingered for a moment in the glow of the lanterns at the entrance, looking at the dancers. A momentary break in the whirling throng gave her a glimpse of Kenneth Ford standing at the other side. Rilla's heart skipped a beat, or if that be a psychological impossibility, she thought it did. So he was here after all. She had concluded he was not coming, not that it mattered in the least. Would he see her? Would he take any notice of her? Of course he wouldn't ask her to dance. That couldn't be hoped for. He thought her just a mere child. He had called her Spider not 3 weeks ago when he had been at Ingleside one evening. She had cried about it upstairs afterwards and hated him. But her heart skipped a beat when she saw that he was edging his way round the side of the pavilion towards her. Was he coming to her? Was he? Yes, he was. He was looking for her. He was here beside her. He was gazing down at her with something in his dark gray eyes that Rilla had never seen in them. Oh, it was almost too much to bear. And everything was going on as before. The dancers were spinning around. The boys, who couldn't get partners, were hanging about in the pavilion. Canoodling couples were sitting out on the rocks. Nobody seemed to realize what a stupendous thing had happened. Kenneth was a tall lad, very good-looking, with a certain careless grace of bearing that somehow made all the other boys seem stiff and awkward by contrast. He was reported to be awesomely clever, with the glamour of a faraway city and a big university hanging around him. He had also the reputation of being a bit of a lady killer. But that probably accrued to him from his possession of a laughing velvety voice, which no girl could hear without a heartbeat, and a dangerous way of listening, as if she were saying something that he had longed all his life to hear. "Is this Rilla, my Rilla?" he asked in a low tone. "Yeth," said Rilla, and immediately wished she could throw herself headlong down the lighthouse rock, or otherwise vanish from a jeering world. Rilla had lisped in early childhood, but she had grown out of it. Only on occasions of stress and strain did the tendency reassert itself. She hadn't lisped for a year, and now at this very moment, when she was so desirous of appearing grown up and sophisticated, she must go and lisp like a baby. It was too mortifying. She felt as if tears were going to come into her eyes. The next minute she would be blubbering. Yes, just blubbering. She wished Kenneth would go away. She wished he had never come. The party was spoiled. Everything had turned to dust and ashes. And he had called her Rilla, my Rilla, not Spider or Kid or Puss, as he had been used to call her when he took any notice whatever of her. She did not at all resent his using Walter's pet name for her. It sounded beautifully in his low, caressing tones, with just the faintest suggestion of emphasis on the "my." It would have been so nice if she had not made a fool of herself. She dared not look up lest she should see laughter in his eyes. So she looked down, and as her lashes were very long and dark, and her lids very thick and creamy, the effect was quite charming and provocative, and Kenneth reflected that Rilla Blythe was going to be the beauty of the Ingleside girls after all. He wanted to make her look up, to catch again that little demure, questioning glance. She was the prettiest thing at the party, there was no doubt of that. What was he saying? Rilla could hardly believe her ears. "Can we have a dance?" "Yes," said Rilla. She said it with such a fierce determination not to lisp, that she fairly blurted the word out. Then she writhed in spirit again. It sounded so bold, so eager, as if she were fairly jumping at him. What would he think of her? Oh, why did dreadful things happen just when a girl wanted to appear at her best? Kenneth drew her in among the dancers. "I think this game ankle of mine is good for one hop around, at least," he said. "How is your ankle?" said Rilla. Oh, why couldn't she think of something else to say? She knew he was sick of inquiries about his ankle. She had heard him say so at Ingleside, heard him tell Di he was going to wear a placard on his breast, announcing to all and sundry that the ankle was improving, etc. And now she must go and ask this stale question again. Kenneth was tired of inquiries about his ankle. But then he had not often been asked about it by lips with such an adorable kissable dent just above them. Perhaps that was why he answered very patiently that it was getting on well and didn't trouble him much, if he didn't walk or stand too long at a time. "They tell me it will be as strong as ever in time, but I'll have to cut football out this fall." They danced together, and Rilla knew every girl in sight envied her. After the dance they went down the rock steps, and Kenneth found a little flat, and they rowed across the moonlit channel to the sandshore. They walked on the sand till Kenneth's ankle made protest, and then they sat down among the dunes. Kenneth talked to her as he had talked to Nan and Di. Rilla, overcome with a shyness she did not understand, could not talk much, and thought he would think her frightfully stupid. But in spite of this it was all very wonderful. The exquisite moonlight, the shining sea, the tiny little wavelets swishing on the sand, the cool and freakish wind of night crooning in the stiff grasses on the crest of the dunes, the music sounding faintly and sweetly over the channel. "A merry lilt o' moonlight for mermaid in revelry," quoted Kenneth softly from one of Walter's poems. And just she and he alone together in the glamour of sound and sight. If only her slippers didn't bite so, and if only she could talk cleverly like Miss Oliver. Nay, if she could only talk as she did herself to other boys. But words would not come; she could only listen and murmur little commonplace sentences now and then. But perhaps her dreamy eyes and her dented lip and her slender throat talked eloquently for her. At any rate Kenneth seemed in no hurry to suggest going back, and when they did go back supper was in progress. He found a seat for her near the window of the lighthouse kitchen, and sat on the sill beside her while she ate her ices and cake. Rilla looked about her and thought how lovely her first party had been. She would never forget it. The room re-echoed to laughter and jest. Beautiful young eyes sparkled and shone. From the pavilion outside came the lilt of the fiddle and the rhythmic steps of the dancers. There was a little disturbance among a group of boys crowded about the door. A young fellow pushed through and halted on the threshold, looking about him rather sombrely. It was Jack Elliott from over harbour, a McGill medical student, a quiet chap not much addicted to social doings. He had been invited to the party, but had not been expected to come, since he had to go to Charlottetown that day, and could not be back until late. Yet here he was, and he carried a folded paper in his hand. Gertrude Oliver looked at him from her corner and shivered again. She had enjoyed the party herself, after all, for she had foregathered with a Charlottetown acquaintance, who, being a stranger and much older than most of the guests, felt himself rather out of it, and had been glad to fall in with this clever girl, who could talk of world doings and outside events with the zest and vigor of a man. In the pleasure of his society she had forgotten some of her misgivings of the day. Now they suddenly returned to her. What news did Jack Elliott bring? Lines from an old poem flashed unbidden to her mind. There was a sound of revelry by night. Hush, hark, a deep sound strikes like a rising knell. Why should she think of that now? Why didn't Jack Elliott speak, if he had anything to tell? Why did he just stand there glowering importantly? Ask him, she said feverishly to Ellen Daly. But somebody else had already asked him. The room grew very silent all at once. Outside the fiddler had stopped for a rest, and there was silence there too. Afar off they heard the low moan of the Gulf, the presage of a storm already on its way up the Atlantic. A girl's laugh drifted up from the rocks and died away, as if frightened out of existence by the sudden stillness. "England declared war on Germany today," said Jack Elliott slowly. "The news came by wire just as I left town." "God help us!" whispered Gertrude Oliver under her breath. "My dream! My dream! The first wave has broken." She looked at Allan Daly and tried to smile. "Is this Armageddon?" she asked. "I'm afraid so," he said gravely. A chorus of exclamations had arisen around them, light surprise and idle interest for the most part. Few there realized the import of the message; fewer still realized that it meant anything to them. Before long the dancing was on again, and the hum of pleasure was as loud as ever. Gertrude and Allan Daly talked the news over in low, troubled tones. Walter Blythe had turned pale and left the room. Outside he met Jem, hurrying up the rock steps. "Have you heard the news, Jem?" "Yes, the Piper has come. Hurrah! I knew England wouldn't leave France in the lurch. I have been trying to get Captain Josiah to hoist the flag, but he says it isn't the proper caper till sunrise. Jack says they'll be calling for volunteers tomorrow." "What a fuss to make over nothing," said Mary Vance disdainfully, as Jem dashed off. She was sitting out with Miller Douglas on a lobster trap, which was not only an unromantic but an uncomfortable seat. But Mary and Miller were both supremely happy on it. Miller Douglas was a big, strapping, uncouth lad, who thought Mary Vance's tongue uncommonly gifted, and Mary Vance's white eyes stars of the first magnitude, and neither of them had the least inkling why Jem Blythe wanted to hoist the lighthouse flag. "What does it matter if there's going to be a war over there in Europe? I'm sure it doesn't concern us." Walter looked at her, and had one of his odd visitations of prophecy. "Before this war is over," he said, or something said through his lips, "every man and woman and child in Canada will feel it. You, Mary, will feel it to your heart's core. You will weep tears of blood over it. The Piper has come, and he will pipe until every corner of the world has heard his awful and irresistible music. It will be years before the dance of death is over. Years, Mary. And in those years millions of hearts will break." "Fancy now," said Mary, who always said that when she couldn't think of anything else to say. She didn't know what Walter meant, but she felt uncomfortable. Walter Blythe was always saying odd things. That old Piper of his, she hadn't heard anything about him since their play days in Rainbow Valley. And now here he was bobbing up again. She didn't like it, and that was the long and short of it. "Aren't you painting it rather strong, Walter?" asked Harvey Crawford, coming up just then. "This war won't last for years. It'll be over in a month or two. England will just wipe Germany off the map in no time." "Do you think a war for which Germany has been preparing for 20 years will be over in a few weeks?" said Walter passionately. "This isn't a paltry struggle in a Balkan corner, Harvey. It is a death grapple. Germany comes to conquer or to die. And do you know what will happen if she conquers? Canada will be a German colony." "Well, I guess a few things will happen before that," said Harvey, shrugging his shoulders. "The British Navy would have to be licked for one, and for another, Miller here, now, and we'd raise a dust, wouldn't we, Miller? No Germans need apply for this old country, eh?" Harvey ran down the steps laughing. "I declare, I think all you boys talk the craziest stuff," said Mary Vance in disgust. She got up and dragged Miller off to the rock shore. It didn't happen often that they had a chance for a talk together. Mary was determined that this one shouldn't be spoiled by Walter Blythe's silly blather about Pipers and Germans and such like absurd things. They left Walter standing alone on the rock steps, looking out over the beauty of Four Winds with brooding eyes that saw it not. The best of the evening was over for Rilla too. Ever since Jack Elliott's announcement she had sensed that Kenneth was no longer thinking about her. She felt suddenly lonely and unhappy. It was worse than if he had never noticed her at all. Was life like this, something delightful happening, and then, just as you were revelling in it, slipping away from you? Rilla told herself pathetically that she felt years older than when she had left home that evening. Perhaps she did, perhaps she was. Who knows? It does not do to laugh at the pangs of youth. They are very terrible because youth has not yet learned that this too will pass away. Rilla sighed and wished she were home in bed, crying into her pillow. "Tired?" said Kenneth, gently but absently. Oh, so absently. He really didn't care a bit whether she were tired or not, she thought. "Kenneth," she ventured timidly, "you don't think this war will matter much to us in Canada, do you?" "Matter? Of course it will matter to the lucky fellows who will be able to take a hand. I won't, thanks to this confounded ankle. Rotten luck, I call it." "I don't see why we should fight England's battles," cried Rilla. "She's quite able to fight them herself." "That isn't the point. We are part of the British Empire. It's a family affair. We've got to stand by each other. The worst of it is, it will be over before I can be of any use." "Do you mean that you would really volunteer to go if it wasn't for your ankle?" asked Rilla incredulously. "Sure I would. You see they'll go by the thousands. Jem will be off, I bet a cent. Walter won't be strong enough yet, I suppose. And Jerry Meredith, he'll go. And I was worrying about being out of football this year." Rilla was too startled to say anything. Jem and Jerry! Nonsense! Why, father and Mr. Meredith wouldn't allow it. They weren't through college. Oh, why hadn't Jack Elliott kept his horrid news to himself? Mark Warren came up and asked her to dance. Rilla went, knowing Kenneth didn't care whether she went or stayed. An hour ago on the sand shore he had been looking at her as if she were the only being of any importance in the world. And now she was nobody. His thoughts were full of this great game, which was to be played on blood-stained fields with empires for stakes, a game in which womankind could have no part. Women, thought Rilla miserably, just had to sit and cry at home. But all this was foolishness. Kenneth couldn't go, he admitted that himself, and Walter couldn't, thank goodness for that, and Jem and Jerry would have more sense. She wouldn't worry, she would enjoy herself. But how awkward Mark Warren was! How he bungled his steps! Why, for mercy's sake, did boys try to dance who didn't know the first thing about dancing, and who had feet as big as boats? There, he had bumped her into somebody. She would never dance with him again. She danced with others, though the zest was gone out of the performance, and she had begun to realize that her slippers hurt her badly. Kenneth seemed to have gone; at least, nothing was to be seen of him. Her first party was spoiled, though it had seemed so beautiful at one time. Her head ached, her toes burned, and worse was yet to come. She had gone down with some over-harbour friends to the rock shore, where they all lingered as dance after dance went on above them. It was cool and pleasant, and they were tired. Rilla was silent, taking no part in the gay conversation. She was glad when someone called down that the over-harbour boats were leaving. A laughing scramble up the lighthouse rock followed. A few couples still whirled about in the pavilion, but the crowd had thinned out. Rilla looked about for the Glen group. She could not see one of them. She ran into the lighthouse. Still no sign of anybody. In dismay she ran to the rock steps, down which the over-harbour guests were hurrying. She could see the boats below. Where was Jem's? Where was Joe's? "Why, Rilla Blythe, I thought you'd be gone home long ago," said Mary Vance, who was waving her scarf at a boat skimming up the channel, skippered by Miller Douglas. "Where are the rest?" gasped Rilla. "Why, they're gone. Jem went an hour ago. Una had a headache. And the rest went with Joe about 15 minutes ago. See, they're just going round Birch Point. I didn't go because it's getting rough and I knew I'd be seasick. I don't mind walking home from here. It's only a mile and a half. I s'posed you'd gone. Where were you?" "Down on the rocks with Jem and Molly Crawford. Oh, why didn't they look for me?" "They did, but you couldn't be found. Then they concluded you must have gone in the other boat. Don't worry, you can stay all night with me and we'll phone up to Ingleside where you are." Rilla realized that there was nothing else to do. Her lips trembled and tears came into her eyes. She blinked savagely. She would not let Mary Vance see her crying. But to be forgotten like this! To think nobody had thought it worth while to make sure where she was, not even Walter. Then she had a sudden dismayed recollection. "My shoes!" she exclaimed. I left them in the boat." "Well, I never!" said Mary. "You're the most thoughtless kid I ever saw. You'll have to ask Hazel Lewison to lend you a pair of shoes." "I won't," cried Rilla, who didn't like the said Hazel. "I'll go barefoot first." Mary shrugged her shoulders. "Just as you like. Pride must suffer pain. It'll teach you to be more careful. Well, let's hike." Accordingly they hiked. But to hike along a deep rutted, pebbly lane, in frail silver-hued slippers with high French heels, is not an exhilarating performance. Rilla managed to limp and totter along until they reached the Harbour Road. But she could go no farther in those detestable slippers. She took them and her dear silk stockings off and started barefoot. That was not pleasant either, for her feet were very tender and the pebbles and ruts of the road hurt them. Her blistered heels smarted. But physical pain was almost forgotten in the sting of humiliation. This was a nice predicament! If Kenneth Ford could see her now, limping along like a little girl with a stone bruise. Oh, what a horrid way for her lovely party to end! She just had to cry. It was too terrible. Nobody cared for her. Nobody bothered about her at all. Well, if she caught cold from walking home barefoot on a dew-wet road and went into a decline, perhaps they would be sorry. She furtively wiped her tears away with her scarf. Handkerchiefs seemed to have vanished like shoes, but she could not help sniffling. Worse and worse. "You've got a cold, I see," said Mary. "You ought to have known you would, sitting down in the wind on those rocks. Your mother won't let you go out again in a hurry, I can tell you. It's certainly been something of a party. The Lewisons know how to do things, I'll say that for them, though Hazel Lewison is no choice of mine. My, how black she looked when she saw you dancing with Ken Ford. And so did that little hussy of an Ethel Rees. What a flirt he is!" "I don't think he's a flirt," said Rilla, as defiantly as 2 desperate sniffs would let her. "You'll know more about men when you're as old as I am," said Mary patronizingly. "Mind you, it doesn't do to believe all they tell you. Don't let Ken Ford think all he has to do to get you on a string is to drop his handkerchief. Have more spirit than that, child." To be thus hectored and patronized by Mary Vance was unendurable. And it was unendurable to walk on stony roads with blistered heels and bare feet. And it was unendurable to be crying and have no handkerchief and not to be able to stop crying. "I'm not thinking about Kenneth Ford at all," cried tortured Rilla. "There's no need to fly off the handle, child. You ought to be willing to take advice from older people. I saw how you slipped over to the sands with Ken and stayed there ever so long with him. Your mother wouldn't like it if she knew." "I'll tell my mother all about it, and Miss Oliver, and Walter," Rilla gasped between sniffs. "You sat for hours with Millard Douglas on that lobster trap, Mary Vance. What would Mrs. Elliott say to that if she knew?" "Oh, I'm not going to quarrel with you," said Mary, suddenly retreating to high and lofty ground. "All I say is, you should wait until you're grown up before you do things like that." Rilla gave up trying to hide the fact that she was crying. Everything was spoiled, even that beautiful, dreamy, romantic moonlit hour with Kenneth on the sands was vulgarized and cheapened. She loathed Mary Vance. "Why, whatever's wrong?" cried mystified Mary. "What are you crying for?" "My feet hurt so," sobbed Rilla, clinging to the last shred of her pride. It was less humiliating to admit crying because of your feet than because somebody had been amusing himself with you, and your friends had forgotten you, and other people patronized you. "I dare say they do," said Mary, not unkindly. "Never mind. I know where there's a pot of goose grease in Cornelia's tidy pantry, and it beats all the fancy cold creams in the world. I'll put some on your heels before you go to bed." Goose grease on your heels! So this was what your first party and your first beau and your first moonlit romance ended in! Rilla gave over crying in sheer disgust at the futility of tears, and went to sleep in Mary Vance's bed, in the calm of despair. Outside the dawn came greyly in on wings of storm. Captain Josiah, true to his word, ran up the Union Jack at the Four Winds Light, and it streamed on the fierce wind against the clouded sky like a gallant unquenchable beacon. End of Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 4, The Piper Pipes, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 5, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 5, The Sound of a Going, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read by Sweet Pea. Rilla ran down through the sunlit glory of the maple grove behind Ingleside, to her favorite nook in Rainbow Valley. She sat down on a green mossed stone among the fern, propped her chin on her hands, and stared unseeingly at the dazzling blue sky of the August afternoon, so blue, so peaceful, so unchanged, just as it had arched over the valley in the mellow days of late summer, ever since she could remember. She wanted to be alone, to think things out, to adjust herself, if it were possible, to the new world into which she seemed to have been transplanted with a suddenness and completeness that left her half bewildered as to her own identity. Was she, could she be, the same Rilla Blythe who had danced at Four Winds Light 6 days ago? Only 6 days ago? It seemed to Rilla that she had lived as much in those 6 days as in all her previous life. And if it be true that we should count time by the heart-throbs, she had. That evening, with its hopes and fears and triumphs and humiliations, seemed like ancient history now. Could she really ever have cried just because she had been forgotten and had to walk home with Mary Vance? Ah, thought Rilla sadly, how trivial and absurd such a cause of tears now appeared to her. She could cry now with a right good will, but she would not, she must not. What was it Mother had said, looking with her white lips and stricken eyes, as Rilla had never seen her mother look before? When our women fail in courage, shall our men be fearless still? Yes, that was it. She must be brave, like Mother, and Nan, and Faith. Faith, who had cried with flashing eyes, "Oh, if I were only a man to go too!" Only, when her eyes ached and her throat burned like this, she had to hide herself in Rainbow Valley for a little, just to think things out and remember that she wasn't a child any longer. She was grown up, and women had to face things like this. But it was nice to get away alone now and then, where nobody could see her, and where she needn't feel that people thought her a little coward if some tears came in spite of her. How sweet and woodsy the ferns smelled! How softly the great feathery boughs of the firs waved and murmured over her! How elfinly rang the bells of the tree lovers, just a tinkle now and then as the breeze swept by! How purple and elusive the haze, where incense was being offered, on many an altar of the hills! How the maple leaves whitened in the wind, until the grove seemed covered with pale silvery blossoms! Everything was just the same as she had seen it hundreds of times, and yet the whole face of the world seemed changed. How wicked I was to wish that something dramatic would happen, she thought. Oh, if we could only have those dear monotonous pleasant days back again! I would never, never grumble about them again. Rilla's world had tumbled to pieces the very day after the party. As they lingered around the dinner table at Ingleside, talking of the war, the telephone had rung. It was a long-distance call from Charlottetown for Jem. When he had finished talking, he hung up the receiver and turned around, with a flushed face and glowing eyes. Before he had said a word, his mother and Nan and Di turned pale. As for Rilla, for the first time in her life she felt that everyone must hear her heart beating, and that something had clutched at her throat. "They are calling for volunteers in town, Father," said Jem. "Scores have joined up already. I'm going in tonight to enlist." "Oh, little Jem!" cried Mrs. Blythe brokenly. She had not called him that for many years, not since the day he had rebelled against it. "Oh, no, no, little Jem!" "I must, Mother. I'm right. Am I not, Father?" asked Jem. Dr. Blythe had risen. He was very pale, too, and his voice was husky. But he did not hesitate. "Yes, Jem, yes, if you feel that way. Yes." Mrs. Blythe covered her face. Walter stared moodily at his plate. Nan and Di clasped each other's hands. Shirley tried to look unconcerned. Susan sat as if paralyzed, her piece of pie half eaten on her plate. Susan never did finish that piece of pie, a fact which bore eloquent testimony to the upheaval in her inner woman, for Susan considered it a cardinal offense against civilized society to begin to eat anything and not finish it. That was wilful waste, hens to the contrary notwithstanding. Jem turned to the phone again. "I must ring the manse. Jerry will want to go too." At this Nan had cried out, "Oh!" as if a knife had been thrust into her, and rushed from the room. Di followed her. Rilla turned to Walter for comfort, but Walter was lost to her in some reverie she could not share. "All right," Jem was saying, as coolly as if he were arranging the details of a picnic. "I thought you would yes, tonight, the 7 o'clock. Meet me at the station. So long." "Mrs. Dr. dear," said Susan, "I wish you would wake me up. Am I dreaming or am I awake? Does that blessed boy realize what he is saying? Does he mean that he is going to enlist as a soldier? You do not mean to tell me that they want children like him? It is an outrage. Surely you and the doctor will not permit it." "We can't stop him," said Mrs. Blythe chokingly. "Oh, Gilbert!" Dr. Blythe came up behind his wife and took her hand gently, looking down into the sweet gray eyes that he had only once before seen filled with such imploring anguish as now. They both thought of that other time, the day years ago in the House of Dreams when little Joyce had died. "Would you have him stay, Anne, when the others are going, when he thinks it his duty? Would you have him so selfish and small-souled?" "No, no, but oh, our first-born son! He's only a lad. Gilbert, I'll try to be brave after a while. Just now I can't. It's all come so suddenly. Give me time." The doctor and his wife went out of the room. Jem had gone. Walter had gone. Shirley got up to go. Rilla and Susan remained staring at each other across the deserted table. Rilla had not yet cried. She was too stunned for tears. Then she saw that Susan was crying. Susan, whom she had never seen shed a tear before. "Oh, Susan, will he really go?" she asked. It is just ridiculous, that's what it is," said Susan. She wiped away her tears, gulped resolutely, and got up. "I am going to wash the dishes. That has to be done, even if everybody has gone crazy. There now, dearie, do not you cry. Jem will go, most likely, but the war will be over long before he gets anywhere near it. Let us take a brace and not worry your poor mother." "In the Enterprise today it was reported that Lord Kitchener says the war will last 3 years," said Rilla dubiously. "I am not acquainted with Lord Kitchener," said Susan composedly, "but I dare say he makes mistakes as often as other people. Your father says it will be over in a few months, and I have as much faith in his opinion as I have in Lord Anybody's. So just let us be calm, and trust in the Almighty, and get this place tidied up. I am done with crying, which is a waste of time and discourages everybody." Jem and Jerry went to Charlottetown that night, and 2 nights later they came back in khaki. The Glen hummed with excitement over it. Life at Ingleside had suddenly become a tense, strained, thrilling thing. Mrs. Blythe and Nan were brave and smiling and wonderful. Already Mrs. Blythe and Miss Cornelia were organizing a Red Cross. The doctor and Mr. Meredith were rounding up the men for a patriotic society. Rilla, after the first shock, reacted to the romance of it all, in spite of her heartache. Jem certainly looked magnificent in his uniform. It was splendid to think of the lads of Canada answering so speedily and fearlessly and uncalculatingly to the call of their country. Rilla carried her head high among the other girls whose brothers had not so responded. In her diary she wrote, He goes to do what I had done, had Douglas' daughter been his son," and was sure she meant it. If she were a boy, of course she would go too. She hadn't the least doubt of that. She wondered if it was very dreadful of her to feel glad that Walter hadn't got strong as soon as they had wished after the fever. "I couldn't bear to have Walter go," she wrote. "I love Jem ever so much, but Walter means more to me than anyone in the world, and I would die if he had to go. He seems so changed these days. He hardly ever talks to me. I suppose he wants to go too, and feels badly because he can't. He doesn't go about with Jem and Jerry at all." I shall never forget Susan's face when Jem came home in his khaki. It worked and twisted as if she were going to cry, but all she said was, "You look almost like a man in that, Jem." Jem laughed. He never minds because Susan thinks him just a child still. Everybody seems busy but me. I wish there was something I could do, but there doesn't seem to be anything. Mother and Nan and Di are busy all the time, and I just wander about like a lonely ghost. What hurts me terribly, though, is that Mother's smiles, and Nan's, just seem put on from the outside. Mother's eyes never laugh now. It makes me feel that I shouldn't laugh either, that it's wicked to feel laughy. And it's so hard for me to keep from laughing, even if Jem is going to be a soldier. But when I laugh I don't enjoy it either, as I used to. There's something behind it all that keeps hurting me, especially when I wake up in the night. Then I cry because I am afraid that Kitchener of Khartoum is right, and the war will last for years, and Jem may be... But no, I won't write it. It would make me feel as if it were really going to happen. The other day Nan said, "Nothing can ever be quite the same for any of us again." It made me feel rebellious. Why shouldn't things be the same again, when everything is over and Jem and Jerry are back? We'll all be happy and jolly again, and these days will seem just like a bad dream. The coming of the mail is the most exciting event of every day now. Father just snatches the paper. I never saw Father snatch before. And the rest of us crowd round and look at the headlines over his shoulder. Susan vows she does not and will not believe a word the papers say, but she always comes to the kitchen door, and listens, and then goes back, shaking her head. She is terribly indignant all the time, but she cooks up all the things Jem likes especially, and she did not make a single bit of fuss when she found Monday asleep on the spare room bed yesterday, right on top of Mrs. Rachel Lynde's apple leaf spread. "The Almighty only knows where your master will be having to sleep before long, you poor dumb beast," she said, as she put him quite gently out. But she never relents towards Doc. She says the minute he saw Jem in khaki he turned into Mr. Hyde then and there, and she thinks that ought to be proof enough of what he really is. Susan is funny, but she is an old dear. Shirley says she is one half angel and the other half good cook. But then Shirley is the only one of us she never scolds. Faith Meredith is wonderful. I think she and Jem are really engaged now. She goes about with a shining light in her eyes, but her smiles are a little stiff and starched, just like Mother's. I wonder if I could be as brave as she is if I had a lover and he was going to the war. It is bad enough when it is your brother. Bruce Meredith cried all night, Mrs. Meredith says, when he heard Jem and Jerry were going. And he wanted to know if the K of K his father talked about was the King of Kings. He is the dearest kitty. I just love him, though I don't really care much for children. I don't like babies one bit, though when I say so people look at me as if I had said something perfectly shocking. Well, I don't, and I've got to be honest about it. I don't mind looking at a nice clean baby if somebody else holds it, but I wouldn't touch it for anything. And I don't feel a single real spark of interest in it. Gertrude Oliver says she feels just the same. She is the most honest person I know. She never pretends anything. She says babies bore her until they are old enough to talk, and then she likes them, but still a good ways off. Mother and Nan and Di all adore babies, and seem to think I'm unnatural because I don't. I haven't seen Kenneth since the night of the party. He was here one evening after Jem came back, but I happened to be away. I don't think he mentioned me at all. At least nobody told me he did, and I was determined I wouldn't ask. but I don't care in the least. All that matters absolutely nothing to me now. The only thing that does matter is that Jem has volunteered for active service and will be going to Valcartier in a few more days. My big, splendid brother Jem. Oh, I'm so proud of him. I suppose Kenneth would enlist too, if it weren't for his ankle. I think that is quite providential. He is his mother's only son, and how dreadful she would feel if he went. Only sons should never think of going. Walter came wandering through the valley as Rilla sat there, with his head bent and his hands clasped behind him. When he saw Rilla he turned abruptly away. Then as abruptly he turned and came back to her. "Rilla, my Rilla, what are you thinking of?" "Everything is so changed, Walter," said Rilla wistfully. "Even you're changed. A week ago we were all so happy, and now I just can't find myself at all. I'm lost." Walter sat down on a neighboring stone and took Rilla's little appealing hand. "I'm afraid our old world has come to an end, Rilla. We've got to face that." "It's so terrible to think of Jem," pleaded Rilla. "Sometimes I forget for a little while what it really means, and feel excited and proud. And then it comes over me again like a cold wind." "I envy Jem," said Walter moodily. "Envy Jem? Oh, Walter, you don't want to go too?" "No," said Walter, gazing straight before him down the emerald vistas of the valley. "No, I don't want to go. That's just the trouble, Rilla. I'm afraid to go. I'm a coward." "You're not?" Rilla burst out angrily. "Why, anybody would be afraid to go. You might be killed." "I wouldn't mind that if it didn't hurt," muttered Walter. "I don't think I'm afraid of death itself. It's of the pain that might come before death. It wouldn't be so bad to die and have it over, but to keep on dying. Rilla, I've always been afraid of pain. You know that. I can't help it. I shudder when I think of the possibility of being mangled or blinded. Rilla, I cannot face that thought. To be blind, never to see the beauty of the world again. Moonlight on four winds, the stars twinkling through the fir trees, mist on the gulf. I ought to go, I ought to want to go, but I don't. I hate the thought of it. I'm ashamed. "But Walter, you couldn't go anyhow," said Rilla piteously. She was sick with a new terror that Walter would go after all. "You're not strong enough." "I am. I've felt as fit as ever I did this last month. I'd pass any examination. I know it. Everybody thinks I'm not strong yet, and I'm skulking behind that belief. I should have been a girl," Walter concluded in a burst of passionate bitterness. "Even if you were strong enough, you oughtn't to go," sobbed Rilla. "What would Mother do? She's breaking her heart over Jem. It would kill her to see you both go." "Oh, I'm not going. Don't worry. I tell you I'm afraid to go. Afraid. I don't mince the matter to myself. It's a relief to own up even to you, Rilla. I wouldn't confess it to anybody else. Nan and Di would despise me. But I hate the whole thing. The horror, the pain, the ugliness. War isn't a khaki uniform or a drill parade. Everything I've read in old histories haunts me. I lie awake at night and see things that have happened, see the blood and filth and misery of it all. And a bayonet charge! If I could face the other things, I could never face that. It turns me sick to think of it, sicker even to think of giving it than receiving it, to think of thrusting a bayonet through another man." Walter writhed and shuddered. "I think of these things all the time, and it doesn't seem to me that Jem and Jerry ever think of them. They laugh and talk about potting Huns, but it maddens me to see them in the khaki. And they think I'm grumpy because I'm not fit to go." Walter laughed bitterly. "It is not a nice thing to feel yourself a coward." But Rilla got her arms about him and cuddled her head on his shoulder. She was so glad he didn't want to go. For just 1 minute she had been horribly frightened. And it was so nice to have Walter confiding his troubles to her, not Di. She didn't feel so lonely and superfluous any longer. "Don't you despise me, Rilla my Rilla?" asked Walter wistfully. Somehow it hurt him to think that Rilla might despise him, hurt him as much as if it had been Di. He realized suddenly how very fond he was of this adoring kid sister with her appealing eyes and troubled, girlish face. "No, I don't. Why, Walter, hundreds of people feel just as you do. You know what that verse of Shakespeare in the old Fifth Reader says, 'The brave man is not he who feels no fear.'" "No, but it is he whose noble soul its fear subdues. I don't do that. We can't gloss it over, Rilla. I'm a coward." "You're not. Think of how you fought Dan Rees long ago." "One spurt of courage isn't enough for a lifetime." "Walter, one time I heard father say that the trouble with you was a sensitive nature and a vivid imagination. You feel things before they really come, feel them all alone when there isn't anything to help you bear them, to take away from them. It isn't anything to be ashamed of. When you and Jim got your hands burned when the grass was fired on the sandhills 2 years ago, Jim made twice the fuss over the pain than you did. As for this horrid old war, there'll be plenty to go without you. It won't last long." "I wish I could believe it. Well, it's supper time, Rilla. You'd better run. I don't want anything." "Neither do I. I couldn't eat a mouthful. Let me stay here with you, Walter. It's such a comfort to talk things over with someone. The rest all think that I'm too much of a baby to understand." So they two sat there in the old valley until the evening star shone through a pale gray, gauzy cloud over the maple grove, and a fragrant dewy darkness filled their little sylvan dell. It was one of the evenings Rilla was to treasure in remembrance all her life, the first one on which Walter had ever talked to her as if she were a woman and not a child. They comforted and strengthened each other. Walter felt, for the time being at least, that it was not such a despicable thing, after all, to dread the horror of war, and Rilla was glad to be made the confidant of his struggles, to sympathize with and encourage him. She was of importance to somebody. When they went back to Ingleside they found callers sitting on the veranda. Mr. and Mrs. Meredith had come over from the manse, and Mr. and Mrs. Norman Douglas had come up from the farm. Cousin Sophia was there also, sitting with Susan in the shadowy background. Mrs. Blythe and Nan and Di were away, but Dr. Blythe was home and so was Dr. Jekyll, sitting in a golden majesty on the top step. And of course they were all talking of the war, except Dr. Jekyll, who kept his own counsel and looked contempt as only a cat can. When two people foregathered in those days they talked of the war, and old Highland Sandy of the Harbour Head talked of it when he was alone and hurled anathemas at the Kaiser across all the acres of his farm. Walter slipped away, not caring to see or be seen, but Rilla sat down on the steps, where the garden mint was dewy and pungent. It was a very calm evening with a dim golden afterlight irradiating the glen. She felt happier than at any time in the dreadful week that had passed. She was no longer haunted by the fear that Walter would go. "I'd go myself if I was 20 years younger," Norman Douglas was shouting. Norman always shouted when he was excited. "I'd show the Kaiser a thing or two. Did I ever say there wasn't a hell? Of course there's a hell. Dozens of hells, hundreds of hells, where the Kaiser and all his brood are bound for." "I knew this war was coming," said Mrs. Norman triumphantly. "I saw it coming right along. I could have told all those stupid Englishmen what was ahead of them. I told you, John Meredith, years ago when the Kaiser was up, but you wouldn't believe it. You said he would never plunge the world in war. Who was right about the Kaiser, John? You or I? Tell me that." "You were, I admit," said Mr. Meredith. "It's too late to admit it now," said Mrs. Norman, shaking her head, as if to intimate that if John Meredith had admitted it sooner there might have been no war. "Thank God England's navy is ready," said the doctor. "Amen to that," nodded Mrs. Norman. "Bat blind as most of them were, somebody had foresight enough to see to that." "Maybe England'll manage not to get into trouble over it," said Cousin Sophia plaintively. "I dunno, but I'm much afraid." "One would suppose that England was in trouble over it already, up to her neck, Sophia Crawford," said Susan, "but your ways of thinking are beyond me, and always were. It is my opinion the British Navy will settle Germany in a jiffy, and that we are all getting worked up over nothing." Susan spat out the words as if she wanted to convince herself more than anybody else. She had her little store of homely philosophies to guide her through life, but she had nothing to buckle her against the thunderbolts of the week that had just passed. What had an honest, hard-working Presbyterian old maid of Glen St. Mary to do with a war thousands of miles away? Susan felt that it was indecent that she should have to be disturbed by it. "The British army will settle Germany!" shouted Norman. "Just wait till it gets into line, and the Kaiser will find that real war is a different thing from parading around Berlin with your mustaches cocked up." "Britain hasn't got an army," said Mrs. Norman emphatically. "You needn't glare at me, Norman. Glaring won't make soldiers out of Timothy stalks. 100,000 men will be just a mouthful for Germany's millions." "There'll be some tough chewing in the mouthful, I reckon," persisted Norman valiantly. "Germany'll break her teeth on it. Don't you tell me one Britisher isn't a match for 10 foreigners. I could polish off a dozen of them myself, with both hands tied behind my back." "I am told," said Susan, "that old Mr. Pryor does not believe in this war. I am told that he says England went into it just because she was jealous of Germany, and that she did not really care in the least what happened to Belgium." "I believe he's been talking some such rot," said Norman. "I haven't heard him. When I do, Whiskers on the moon won't know what happened to him. That precious relative of mine, Kitty Alec, holds forth to the same effect, I understand. Not before me, though. Somehow folks don't indulge in that kind of conversation in my presence. Lord love you, they've a kind of presentiment, so to speak, that it wouldn't be healthy for their complaints. I am very much afraid that this war has been sent as a punishment for our sins," said Cousin Sophia, unclasping her pale hands from her lap and reclasping them solemnly over her stomach. "The world is very evil. The times are waxing late." "Parson here's got something of the same idea," chuckled Norman. "Haven't you, Parson? That's why you preached the other night on the text, 'Without shedding of blood there is no remission of sins.' I didn't agree with you. Wanted to get up in the pew and shout out that there wasn't a word of sense in what you were saying, but Ellen here, she held me down. I never have any fun sassing parsons since I got married." "Without shedding of blood there is no anything," said Mr. Meredith, in the gentle dreamy way which had an unexpected trick of convincing his hearers. "Everything, it seems to me, has to be purchased by self-sacrifice. Our race has marked every step of its painful ascent with blood, and now torrents of it must flow again. No, Mrs. Crawford, I don't think the war has been sent as a punishment for sin. I think it is the price humanity must pay for some blessing, some advance great enough to be worth the price, which we may not live to see, but which our children's children will inherit." "If Jerry is killed, will you feel so fine about it?" demanded Norman, who had been saying things like that all his life, and never could be made to see any reason why he shouldn't. "Now never mind kicking me in the shins, Ellen. I want to see if Parson meant what he said, or if it was just a pulpit frill." Mr. Meredith's face quivered. He had had a terrible hour alone in his study on the night Jem and Jerry had gone to town, but he answered quietly, "Whatever I felt, it could not alter my belief, my assurance that a country whose sons are ready to lay down their lives in her defense will win a new vision because of their sacrifice." "You do mean it, Parson. I can always tell when people mean what they say. It's a gift that was born in me. Makes me a terror to most parsons, that. But I've never caught you yet saying anything you don't mean. I'm always hoping I will. That's what reconciles me to going to church. It'd be such a comfort to me, such a weapon to batter Ellen here with, when she tries to civilize me. Well, I'm off over the road to see Ab Crawford a minute. The gods be good to you all." "The old pagan," muttered Susan, as Norman strode away. She did not care if Ellen Douglas did hear her. Susan could never understand why fire did not descend from heaven upon Norman Douglas when he insulted ministers the way he did. But the astonishing thing was Mr. Meredith seemed really to like his brother-in-law. Rilla wished they would talk of something besides war. She had heard nothing else for a week, and she was really a little tired of it. Now that she was relieved from her haunting fear that Walter would want to go, it made her quite impatient. But she supposed, with a sigh, that there would be 3 or 4 months of it yet. End of Rilla of Ingleside, Chapter 5. Chapter 32 of Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sweet Pea. Chapter 32. Word from Jem. 4th August, 1918. It is 4 years tonight since the dance at the lighthouse. 4 years of war. It seems like 3 times 4. I was 15 then. I am 19 now. I expected that these past 4 years would be the most delightful years of my life, and they have been years of war, years of fear and grief and worry, but I humbly hope of a little growth in strength and character as well. Today I was going through the hall, and I heard Mother saying something to Father about me. I didn't mean to listen, I couldn't help hearing her as I went along the hall and upstairs, so perhaps that is why I heard what listeners are said never to hear, something good of myself. And because it was Mother who said it, I'm going to write it in here in my journal, for my comforting when days of discouragement come upon me, in which I feel that I am vain and selfish and weak, and that there is no good thing in me. Rilla has developed in a wonderful fashion these past 4 years. She used to be such an irresponsible young creature. She has changed into a capable, womanly girl, and she is such a comfort to me. Nan and Di have grown a little away from me, they have been so little at home, but Rilla has grown closer and closer to me. We are chums. I don't see how I could have got through these terrible years without her, Gilbert. There, that is just what Mother said, and I feel glad and sorry and proud and humble. It's beautiful to have my mother think that about me, but I don't deserve it quite. I'm not as good and strong as that. There are heaps of times when I have felt cross and impatient and woeful and despairing. It is Mother and Susan who have been this family's backbone. But I have helped a little, I believe, and I am so glad and thankful. The war news has been good right along. The French and Americans are pushing the Germans back and back and back. Sometimes I am afraid it is too good to last. After nearly 4 years of disasters, one has a feeling that this constant success is unbelievable. We don't rejoice noisily over it. Susan keeps the flag up, but we go softly. The price paid has been too high for jubilation. We are just thankful that it has not been paid in vain. No word has come from Jem. We hope, because we dare not do anything else. But there are hours when we all feel, though we never say so, that such hoping is foolishness. These hours come more and more frequently as the weeks go by, and we may never know. That is the most terrible thought of all. I wonder how Faith is bearing it. To judge from her letters, she has never for a moment given up hope, but she must have had her dark hours of doubt like the rest of us. 20th August, 1918. The Canadians have been in action again, and Mr. Meredith had a cable today saying that Carl had been slightly wounded and is in the hospital. It did not say where the wound was, which was unusual, and we all feel worried. There is news of a fresh victory every day now. 30th August, 1918. The Merediths had a letter from Carl today. His wound was only a slight one, but it was in his right eye, and the sight is gone forever. One eye is enough to watch bugs with, Carl writes cheerfully, and we know it might have been oh so much worse if it had been both eyes. But I cried all the afternoon after I saw Carl's letter. Those beautiful, fearless blue eyes of his. There is one comfort, he will not have to go back to the front. He is coming home as soon as he is out of the hospital, the first of our boys to return. When will the others come? And there is one who will never come. At least we will not see him if he does. But oh, I think he will be there. When our Canadian soldiers return there will be a shadow army with them, the army of the fallen. We will not see them, but they will be there. 1st September, 1918. Mother and I went into Charlottetown yesterday to see the moving picture Hearts of the World. I made an awful goose of myself. Father will never stop teasing me about it for the rest of my life. But it all seemed so horribly real, and I was so intensely interested that I forgot everything but the scenes I saw enacted before my eyes. And then, quite near the last, came a terribly exciting one. The heroine was struggling with a German soldier who was trying to drag her away. I knew she had a knife. I had seen her hide it to have it in readiness, and I couldn't understand why she didn't produce it and finish the brute. I thought she must have forgotten it, and just at the tensest moment of the scene I lost my head altogether. I just stood right up on my feet in that crowded house and shrieked at the top of my voice, "The knife is in your stocking! The knife is in your stocking!" I created a sensation. The funny part was that just as I said it, the girl did snatch out the knife and stab the soldier with it. Everybody in the house laughed. I came to my senses and fell back in my seat, overcome with mortification. Mother was shaking with laughter. I could have shaken her. Why hadn't she pulled me down and choked me before I had made such an idiot of myself? She protests that there wasn't time. Fortunately the house was dark, and I don't believe there was anybody there who knew me, and I thought I was becoming sensible and self-controlled and womanly. It is plain I have some distance to go yet before I attain that devoutly desired consummation. 20th September 1918. In the east Bulgaria has asked for peace, and in the west the British have smashed the Hindenburg line. And right here in Glen St. Mary, little Bruce Meredith has done something that I think wonderful. Wonderful because of the love behind it. Mrs. Meredith was here tonight, and she told us about it, and Mother and I cried, and Susan got up and clattered the things about the stove. Bruce always loved Jim very devotedly, and the child has never forgotten him in all these years. He has been as faithful in his way as Dog Monday was in his. We have always told him that Jem would come back, but it seems that he was in Carter Flagg's store last night, and he heard his Uncle Norman flatly declaring that Jem Blythe would never come back, and that the Ingleside folk might as well give up hoping he would. Bruce went home and cried himself to sleep. This morning his mother saw him going out of the yard with a very sorrowful and determined look, carrying his pet kitten. She didn't think much more about it until later on he came in with the most tragic little face, and told her, his little body shaking with sobs, that he had drowned Stripey. "Why did you do that?" Mrs. Meredith exclaimed. "To bring Jem back," sobbed Bruce. "I thought if I sacrificed Stripey, God would send Jem back. So I drowned him, and oh, Mother, it was awful hard. But surely God will send Jem back now, 'cause Stripey was the dearest thing I had. I just told God I would give him Stripey if he would send Jem back, and he will, won't he, Mother?" Mrs. Meredith didn't know what to say to the poor child. She could not tell him that perhaps his sacrifice wouldn't bring Jem back, that God didn't work that way. She told him that he mustn't expect it right away, that perhaps it would be quite a long time yet before Jem came back. But Bruce said, "It oughtn't to take longer than a week, Mother. Oh, Mother, Stripey was such a nice little cat. He purred so pretty. Don't you think God ought to like him enough to let us have Jem?" Mr. Meredith is worried about the effect on Bruce's faith in God, and Mrs. Meredith is worried about the effect on Bruce himself, if his hope isn't fulfilled. And I feel as if I must cry every time I think of it. It was so splendid and sad and beautiful. The dear devoted little fellow, he worshipped that kitten. And if it all goes for nothing, as so many sacrifices seem to go for nothing, he will be broken hearted, for he isn't old enough to understand that God doesn't answer our prayers just as we hope, and doesn't make bargains with us when we yield something we love up to him. 24th September 1918. I have been kneeling at my window in the moonshine for a long time, just thanking God over and over again. The joy of last night and today has been so great that it seemed half pain, as if our hearts weren't big enough to hold it. Last night I was sitting here in my room at 11 o'clock, writing a letter to Shirley. Everyone else was in bed except Father, who was out. I heard the telephone ring, and I ran out to the hall to answer it, before it should waken Mother. It was long distance calling, and when I answered it, it said, "This is the Telegraph Company's office in Charlottetown. There's an overseas cable for Dr. Blythe." I thought of Shirley, my heart stood still, and then I heard him saying, "It's from Holland." The message was: "Just arrived. Escaped from Germany. Quite well. Writing. James Blythe." I didn't faint or fall or scream. I didn't feel glad or surprised. I didn't feel anything. I felt numb, just as I did when I heard Walter had enlisted. I hung up the receiver and turned round. Mother was standing in her doorway. She wore her old rose kimono, and her hair was hanging down her back in a long, thick braid, and her eyes were shining. She looked just like a young girl. "There is word from Jem?" she said. How did she know? I hadn't said a word at the phone except yes, yes, yes. She says she doesn't know how she knew, but she did know. She was awake, and she heard the ring, and she knew there was word from Jem. "He's alive, he's well, he's in Holland," I said. Mother came out into the hall and said, "I must get your father on the phone and tell him. He's in the upper glen." She was very calm and quiet, not a bit like I would have expected her to be. But then I wasn't either. I went and woke up Gertrude and Susan and told them. Susan said, "Thank God," firstly, and secondly she said, "Did I not tell you Dog Monday knew?" And thirdly, "I'll go down and make a cup of tea." And she stalked down in her nightdress to make it. She did make it, and made Mother and Gertrude drink it, but I went back to my room and shut my door and locked it, and I knelt by my window and cried, just as Gertrude did when her great news came. I think I know at last exactly what I shall feel like on the resurrection morning. 4th October, 1918. Today Jem's letter came. It has been in the house only 6 hours, and it is almost read to pieces. The postmistress told everybody in the glen it had come, and everybody came up to hear the news. Jem was badly wounded in the thigh, and he was picked up and taken to prison, so delirious with fever that he didn't know what was happening to him or where he was. It was weeks before he came to his senses and was able to write. Then he did write, but it never came. He wasn't treated at all badly at his camp, only the food was poor. He had nothing to eat but a little black bread and boiled turnips, and now and then a little soup with black peas in it. And we sat down every one of those days to 3 good square luxurious meals. He wrote us as often as he could, but he was afraid we were not getting his letters, because no reply came. As soon as he was strong enough he tried to escape, but was caught and brought back. A month later he and a comrade made another attempt and succeeded in reaching Holland. Jem can't come home right away. He isn't quite so well as his cable said, for his wound has not healed properly and he has to go into a hospital in England for further treatment. But he says he will be all right eventually, and we know he is safe, and will be back home sometime, and oh, the difference it makes is everything! I had a letter from Jim Anderson today, too. He has married an English girl, got his discharge, and is coming right home to Canada with his bride. I don't know whether to be glad or sorry. It will depend on what kind of a woman she is. I had a second letter also, of a somewhat mysterious tenor. It is from a Charlottetown lawyer, asking me to go in to see him at my earliest convenience in regard to a certain matter connected with the estate of the late Mrs. Matilda Pitman. I read a notice of Mrs. Pitman's death from heart failure in the Enterprise a few weeks ago. I wonder if this summons has anything to do with Jim's. 5th October, 1918. I went into town this morning and had an interview with Mrs. Pitman's lawyer, a little thin wispy man, who spoke of his late client with such a profound respect that it is evident that he was as much under her thumb as Robert and Amelia were. He drew up a new will for her a short time before her death. She was worth $30,000, the bulk of which was left to Amelia Chapley, but she left $5,000 to me in trust for Jim's. The interest is to be used as I see fit for his education, and the principal is to be paid over to him on his 20th birthday. Certainly Jim's was born lucky. I saved him from slow extinction at the hands of Mrs. Conover. Mary Vance saved him from death by diphtheritic croup. His star saved him when he fell off the train, and he tumbled not only into a clump of bracken, but right into this nice little legacy. Evidently, as Mrs. Matilda Pitman said, and as I have always believed, he is no common child, and he has no common destiny in store for him. At all events he is provided for, and in such a fashion that Jim Anderson can't squander his inheritance if he wanted to. Now, if the new English stepmother is only a good sort, I shall feel quite uneasy about the future of my war baby. I wonder what Robert and Amelia think of it. I fancy they will nail down their windows when they leave home after this." Chapter 33. Victory! "A day of chilling winds and gloomy skies," Rilla quoted one Sunday afternoon, the 6th of October to be exact. It was so cold that they had lighted a fire in the living room, and the merry little flames were doing their best to counteract the outside dourness. "It's more like November than October. November is such an ugly month." Cousin Sophia was there, again having forgiven Susan, and Mrs. Martin Clow, who was not visiting on Sunday, but had dropped in to borrow Susan's cure for rheumatism, that being cheaper than getting one from the doctor. "I'm afeared we're going to have an airly winter," foreboded Cousin Sophia. "The muskrats are building awful big houses round the pond, and that's a sign that never fails. Dear me, how that child has grown!" Cousin Sophia sighed again, as if it were an unhappy circumstance that a child should grow. "When do you expect his father?" "Next week," said Rilla. "Well, I hope the stepmother won't abuse the poor child," sighed Cousin Sophia, "but I have my doubts. Anyhow, he'll be sure to feel the difference between his usage here and what he'll get anywhere else. You've spoiled him so, Rilla, waiting on him hand and foot the way you've always done." Rilla smiled and pressed her cheek to Jims's curls. She knew her sweet-tempered, sunny little Jims was not spoiled. Nevertheless, her heart was anxious behind her smile too. She too thought much about the new Mrs. Anderson and wondered uneasily what she would be like. "I can't give Jims up to a woman who won't love him," she thought rebelliously. "I believe it's going to rain," said Cousin Sophia. "We've had an awful lot of rain this fall already. It's going to make it awful hard for people to get their roots in. It wasn't so in my young days. We ginerally had beautiful Octobers then. But the seasons is altogether different now from what they used to be." Clear across Cousin Sophia's doleful voice cut the telephone bell. Gertrude Oliver answered it. "Yes, what? Is it true? Is it official? Thank you, thank you." Gertrude turned around and faced the room dramatically, her dark eyes flashing, her dark face flushed with feeling. All at once the sun broke through the thick clouds and poured through the big crimson maple outside the window. Its reflected glow enveloped her in a weird immaterial flame. She looked like a priestess performing some mystic splendid rite. "Germany and Austria are suing for peace," she said. Rilla went crazy for a few minutes. She sprang up and danced around the room, clapping her hands, laughing, crying. "Sit down, child," said Mrs. Clow, who never got excited over anything, and so had missed a tremendous amount of trouble and delight in her journey through life. "Oh," cried Rilla, "I have walked the floor for hours in despair and anxiety in these past 4 years. Now let me walk it in joy. It was worth living long dreary years for this minute, and it would be worth living them again just to look back to it. Susan, let's run up the flag, and we must phone the news to everyone in the Glen." "Can we have as much sugar as we want now?" asked Jims eagerly. It was a never to be forgotten afternoon. As the news spread, excited people ran about the village and dashed up to Ingleside. The Merediths came over and stayed to supper, and everybody talked and nobody listened. Cousin Sophia tried to protest that Germany and Austria were not to be trusted, and it was all part of a plot, but nobody paid the least attention to her. "This Sunday makes up for that one in March," said Susan. "I wonder," said Gertrude dreamily apart to Rilla, "if things won't seem rather flat and insipid when peace really comes. After being fed for 4 years on horrors and fears, terrible reverses, amazing victories, won't anything less be tame and uninteresting? How strange and blessed and dull it will be not to dread the coming of the mail every day." "We must dread it for a little while yet, I suppose," said Rilla. "Peace won't come, can't come for some weeks yet. And in those weeks dreadful things may happen. My excitement is over. We have won the victory, but oh, what a price we have paid!" "Not too high a price for freedom," said Gertrude softly. "Do you think it was, Rilla?" "No," said Rilla under her breath. She was seeing a little white cross on the battlefield of France. "No, not if those of us who live will show ourselves worthy of it, if we keep faith." "We will keep faith," said Gertrude. She rose suddenly. A silence fell around the table. and in the silence Gertrude repeated Walter's famous poem, "The Piper." When she finished, Mr. Meredith stood up and held up his glass. "Let us drink," he said, "to the silent army, to the boys who followed when the piper summoned. For our tomorrow they gave their today. Theirs is the victory." End of Rilla of Ingleside, chapters 32 to 33, by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
The Story of the Great War, Volume 1, edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 20 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20. Assassination of Franz Ferdinand. Austria's ultimatum. It was the boast of the greater European powers during the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913, and after, that the conflagration in the Balkans had been localized, i.e., that none of the Western nations would be involved in the complications growing out of the trouble in the Balkans. The conflagration in the mountainous peninsula had been localized, it was true, but the smoldering fire that remained after the Balkan Wars was to flare forth during the summer of 1914, to spread over Europe from the Shetland Islands to Crete in one grand flame, and to drop sparks on the remaining 4 continents. That smoldering fire was the doctrine known as Greater Serbianism, sometimes wrongly spoken of as Pan-Serbianism. As during the 19th century, one after another, the Balkan states gained independence from Turkish sovereignty, and the germ of what is called nationalism was born in them. Each looked about to see in what directions its boundaries might be extended. The appetite of nationalism with these small states, as with the greater countries, demanded that under the flag of a given nation must be gathered all the peoples of that nation. If some of them dwell in foreign lands, those lands must be conquered. If foreigners live within the borders of the country, those foreigners must be ironed out. The crushing machinery of despotic government must be brought into use to force them to adopt the language, literature, traditions, and religion of the nation which considered them alien. And the appetite of nationalism demanded one thing more, that the political boundaries of a nation conform with the natural boundaries as they seem to be delimited by mountains, rivers, and coasts. The kingdoms of Serbia and Montenegro had shown symptoms of nationalism long before the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913. When they emerged from those wars with their territories almost doubled, the idea took even greater hold on them. As Turkish sovereignty and influence became less feared, Austrian dominance replaced them. Austria did nothing to allay this fear. She stood as a Teutonic bulwark between a growing Slavic menace in Serbia and Montenegro on the south and the already formidable Slavic menace, Russia, on the east. In her provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which were transformed from protectorates into integral parts of the Austrian Empire in 1908, there dwelt thousands of peasants who were of Serbian nationality. In more concise terms, they were of the same racial stock as the Serbians. After Serbian prestige rose as a result of the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913, these Serbian subjects of Austria desired more than ever to be part of the Slav kingdom. This desire was shared by the leading factions in Serbia itself. The doctrine of Greater Serbia demanded that the aims of the desire be materialized. Besides, the natural boundaries of Serbia seemed to take in the greater part, if not all, of Bosnia and Herzegovina, for they stretched along the eastern shores of the Adriatic and shut Serbia and Montenegro off from the sea. Propaganda began to spread throughout Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, reminding the Serbs in all three places that they must work to bring themselves under one government, and that government their own. They were urged to keep up their efforts to standardize their religion, their speech, their traditions. They were called upon, by the same propaganda, to substitute Austria for Turkey as the object of national Serbian hate. But Austria, too, had the disease of nationalism, and she had been engaged since 1908 in ironing out the Serbs within her borders. Thus, great friction was engendered, and when, on June 28, 1914, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the Crown Prince, and his morganatic wife visited the Bosnian city of Sarajevo, they and the officials of the city and province knew that the lives of the pair were in danger from Serbian intrigue. The Archduke had gone to Bosnia on his first visit to take charge of military maneuvers there, and before he left the Austrian capital, the Serbian minister had expressed doubt as to the wisdom of the visit, telling the court that the Serbian population in Bosnia might make unfavorable demonstrations. The fears of the Serbian minister proved to be well-founded. Sarajevo displayed many Serbian flags on the day of his arrival. The Archduke's party, in automobiles, proceeded to the town hall after leaving the railway station, passing through crowded streets. The city officials were gathered at the town hall to give him an official welcome. A bomb, hurled from a roof, fell into the Archduke's car. He caught it and threw it to the pavement, where it exploded, doing no damage to either him or his wife, but injuring two adjutants in the car following. One Grabranovics, a Serbian from Trebinje, was arrested as the assailant. The Archduke proceeded to the town hall, and after berating the city officials, listened to the speeches of welcome. As he and his wife were departing, a Serbian student named Princip, who was later arrested, rushed out from the crowd and fired point-blank at the couple with a revolver. Both were hit a number of times and died some hours later from their wounds. Great excitement immediately prevailed in Sofia and Vienna, and in Berlin and St. Petersburg to a lesser degree. What retribution would Austria demand? The Austrian press openly avowed that the plot on the Archduke's life had been hatched in official circles in Serbia, and the Austrian government made no attempt to suppress these statements. 1 hour after the tragedy had taken place, it had assumed an official and international complexion. A punitive war against Serbia was immediately urged in Vienna. On June the 29th, 1914, anti-Serbian riots broke out in Bosnia. Sarajevo was put under martial law, and the bodies of the assassinated couple began the mournful journey to Vienna. On July the 2nd, 1914, Princip confessed that he had apprised the Pan-Serbian Union of his attempt to kill the Archduke, and on the same day, the first intimation came that the matter was considered a serious one in Germany. The Kaiser became, quote, diplomatically ill, unquote. Then, for 20 days, there was an outward calm in the capitals of Europe. But behind the scenes, the diplomats were at work. The great question was how far Russia would go in defending her Slavic sister state against the impending demands of Austria. These demands were made public in a note which Austria sent to Serbia on July 23, 1914. Serbia was given till 6 p.m., July the 25th, 1914, to comply with the ultimatum, which read as follows. On March 31st, 1909, the Royal Serbian Minister in Vienna, on the instructions of the Serbian government, made the following statements to the Imperial and Royal Government. Serbia recognizes that the fait accompli regarding Bosnia has not affected her rights, and consequently she will conform to the decisions that the powers will take in conformity with Article 25 of the Treaty of Berlin. At the same time that Serbia submits to the advice of the powers, she undertakes to renounce the attitude of protest and opposition which she has adopted since October last. She undertakes, on the other hand, to modify the direction of her policy with regard to Austria-Hungary, and to live in future on good neighborly terms with the latter. The history of recent years, and in particular the painful events of June 28 last, have shown the existence in Serbia of subversive movement with the object of detaching a part of Austria-Hungary from the monarchy. The movement, which had its birth under the eyes of the Serbian government, has had consequences on both sides of the Serbian frontier in the shape of acts of terrorism and a series of outrages and murders. Far from carrying out the formal undertakings contained in the Declaration of March 31, 1909, the Royal Serbian government has done nothing to repress these movements. It has permitted the criminal machinations of various societies and associations, and has tolerated unrestrained language on the part of the press, apologies for the perpetrators of outrage, and the participation of officers and functionaries in subversive agitation. It has permitted an unwholesome propaganda in public instruction. In short, it has permitted all the manifestations which have incited the Serbian population to hatred of the monarchy and contempt of its institutions. This culpable tolerance of the Royal Serbian government had not ceased at the moment when the events of June 28 last proved its fatal consequences to the whole world. It results from the dispositions and confessions of the criminal perpetrators of the outrage of June 28 that the Sarajevo assassinations were hatched in Belgrade, that the arms and explosives with which the murderers were provided had been given to them by Serbian officers and functionaries belonging to the Narodna Obrava, and finally, that the passage into Bosnia of the criminals and their arms was organized and effected by the chiefs of the Serbian Frontier Service. The above-mentioned results of the magisterial investigation do not permit the Austro-Hungarian government to pursue any longer the attitude of expectant forbearance which it has maintained for years in the face of the machinations hatched in Belgrade and thence propagated in the territories of the monarchy. These results, on the contrary, impose upon it the duty of putting an end to intrigues which form a perpetual menace to the tranquillity of the monarchy. To achieve this end, the imperial and royal government sees itself compelled to demand from the Serbian government a formal assurance that it condemns this dangerous propaganda against the monarchy and the territories belonging to it, and that the royal Serbian government shall no longer permit these machinations and this criminal and perverse propaganda. In order to give a formal character to the undertaking, the Royal Serbian government shall publish on the front page of its official journal for July 26th the following declaration. The Royal Government of Serbia condemns the propaganda directed against Austria-Hungary, i.e., the ensemble of tendencies of which the final aim is to detach from Austro-Hungarian monarchy territories belonging to it, and it sincerely deplores the fatal consequences of these criminal proceedings. The royal government regrets that Serbian officers and functionaries participated in the above-mentioned propaganda and thus compromised the good neighborly relations to which the royal government was solemnly pledged by its declaration of March 31, 1909. The royal government, which disapproves and repudiates all idea of interfering or attempt to interfere with the destinies of the inhabitants of any part whatsoever of Austria-Hungary, considers it its duty formally to warn officers and functionaries and the whole population of the kingdom that henceforward it will proceed with the utmost rigor against persons who may be guilty of such machinations, which it will use all its efforts to anticipate and suppress. The Royal Serbian government further undertakes, number 1, to suppress any publications which incite to hatred and contempt of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the general tendencies of which it is directed against its territorial integrity. Number 2, to dissolve immediately the society styled Narodna Obrava, to confiscate all its means of propaganda, and to proceed in the same manner against other societies and their branches which are addicted to propaganda against the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. The royal government shall take the necessary measures to prevent the societies dissolved from continuing their activity under another name and form. Number 3, to eliminate without delay from public instruction in Serbia, not only as regards the teaching body, but also as regards the methods of instruction, everything that serves or might serve to foment the propaganda against Austria-Hungary. Number 4, to remove from the military service and from the administration in general all officers and functionaries guilty of propaganda against the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, whose names and deeds the Austro-Hungarian government reserves to itself the right of communicating to the royal government. Number 5, to accept the collaboration in Serbia of representatives of the Austro-Hungarian government in the suppression of the subversive movement directed against the territorial integrity of the monarchy. Number 6, to take judicial proceedings against accessories to the plot of June 28 who were on Serbian territory. Delegates of the Austro-Hungarian government will take part in the investigation relating thereto. Number 7, to proceed without delay to the arrest of Major Voja Tonkasic and of the individual named Milan Shaganovic, a Serbian state employee, who have been compromised by the results of the magisterial inquiry at Sarajevo. Number 8, to prevent by effective measures the cooperation of the Serbian authorities in the illicit traffic in arms and explosives across the frontier, and to dismiss and punish severely officials of the frontier service at Shabac and Loznica guilty of having assisted the perpetrators of the Sarajevo crime by facilitating the passage of the frontier for them. Number 9, to furnish the Austro-Hungarian government with explanations regarding the unjustifiable utterances of high Serbian officials, both in Serbia and abroad, who, notwithstanding their official position, did not hesitate after the crime of June 28 to express themselves in interviews in terms of hostility to the Austro-Hungarian government. And finally, number 10, to notify the Austro-Hungarian government without delay of the execution of the measures comprised under the preceding heads. The Austro-Hungarian government expects the reply of the Serbian government at the latest by 6 o'clock on Saturday evening, July the 26th, 1914. End of the Story of the Great War, Volume 1. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 20 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. The Story of the Great War, Volume 1. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 21 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21, Serbia's Reply. Because this note was so specific in its demands, it is best to give in full the Serbian reply to it, which was issued within the period set by the Austro-Hungarian note. The Serbian answer, in full, was as follows. The Royal Serbian Government has received the communication of the Imperial and Royal Austro-Hungarian Government, and it is persuaded that its reply will remove all misunderstanding tending to threaten or to prejudice the friendly and neighborly relations between the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the Kingdom of Serbia. The royal government is aware that the protests made both at the tribune of the National Skupština, the Serbian legislative body, and in the declarations and acts of responsible representatives of state, protests which were cut short by the declaration of the Serbian government made on March 18th, have not been renewed towards the great neighboring monarchy on any occasion, and that since this time, both on the part of the royal governments which have followed on one another, and on the part of their organs, no attempt has been made with the purpose of changing the political and judicial state of things in this respect. The imperial and royal government has made no representations, save concerning a scholastic book, regarding which the imperial and royal government has received an entirely satisfactory explanation. Serbia has repeatedly given proofs of her pacific and moderate policy during the Balkan crises, and it is thanks to Serbia and the sacrifice she made exclusively in the interest of the peace of Europe that this peace has been preserved. The royal government cannot be held responsible for manifestations of a private nature, such as newspaper articles and the peaceful work of societies, manifestations which occur in almost all countries as a matter of course, and which, as a general rule, escape official control. All the less that in the royal government, when solving a whole series of questions which came up between Serbia and Austria-Hungary, has displayed a great readiness to treat prevenants, and in this way succeeded in settling the greater number to the advantage of the progress of the two neighboring countries. It is for this reason that the royal government has been painfully surprised by the statements according to which persons of the Kingdom of Serbia are said to have taken part in the preparation of the outrage committed at Sarajevo. It expected that it would be invited to collaborate in the investigation of everything bearing on this crime, and it was ready to prove by its actions its entire correctness to take steps against all persons with regard to whom communications had been made to it, thus acquiescing in the desire of the imperial and royal government. The royal government is disposed to hand over to the courts any Serbian subject, without regard to his situation and rank, for whose complicity in the crime of Sarajevo it shall have been furnished with proofs, and especially it engages itself to have published on the front page of the official journal of July 13 through 26 the following announcement. The Royal Serbian Government condemns all propaganda directed against Austria-Hungary, that is to say, all tendencies as a whole of which the ultimate object is to detach from the Austro-Hungarian monarchy territories which form a part of it, and it sincerely deplores the fatal consequences of these criminal actions. The royal government regrets that Serbian officers and officials should, according to the communication of the imperial and royal government, have participated in the above-mentioned propaganda, thereby compromising the good and neighborly relations to which the royal government solemnly pledged itself by its declaration of March 31, 1909. The government which disapproves and repudiates any idea or attempt to interfere in the destinies of the inhabitants of any part of Austria-Hungary whatsoever considers it its duty to utter a formal warning to the officers, the officials, and the whole population of the kingdom that henceforth it will proceed with the utmost rigor against persons who render themselves guilty of such actions, which it will use all its force to prevent and repress. This announcement shall be brought to the cognizance of the Royal Army by an order of the day issued in the name of His Majesty the King, by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Alexander, and shall be published in the next official bulletin of the Army. Number 1. The Royal Government engages itself, furthermore, to lay before the next meeting of the Skupština an amendment to the press law, punishing in the severest manner incitements to hate and contempt of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and also all publications of which the general tendency is directed against the territorial integrity of the monarchy. It undertakes at the forthcoming revision of the Constitution to introduce an amendment whereby the above publications may be confiscated, which is at present forbidden by the terms of Article 22 of the Constitution. Number 2. The government does not possess any proof, nor does the note of the Imperial and Royal Government furnish such, that the Society Narodna Obrana and other similar societies have up to the present committed any criminal acts of this kind through the instrumentality of one of their members. Nevertheless, the Royal Government will accept the demand of the Imperial and Royal Government, and it will dissolve the Narodna Obrana Society and any other society which shall agitate against Austria-Hungary. Number 3. The Royal Serbian Government engages itself to eliminate without delay for public instruction in Serbia everything which aids or might aid in fomenting the propaganda against Austria-Hungary when the Imperial and Royal Government furnishes facts and proofs of this propaganda. Number 4. The Royal Government also agrees to remove from the military service all persons whom the judicial inquiry proves to have been guilty of acts directed against the integrity of the territory of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and it expects the Imperial and Royal Government to communicate at an ulterior date the names and the deeds of these officers and officials for the purposes of the proceedings which will have to be taken. Number 5. The Royal Government must confess that it is not quite clear as to the sense and object of the demands of the Imperial and Royal Government that Serbia should undertake to accept on her territory the collaboration of delegates of the Imperial and Royal Government. But it declares that it will admit whatever collaboration which may be in accord with the principles of international law and criminal procedure, as well as with good neighborly relations. Number 6. The Royal Government, as goes without saying, considers it to be its duty to open an inquiry against all those who are, or shall eventually prove to have been, involved in the plot of June 28 and who are on Serbian territory. As to the participation at this investigation of agents of the Austro-Hungarian authorities delegated for this purpose by the Imperial and Royal Government, the Royal Government cannot accept this demand, for it would be a violation of the Constitution and of the law of criminal procedure. Nevertheless, in concrete cases, it might be found possible to communicate the results of the investigation in question to the Austro-Hungarian representatives. Number 7. On the very evening that the note was handed in, the Royal Government arrested Major Voja Tonkasic. As for Milan Saganovic, who is a subject of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and who until June 15th was employed as a beginner in the administration of the railways, it has not yet been possible to arrest him. In view of the ultimate inquiry, the imperial and royal government is requested to have the goodness to communicate in the usual form as soon as possible the presumptions of guilt, as well as the eventual proofs of guilt against these persons which have been collected up to the present in the investigations at Sarajevo. Number 8. The Serbian government will strengthen and extend the measures taken to prevent the illicit traffic of arms and explosives across the frontier. It goes without saying that it will immediately order an investigation and will severely punish the frontier officials along the line Shabatz-Loznitsa who have been lacking in their duties and who have allowed the authors of the crime of Sarajevo to pass. Number 9. The royal government will willingly give explanations regarding the remarks made in interviews by its officials, both in Serbia and abroad, after the attempt, and which, according to the statement of the imperial and royal government, were hostile towards the monarchy, as soon as the imperial and royal government has forwarded it the passages in question of these remarks, and as soon as it has shown that the remarks made were really made by the officials regarding whom the royal government itself will see about collecting proofs. Number 10. The royal government will inform the imperial and royal government of the execution of the measures comprised in the preceding points, insofar as that it has not already been done by the present note, as soon as such measure has been ordered and executed. In the event of the imperial and royal government considering that it is to the common interest not to precipitate the solution of this question, it is ready, as always, to accept a pacific understanding, either by referring this question to the decision of the Hague International Tribunal, or to the great powers which took part in the drawing up of the declaration made by the Serbian government on March 18 through 31, 1909. End of The Story of the Great War, Volume 1, edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 21 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. The Story of the Great War, Volume 1, edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 22 of Part 3, Direct Causes of the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22, Diplomatic Exchanges. This reply from Serbia was not deemed satisfactory by Austria-Hungary, and relations with Serbia were immediately broken off. On the following day, July 26, 1914, diplomatic conversations, the object of which was to smooth over differences between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, took place in Berlin, St. Petersburg, and Vienna between representatives of the three nations whose capitals these were. Austria-Hungary sent to the various governments the following circular note on July 27, 1914. The object of the Serbia note is to create the false impression that the Serbian government is prepared in great measure to comply with our demands. As a matter of fact, however, Serbia's note is filled with the spirit of dishonesty, which clearly lets it be seen that the Serbian government is not seriously determined to put an end to the culpable tolerance it hitherto has extended to intrigues against the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. The Serbian note contains such far-reaching reservations and limitations, not only regarding the general principles of our action, but also in regard to the individual claims we have put forward that the concessions actually made by Serbia become insignificant. In particular, our demand for the participation of the Austro-Hungarian authorities in investigations to detect accomplices in the conspiracy on Serbian territory has been rejected, while our request that measures be taken against that section of the Serbian press hostile to Austria-Hungary has been declined, and our wish that the Serbian government take the necessary measures to prevent the dissolved Austriophobe associations continuing their activity under another name and under another form has not even been considered. Since the claims in the Austro-Hungarian note of July 23 regard being had to the attitude hitherto adopted by Serbia represent the minimum of what is necessary for the establishment of permanent peace with the southeastern monarchy, the Serbian answer must be regarded as unsatisfactory. That the Serbian government itself is conscious that its note is not acceptable to us is proved by the circumstances that it proposes at the end of the note to submit the dispute to arbitration, an invitation which is thrown into its proper light by the fact that 3 hours before handing in the note, a few minutes before the expiration of the time limit, the mobilization of the Serbian army took place.
The great powers were not willing to go to war without first trying mediation between the two kingdoms in southeastern Europe. And even Russia, which was known to be a potential ally of Serbia, showed a disposition to use diplomacy before force. When the demands made by Austria-Hungary in her note of July 25, 1914 became known in the Russian capital, the following note was immediately telegraphed to Vienna.
The communication made by Austria-Hungary to the powers the day after the presentation of the ultimatum at Belgrade leaves a period to the powers which is quite insufficient to enable them to take any steps which might help to smooth away the difficulties that have arisen. In order to prevent the consequences, equally incalculable and fatal to all the powers, which may result from the course of action followed by the Austro-Hungarian government, it seems to us to be above all essential that the period allowed for the Serbian reply should be extended. Austria-Hungary, having declared her readiness to inform the powers of the results of the inquiry upon which the imperial and royal government base their accusations, should equally allow them sufficient time to study them. In this case, if the powers were convinced that certain of the Austrian demands were well founded, they would be in a position to offer advice to the Serbian government. A refusal to prolong the term of the ultimatum would render nugatory the proposals made by the Austro-Hungarian government to the powers, and would be in contradiction to the very basis of international relations.
A copy of this note was at the same time sent to London with the addenda: M. Sazonov, Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, hopes that His Britannic Majesty's government will share the point of view set forth above, and he trusts that Sir E. Grey will see his way to furnish similar instructions to the British ambassador at Vienna. But on the same day, July 25, 1914, the government in Vienna informed the powers that the note to Serbia was not an ultimatum. It was merely a démarche, and in it Austria had threatened to start military preparations, not operations. The requested delay, therefore, was not granted. That day was eventful in London, too, for the Foreign Office was notified by the German ambassador that though Germany had not been apprised beforehand of the contents of Austria's note to Serbia, the German nation would nevertheless stand by its ally. "The German ambassador read to me," said Sir Edward Grey in a telegram to the British ambassador at Vienna, a telegram from the German Foreign Office saying that his government had not known beforehand and had had no more than other powers to do with the stiff terms of the Austrian note to Serbia, but that once she had launched the note, Austria could not draw back. Prince Lichnowsky, German ambassador at London, said, however, that if what I contemplated was mediation between Austria and Russia, Austria might be able with dignity to accept it. He expressed himself as personally favorable to this suggestion. I concurred in his observation and said that I felt I had no title to intervene between Austria and Serbia, but as soon as the question became one as between Austria and Russia, the peace of Europe was affected, in which we must all take a hand. I impressed upon the ambassador that, in the event of Russian and Austrian mobilization, the participation of Germany would be essential to any diplomatic peace. Alone we could do nothing. The German government agreed with my suggestion to tell the French government that I thought it the right thing to act upon it. On July 26, 1914, the Russian ambassador at Berlin informed the German government that he was instructed to state that any annexation by Austria-Hungary of Serbian territory would not be looked upon by Russia with indifference. The German emperor, who had been away from Berlin, returned hastily to the capital. As the crisis approached, the British government once more attempted to have matters in dispute settled by mediation. The following telegram was dispatched from Downing Street to the British ambassadors at Paris and Rome. London, Foreign Office, July 26, 1914. Would Minister of Foreign Affairs be disposed to instruct ambassador here to join with representatives of France, Italy, and Germany, and myself, to meet here in conference immediately, for the purpose of discovering an issue which would prevent complications? You should ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs whether he would do this. If so, when bringing the above suggestions to the notice of the governments to which they are accredited, representatives of Belgrade, Vienna, and St. Petersburg could be authorized to request that all active military operations should be suspended pending results of the conference. But this move had come too late. The British ambassador to Berlin recorded by telegraph to his government on July 27, 1914, that the Imperial German government considered that the proposed conference amounted practically to a court of arbitration and could not be called upon except at the behest of Austria-Hungary and Russia. The German government therefore turned down the British proposal. But Germany was not for provoking a war. The German ambassador at London informed the British Foreign Office that his government was willing to accept in principle the mediation of the powers between Austria and Russia. The question of whether the alliances between the various nations would hold under a strain now became pointed. The Russian government informed the British government on July 27, 1914, that the impression prevailed in Berlin and Vienna that England would stand aloof under any circumstances, differences between Russia and Austria notwithstanding. But on the same day, Sir Edward Grey, British Minister of Foreign Affairs, dispelled these impressions in a telegram to the British ambassador at St. Petersburg. The impression ought to be dispelled by the orders we have given to the First Fleet, it read in part, which is concentrated, as it happens, at Portland, not to disperse for maneuver leave. On July 28, 1914, the British government was informed that France and Russia were agreeable to having a conference called in London. The Italian government had already reported that it agreed to this plan, but the refusal of Germany, mentioned above, rendered these communications useless. On July 28, 1914, the British government was informed by telegram from its ambassador at Vienna that Austria-Hungary cannot delay warlike proceedings against Serbia and would have to decline any suggestions of negotiations on basis of Serbian reply. Prestige of dual monarchy was engaged, and nothing could now prevent conflict. This telegram, be it noted, made use of the term military proceedings instead of military preparations, and therefore had the effect of changing Austria-Hungary's note to Serbia into an ultimatum. Russia, on July 28, 1914, began to mobilize troops near Odessa, Moscow, Kiev, and Kazan, and on the following day, this fact was communicated officially to the government at Berlin. As Austria-Hungary and Russia were about to come to grips, Germany made it plain that she would stand by her ally, Austria-Hungary. At times of peace, there may have been doubt throughout Europe as to the strength of the bonds of the Triple Entente, but the German government was not disposed to rely upon these doubts when the critical moment came. The British ambassador at Berlin was asked to visit the German chancellor, and as a result of this visit, the former sent the following telegram to the British Foreign Office. Berlin, July 29, 1914. I was asked to call upon the Chancellor tonight. His Excellency had just returned from Potsdam. He said that should Austria be attacked by Russia, a European conflagration might, he feared, become inevitable, owing to Germany's obligations as Austria's ally, in spite of his continued efforts to maintain peace. He then proceeded to make the following strong bid for British neutrality. He said that it was clear, so far as he was able to judge the main principles which govern British policy, that Great Britain would never stand by and allow France to be crushed in any conflict there might be. That, however, was not the object at which Germany aimed. Provided that neutrality of Great Britain were certain, every assurance would be given to the British government that the imperial government aimed at no territorial acquisitions at the expense of France, should they prove victorious in any war that might ensue. I questioned His Excellency about the French colonies, and he said that he was unable to give a similar undertaking in that respect. As regards Holland, however, His Excellency said that so long as Germany's adversaries respected the integrity and neutrality of the Netherlands, Germany was ready to give His Majesty's government an assurance that she would do likewise. It depended upon the action of France what operations Germany might be forced to enter upon in Belgium, but when the war was over, Belgian integrity would be respected if she had not sided against Germany. His Excellency ended by saying that ever since he had been Chancellor, the object of his policy had been, as you are aware, to bring about an understanding with England. He trusted that these assurances might form the basis of that understanding which he so much desired. He had in mind a general neutrality agreement between England and Germany, though it was, of course, at the present moment, too early to discuss details, and an assurance of British neutrality in the conflict, which the present crisis might possibly produce, would enable him to look forward to a realization of his desire. In reply to His Excellency's inquiry how I thought this request would appeal to you, I said that I did not think it probable that at this stage of events you would care to bind yourself to any course of action, and that I was of opinion that you would desire to retain full liberty. Here, for the first time, the matter of Belgian neutrality entered into the diplomatic discussions. The danger of a pan-European conflict was apparent, for the diplomats from then on were less concerned with the Austro-Hungarian dispute with Serbia than with the possibilities that a war in Western Europe might entail. On the same day, July 29, 1914, The German ambassador at London was officially informed that if the European crisis involved nothing more than disputes between Russia and Austria on the one hand, and the military operations of Austria and Serbia on the other, England would keep out of the trouble. But if Germany went to war with Russia, or if France went to war, England could not stand quietly aside. News had come that day that Austria had declared war on Serbia the day before. The declaration read as follows: The Royal Government of Serbia, not having replied in a satisfactory manner to the note remitted to it by the Austro-Hungarian minister in Belgrade on July 23, 1914, the Imperial and Royal Government finds itself compelled to proceed to safeguard its rights and interests, and to have recourse for this purpose to force of arms. Austria-Hungary considers itself, therefore, from this moment, in a state of war with Serbia. At the same time, the government at Vienna issued this note to the foreign ambassadors there with a request that they forward it to their respective governments. In order to bring to an end the subversive intrigues originating from Belgrade and aimed at the territorial integrity of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, the Imperial and Royal Government has delivered to the Royal Serbian Government a note in which a series of demands were formulated, for the acceptance of which a delay of 48 hours has been granted to the Royal Government. The Royal Serbian Government not having answered this note in a satisfactory manner, the Imperial Royal Government are themselves compelled to see to the safeguarding of their rights and interests, and with this object to have recourse to force of arms. Austria-Hungary, who has just addressed to Serbia a formal declaration in conformity with Article 1 of the Convention of October 18, 1907, relative to the opening of hostilities, considers itself in a state of war with Serbia. In bringing the above notice to the powers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has the honor to declare that Austria-Hungary will act during the hostilities in conformity with the terms of the Conventions of The Hague of October 18, 1907, as also with those of the Declaration of London of February 28, 1909, provided an analogous procedure is adopted by Serbia. The great question as to what Russia would do was answered by a note issued at St. Petersburg, July 28, 1914, which stated that Russia wished, above all, to maintain peace. But the moments during which words alone would be availing were fast passing. Austria-Hungary was mobilizing her armies, and not all of the mobilization was on her southern frontier. Some corps were gathered at points from which a blow from Russia might be warded off, or offensive move against Russia made. On July 30, 1914, the German government sent a short note to St. Petersburg in which 3 questions were asked. These were: the reason for Russian mobilization, which Berlin knew to be in progress, whether it was directed against Austria, and on what terms Russia might be induced to demobilize. The Tsar, on July 31, 1914, sent a note to the German Emperor, in which he said in part, "It is technically impossible to discontinue our military operations, which have been rendered necessary by Austrian mobilization. We are far from wishing for war, and so long as negotiations with Austria regarding Serbia continue, my troops will not undertake any provocative actions." This was an admission that Russian general mobilization was in progress. End of the Story of the Great War, Volume 1. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 22 of Part 3. Diplomatic Exchanges. The Story of the Great War, Volume 1. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Part 3. Direct Causes of the War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 23. Preparation for War. As a matter of fact, during the last days of July 1914, all the governments in Europe had their military departments busy on the problem of preparing for the first blows in war. These included not only the 6 leading powers, but also the Scandinavian countries, Spain, Portugal, all the Balkan kingdoms, and Belgium and Holland. The diplomatic exchanges that were meanwhile taking place were known to all experienced statesmen to be hardly more than masks. On August 1, 1914, the Kaiser declared Germany to be in a state of war. This did not carry with it a declaration of war against any power, but had the effect of putting the entire German Empire under martial law, everything being in readiness to cope with an enemy. On the same day, the Kaiser made an important speech in which he said, "A fateful hour has fallen for Germany. Envious peoples everywhere are compelling us to our just defense. The sword has been forced into our hands. I hope that if my efforts at the last hour do not succeed in inducing our opponents to see eye to eye with us, and in maintaining peace, we shall, with God's help, so wield the sword that we shall restore it to its sheath again with honor." On the same day, however, namely August 1, 1914, at 5 o'clock in the evening, he signed an order mobilizing the German army, and Russia and Germany went to war 2 hours later. A demand made upon the French government by the German government, asking the intentions of France in case Russia went to war with Germany, received an unsatisfactory reply on August 2, 1914, and France, on the same day, mobilized its army, though it declared war on no power. On August 3, 1914, German troops entered French territory, for Germany did not wish to be delayed in a campaign in the West by waiting for diplomatic exchanges to take place. War between Germany and France began at the moment the foreign soldiers crossed into France. It was, in theory at least, over the matter of Belgian neutrality that England and Germany went to war. As soon as the British government saw that hopes for peace were no longer possible, Sir Edward Grey sent to his ambassadors in Germany and France the following telegram. London, July 31, 1914. I still trust situation is not irretrievable, but in view of prospect of mobilization in Germany, it becomes essential to His Majesty's government, in view of existing treaties, to ask whether French and German government is prepared to engage to respect the neutrality of Belgium so long as no other power violates it. A similar request is being addressed to the German and French government. It is important to have an early answer. To this telegram, the French government on August 1, 1914, answered that it stood ready to respect Belgian neutrality provided no other powers threatened or violated it. Germany hesitated to give a definite reply immediately for fear of disclosing the plans of campaign she had against France. On August 3, 1914, German troops moved into Luxembourg en route for France, and it was then known that a German invasion of Belgium would be inevitable. But before taking the step, Germany tendered certain proposals to the Belgian government, assuring that if peaceful passage were given to German troops, Belgium would be given a subsidy. But the Belgian government turned down these proposals, and the king sent this telegram to the British monarch. Remembering the numerous proofs of your Majesty's friendship and that of your predecessor, of the friendly attitude of England in 1870, and the proof of the friendship which she has just given us again, I make a supreme appeal to the diplomatic intervention of your Majesty's government to safeguard the integrity of Belgium. England and Italy were now the only two important powers in Europe which were not embroiled in war. But the moment was rapidly approaching when the former could no longer keep out of it, if for no other reason than to see that the balance of power in Europe was not upset. On August 4, 1914, Sir Edward Grey said in the British House of Commons, "The French fleet is now in the Mediterranean, and the northern coasts of France are defenseless. If a foreign fleet, engaged in war against France, should come down and battle against those defenseless coasts, we could not stand aside. We felt strongly that France was entitled to know at once whether, in the event of attack on her unprotected coasts, she could rely on our support. I gave the engagement to the French ambassador last night that if the German fleet goes into the English Channel or into the North Sea to attack French shipping or the French coast, the British fleet will give all the protection in its power. That answer is subject to the approval of Parliament. It is not a declaration of war. I understand that the German government would be prepared, if we would pledge ourselves to neutrality, to agree that its fleet would not attack the northern coasts of France. That is far too narrow an engagement." Germany had thrown down the gauntlet in showing she intended to invade Belgium. Great Britain here threw down the gauntlet. It could be but a question of hours before Germany and England went to war. Meanwhile, because war was already on between Germany and France, the latter did not go to the trouble of issuing a declaration of war, and on August 4, 1914, the Italian government announced that the Italian cabinet has decided that while some of the European powers are at war, Italy is at peace with all the belligerents. Consequently, the citizens and subjects of the Kingdom of Italy are obliged to observe the duty of neutrality. This declaration of neutrality severed the bonds that had held Italy to the Triple Alliance. On the same afternoon, August 4, 1914, the Russian ambassador at Berlin was handed his passports and departed. This official statement was given to the German press. In consequence of a Russian attack on German territory, Germany is in a state of war with Russia. The French reply to Germany's note has been received in the meantime, and it is of an unsatisfactory character. In addition, France has ordered the mobilization of her army so that the outbreak of war between Germany and France must be awaited at any moment. The outbreak of war between France and Germany was indeed near at hand, for as we have already seen, Germany declared war on France August 3, 1914, and on that very day served an ultimatum on neutral Belgium and occupied Luxembourg preparatory to an immediate invasion of Belgium. In view of the evident long and careful preparations for just such a sudden stroke, by which to crush France and take Paris before the French armies could offer adequate resistance, the clumsy attempts of the Germans on August 2, 1914, to represent the French as the aggressors seem ridiculous, though typical of German attempts to influence opinion at home and abroad. The German government declared that French airmen had flown over Nuremberg,
that French officers in German uniforms had crossed the German frontier from Holland and that the French were already in Alsace. These stories deceived no one. What the neutral nations saw and understood was that the autocratic governments of Germany and Austria-Hungary had plunged the world into a war of incalculable magnitude, almost without warning and with comparatively trivial pretexts. There had been only a brief mockery of diplomatic interchanges, for the most part by telegraph and telephone. On August 4, 1914, the last chance for averting war between England and Germany went by. On that date, the British Foreign Office had telegraphed to its envoy at Brussels, "You should inform Belgian government that if pressure is applied to them by Germany to induce them to depart from neutrality, His Majesty's government expect that they will resist by any means in their power, and that His Majesty's government will support them in offering such resistance, and that His Majesty's government, in this event, are prepared to join Russia and France, if desired, in offering to the Belgian government at once common action for the purpose of resisting use of force by Germany against them, and a guarantee to maintain their independence and integrity in future years." Germany, through its intelligence department, was aware that this note had been sent, but the invasion of Belgium began nevertheless. Then came an ultimatum from England. As soon as the British Foreign Office had learned that German troops had crossed the border and that the fortifications at Liège had been summoned to surrender to the German army, this telegram was sent to the British ambassador at Berlin. London Foreign Office, August 4, 1914. We hear that Germany has addressed note to Belgian Minister for Foreign Affairs, stating that German government will be compelled to carry out, if necessary by force of arms, the measures considered indispensable. We are also informed that Belgian territory has been violated at Gemmenich. In these circumstances, and in view of the fact that Germany declined to give the same assurance respecting Belgium as France gave last week in reply to our request made simultaneously at Berlin and Paris, we must repeat that request and ask that a satisfactory reply to it and to my telegram of this morning, which said that England was bound to protest against violation of Belgian neutrality, be received here by 12 o'clock tonight. If not, you are instructed to ask for your passports and to say that His Majesty's government feel bound to take all steps in their power to uphold the neutrality of Belgium and the observance of a treaty to which Germany is as much a part as ourselves. Midnight of August 4, 1914 came, and the German government had not yet made a reply to this note. 15 minutes of grace were allowed, and then the British government formally declared war. End of The Story of the Great War, Volume 1, Chapter 23, Preparation for War. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller.
Lord Kitchener's Instructions to the British Soldier by Herbert Kitchener. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lord Kitchener's Instructions to the British Soldier, August 1914. You are ordered abroad as a soldier of the King to help our French comrades against the invasion of a common enemy. You have to perform a task which will need your courage, your energy, your patience. Remember that the honor of the British Army depends on your individual conduct. It will be your duty not only to set an example of discipline and perfect steadiness under fire, but also to maintain the most friendly relations with those whom you are helping in the struggle. The operations in which you are engaged will, for the most part, take place in a friendly country, and you can do your own country no better service than in showing yourself in French and Belgium in the true character of a British soldier. Be invariably courteous, considerate, and kind. Never do anything likely to injure or destroy property, and always look upon looting as a disgraceful act. You are sure to meet with a welcome and to be trusted. Your conduct must justify that welcome and that trust. Your duty cannot be done unless your health is sound. So keep constantly on your guard against any excesses. In this new experience you may find temptations both in wine and women. You must entirely resist both temptations, and while treating all women with perfect courtesy, you should avoid any intimacy. Do your duty bravely, fear God, honor the King. Signed, Kitchener, Field Marshal. End of Lord Kitchener's Instructions to the British Soldier by Herbert Kitchener. Read by Chris Pyle. A Scrap of Paper by David Lloyd George. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Scrap of Paper. Presented at the Queen's Hall, London, September 19, 1914. There is no man in this room who has always regarded the prospect of our being engaged in a great war with greater reluctance, with greater repugnance, than I have done throughout the whole of my political life. There is no man more convinced that we could not have avoided this war without national dishonor. I am fully alive to the fact that every nation which has ever engaged in any war has always invoked the sacred name of honor. Many a crime has been committed in its name. There are some crimes being committed now. All the same, national honor is a reality, and any nation that disregards it is doomed. Why is our honor as a country involved in this war? It is because we are bound by honorable obligations to defend the independence, the liberty, the integrity of a small neighbor. She could not have compelled us. She was weak. But the man who declines to discharge his duty because his creditor is too poor to enforce it is a blackguard. What is a treaty, says the German Chancellor, but a scrap of paper? Have you any 5-pound notes about you? Have you any of those neat little Treasury 1-pound notes? If you have, burn them. They are only scraps of paper. What are they made of? Rags. What are they worth? The whole credit of the British Empire. Scraps of paper. I have been dealing with scraps of paper in the last few weeks. We suddenly find the commerce of the world coming to a standstill. The machine had stopped. Why? The machinery of commerce was moved by bills of exchange. I have seen some of them, wretched, crinkled, scrawled over, blotted, frowsy. Yet those scraps of paper moved great ships, laden with thousands of tons of precious cargo from one end of the world to the other. The motive power behind them was the honor of commercial men. This is the story of the little nations. The world owes much to little nations and to little men. This theory of bigness, you must have a big empire and a big nation and a big man. Well, long legs have their advantage in a retreat. Frederick the Great chose his warriors for their height, and that tradition has become a policy in Germany. Germany applies that ideal to nations. She will only allow 6'2" nations to stand in the ranks, but all the world owes much to the little 5'5" nations. The greatest art of the world was the work of little nations. The most enduring literature of the world came from little nations. The greatest literature of England came from her when she was a nation of the size of Belgium fighting a great empire. The heroic deeds that thrill humanity through generations were the deeds of little nations fighting for their freedom. Ah, yes, and the salvation of mankind came through a little nation. God has chosen little nations as the vessels by which He carries the choicest wines to the lips of humanity, to rejoice their hearts, to exalt their vision, to stimulate and strengthen their faith. But if we had stood by when two little nations were being crushed and broken by the brutal hands of barbarism, our shame would have rung down through the everlasting ages. The Prussian junker is the road hog of Europe. Small nationalities in his way are flung to the roadside, bleeding and broken. Women and children crushed under the wheel of his cruel car. Britain ordered out of his way. All I can say is this: if the old British spirit is alive in British hearts, that Willie will be torn from his seat. Were he to win, it would be the greatest catastrophe that has befallen democracy since the days of the Holy Alliance and its ascendancy. They think we cannot beat them. It will not be easy. It will be a long job. It will be a terrible war. But in the end we shall march through terror to triumph. We shall need all of our qualities, every quality that Britain and its people possess: prudence in counsel, daring in action, tenacity in purpose, courage in defeat, moderation in victory, in all things faith, and we shall win. It is a great opportunity. It only comes once in many centuries to the children of men. For most generations sacrifice comes in drab weariness of spirit to men. It has come today to you, it has come today to us all, in the form of the glow and thrill of a great movement for liberty that impels millions throughout Europe to the same noble end. It is a great war for the emancipation of Europe from the thraldom of a military caste, which has cast its shadow upon 2 generations of men, and which has now plunged the world into a welter of bloodshed. Some have already given their lives. There are some who have given more than their own lives. They have given the lives of those who are dear to them. I honor their courage, and may God be their comfort and their strength. But their reward is at hand. Those who have fallen have had consecrated deaths. They have taken their part in the making of a new Europe, a new world. I can see the sign of it coming in the glare of the battlefield. The people will gain more by this struggle in all lands than they comprehend at the present time. But that is not all. There is something infinitely greater and more enduring which is emerging already out of this great conflict. A new patriotism, richer, nobler, more exalted than the old one. I can see a new recognition amongst all classes, high and low, shedding themselves of selfishness. A new recognition that the honor of a country does not depend merely on the maintenance of its glory in the stricken field, but in protecting its homes from distress as well. It is a new patriotism. It is bringing a new outlook for all classes. A great flood of luxury and of sloth which had submerged the land is receding, and a new Britain is appearing. We can see for the first time the fundamental things that matter in life, and that have been obscured from our vision by the tropical growth of prosperity. May I tell you in a simple parable what I think this war is doing for us? I know a valley in North Wales, between the mountains and the sea, a beautiful valley, snug, comfortable, sheltered by the mountains from all the bitter blasts. It was very enervating, and I remember how the boys were in the habit of climbing the hills above the village to have a glimpse of the great mountains in the distance, and to be stimulated and freshened by the breeze which came from the hilltops, and by the great spectacle of that great range. We have been living in a sheltered valley for generations. We have been too comfortable, too indulgent, many perhaps too selfish. And the stern hand of fate has scourged us to an elevation where we can see the great everlasting things that matter for a nation, the great peaks of honor we had forgotten, duty and patriotism, and clad in glittering white, the great pinnacle of sacrifice pointing like a rugged finger to heaven. We shall descend into the valleys again, but as long as the men and women of this generation last, they will carry in their hearts the image of these great mountain peaks, whose foundations are unshaken, though Europe rock and sway in the convulsions of a great war. End of A Scrap of Paper by David Lloyd George. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Pyle. Extract from lecture, How We Stand Now, by Gilbert Murray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Extract from lecture, How We Stand Now. For my own part, I am more proud of Great Britain than ever in my life before, and that largely because, in spite of this froth or scum that sometimes floats on the surface, she is fundamentally true to her great traditions, and treads steadily underfoot those elements which, if they had control, would depose us from being a nation of white men, of rulers, of gentlemen, and bring us to the level of the enemy, whom we denounce, or of the lesser breeds without the law. Probably many of us have learned only through this war how much we loved our country. That love depends, of course, not mainly on pride, but on old habit and familiarity, on neighborliness and memories of childhood. Yet mingling with that love of our old country, I do feel a profound pride. I am proud of the response to the Empire's call, a response absolutely unexampled in history. 5,000,000 men and more gathering from the ends of the earth, subjects of the British Empire, coming to offer life and limb for the Empire, not because they were subjects, but because they were free and willing to come. I am proud of our soldiers and our sailors, our invincible sailors. I am proud of our men in the workshop and the factory, proud of our men and almost more proud of our women, working one and all, day after day, with constant overtime and practically no holidays, for the most part demanding no trade safeguards, and insisting on no conditions, but giving freely to the common cause all they have to give. I am proud of our political leaders and civil administrators, proud of their resource, their devotion, their unshaken coolness, their magnanimity in the face of intrigue and detraction, their magnificent interpretation of the nation's will. A few days ago I was in France in the fire zone. I had been at a field dressing station which had just evacuated its wounded and dead, and was expecting more. And as evening was falling, full of the uncanny strain of the whole place and slightly deafened with the shells, I saw a body of men in full kit plodding their way up the communication trenches to take their place in the firing trench. I was just going back myself, well out of the range of the guns, to a comfortable tea and a peaceful evening. And there, in trench after trench, along all the 100 miles of our front, day after day, night after night, were men moving heavily up to the firing line to pay their regular toll of so many killed and so many wounded, while the war drags on its weary length. I suddenly wondered in my heart whether we or our cause or our country is worth that sacrifice, and with my mind full of its awfulness, I answered clearly, yes, because while I am proud of all the things I have mentioned about Great Britain, I am most proud of the clean hands with which we came into this contest, proud of the cause for which with clear vision we unsheathed our sword, and which we mean to maintain unshaken to the bitter or the triumphant end. End of extract from lecture How We Stand Now by Gilbert Murray. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Pyle.
Krieg dem Kriege by Kurt Tucholsky. Read in German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Krieg dem Kriege. Sie lagen 4 Jahre im Schützengraben. Zeit, große Zeit. Sie froren und waren verlaust und haben daheim eine Frau und 2 kleine Knaben. Weit, weit. Und keiner, der ihnen die Wahrheit sagt, und keiner, der aufzubegehren wagt. Monat um Monat, Jahr um Jahr. Und wenn mal einer auf Urlaub war, sah er zu Hause die dicken Bäuche, und es fraßen dort um sich wie eine Seuche, der Tanz, die Gier, das Schiebergeschäft. Und die Horde alldeutscher Skribenten kläfft: Krieg, Krieg, großer Sieg. Sieg in Albanien und Sieg in Flandern. Und es starben die andern, die andern, die andern. Sie sahen die Kameraden fallen, das war das Schicksal bei fast allen. Verwundung, Qual wie ein Tier und Tod. Ein kleiner Fleck, schmutzig rot. Und man trug sie fort und scharrte sie ein. Wer wird wohl der Nächste sein? Und ein Schrei von Millionen stieg auf zu den Sternen. Werden die Menschen es niemals lernen? Gibt es ein Ding, um das es sich lohnt? Wer ist das, der da oben thront, von oben bis unten bespickt mit Orden und nur immer befiehlt: Morden, Morden. Blut und zermalmte Knochen und Dreck. Und dann hieß es plötzlich, das Schiff sei leck. Der Kapitän hat den Abschied genommen und ist etwas plötzlich von dannen geschwommen. Ratlos stehen die Feldgrauen da. Für wen das alles? Pro Patria? Brüder, Brüder, schließt die Reihen. Brüder, das darf nicht wieder sein. Geben Sie uns den Vernichtungsfrieden, ist das gleiche Los beschieden, unseren Söhnen und unseren Enkeln. Sollen die wieder blutrot besprenkeln, die Ackergräben, das grüne Gras? Brüder, pfeift den Burschen was. Es darf und soll so nicht weitergehen. Wir haben alle gesehen, wohin ein solcher Wahnsinn führt. Das Feuer brannte, das sie geschürt. Löscht es aus, die Imperialisten, die da drüben bei jenen nisten, schenken uns wieder Nationalisten. Und nach abermals 20 Jahren kommen neue Kanonen gefahren. Das wäre kein Friede, das wäre Wahn. Der alte Tanz auf dem alten Vulkan. Du sollst nicht töten, hat einer gesagt. Und die Menschheit hört's und die Menschheit klagt. Will das niemals anders werden? Krieg dem Kriege und Friede auf Erden. End of Krieg dem Kriege by Kurt Tucholsky. Read by Dom Bombadil.
Lettre ouverte à Gerhard Hauptmann de Au-dessus de la mêlée par Romain Roland. Ceci est un enregistrement LibriVox. Tous nos enregistrements appartiennent au domaine public. Pour vous renseigner à notre sujet ou pour participer, rendez-vous sur LibriVox.org. Enregistré par Hermann Roskams en janvier 2015. Lettre ouverte à Gerhard Hauptmann, samedi 29 août 1914. Je ne suis pas Gerhard Hauptmann, de ces Français qui traitent l'Allemagne de barbare. Je connais la grandeur intellectuelle et morale de votre puissante race. Je sais tout ce que je dois aux penseurs de la vieille Allemagne. Et encore, à l'heure présente, je me souviens de l'exemple et des paroles de notre Goethe. Il est à l'humanité entière, répudiant toute haine nationale et maintenant son âme calme à ces hauteurs où l'on ressent le bonheur ou le malheur des autres peuples comme le sien propre. J'ai travaillé toute ma vie à rapprocher les esprits de nos deux nations, et les atrocités de la guerre impie qui les met aux prises pour la ruine de la civilisation européenne ne m'amèneront jamais à souiller de haine mon esprit. Quelque raison que j'ai donc à souffrir aujourd'hui par votre Allemagne et de juger criminelle la politique allemande et les moyens qu'elle emploie. Je n'en rends point responsable le peuple qui l'a subi et s'en fait l'aveugle instrument. Ce n'est pas que je regarde, ainsi que vous, la guerre comme une fatalité. Un Français ne croit pas à la fatalité. La fatalité, c'est l'excuse des âmes sans volonté. La guerre est le fruit de la faiblesse des peuples et de leur stupidité. On ne peut que les plaindre, on ne peut leur en vouloir. Je ne vous reproche pas nos deuils, les vôtres ne seront pas moindres. Si la France est ruinée, l'Allemagne le sera aussi. Je n'ai même pas élevé la voix quand j'ai vu vos armées violer la neutralité de la noble Belgique. Ce forfait contre l'honneur qui soulève le mépris dans toute conscience droite est trop dans la tradition politique de vos rois de Prusse. Il ne m'a pas surpris. Mais la fureur avec laquelle vous traitez cette nation magnanime, dont le seul crime est de défendre jusqu'au désespoir son indépendance et la justice, comme vous-même, Allemands, l'avez fait en 1813, c'en est trop. L'indignation du monde se révolte. Réservez-nous ces violences, à nous Français, vos vrais ennemis, mais vous acharnez contre vos victimes, contre ce petit peuple belge, infortuné et innocent. Quelle honte! Et non content de vous en prendre à la Belgique vivante, vous faites la guerre aux morts, à la gloire des siècles. Vous bombardez Malines, vous incendiez Rubens, Louvain n'est plus qu'un monceau de cendres. Louvain, avec ses trésors d'art, de science, la ville est sainte. Mais qui donc êtes-vous, Et de quel nom voulez-vous qu'on vous appelle à présent, Hauptmann, qui repoussez le titre de barbare? Êtes-vous le petit-fils de Goethe ou ceux d'Attila? Est-ce aux armées que vous faites la guerre, ou bien à l'esprit humain? Tuez les hommes, mais respectez les œuvres. C'est le patrimoine du genre humain. Vous en êtes, comme nous tous, les dépositaires. En le saccageant, comme vous faites, vous vous montrez indigne de ce grand héritage, indigne de prendre rang dans la petite armée européenne qui est la garde d'honneur de la civilisation. Ce n'est pas à l'opinion du reste de l'univers que je m'adresse contre vous, c'est à vous-même, Hauptmann. Au nom de notre Europe, dont vous avez été jusqu'à cette heure un des plus illustres champions, au nom de cette civilisation pour laquelle les plus grands des hommes luttent depuis des siècles, au nom de l'honneur même de votre race germanique, Gerhard Hauptmann, je vous adjure, je vous somme, vous et l'élite intellectuelle allemande, où je compte tant d'amis, de protester avec la dernière énergie contre ces crimes qui rejaillissent sur vous. Si vous ne le faites point, vous montrez de deux choses l'une, ou bien que vous l'approuvez, et alors que l'opinion du monde vous écrase, ou bien que vous êtes impuissant à élever la voix contre les uns qui vous commandent. Et alors, de quel droit pouvez-vous encore prétendre, comme vous l'avez écrit, que vous combattez pour la cause de la liberté et du progrès? Vous donnez au monde la preuve qu'incapable de défendre la liberté du monde, vous l'êtes même de défendre la vôtre, et que l'élite allemande est asservie au pire despotisme, à celui qui mutile les chefs-d'œuvre et assassine l'esprit humain. J'attends de vous une réponse, Hauptmann, une réponse qui soit un acte. L'opinion européenne l'attend, comme moi. Songez-y, en un pareil moment, le silence même est un acte. Journal de Genève, mercredi 2 septembre 1914. Fin de Lettre ouverte à Gerhard Hauptmann de Romain Rolland.
The Prologue to Men, Women and Guns by Sapper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 2 days ago, a dear old aunt of mine asked me to describe to her what shrapnel was like. "What does it feel like to be shelled?" she demanded. "Explain it to me." Under the influence of my deceased uncle's most excellent port, I did so. Soothed, and in that expansive frame of mind, induced by the old and bold, I drew her a picture, vivid, startling, wonderful. And when I had finished, the dear old lady looked at me. "Dreadful," she murmured. "Did I ever tell you of the terrible experience I had on the front at Eastbourne, when my bath-chair attendant became inebriated and upset me?" Slowly and sorrowfully I finished the decanter and went to bed. But seriously, my masters, it is a hard thing that my aunt asked of me. There are many things worse than shelling. The tea party you find in progress on your arrival on leave, the utterances of war experts, the non-arrival of the whisky from England. But all of those can be imagined by people who have not suffered. They have a standard, a measure of comparison. Shelling, no. The explosion of a howitzer shell near you is a definite, actual fact, which is unlike any other fact in the world, except the explosion of another howitzer shell still nearer. Many have attempted to describe the noise it makes as the most explainable part about it, and then you're no wiser. Listen. Stand with me at the Menin Gate of Ypres and listen. Through a cutting a train is roaring on its way. Rapidly it rises in a great swelling crescendo as it dashes into the open, and then its journey stops on some giant battlement, stops in a peal of deafening thunder just overhead. The shell has burst, and the echoes in that town of death die slowly away, reverberating like a sullen sea that lashes against a rock-bound coast. And yet, what does it convey to anyone who patronizes inebriated bath-chair men? Similarly, shrapnel. The Germans were searching the road with whiz-bangs. A common remark, an ordinary utterance in a letter, taken by fond parents as an unpleasing affair, such as the cook giving notice. Come with me to a spot near Ypres. Come, and we will take our evening walk together. They're a bit lively farther up the road, sir. The corporal of the military police stands gloomily at a crossroads, his back against a small wayside shrine. A passing shell unroofed it many weeks ago. It stands there surrounded by debris, the image of the Virgin chipped and broken. Just a little monument of desolation in a ruined country, but pleasant to lean against when it's between you and German guns. Let us go on. It's some way yet before we reach the dugout by the third dead horse. In front of us stretches a long straight road, flanked on each side by poplars. In the middle there is a pavé. At intervals a few small holes, where the stones have been shattered and hurled away by a bursting shell, and only the muddy grit remains, hollowed out to a depth of 2 feet or so, half full of water. At the bottom an empty tin of bully, ammunition clips, numbers of biscuits, sodden and muddy. Altogether a good obstacle to take with the front wheel of a car at night. A little further on, beside the road, in a ruined, desolate cottage, 2 men are resting for a while, smoking. The dirt and mud of the trenches is thick on them, and one of them is contemplatively scraping his boot with his knife and fork. Otherwise, not a soul, not a living soul in sight. Though way to the left front, through glasses, you can see 2 people, a man and a woman, labouring in the fields. And the only point of interest about them is that between you and them run the 2 motionless, stagnant lines of men who for months have faced one another. Those 2 labourers are on the other side of the German trenches. The setting sun is glinting on the little crumbling village 200 or 300 yards ahead, and as you walk towards it in the still evening air, your steps ring loud on the pavé. On each side the flat, neglected fields stretch away from the road. The drains beside it are choked with weeds and refuse, and here and there one of the gaunt trees, split in 2 halfway up by a shell, has crashed into its neighbour or fallen to the ground. A peaceful summer's evening, which seems to give the lie to our shrine leaner. And yet, to one used to the peace of England, it seems almost too quiet, almost unnatural. Suddenly, out of the blue, there comes a sharp whizzing noise, and almost before you've heard it there is a crash, and from the village in front there rises a cloud of dust. A shell has burst on impact on one of the few remaining houses. Some slates and tiles fall into the road, and round the hole torn out of the sloping roof there hangs a whitish-yellow cloud of smoke. In quick succession come 6 more, some bursting on the ruined cottages as they strike, some bursting above them in the air. More clouds of dust rise from the deserted street, small avalanches of debris cascade into the road, and above, 3 or 4 thick white smoke clouds drift slowly across the sky. This is the moment at which it is well, unless time is urgent, to pause and reflect a while. If you must go on, a detour is strongly to be recommended. The Germans are shelling the empty village just in front with shrapnel, and who are you to interpose yourself between him and his chosen target? But if in no particular hurry, then it were wise to dally gracefully against a tree, admiring the setting sun until he desists, when you may in safety resume your walk. But do not forget that he may not stick to the village, and that whiz-bangs give no time. That is why I specified a tree, and not the middle of the road. It's nearer the ditch. Suddenly, without a second's warning, they shift their target. Whiz-bang! Duck, you blighter, into the ditch! Quick, move! Hang your bottle of white wine! Get down! Cower! Emulate the mole! This isn't the village in front now. He's shelling the road you're standing on. There's one burst on impact in the middle of the pavé 40 yards in front of you, and another in the air just over your head. And there are more coming, don't make any mistake. That short, sharp whiz every few seconds, the bang, 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 seems to be going on all around you. A thing hums past in the air with a whistling noise, leaving a trail of sparks behind it. One of the fuses. Later the curio hunter may find it nestling by a turnip. He may have it. With a vicious thud, a jagged piece of shell buries itself in the ground at your feet, and almost simultaneously the bullets from a well-burst one cut through the trees above you and ping against the road, thudding into the earth around. No more impact ones. They've got the range. Our pessimistic friend at the crossroads spoke the truth. They're quite lively. Everything bursting beautifully above the road, about 40 feet up. Bitter thought, if only the blighters knew that it was empty, save for your wretched and unworthy self cowering in a ditch, with a bottle of white wine in your pocket, and your head down a rat-hole. Surely they wouldn't waste their ammunition so reprehensibly. Then suddenly they stop, and as the last white puffs of smoke drift slowly away, you cautiously lift your head and peer towards the village. Have they finished? Will it be safe to resume your interrupted promenade in a dignified manner, or will you give them another minute or two? Almost have you decided to do so, when, to your horror, you perceive coming towards you through the village itself 2 officers. What a position to be discovered in! True, only the very young or the mentally deficient scorn cover when shelling is in progress, but of course, just at the moment when you'd welcome a shell to account for your propinquity with the rat-hole, the blighters have stopped. No sound breaks the stillness save the steps ringing towards you, and it looks silly to be found in a ditch for no apparent reason. Then, as suddenly as before, comes salvation. Just as with infinite stealth you endeavour to step out nonchalantly from behind a tree, as if you were part of the scenery, bang, crash, from in front. Cheero, the village again, the church this time. A shower of bricks and mortar comes down like a landslip, and if you are quick you may just see 2 black streaks go to ground. From the vantage point of your tree, you watch a salvo of shells explode in, on, or about the temporary abode of those 2 officers. You realize from what you know of the Hun that this salvo probably concludes the evening hate, and the opportunity is too good to miss. Edging rapidly along the road, keeping close to the ditch, you approach the houses. Your position, you feel, is now strategically sound, with regard to the wretched pair cowering behind rubble heaps. You even desire revenge for your mental anguish when discovery in the rodent's lair seemed certain. So light a cigarette, if you didn't drop them all when you went to ground yourself. If you did, whistle some snappy tune as you stride jauntily into the village. Don't go too fast, or you may miss them. but should you see a head peer from behind a kitchen range, express no surprise. Just, "Toppin' evening, ain't it? Gettin' furniture for the dugout, what?" To linger is bad form, but it is quite permissible to ask his companion, seated in a torn-up drain, if the ratting is good. Then pass on in a leisurely manner. But when you're round the corner, run like a hare. With these cursed Germans you never know. Night, and a working party stretching away over a ploughed field are digging a communication trench. The great green flares lob up half a mile away. A watery moon shines on the bleak scene. Suddenly a noise like the tired sigh of some great giant, a scorching sheet of flame that leaps at you out of the darkness, searing your very brain, so close does it seem. The ping of death past your head, the clatter of shovel and pick next you, as a muttered curse proclaims a man is hit. A voice from down the line. "Gord, old Ginger's took it. Hold up, mate." "Say, blokes, Ginger's done in." "Aye, it's worse at night." Shrapnel. Woolly, fleecy puffs of smoke floating gently downwind, getting more and more attenuated, gradually disappearing, while below each puff an oval of ground has been plastered with bullets, and it's when the ground inside the oval is full of men that the damage is done. Not you, perhaps, but someone. Next time, maybe you. And that, methinks, is an epitome of other things besides shrapnel. It's all the war to the men who fight and the women who wait. End of the prologue to Men, Women and Guns by Sapper. Read by Noel Badrian. The Sensation of Night Driving by Robert W. Embry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was early in February that I got my first experience at night driving without lights. To you gentlemen who have shot rapids, great game, and billiards, who have crossed the Painted Desert and the Line, who have punched cows in Arizona and heads in Mile End Road, who have killed moose in New Brunswick and time in Monte Carlo, who have tramped and skied and trekked, to you who have tried these and still crave a sensation, let me recommend night driving without lights, over unfamiliar shell-pitted roads, cluttered with traffic, within easy range of the enemy, challenged every now and then by a sentry who has a loaded gun and no compunction in using it. Your car, which in daylight never seems very powerful, has now become a very juggernaut of force. At the slightest increase of gas it fairly jumps off the road. Throttle down as you may, the speed seems terrific. You find yourself with your head thrust over the wheel, your eyes staring ahead with an intensity which makes them ache, staring ahead into nothing. Now and then the blackness seems, if possible, to become more dense, and you throw out your clutch and on your brake, and come to a dead stop, climbing out to find your radiator touching an overturned caisson, or mayhap a timely gun flash or the flare of a trench light will show that you are headed off the road and straight for a tree. A little further on, the way leads up a hill. The pulling of the engine is the only thing that tells you this. And then, just as you top the rise, a star bomb lights the scene with a dense white glare, and the brancardier by your side rasps out, "Vite, pour l'amour de Dieu, vite, ils peuvent nous voir," and you drop down the other side of the hill like the fall of a gun hammer. Then, in a narrow, mud-gutted lane in front of a dugout, you back and fill, and finally turn. Your bloody load is eased in, and you creep back the way you have come, save that now every bump and jolt seems to tear your flesh, as you think of those poor stricken chaps in behind. Yes, there is something of tenseness in lightless night driving under such conditions. Try it, gentlemen. On the afternoon and night of February 12th, there was an attack on the line near Vangres, preceded by drum fire. As such things go, it was but a small affair. It would perhaps have a line in the communique as, north of the Aisne, the enemy attempted a coup upon a salient of our line, but we repulsed him with loss. That and nothing more. But to those who were there, it was very real. The big guns spat their exchange of hate. Rifle fire crackled along the line. The machine guns sowed the air with wicked staccato sounds, and men, with set jaws and bayonets, charged to death through barbed entanglements. As night closed down, the flare bombs spread their fitful glare on mutilated things which that morning had been living men, now set in the bloody backwash of wounded. With the coming of night, the enemy lengthened the range of his artillery, so as to harass the transport, and the zone back of the line was seared with shells. The field dressing station at Roche, near Vic, suffered greatly, and it soon became apparent that its evacuation was necessary. I had already been on duty 14 hours when the call reached quarters for the entire squad. My journal for the 13th reads, "I'm too tired for much writing, as I've had but 2 hours sleep in the last 40, during which I have driven close to 300 kilometres, been 3 times under fire, and had but 2 hot meals. The entire squad was turned out just after I got into the blankets last night. Roche was being bombarded, and it was necessary to take out all the wounded. There were a number of new shell holes in the road, and this made interesting driving. It was 1:30 when I reached Compiègne, 3 when I had completed my evacuation, and 4:15 this morning when I reached quarters. Up at 6:30 and working on my bus. This afternoon made route 3. Tonight I am bien fatigué. Firing light today, possibly because of sleet and rain. The attack was evidently repulsed. The squad did good work that night. Afterwards we were commended by the colonel in command. It was in this attack that Bill won his Croix de Guerre, when, à un endroit particulièrement exposé, au moment où les obus tombaient avec violence, a arrêté sa voiture pour prendre les blessés, qu'il a aidé avec courage et sang-froid. A week later he was decorated, our muddy little courtyard being the setting for the ceremony. In celebration of his decoration, Bill determined to give a burst. There would seem to be few places less adapted to the serving of a banquet, or less capable of offering material, than poor little war-torn Jalousie. Nevertheless, at 6 o'clock on the evening of February the 27th, the squad sat down to a repast that would have done credit to any hotel. Bill had enlisted the services of a Paris caterer, and not only was the food itself perfection, but it was served in a style that, after our accustomed tin cup, tin plate service, positively embarrassed us. Our dingy quarters were decorated and made light by carbide lamps. A snowy cloth covered our plank table. Stacks of china dishes, not tin, appeared at each place. There were chairs to sit upon. Even flowers were not forgotten. And Bill, being a Yale man, had seen to it that beside the plates of the other Yale men in the squad were placed bunches of violets. The artist of the section designed a menu card, but we were too busy crashing into the food to pay any attention to the menu. For a month past we had been living mostly on boiled beef and army bread, and the way the squad now eased into regular food was an eye-opener to dietitians. Hors d'oeuvre, fish, ham, roasts, vegetables, salads, sweets, wines, and smokes disappeared like art in a Hun raid. 20 men may have gotten through a greater quantity and variety of food in 3 hours and lived, but it is not on record. And through it all the guns snarled and roared unheeded, and the flare bombs shed their fitful glare. Verily, in after years, when men shall foregather, and the talk flows in Epicurean channels, if one there be present who was at Bill's burst, surely his speech shall prevail. February, which had come in with mild weather, lost its temper as it advanced. The days became increasingly cold, and snow fell. The nights were cruel for driving. One night I remember especially. I had responded to a call just back of the line, where I got my blessé, a poor chap shot through the lung. It was snowing, the flakes driving down with a vicious force that stung the eyes and brought tears. In spite of the snow, it was very black, and to show a light meant to draw fire. We crept along, for fear of running into a ditch or colliding with traffic. At kilometre 8, my engine began to miss. I got out and changed plugs, but this did not help much, and we limped along. The opiate given the blessé had begun to wear off, and his groans sounded above the whistling of the wind. Once, in the darkness, I lost the road, going several kilometres out of my way before I realised the error. The engine was getting weaker every minute, but by this time I was out of gun range and able to use a lantern. With the aid of the light I was able to make some repairs, though my hands were so benumbed I could scarcely hold the tools. The car now marched better, and I started ahead. Several times a qui-vive came out of the darkness, to which I ejaculated a startled "France!" The snow-veiled clock in Villers Cotterets showed the hour was half after midnight when we made our way up the choked streets. But the load had come through safely. Uncomfortable as these runs were, and every member of the squad made them, not once but many times, they were what lent fascination to the work. They made us feel that it was worth while, and, however small the way, we were helping. It was about this time that the service was militarized and incorporated into the automobile corps of the French army. Thereafter we were classed as militaires, and wore on our tunics the red-winged symbol of the automobile corps. We were now subject to all the rules and regulations governing regularly enlisted men, with one exception: the duration of our enlistments. We were permitted to enlist for 6-month periods, with optional 3 months extensions, and were not compelled to serve for duration. As incident to the militarization, we received 5 sous a day per man, the pay of the French poilus, and in addition we were entitled to touch certain articles, such as shelter tents, sabots, tobacco, etc. We had already been furnished with steel helmets and gas masks. We were also granted the military franchise for our mail. While at Jalousie, the personnel of the squad changed considerably. The terms of several men having expired, they left, their places being taken by new recruits. Thus Hippo, Bob, Brooke, and Magnum joined us. Nor must I forget to mention another important addition to our number: the puppy mascot, Vic. He was given to us by a tirailleur who, being on the march, could not take care of him, and one of the fellows brought him back to quarters in his pocket. A tiny, soft, white ball, who instantly wriggled himself into the squad's affections. When we got him, he could scarcely toddle, and was never quite certain where his legs would carry him. Yet even then the button, which he fondly believed was a tail, stuck belligerently upright like a shattered mast from which had been shot the flag. For he, being a child of war, had fear of nothing, no, not gunfire itself, and as he grew older we took him with us on our runs, and he was often under shell fire. He was always at home, in chateau or dugout, always sure of himself, and could tell one of our khaki uniforms a mile away, picking us out of a mob of blue-clad soldiers. Such was Vic, the squad mascot. End of The Sensation of Night Driving by Robert W. Imbrie. Read by Noel Badrian.
Grodeck by Georg Trakl, read in German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Grodeck. Am Abend tönen die herzlichen Wälder von tödlichen Waffen. Die goldenen Ebenen und blauen Seen, darüber die Sonne düstre hinrollt, umfängt die Nacht sterbende Krieger, die wilde Klage ihrer zerbrochenen Münder. Doch Stille sammelt in Weidengrund rotes Gewölk, darin ein zürnender Gott wohnt, das vergossene Blut sich mundne kühl. Alle Straßen münden in schwarze Verwesung. Unter goldenem Gezweig der Nacht und Sternen, es schwang der Schwester Schatten durch den schweigenden Hain. Zu grüßen die Geister der Helden, die blutenden Häupter, und leise tönen im Rohr die dunklen Flöten des Herbstes. O stolzere Trauer, ihr ehernen Altäre, die heiße Flamme des Geistes nährt heute ein gewaltiger Schmerz. Die ungeborenen Enkel. End of Grodeck by Georg Trakl, read by Herman Roskans.
Harvest by John Galsworthy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The sky tonight looks as if 1,000,000 bright angels were passing. A gleaming cloud mesh drawn across the heaven. One star, very clear, shines beside a full moon, white as the globe campion flower. The wan hills and valleys, the cornstalks, casting each its shadows, the gray bowls of the beeches, all have the remoteness of an ineffable peace. And the past day was so soft, so glamorous, such a hum, such brightness, and the harvest going on. This last year, millions have died with energy but 1/3 spent. Millions more, unripe for death, will yet herald us into the long shades before these shambles cease. Boys born just to be the meat of war, spitted on each other's reddened bayonets, without inkling of guilt or knowledge. To what shall we turn that we may keep sane, watching this green, unripe corn, field on field, being scythed by death for none to eat? There is no solace in the thought death is nothing, save to those who still believe they go straight to paradise. To us who dare not to know the workings of the unknowable, and in our heart of hearts cannot tell what, if anything, becomes of us, to us, the great majority of the modern world, life is valuable, good, a thing worth living out for its natural span. For if it were not, long ere this we should have sat with folded arms, lifting no hand, till the last sighing breath of the human race had whispered itself out into the wind, and a final darkness come, sat like the Hindu yogi, watching the sun and moon a little, and expired. The moon would be as white, and the sun as golden, if we were gone, the hills and valleys as mysterious, the beech trees just as they are. Only the stooks of corn would vanish with those who garner them. If life were not good, we should make of ourselves dust indifferently, we human beings, quietly, peacefully, not in murderous horror, reaped by the curving volleys, mown off by rains of shrapnel, and the long yellow scythe of the foul gases. But life is good, and no living thing wishes to die. Even they who kill themselves, despairing, resign out of sheer love of life, out of craving for what they have found too mutilated and starved, out of yearning for their meed of joy, cruelly frustrated. And they who die that others may live are but those in whom the life flame burns so hot and bright that they can feel the life and the longing to live in others as if it were their own, more than their own. Yea, life carries with it a very passion for existence. To what, then, shall we turn that we may keep sane, watching this harvest of two young deaths, the harvest of the brave, whose stooks are raised before us, casting each its shadow in the ironic moonlight? Green corn, green corn! If, having watched these unripe blades reaped off and stacked so pitifully, watched the great dark wagoner clear those unmellowed fields, we let their sacrifice be vain, if we sow not hereafter in a peaceful earth that which shall become harvest more golden than the world has seen, then shame on us, unending, in whatever land we dwell. This harvest night is still, and yet up there the bright angels are passing over the moon. One star. End of Harvest by John Galsworthy. Read by Winston Tharp.
Discours prononcé à la Sorbonne lors du meeting Hommage à l'Arménie par Anatole France. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Il y a 20 ans, lorsque les massacres ordonnés par le sultan Abdul Hamid ensanglantèrent l'Arménie, quelques voix seulement en Europe, quelques voix indignées, protestèrent contre l'égorgement d'un peuple. En France, un très petit nombre d'hommes appartenant aux partis les plus opposés s'unirent pour revendiquer les droits de l'humanité grandement offensés. Vous les connaissez. Jaurès, Denis Cochin, Gabriel Seyeil, Ernest Lavis, Jean Finot, Victor Bérard, Francis de Pressensé, le père Charmetan, Pierre Quillard, Clémenceau, Albert Vandal, quelques autres encore que je m'excuse de ne pas nommer. Le reste demeura muet. Plusieurs se sentaient émus d'une grande pitié, mais comme les malheureux inspirent de l'éloignement à la plupart des hommes, on chercha des torts aux victimes, on leur reprocha leur faiblesse. Quelques-uns, prenant la défense des bourreaux, les montraient châtiant des séditieux ou vengeant les populations turques ruinées par des usuriers chrétiens. D'autres, enfin, voyaient dans ce carnage la main de l'Angleterre ou celle de la Russie. Cependant, malgré les protestations des arménophiles et les représentations timides de quelques puissances, en dépit des promesses du gouvernement turc, la persécution, parfois assourdie et voilée, ne cessait pas. En vain, une révolution de palais changea les chefs de l'Empire. Les jeunes Turcs, parvenus au pouvoir, surpassèrent Abdul-Hamid en férocité dans l'organisation des massacres d'Adana. À la longue, les malheurs de ces chrétiens d'Orient lassèrent la pitié. Ils demeuraient incompréhensibles à l'Europe civilisée. Le peuple arménien ne nous était connu que par les coups qui le frappaient. On ignorait tout de lui, son passé, son génie, sa foi, ses espérances. Le sens de son extermination échappait. Il en allait encore ainsi il y a 2 ans. La Grande Guerre éclata. La Turquie s'y comporta comme une vassale de l'Allemagne, et la lumière se fit soudain en France sur l'esprit de l'Arménie et les causes de son martyre. On comprit que la longue lutte inégale du Turc oppresseur et de l'Arménien était, à bien comprendre, la lutte du despotisme, la lutte de la barbarie contre l'esprit de justice et de liberté. Et quand nous vîmes la victime du Turc tourner vers nous, des yeux éteints, où passait une lueur d'espérance, nous comprîmes enfin que c'était notre sœur d'Orient qui mourait, et qui mourait parce qu'elle était notre sœur, et pour le crime d'avoir partagé nos sentiments, d'avoir aimé ce que nous aimons, pensé ce que nous pensons, cru ce que nous croyons, goûté comme nous la sagesse, l'équité, la poésie, les arts. Tel fut son crime inexpiable. Il convient donc, mesdames et messieurs, qu'une assemblée de Français rende à ce peuple, dans sa grande et noble infortune, un solennel hommage. Nous accomplissons ici un devoir sacré. Nous rendons à l'Arménie les honneurs dus moins encore à ses illustres infortunes qu'à la constance avec laquelle elle les a supportés. Nous la louons de cet invisible amour qui l'attache à la civilisation des peuples représentés dans cette salle, à notre civilisation, car l'Arménie est unie à nous par les liens de famille, et comme l'a dit un patriote arménien, elle prolonge en Orient le génie latin. Son histoire, telle que M. Paul Deschanel vient de nous en donner un vigoureux raccourci, se résume dans un effort séculaire pour conserver l'héritage intellectuel et moral de la Grèce et de Rome. Puissante, l'Arménie le défendit par ses armes et ses lois. Vaincue, asservie, elle en garda le culte dans son cœur. L'on peut dire que, en ces heures récentes dont M. Painlevé nous a retracé éloquemment l'horreur, sans exemple, plus de 500 000 Arméniens sont morts pour notre cause et notre nom sur les lèvres. Ces chrétiens, disent les Turcs, organisaient une vaste insurrection et tendaient la main aux ennemis du croissant. Les assassins ne sauraient légitimer leur crime par cette imputation, mais il est vrai que les Arméniens appelaient de leurs vœux la victoire de la France et des Alliés. Au reste, la destruction de ce peuple qui nous aime était résolue dans les conseils du gouvernement turc. Tout ce qu'il y avait de Samsun à Diyarbakir, de jeunes hommes, de vieillards, de femmes, d'enfants, périt assassiné par ordre du sultan avec la complicité de l'Allemagne. L'Arménie expire, mais elle renaîtra. Le peu de sang qui lui reste est un sang précieux dont sortira une postérité héroïque. Un peuple qui ne veut pas mourir ne meurt pas. Après la victoire de nos armées qui combattent pour la justice et la liberté, les Alliés auront de grands devoirs à remplir. Et le plus sacré de ces devoirs sera de rendre la vie au peuple martyr, à la Belgique, à la Serbie. Alors ils assureront la sûreté et l'indépendance de l'Arménie. Penchés sur elle, ils lui diront « Ma sœur, lève-toi, ne souffre plus. Tu es désormais libre de vivre selon ton génie et ta foi. » End of discours prononcé à la Sorbonne lors du meeting hommage à l'Arménie par Anatole France. Read in French by Herman Roskams.
Chapter 1 of The Blackest Page of Modern History, Events in Armenia in 1915. The Facts and the Responsibilities by Herbert Adams Gibbons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In April 1915, the Ottoman government began to put into execution throughout Turkey a systematic and carefully prepared plan to exterminate the Armenian race. In 6 months, nearly 1 million Armenians have been killed. The number of the victims and the manner of their destruction are without parallel in modern history. In the autumn of 1914, the Turks began to mobilize Christians as well as Muslims for the army. For 6 months, in every part of Turkey, they called upon the Armenians for military service. Exemption money was accepted from those who could pay. A few weeks later, the exemption certificates were disregarded and their holders enrolled. The younger classes of Armenians who did not live too far from Constantinople were placed, as in the Balkan Wars, in the active army. The older ones, and all the Armenians enrolled in the more distant regions, were utilized for road, railway and fortification building. Wherever they were called and to whatever task they were put, the Armenians did their duty and worked for the defense of Turkey. They proved themselves brave soldiers and intelligent and industrious labourers. In April 1915, orders were sent out from Constantinople to the local authorities in Asia Minor to take whatever measures were deemed best to paralyse in advance an attempt at rebellion on the part of the Armenians. The orders impressed upon the local authorities that the Armenians were an extreme danger to the safety of the empire, and suggested that national defence demanded imperatively anticipatory severity in order that the Armenians might be rendered harmless. In some places, the local authorities replied that they had observed no suspicious activity on the part of the Armenians, and reminded the government that the Armenians were harmless because they possessed no arms, and because the most vigorous masculine element had already been taken for the army. There are some Turks who have a sense of pity and a sense of shame. But the majority of the Turkish officials responded with alacrity to the hint from Constantinople, and those who did not were very soon replaced. A new era of Armenian massacres began. At first, in order that the task might be accomplished with the least possible risk, the virile masculine Armenian population still left in the cities and villages was summoned to assemble at a convenient place, generally outside the town, and gendarme and police saw to it that the summons was obeyed. None was overlooked. When they had rounded up the Armenian men, they butchered them. This method of procedure was generally feasible in small places. In larger cities it was not always possible to fulfil the orders from Constantinople so simply and promptly. The Armenian notables were assassinated in the streets or in their homes. If it was an interior city, the men were sent off under guard to another town. In a few hours the guard would return without their prisoners. If it was a coast city, the Armenians were taken away in boats outside the harbour to another port. The boats returned astonishingly soon without the passengers. Then, in order to prevent the possibility of trouble from Armenians mobilized for railway and road construction, they were divided in companies of from 300 to 500 and put to work at intervals of several miles. Regiments of the Turkish regular army were sent, quote, "to put down the Armenian revolution," end quote, and came suddenly upon the little groups of workers plying pickaxe, crowbar and shovel. The "rebels" were riddled with bullets before they knew what was happening. The few who managed to flee were followed by mounted men and shot or sabred. Telegrams began to pour in upon Talat Bey at Constantinople, announcing that here, there, and everywhere Armenian uprisings had been put down, and telegrams were returned congratulating the local officials upon the success of their prompt measures. To neutral newspaper men at Constantinople, to neutral diplomats who had heard vaguely of a recurrence of Armenian massacres, this telegraphic correspondence was shown as proof that an imminent danger had been averted. "We have not been cruel, but we admit having been severe," declared Talat Bey. "This is wartime." Having thus rid themselves of the active manhood of the Armenian race, the Turkish government still felt uneasy. The old men and boys, the women and children, were an element of danger to the Ottoman Empire. The Armenians must be rooted out of Turkey. But how accomplish this in such a way that the Turkish ambassador at Washington and the German newspapers might be able to say, as they have said and are still saying, "All those who have been killed were of that rebellious element caught red-handed or while otherwise committing traitorous acts against the Turkish government, and not women and children, as some of these fabricated reports would have the Americans believe." Talat Bey was ready with his plan. Deportation, a regrettable measure, a military necessity, but perfectly humane. From May until October, the Ottoman government pursued methodically a plan of extermination far more hellish than the worst possible massacre. Orders for deportation of the entire Armenian population to Mesopotamia were dispatched to every province of Asia Minor. These orders were explicit and detailed. No hamlet was too insignificant to be missed. The news was given by town criers that every Armenian was to be ready to leave at a certain hour for an unknown destination. There were no exceptions for the aged, the ill, the women in pregnancy. Only rich merchants and bankers and good-looking women and girls were allowed to escape by professing Islam. And let it be said to their everlasting honour that few availed themselves of this means of escape. The time given varied from 2 days to 6 hours. No household goods, no animals, no extra clothing could be taken along. Food supply and bedding was limited to what a person could carry. And they had to go on foot under the burning sun through parched valleys and over snow-covered mountain passes, a journey of from 3 to 8 weeks. When they passed through Christian villages where the deportation order had not yet been received, the travellers were not allowed to receive food or ministrations of any sort. The sick and the aged and the wee children fell by the roadside and did not rise again. Women in childbirth were urged along by bayonets and whips until the moment of deliverance came, and were left to bleed to death. The likely girls were seized for harems or raped day after day by the guards until death came as a merciful release. Those who could committed suicide. Mothers went crazy and threw their children into the river to end their sufferings. Hundreds of thousands of women and children died of hunger, of thirst, of exposure, of shame. The pitiful caravans thinned out, first daily and later hourly. Death became the one thing to be longed for. For how can hope live? How can strength remain, even to the fittest, in a journey that has no end? And if they turned to right or left from that road to hell, they were shot or speared. Kurds and mounted peasants hunted down those who succeeded in escaping the roadside guards. They are still putting down the Armenian Revolution out there in Asia Minor. I had just written the above paragraph when an English woman whom I have known for many years came to my home. She left Adana in Cilicia only a month ago. Her story is the same as that of 100 others. I have the identical facts, one eyewitness testimony corroborating the other, from American, English, German, and Swiss sources. This English woman said to me, quote, "The deportation is still going on. From the interior along the Baghdad Railway, they are still being sent through Adana on the journey of death. As far as the railway exists, it is being used to hurry the work of extermination faster than the caravans from the regions where there are no railways. Oh, if they would only massacre them and be done with it, as in the Hamidian days. I stood there at the Adana railway station, and from the carriages the women would hold up their children and cry for water. They had got beyond a desire for bread. Only water. There was a pump. I went down on my knees to beg the Turkish guard to let me give them a drink, but the train moved on, and the last I heard was the cry of those lost souls. That was not once. It was almost every day the same thing. Did Lord Bryce say 800,000? Well, it must be 1,000,000 now. Could you conceive of human beings allowing wild animals to die a death like that?" End quote. But the Turkish ambassador in Washington declares that these stories are fabrications and that no women and children have been killed. End of chapter 1 of The Blackest Page of Modern History. Events in Armenia in 1915 by Herbert Adams Gibbons. Read by Ruth Golding.
Letters of a Soldier by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. December 30, 1914. Your Christmas letter came last night. Perhaps in this very hour when I am writing to you, mine of the same day is reaching you. At that time, in spite of the risk, I was enjoying all the beauty, but today, I confess, it is poisoned for me by what we hear of the last slaughter. On the 26th we were made to remain on duty, in positions occupied only at night as a rule. Our purely defensive position was lucky that day, for we were exposed only to slight artillery fire. But on our right a regiment of our division, in one of the terrible emplacements of October 14th, received an awful punishment, of which the inconclusive result cost several hundred lives. Here in our great village, where our kind hostess knew as we did the victims, all is sadness. Same day. Nothing attacks the soul. The torture can certainly be very great, especially the apprehension, but questions coming from the distance can be silenced by acceptation of what is close. The weather is sweet and soft, and nature is indifferent. The dead will not spoil the spring. And then, once the horror of the moment is over, when one sees its place taken by only the memory of those who have gone, there is a kind of sweetness in the thought of what really exists. In these solemn woods one realizes the inanity of sepulchres and the pomp of funerals. The souls of the brave have no need of all that. 4 o'clock. I have just finished the 4th portrait, a lieutenant in my company. He is delighted. Daylight fades. I send you my thoughts full of cheerfulness, hope, and wisdom. January 3rd, 1915. Yesterday, after the first satisfaction of finding myself freed from manual work, I contemplated my stripes, and I felt some humiliation, because instead of the great anonymous superiority of the ordinary soldier, which had put me beyond all military valuation, I had now the distinction of being a low number in military rank. But then I felt that each time I looked at my little bits of red wool I should remember my social duty, a duty which my leaning towards individualism makes me forget only too often. So I knew I was still free to cultivate my soul, having this final effort to demand of it. January 4th. I am writing to you at the entrance to an underground passage which leads under the enemy emplacement. My little job is to look out for the safety of the sappers, who are hollowing out and supporting and consolidating an excavation about 12 metres deep already. To get to this place we have to plunge into mud up to our thighs, but during the 8 hours we spend here we are sheltered by earthworks several metres thick. I have 6 men, with whom I have led an existence of sleeplessness and privation for 3 days. This is the benefit I derive from the joyful event of my new status. But, as a matter of fact, I am glad to take part in these trials again. Besides, in a few days the temporary post which I held before may be given to me altogether. Horrible weather, and to make matters worse, I burnt an absolutely new boot, and am soaking wet like the others, but in excellent health. Dear, I am now going to sleep a little. January 13. I hope that when you think of me, you will have in mind all those who have left everything behind, their family, their surroundings, their whole social environment, all those of whom their nearest and dearest think only in the past, saying, "We once had a brother who many years ago withdrew from this world, we know nothing of his fate." Then I, feeling that you too have abandoned all human attachment, will walk freely in this life, closed to ordinary relations. I don't regret my new rank. It has brought me many troubles, but a great deal of experience, and, as a matter of fact, some ameliorations. So I want to continue to live as fully as possible in this moment, and that will be all the easier for me if I can feel that you have brought yourself to the idea that my present life cannot in any way be lost. I did not tell you enough what pleasure the Revues hebdomadaires gave me. I found some extracts from that speech on Lamartine which I am passionately fond of. Circumstances led this poet to give to his art only the lowest place. Life in general closed him round, imposing on his great heart a more serious and immediate task than that which awaited his genius. February 2. Dear Mother, I go on with this letter in the billet, where the great worry of accumulated work fills up the void which melancholy would make her own. Dark days have come upon me, and nothingness seems the end of all, whereas all that is in my being had assured me of the plenitude of the universe. Yes, devotion, not to individuals, but to the social idea of brotherhood, sustains me still. Oh, what a magnificent example is to be found in Jesus and in the poor! That righteous aristocrat, showing by his abhorrent task the infinite obligation of altruistic duty, and teaching above all that no return of gratitude should be demanded. To my experience of men and things I owe this tranquillity of expecting nothing from anyone. Thus duty takes an abstract form, deprived of a human object. An unspeakable sunrise today. Another spring draws near. I want to tell you about our 3 days in the first line. Snow and frost. We went down the slopes leading to our emplacement in the village. The night was then so beautiful that it moved the heart of every soldier to see it. I could never say enough about the fine delicacy of this country. How can I explain to you the chiselled effect allied to the dreamlike mists with the moon soaring above? For 3 days my night service took me straight to the heart of this purity, this whiteness. Tarnished goldwork of the trees, and in spite of the mist, many colours, rose and blue. These are the hours of such beauty that those who take them to themselves can hardly die. I was well in front of the first lines, and never did I feel better protected. This morning when I came, a pink and green sunrise over the blue and rosy snow, the open country marked with woods and covered fields, far off the distance in which the silvery Meuse fades away. Oh, beauty, in spite of all! February 11. It may possibly be a great intended privilege for our generation to be a witness of these horrors, but what a terrible price to pay! Well, faith, eternal faith, is over all. Faith in an evolution, an order beyond our human patience. In such hours as these one must perforce take refuge in the extra-human principle of sacrifice. It is impossible for mere humanity to go further. Let go all poor human hope. Seek something beyond. Perhaps you have already found it. As for me, I feel myself unworthy in such days to be anything more than a memory. I picked some flowers in the mud. Keep them in remembrance of me. Courage through all, courage in spite of all. February 13. Beloved, after the days of tears and of rebellion of the heart that have so shaken me, I pull myself together again to say, Thy will be done. So, according to the power and the measure of my faculties, I would be he who to the very end never despaired of his share in the building of the temple. I would be the workman who, knowing full well that his scaffolding will give way, and who has no hope of safety, goes on with his stone carving of decoration on the cathedral front. Decoration! I am not one who will ever be able to lift the blocks of stone. But there are others for that job. Yes, I am getting back into a little quiet thinking. The equable tranquillity I had hoped for is not yet mine, but I have occasional glimpses of that region of peace and light in which all things, even our love, is renewed and transfigured. I am now at the foot of a peaked hill where nature has brought the loveliest lines of design together. Man is hunting man, and in a moment they will be locked in fight. Meanwhile the lark is rising. Even as I write, a strange serenity possesses me, something extraordinary comfort, be it a human quality, be it a revelation from on high. All around me men are asleep. February 19. One word only. We are in the hands of God. Never, never have we so needed the wisdom of confidence. Death prevails, but it does not reign. Life is still noble. Friends of mine killed and wounded yesterday and the day before. Dearest, our messengers may be greatly delayed. February 22. We are in billets after the great battle, and this time I saw it all. I did my duty, I know that by the feeling of my men for me. But the best are dead. Bitter loss. This heroic regiment. We gained our object. Will write more at length. February 22. Dearest beloved mother, I will tell you about the goodness of God and the horror of these things. The heaviness of heart that weighed me down this month and a half past was for the coming anguish to be undergone in these last 20 days. We reached the scene of the action on the 17th. The preparations ceased to interest me. I was all expectation of the event. It broke out at 3 o'clock, the explosion of 7 mines under the enemy's trenches. It was like a distant thunder. Next, 500 guns created the hell into which we leapt. Night was coming on when we established ourselves in the positions we had taken. All that night I was actively at work for the security of our men who had not suffered much. I had to cover great tracts, over which were scattered the wounded and the dead of both sides. My heart yearned over them, but I had nothing better than words to give them. In the morning we were driven with serious loss back to our previous positions, but in the evening we attacked again. We retook our whole advance. Here again I did my duty. In my advance I got the sword of an officer who surrendered. After that I placed my men for guarding our ground. The captain ordered me to his side, and I gave him the plan of our position. He was telling me of his decision to have me mentioned, when he was killed before my eyes. Briefly, under the frightful fire of those 3 days I organized and kept going the work of supplying cartridges. In this job 5 of my men were wounded. Our losses are terrible, those of the enemy greater still. You cannot imagine, beloved mother, what man will do against man. For 5 days my shoes have been slippery with human brains. I have walked among lungs, among entrails. The men eat, what little they have to eat, at the side of the dead. Our regiment was heroic. We have no officers left. They all died as brave men. 2 good friends, one of them a fine model of my own for one of my last pictures, are killed. That was one of the terrible incidents of the evening. A white body splendid under the moon. I lay down near him. The beauty of things awoke again for me. At last, after 5 days of horror that lost us 1,200 men, we were ordered back from the scene of abomination. The regiment has been mentioned in dispatches. Dear mother, how shall I ever speak of the unspeakable things I have had to see? But how shall I ever tell of the certainties this tempest has made clear to me? Duty, effort. February 23. Dearest beloved mother, a 2nd day in billets. Tomorrow we go to the front. Darling, I can't write today. Let us draw ever nearer to the eternal. Let us remain devoted to our duty. I know how your thoughts fly to meet mine, and I turn mine towards the happiness of wisdom. Let us take courage. Let me be brave among these young dead men, and be you brave in readiness. God is over us. February 26. Dear mother, here we are again upon the battlefield. We have climbed the hill from which it would be better to praise the glory of God than to condemn the horrors of men. Innumerable dead at the setting out of our march, but they grow fewer, leaving here and there some poor stray body the colour of clay. A painful encounter. Our losses are what are called serious in dispatches. At all events I can assure you that our men are admirable, and their resignation is heroic. All deplore this infamous war, but nearly all feel that the fulfilment of a hideous duty is the one only thing that justifies the horrible necessity of living at such a time as this. Dear mother, I cannot write more. The plain is settling to sleep under colours of violet and rose. How can things be so horrible? February 28. Dearest beloved mother and dear beloved grandmother, I am writing to you having just struggled out of a most appalling nightmare, and out of Dantesque scenes that I have lived through. Things that Gustave Doré had the courage to picture through the text of the Divina Commedia have come to pass with all the variety and circumstance of fact. In the midst of labours that happily tend to deaden one's feelings, I have been able to gather the better fruits of pain. On the 24th, in the evening, we returned to our positions, from which the more hideous of the traces of battle had been partly removed. Only a few places were still scattered with fragments of men that were taking on the semblance of that clay to which they were returning. The weather was fine and cold, and the heights we had gained brought us into the very sky. The immensities appeared only as lights, the higher light a brilliance of stars, the lower light a glow of fires. The frightful bombardment with which the Germans overwhelm us is really a waste of fireworks. I lay in a dugout from which I could follow the moon and watch for daybreak. Now and again a shell crumbled the soil about me and deafened me. Then silence came again upon the frozen earth. I have paid the price. I have paid dearly, but I have had moments of solitude that were full of God. I really think I have tried to adapt myself to my work, for, as I told you, I am proposed for the rank of sergeant and for mention in dispatches. Oh, but dearest mother, this war is long, too long for men who had something else to do in the world. What you tell me of the kind feeling there is for me in Paris gives me pleasure, but am I not to be brought out of this for a better kind of usefulness? Why am I so sacrificed when so many others, not my equals, are spared? Yet I had something worth doing to do in the world. Well, if God does not intend to take away this cup from me, His will be done. March 5. I wish I could recover in myself the extreme sensibilities I felt before the fiery trial, so that I might describe for you the colours and the aspects of the drama we have passed through. But just now I am in a state of numbness, pleasant enough in itself, yet apt to hinder my vision of things present and my forecasts of things to come. I have to make an effort to keep hold of eternal and essential things. Perhaps I shall succeed in time. And yet certain sights on the wasted field of war had so noble a lesson, a teaching so persuasive, that I should love to share with you the great certainties of those days. How harmonious is death within the natural soil! How admirable is the manner of man's return to the substance of his mother earth, compared with the poverty of funeral ceremonial! Yesterday I thought of those poor dead as forsaken things, but I had been present at the burial of an officer, and it seems to me that nature is more compassionate than man. Yes, indeed, the soldier's death is close to natural things. It is a frank horror, a horror that does not attempt to cheat the law of violence. I often passed close to bodies that were gradually passing into the clay, and their change seemed more comforting than the cold and unchanging aspect of the tombs of town cemeteries. From our life in the open we have gained a freedom of conception, an amplitude of thought and of habit, which will for ever make cities horrible and artificial to those who survive the war. Dear mother, I write but ill of things that I have greatly felt. Let us seek refuge in the peace of spring and in the treasure of the present moment. March 7. Dearest beloved mother, I am filling up the idleness of this morning. I am rejoicing in the clear waters of the Meuse that give life to dales and gardens. The play of the current over weeds and pebbles makes a soothing sight for my tired eyes, and expresses the calm life of this big village that is sheltered by the Meuse hills. The church here is thronged with soldiers who possess, as I do, a definite intuition of the ideal, but who seek it by more stated and less immediate means. I am to board for a fortnight in the house in which, nearly 2 months ago, our joyous company used to meet. Today I have seen the tears of those same friends, weeping to hear of the wounded and the dead. I received your sleeping sack, which is quite right. I am worried with rheumatism, which has spoilt many of my nights in billets these 2 months past. Darling mother, here is a calm in the noise of that barrack life which must now be ours. As there are none here but non-commissioned officers, they are all ordered to hard jobs, and I shall renew my acquaintance with brooms and burdens. We have been warned, we shall have to work with our hands, and so we learn to direct others. Soft weather after rain, bells in the evening, flowing waters singing under the bridges, trees settling to sleep. March 22. A splendid sun. Looking on it, one is amazed to see the world at war. Spring has come in triumph. It has surprised mankind in the act of hatred, in the act of outrage upon creation. The dispatches tell us little, fortunately, of what is happening. Being now these 21 days away from the front, I find it difficult to reaccustom myself to the thought of the monstrous things going on there. Indeed, dear mother, I know that your life and mine have had but one object, one aim, and that even in the time we are passing through, we have never lost sight of it, but have constantly tried to draw nearer. Therefore our lives may not have been altogether useless. This is the only thought to comfort an ambitious soul, to forecast the influence and the consequences of its acts. I believe that if longer life had been granted me, I should never have relaxed in my purpose. Having no certainty but that of the present, I have tried to put myself to the best use. March 25. Here I am, living this life in the earth again. I found the very hole that I left last month. Nothing has been done while I was away. A formidable attack was attempted, but it failed. The regiments ordered to engage had neither our dash nor our perfect steadiness under fire. They succeeded only in getting themselves cut to pieces, and in bringing upon us the most atrocious bombardment that ever was. It seems the action before this was nothing to be compared with it. My company lost a great many men by the aerial bombs. These projectiles measure 1 metre in height and 27 centimetres in diameter. They describe a high curve and fall vertically, exploding in the narrowest passages. We are several metres deep underground. Pleasant weather. At night we go to the surface for our hard work. Dearest, I wanted to say a heap of things about our joys, but some of them are best left quiet, unawakened. All coarse common pleasure would frighten them away. They might die. I am writing again after a sleep. We get all the sleep we can in our dugouts. I had a pile of thoughts that fatigue prevents my putting in order, but I remember that I evoked Beethoven. I am now precisely at the age he had reached when disaster came upon him, and I admired his great example, his energies at work in spite of suffering. The impediment must have seemed to him as grave as what is before me seems to us, but he conquered. To my mind, Beethoven is the most magnificent of human translations of the creative power. I am writing badly, for I am still asleep. How easy, how kind were all the circumstances of my return. I left the house alone, but passing a battery of artillery, I was accosted by the non-commissioned officers with offers of the most friendly hospitality. The artillery are devoted to the 10th, for we defend them, and as the good fellows are not even exposed to the rain, they pity us exceedingly. I must close abruptly, loving you for your courage that so sustains me. Whatever happens, I have recovered joy. The night I came was so lovely. March 26. Dearly beloved Mother, nothing new in our position. The organising goes on. Interesting, but not easy work. The fine weather prospers it. Now and again our pickaxes come upon a poor dead man whom the war harasses even in his grave. March 28. On the heights. A grey Sunday, weather broken by yesterday's bombardment. We are again in full fight. A great attack from our side has repeated the carnage of last week. My company, which was cut up in the last assault, was spared this time. We had nothing to do but occupy a sector of the defence, so we got only splashes of the fighting. On the loveliest Saturday of this spring, I had a distant view of the battle. I saw the crawling beast that a battalion looks like, twisting as it advances under the smoke of the guns. The chasseurs à pied go forward, in spite of the machine guns and the bombardment, French and German. These fine fellows did what they had to do in spite of all, and have made amends for the check we had last week when our attack was a failure. For a month past I have been living Raffet's lithographs, with this difference, that in his time one could be an eyewitness in comparative safety at the distance where I stood, for the guns of those days did not shoot far. But I saw fine things in that great plain beneath our heights, 100,000 fires of bursting shells, and the chasseurs climbing. Sunday, March 28. Second letter. Dear Mother, radiant weather rose this morning. I have been a long way over our sector, and now the bombardment begins again and grows. And still I turn my thoughts to hope. Whatever happens, I pray for wisdom for you and for me. Dearest, I feel at times how easy it would be to turn again to those pursuits that were once the charm and interest of my life. At times I catch myself in this lovely spring, so bent upon painting that I mourn because I paint no more. But I compel myself to master all the resources of my will, and to keep them to the difficult straits of this life. April 1st. A sun that lays bare the lovely youth of the spring. The stream of the Meuse runs through this rich and comely village, which the echoes of the cannonade reach only as a dull thud, their meaning lost. We have had to change again, as the reinforcements are arriving in such numbers that our places are wanted. And it is always our regiment that has to turn out. But today all is freshness and light. The great rich plain that is edged by the Meuse uplands has its distance all invested in the tenderest silver tones. I am pleased with Gabriel's letter. It shows me what things will be laid upon the heart of France when these events are at an end. A touching letter from Pierre, cured at last of his terrible wound. A splendid letter from grandmother. How she longs for our meeting again. I cannot speak of it. I finished this letter by the waterside, recalling with delight the joys I used to have in painting. Before me are the sparkling rays of spring. April 3rd, postcard. Only a word from the second line. We are in the spring woods, sun and rain at play in the sky. Courage through all. April 3rd, second letter. I wish I had written you better letters in these days, every minute of which has been sweet to me, even when we were in the front line. But I confess that I was satisfied just to let myself live in the beauty of the days, serene days in spite of the clamours of war. We know nothing of what is to happen, but there is more movement coming and going. Shall we have to bear the shock again? Think what it was for us when we were last in the front line, to have to spend whole days in the dugout that the odious bombardment had compelled us to hollow out of the hillside 10 metres deep. There, in complete darkness, night was awaited for the chance to get out. But once, my fellow non-commissioned officers and I began humming the 9 symphonies of Beethoven. I cannot tell what thrill woke those notes within us. They seemed to kindle great lights in the cave. We forgot the Chinese torture of being unable to lie or sit or stand. The life of a sergeant in billets is really quite pleasant, but I take no advantage. As to the front, I hope Providence will give me strength of heart to do my duty there to the very end. A good friend of mine, who is my section chief, has been appointed adjutant to our company. This is all trivial enough, but, dearest, I am in a rather feeble state. I was not well after the events of last month, so I let myself glide over the gentle slopes of my life. Suppose one comes to skirt a precipice. May Providence keep us away from the edge. April 4. Darling Mother, a time of anxious waiting, big with the menace of near things. Meanwhile, however, idleness and quiet. I am not able to think, and I give myself up to my fate. Beloved, don't find fault with me if for a month past I have been below the mark. Love me and tell our friends to love me. Did you get my photograph? It was taken at the fortunate time of our position here, when we were having peaceful days with no immediate enemy except the cold. A few days later I was made corporal, and my life became hard enough, burdened with very ungrateful labours. After that, the storm, and the lights of that storm are still bright in my life. April 4, evening of Easter Sunday. Dear Mother, we are again in the immediate care of God. At 2 o'clock we march towards the storm. Beloved, I think of you. I think of you both. I love you, and I entrust the 3 of us to the providence of God. May everything that happens find us ready. In the full power of my soul I pray for this on your behalf, on mine. Hope through all, but before else wisdom and love. I kiss you without more words. All my mind is now set upon the hard work to be done. April 5, 1 o'clock a.m. Dear Mother and dear Grandmother, we are off. Courage, wisdom and love. Perhaps all this is ordained for the good of all. I can but send you my whole love. My life is lived in you alone. April 5, towards noon. Dear Mother, we are now to be put to the proof. Up to this moment there has been no sign that mercy was failing us. It is for us to strive to deserve it. This afternoon we shall need all our resolution, and we shall have to call upon the supreme wisdom for help. Dear beloved Mother, dear Grandmother, I wish I could still have the delight of getting your letters. Let us pray that we may be strengthened even in what is before us now. Dear darling, once more all my love for you both. Your son. April 6, noon. Dear beloved Mother, it is midday, and we are at the forward position in readiness. I send you my whole love. Whatever comes to pass, life has had its beauty. Editor's note. It was in the fight of this day, April 6, that the writer of these letters disappeared. End of Letters of a Soldier by Anonymous.
Mary Louise and the Liberty Girls by Edith Van Dyne. Chapter 3. The Liberty Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. The Liberty Girls. An hour later 6 girls met at the home of Elora Jones, who lived with her father in a fine mansion across the street from Colonel Hathaway's residence. These girls were prepared to work, and worked diligently under the leadership of Mary Louise, for they had been planning and discussing this event for several days, patiently awaiting the word to start their campaign. "Some girls," said Mary Louise, "are knitting, and that's a good thing to do, in a way. Others are making pajamas and pillows for the Red Cross, and that's also an admirable thing to do. But our duty lies on a higher plane, for we're going to get money to enable Uncle Sam to take care of our soldier boys." "Do you think we can make people buy bonds?" asked little Laura Hilton, with a trace of doubt in her voice. Mary Louise gave her a severe look. "We not only can, but we shall make people buy," she replied. "We shall ask them very prettily, and they cannot refuse us. We've all been loaded to the brim with arguments, if arguments are necessary, but we haven't time to gossip with folks. A whole lot of money must be raised, and there's a short time to do it in." "Seems to me," remarked Edna Barlow earnestly, "we're wasting time just now. Let's get busy." "Well, get on your costumes, girls," suggested Elora Jones. "They're all here in this big box, and the banners are standing in the hall. It's after 9 now, and by 10 o'clock we must all be at work." They proceeded to dress themselves in the striking costumes they had secretly prepared: a blue silk waist with white stars scattered over it, a red and white striped skirt, the stripes running from waistband to hem, a Goddess of Liberty cap, and white canvas shoes. Attired in this fashion, the Liberty Girls, as they had dubbed themselves, presented a most attractive and patriotic appearance, and as they filed out through the hall each seized a handsome silken banner, gold fringed, which bore the words, "Buy bonds of Dorfield's Liberty Girls." "Now then," said Mary Louise, "we have each been allotted a certain district in the business part of the city, for which we are individually responsible. Each one knows what she is expected to do. Let no one escape. If any man claims to have already bought bonds, make him buy more. And remember, we're all to meet at my house at 1 o'clock for luncheon and to report progress." A block away they secured seats in a street car, and a few minutes thereafter reached the Four Corners, the intersection of the two principal streets of Dorfield. But on the way they had sold old Jonathan Dodd, who happened to be in the car and was overawed by the display of red, white, and blue, $200 worth of bonds. As for old man Dodd, he realized he was trapped, and bought his limit with a sigh of resignation. As they separated at the Four Corners, each to follow her appointed route, many surprised, if not startled, citizens regarded the Liberty Girls with approving eyes. They were pretty girls, all of them, and their silken costumes were really becoming. The patriots gazed admiringly; the more selfish citizens gave a little shiver of dismay, and scurried off to escape meeting these aggressive ones, whose gorgeous banners frankly proclaimed their errand. Mary Louise entered the bank on the corner and made inquiry for Mr. Draswell, the president. "We're off at last, sir," she said, smiling at his bewildered looks, "and we girls are determined to make the Dorfield people do their full duty. May we depend on your bank to fulfill your promises, and carry those bond buyers who wish to make time payments?" "To be sure, my dear," replied the banker. "I'd no idea you young ladies were to wear uniforms. But you certainly look fascinating, if you're a fair sample of the others, and I don't see how anyone can refuse to back up our girls in their patriotic drive. God bless you, Mary Louise, and help you to achieve your noble object." There were many offices in the building above the bank, and the girl visited every one of them. Her appearance, garbed in the national colors and bearing her banner, was a sign of conquest, for it seemed to these busy men as if Uncle Sam himself was backing this crusade, and all their latent patriotism was stirred to the depths. So they surrendered at discretion and signed for the bonds. Mary Louise was modest and sweet in demeanor; her pleas were as pleasant as they were persuasive; there was nothing virulent or dominant in her attitude. But when she said, "Really, Mr. So-and-so, you ought to take more bonds than that. You can afford it, and our country needs the money," The argument was generally effective, and when she had smilingly pinned the bond button on a man's coat and passed on to interview others, she left him wondering why he had bought more bonds than he ever had intended to, or even provoked with himself that he had subscribed at all. These were the people who had generally resisted all former pleadings of the regular committee, and had resolved to ignore the bond sale altogether. But perhaps their chagrin was equalled by their satisfaction in having been won over by a pretty girl, whose manner and appearance were alike irresistible. The men of Dorfield are a fair sample of men everywhere. At this period the full meaning of the responsibilities we had assumed in this tremendous struggle was by no means fully realized. The war was too far away, and life at home was still running in its accustomed grooves. They could not take the European war to themselves, nor realize that it might sweep away their prosperity, their liberties, even their homes. Fear had not yet been aroused, pity for our suffering and hard-pressed allies was still lightly considered, the war had not struck home to the hearts of the people as it has since. I doubt if even Mary Louise fully realized the vital importance of the work she had undertaken. When the Liberty Girls met at Colonel Hathaway's for a light luncheon, their eyes were sparkling with enthusiasm and their cheeks rosy from successful effort. Their individual sales varied, of course, for some were more tactful in winning than others, but all had substantial results to report. "We've taken Dorfield by storm!" was their exultant cry. "Altogether," said Mary Louise, figuring up the amounts, "we've sold $32,000 worth of bonds this morning. That's encouraging for 3 hours' work, but it's not enough to satisfy us. We must put in a busy afternoon and try to get a total of at least 100,000 by tonight. Tomorrow we must do better than that. Work as late as you can, girls, and at 8 o'clock we will meet again at Alora's house and compare results." The girls needed no urging to resume their work, for already they had gained confidence in their ability, and were inspired to renewed effort. Mary Louise had optimistic plans for that afternoon's work. She first visited the big flour mill, where she secured an interview with Mr. Chisholm, the president and general manager. "We can't buy bonds," he said peevishly. "Our business is being ruined by the high price of wheat and the absurd activities of Hoover. We stand to operate at a loss or else shut down altogether. The government ought to pay us compensation instead of asking us to contribute to the war." "However, if we fail to win the war," Mary Louise quietly replied, "your enormous investment here will become worthless. Isn't it better to lose a little now, for the sake of future winnings, than to sacrifice the past and future and be reduced to poverty? We're asking you to save yourself from threatened danger, the national calamity that would follow our defeat in this war." He sat back in his chair and looked at the girl in amazement. She was rather young to have conceived such ideas. "Well, there's time enough to consider all that," he said, less gruffly. "You'll have to excuse me now, Miss Burrows. I'm busy." But Mary Louise kept her seat and redoubled her arguments, which were logical and straight to the point. Mr. Chisholm's attitude might have embarrassed her had she been pleading a personal favor, but she felt she was the mouthpiece of the President, of the nation, of world-wide democracy, and would not allow herself to feel annoyed. She devoted 3/4 of an hour to Mr. Chisholm, who gradually thawed in her genial sunshine. She finally sold him $50,000 worth of Liberty bonds, and went on her way elated. The regular bond committee had labored for weeks with this stubborn man, who managed one of the largest enterprises in Dorfield, yet they had signally failed to convince him or to induce him to subscribe $1. The girl had succeeded in less than an hour, and sold him exactly the amount he should have bought. The mill subscription was a powerful leverage with which to pry money from other reluctant ones. Stacks, Selim & Stacks, the big department store heretofore resisting all appeals, bought from Mary Louise's bonds to the amount of $25,000. The Dennis Hardware Company took $10,000. Then Mary Louise met her first serious rebuff. She went into Silas Herring's wholesale grocery establishment and told Mr. Herring she wanted to sell him bonds. "This is outrageous!" cried Herring indignantly. "When the men can't rob us or force us back to England in her selfish schemes, they set girls on us to wheedle us out of money we've honestly earned. This hold-up game won't work, I assure you, and I advise you to get into more respectable business. My money is mine, it doesn't belong to the Allies, and they won't get a cent of it." He was getting more angry as he proceeded in his harangue. Moreover," he continued, "our weak administration can't use me to help it out of the hole it has foolishly stumbled into, or make America the cat's paw to pull British chestnuts out of the fire. You ought to be ashamed, Miss Burrows, to lend yourself to such unpatriotic methods of bulldozing honest citizens." Mary Louise was distressed but undaunted. The man was monstrously wrong, and she knew it. Sitting in Mr. Herring's private office at the time were Professor John Dyer, the superintendent of Dorfield schools, and the Honourable Andrew Duncan, a leading politician, a former representative and now one of the county supervisors. The girl looked at Professor Dyer, whom she knew slightly, and said pleadingly, "Won't you defend our administration and our country, Mr. Dyer?" He smiled deprecatingly, but did not speak. He was a tall, lean man, quite round-shouldered and of studious appearance. He wore double eyeglasses, underneath which his eyes were somewhat watery. The smile upon his thin features was a stationary one, not as if assumed, but moulded with the features and lacking geniality. It was the Honourable Andrew Duncan who answered the Liberty Girl. "The difference between Mr. Herring and 80% of the American people," said he, in stilted, pompous tones, "is that our friend Herring unwisely voices his protest, while the others merely think, and consider it the part of wisdom to say nothing." "I don't believe that," cried Mary Louise indignantly. "The American people are loyal to their president. There may be a few traitors, we're gradually discovering them, but—" "I'm busy," Herring interrupted her, scowling, and swung his chair so that his back was toward her. "You won't be busy long if you keep talking that way," predicted the girl. "Tut, tut," said the Honourable Andrew warningly. "Your threats, young lady, are as unwise as Mr. Herring's speech." "But they carry more weight," she asserted stoutly. "Do you think any grocery man in Dorfield would buy goods of Mr. Herring if he knew him to be disloyal in this, our country's greatest crisis? And they're going to know it, if I have to visit each one and tell him myself what Mr. Herring has said." A tense, if momentary silence followed, broken by the professor, who now said in his smooth, unctuous way, "Mr. Herring's blunt expression of his sentiments was not intended for other ears than ours, I'm sure. In confidence one may say many things to friends which he would prefer to withhold from an indiscriminating public. We are well assured, indeed, that Mr. Herring is a loyal American, with America's best interests at heart, but he does not regard our present national activities as leniently as we do. I have been endeavouring, in my humble way, to change his attitude of mind." Here Herring swung around and looked at the speaker stolidly. "And though I admit he is a bit obstinate, I venture to assure you, Miss Burrows, that Silas Herring will stand by the Stars and Stripes as long as there is a shred of our banner to wave in the breeze of freedom, justice, and democracy." A cynical smile gradually settled on the grocer's stern face. The Honourable Andrew was smiling with undisguised cheerfulness. "We are all loyal, thoroughly loyal," said the latter. "I've bought some Liberty bonds already, my girl, but you can put me down for $100 more. We must support our country in every possible way, with effort, with money, with our flesh and blood. I have no children, but my 2 nephews and a second cousin are now in France." "For my part," added Professor Dyer, "I have hesitated as to how much of my meagre salary I can afford to spend, but I think I can handle $500 worth." "Thank you," said Mary Louise, somewhat puzzled by these offers. "It isn't like risking the money; it's a solid investment in the best securities in the world." "I know," returned the professor, nodding gravely, "but I'm not thinking of that. I'm a poor man, as you probably know, but what I have is at my country's disposal, since it's evident that my country needs it." "Doesn't that shame you, sir?" asked Mary Louise brightly, as she turned to Silas Herring. "You're a business man, and they say, although I confess I doubt it, that you're a loyal American. You can convince me of the fact by purchasing a liberal share of bonds. Then I can forget your dreadful words. Then I can carry to every one the news that you've made a splendid investment in Liberty bonds. Even if you honestly think the administration has been at fault, it won't do any good to grumble. We're in this war, sir, and we've got to win it, that you and every other American may enjoy prosperity and freedom. How much shall I say that you have subscribed, Mr. Herring?" He studied her face, his expression never changing. Mary Louise wondered if he could read her suspicion and dislike of him, despite her efforts to smother those feelings in the cause of liberty. Then Herring looked at Professor Dyer, who stood meekly, with downcast eyes. Next the grocer gazed at the supervisor, who smiled in a shrewd way, and gave a brief nod. Mr. Herring frowned. He drummed nervously with his fingers on his mahogany desk. Then he reached for his check-book and with grim deliberation wrote a check and handed it to Mary Louise. "You've won, young lady," he admitted. "I'm too good an American to approve what has been done down at Washington, but I'll help keep our flag waving, as the professor suggests. When we've won our war, and of course we shall win, there will be a day of reckoning for every official who is judged by our citizens to have been disloyal, however high his station. Good afternoon." The first impulse of Mary Louise was to crumple up the check and throw it in the man's face, to show her resentment of his base insinuations. But as she glanced at the check she saw it was for $10,000, and that meant sinews of war, help for our soldiers and our allies. She couldn't thank the man, but she bowed coldly and left the private office. Professor Dyer accompanied her, and at the outer door he said to the girl, "Silas Herring's heart is in the right place, as you see by his generous check. Of course he might have bought more bonds than that, as he is very wealthy, but he's an obstinate man, and it is a triumph for our sacred cause that he was induced to buy it all. You're doing noble work, my child, and I admire you for having undertaken the task. If I can be of service to you, pray command me." "Urge everyone you meet to buy bonds," suggested Mary Louise. She did not care to discuss Silas Herring.
"I'll do that indeed," promised the school superintendent. But as he watched her depart there was a queer expression on his lean face that it was well Mary Louise did not see.
End of Mary Louise and the Liberty Girls, Chapter 3, by Edith Van Dyne.
Chapter 5 of Many Fronts. The Passing of a Zeppelin by Louis R. Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Passing of a Zeppelin. In the year that had gone by since the first great air raid on London, we knew that much had been done in the way of strengthening the defenses. Just what had been done, we did not, of course, and do not know. We knew that there were more and better guns and searchlights, and probably greatly improved means of anticipating the coming of the raiders and of following and reporting their movements after they did come. At the same time, we also knew that the latest Zeppelin had been greatly improved, that it was larger, faster, capable of ascending to a greater altitude, and probably able to stand more and heavier gunfire than its prototype of a year ago. It seemed to be a question, therefore, of whether or not the guns could range the raiders, and, if so, do them any vital damage when they did hit them. The aeroplane was an unknown quantity, and, in the popular mind at least, not seriously reckoned with. London knew that the crucial test would not come until an airship tried again to penetrate to the heart of the metropolitan area, and awaited the result calmly, if not quite indifferently. The Zeppelin raids of the spring and early summer, numerous as they had done a negligible amount of military damage and scarcely more to civil property. The death list, too, had, mercifully, been very low. It seemed significant, however, that the main London defenses had been avoided during all of this time, indicating apparently that the raiders were reluctant to lift the lid of the Pandora's box that was laid out so temptingly before them for fear of the possible consequences. Twice or thrice, watching with my glasses after I had been awakened by distant bomb explosions or gunfire, I had seen a shell-pocketed airship draw back as a yellow dog refuses the challenge that his intrusion has provoked, and glide off into the darkness of some safer area. Would they try it again, was the question Londoners asked themselves as the dark of the moon came round each month, and, except for the comparatively few who had personal experience of the terror and death that follow the swath of an air raider, most of them seemed rather anxious to have the matter put to the test. Last night, just 12
darks of the moon after the first great raid of 1915, the test came. It was hardly a conclusive one, perhaps, though that may well have come before these lines find their way into print, but it was, certainly, highly illuminative. I write this on my return to London from viewing, 20 miles away, a tangled mass of wreckage and a heap of charred trunks that are all that remain of a Zeppelin and its crew which, whether by accident, intent, or the force of circumstances will probably never be known, rushed in where 2 others of its aerial sisters feared to fly, and paid the cost. There was nothing of the surprise, to London at least, as regards the ill-starred Zeppelin crew, none can say, in last night's raid. The night grew more heavily overcast as the darkness deepened, and towards midnight stealthy little beams of hooded searchlights pirouetting on the eastern clouds told the home-wending Saturday night theater crowd that, with the imminent approach of the raiders, London was lifting a corner of its mask of blackness and throwing out an open challenge to the enemy. This was the first time I had known the lights to precede the actual explosion of bombs, and the cool confidence of the thing suggested, as I heard one policeman tell another, that the defense had something up their sleeves. It was towards 1 in the morning when I finished my supper at a West End restaurant and started walking through the almost deserted streets to my hotel. London is anything but a bedlam after midnight, but the silence in the early hours of this morning was positively uncanny. Now, with the last of the buses gone and all trains stopped, only the muffled buzz of an occasional belated taxi, pushing on cautiously with hooded lights, broke the stillness. Reaching my room, I pulled on a sweater, ran up the curtain, laid my glass ready, and seated myself at the window, the same window from which, a year ago, I had watched those 2 insolently contemptuous raiders sail across overhead and leave a blazing wake of death and destruction behind them. On that night, I reflected, I had felt the rush of air from the bombs and, later, had watched the firemen extinguishing the flames and the ambulances carrying the wounded to the hospitals. Would it be like that tonight? I wondered. There was now no doubt that the raiders were near, for the searchlights had multiplied, and far to the southeast, though no detonations were audible, quick flashes told of scattering gunfire. Or would the defense have more of a word to say for itself this time? I looked to the eastern heavens where the shifting clouds were now polka-dotted with the fluttering golden motes of a score of searchlights, and thought I had found my answer. There was no wheeling and reeling of the lights in wide circles as a year ago, but rather a steady, persistent stabbing at the clouds, each one appearing to keep to an allotted area of its own. Stabbing expresses the action exactly, and it recalled to me an occasion, a month ago, when a Tommy, who was showing me through some captured dugouts on the Somme, illustrated with bayonet thrusts the manner in which they had originally searched for Germans hiding under the straw mattresses. There was nothing panicky in the work of the lights this time, but only the suggestion of methodical, ordered, relentless vigilance. Encouraging as a preliminary, I said to myself, now, for the night was electric with import, for the main event. There was not long to wait. To the southeast, the gun flashes had increased in frequency, followed by mist-dulled blurs of brightness in the clouds that told of bursting shells. Suddenly, through a rift in the clouds, I saw a new kind of glare, the earthward launched beam of an airship's searchlight groping for its target. But the shifting mist curtain intervened again,
even as one of the defending lights took up the challenge and flashed its own rapier ray in quick reply. Presently, the muffled boom of bombs fleeted to my ears, and then the sharper rattle of a sudden gust of gunfire. This was quickly followed by a confused roar of sound, evidently from many bombs dropped simultaneously or in quick succession, and I knew that one of two things had happened. Either the raider had found its mark and was delivering rapid fire, or the guns were making it so hot for the visitor that it had been compelled to dump its explosives and seek safety in flight. When a minute or more had gone by, I felt sure that the latter had been scuttled and that it was now only a question of which direction the flight was going to take. Again, the eastern searchlights gave me the answer. By twos and threes, I could not follow the order of the thing, the lights that had been patrolling the eastern sky moved over and took their station around a certain low-hanging cloud to the south. The murky sheet of cumulonimbus seemed to pale and dissolve in the concentrated rays, and then, right into the focus of golden glow formed by the dancing light motes, running wild and blind as a bull charges the red mantle masking the matador, darted a huge Zeppelin. Perhaps never before in all time has a single object been the center of so blinding a glare. It seemed that the optic nerve must wither in so fierce a light, and certainly no unprotected eye could have opened to it. Dark glasses might have made it bearable, but could not possibly have resolved the earthward prospect into anything less than the heart of a fiery furnace. Indeed, it was very doubtful if the bewildered fugitive knew, in more than the most general way, where it was. Cut off by the guns to the southeast from a retreat in that direction, but knowing that the North Sea and safety could be reached by driving to the northeast, it is more than probable that the harried raider found itself over the lion's den rather because it could not help it than by deliberate intent. What a contrast was this blinded, reeling thing to those arrogantly purposeful raiders of a year ago. Supremely disdainful of gun and searchlight, these had prowled over London till the last of their bombs had been planted, and one of them had even circled back the better to see the ruin its passing had wrought. But this raider, far larger than its predecessors and flying at over twice as great a height though it was, dashed on its erratic course as though pursued by the vengeful spirits of those its harpy sisters had bombed to death in their beds. If it still had bombs to drop, its commander either had no time or no heart for the job. Never have I seen an inanimate thing typify terror, the terror that must have gripped the hearts of its palpably flustered, to judge by the airship's movements, crew, like that staggering, helpless maverick of a Zeppelin when it finally found itself clutched in the tentacles of the searchlights of the aerial defenses of London. All this time the weird, uncanny silence that brooded over the streets before I had come indoors held the city in its spell. The watching thousands, nay, millions, kept their excitement in leash, and the propeller of the raider, muffled by the mists intervening between the earth and the 12,000 feet at which it whirred, dulled to a drowsy drone. Into this tense silence the sudden fire of 100 anti-aircraft guns, opening in unison as though at the pull of a single lanyard, cut in a blended roar like the crack of doom. Indeed, though few among those hushed watching millions realized it, it was, literally, the crack of doom that was sounding. For perhaps a minute, or a minute and a half, the air was vibrant with the roar of hard-pumped guns and the shriek of speeding shell, the great sound from below
drowning the sharper cracks from the steel-cold flashes in the upper air. It was guns that were built for the job, not the hastily gathered and wholly inadequate artillery of a year ago, that were speaking now, and the voice was one of ordered, imperious authority. Rangefinders had the Marauder's altitude, and the information was being put at the disposal of guns that had the power to deliver the goods at that level. What a contrast the sequel was to that pitiful firing of the other raid. Only the opening shots were shorts or wides now, and 10 seconds after the first gun, a diamond-clear burst blinking out through a rift in the upper clouds told that the raider, to use a naval term, was straddled, had shells exploding both above and below it. From that instant till the gun ceased to roar 70 or 80 seconds later, the shells burst, lacing the air with golden glimmers, and meshed the flying raider in a fiery net. For a few seconds it seemed to me that, close woven as was the net of shell bursts, the flashes came hardly as fast as the roar of the guns would seem to warrant, and I swept the heavens with my glasses in a search for other possible targets. But no other raider was in sight. There was no other nodal center of gunfire and searchlights. Suddenly, the reason for the apparent discrepancy was clear to me. The flashes I saw, except for a few of the shrapnel bullets they were releasing, were only the misses. The hits I could not see. The long-awaited test was at its crucial stage. Empty of bombs and with half of its fuel consumed, the raider was at the zenith of its flight, and yet the guns were ranging it with ease. It was now a question of how much shell fire the Zeppelin could stand. In spite of the fact that the airship, so far as I could see through my glasses, did not appear to slow down or to be perceptibly racked by the gunfire, I have no doubt what the end would have been if the test could have been pressed to its conclusion in an open country. But bringing a burning Zeppelin down across 3 or 4 blocks of thickly settled London was hardly a thing the air defense desired to do if it could possibly be avoided. The plan was carried to its conclusion with the almost mathematical precision that marked the preliminary searchlight work and gunnery. From the moment that it had burst into sight, the raider had been emitting clouds of white gas to hide itself from the searchlights and guns, while the plainly visible movements of its lateral planes seemed to indicate that it was making desperate efforts to climb still higher into the thinning upper air. Neither expedient was of much use. The swirling gas cloud might well have obscured a hovering airship, but never one that was rushing through the air at 70 miles an hour, while, far from increasing its altitude, there seemed to be a slight but steady loss from the moment the gun ceased until, 2 or 3 miles farther along, it was hidden from sight for a minute by a low hanging cloud. Undoubtedly, the aim of the gunners had been to hole, not to fire, the Marauder, and it must have been losing gas very rapidly, even as the climactic moment of the attack approached, at the time increased buoyancy was most desirable. The massed searchlights of London let go shortly after the gunfire ceased, and now, as the raider came within their field, the more scattered lights of the northern suburbs wheeled up and fastened on. The fugitive changed its course from north to northeasterly about this time, and the swelling clouds of vapor left behind presently cut off its foreshortened length entirely from my view. A heavy ground mist appeared to prevail beyond the heights to the north, and in the diffused glow of the searchlights that strove to pierce this mask, my glasses showed the ghostly shadows of flitting aeroplanes, maneuvering for the death thrust. The ground mist
which did not, however, cover London proper, kept the full strength of the searchlights from the upper air, and it was in a sky of almost Stygian blackness that the final blow was sent home. The farmers of Hertfordshire tell weird stories of the detonations of bursting bombs striking their fields, but all these sounds were absorbed in the 20-mile air cushion that was now interposed between my vantage point and the final scene of action. Not a sound, not a shadow heralded the flare of yellow light which suddenly flashed out in the northeastern heavens and spread latitudinally until the whole body of a Zeppelin, no small object even at 20 miles, stood out in glowing incandescence. Then a great sheet of pink-white flame shot up, and in the ripples of rosy light which suffused the earth for scores of miles, I could read the gilded lettering on my binoculars. This was undoubtedly the explosion of the ignited hydrogen of the main gas bags, and immediately following it, the great frame collapsed in the middle and began falling slowly toward the earth, burning now with a bright yellow flame, above which the curl of black smoke was distinctly visible. A lurid burst of light, doubtless from the exploding petrol tanks, flared up as the flaming mass struck the earth, and half a minute later the night, save for the questioning searchlights to the east and south, was as black as ever again. Then, perhaps the strangest thing of all occurred. London began to cheer. I should have been prepared for it in Paris or Rome or Berlin or even New York, but that the Briton, who of all men in the world most fears the sound of his own voice lifted in unrestrained jubilation, was really cheering, and in millions, was almost too much. I pinched my arm to be sure that I had not dozed away and, lost in wonder, forgot for a minute or two the great drama just enacted. Under my window, half a dozen Australian Tommies were rending the air with coo-ees and dancing around a lamp-post, while all along the street, from doorways and windows, exultant shouting could be heard. For several blocks in all directions, the cheers rang out loud and clear, distinctly recognizable as such. The sound of the millions of throats farther afield came only as a heavy, rumbling hum. Perhaps since the dawn of creation, the air has not trembled with so strange a sound which, though entirely human in its origin, was still unhuman, unearthly, fantastic. Certainly, never before in history, not even during the great volcanic eruptions, has so huge a number of people — the fall of the Zeppelin had been visible through a 50 to 75-mile radius in all directions, a region with probably from 10 million to 15 million inhabitants — been suddenly and intensely stirred by a single event. It was undoubtedly the spectacularity of the unexpected coup that had made these normally repressed millions so suddenly and so violently vocal. Many, perhaps most, stopped cheering when they had time to realize that a score of human beings were being burned to cinders in the heart of that flaming comet in the northeastern heavens. Others — I knew the only recently restored tenements where some of them were — must have shouted in all the grimmer exultation for that very realization. I can hardly say yet which stirred me more deeply, the fall of the Zeppelin itself, or that stupendous burst of feeling aroused by its fall. By taxi, milk cart, tram, and any other conveyance that offered, but mostly on foot, I threaded highway and byway for the next 4 hours, and shortly after daybreak scrambled through the last of a dozen thorny hedgerows and found myself beside the still smoldering wreckage of the fallen raider.
An orderly cordon of soldiers surrounded an arc of blackened and twisted metal, miles and miles of tangled wire, and a score or so of flying corps men already busily engaged loading the wreckage into waiting motor lorries. That was about all there was to see. A 10-foot square green tarpaulin covered all that could be gathered together of the airship's crew. Some of the fragments were readily recognizable as having once been the arms and legs and trunks of men. Others were not. A man at my elbow stood gazing at the pitiful heap for a space, his brow puckered in thought. Presently he turned to me, a grim light in his eye, and spoke. "Do you know," he said, "that these," indicating the charred stumps under the square of canvas, "have just recalled to me the words Count Zeppelin is reported to have used at a great mass meeting called in Berlin to press for a more rigorous prosecution of the war against England by air, for a further increase of frightfulness?" Leading two airship pilots to the front of the platform, he shouted to the crowd, "Here are two men who were over London last night." And the assembled thousands, so the dispatch said, roared their applause and clamored that the Zeppelins be sent again and again until the arrogant Englanders were brought to their knees. Well, he paused and drew a deep breath as his eyes returned to the heap of blackened fragments. It appears that they did send the Zeppelins again, more than ever were sent before. And now it is our turn to be presented to the men who were over London last night. I wonder if the flare that consumed these poor devils was bright enough to pierce the black night that has settled over Germany. The tenseness passed out of the night, and the raid was over. Who knows but what, so far as the threat to England is concerned, the passing of a Zeppelin marked also the passing of the Zeppelin? End of chapter 5. Of Many Fronts. The Passing of a Zeppelin by Lewis R. Freeman. Read by Scott Danaker, Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
The Soul of Nation by Philip Gibbs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It did not seem an unknown warrior whose body came on a gun carriage down Whitehall, where we were waiting for him. He was known to us all. It was one of those our boys, not warriors, as we call them, in the days of darkness led by faith. To some women, weeping a little in the crowd after an all-night vigil, he was their boy who went missing one day and was never found till now, though their souls went searching for him through the dreadful places in the night. To many men among those packed densely on each side of the empty street, wearing ribbons and badges on civil clothes, he was a familiar figure, one of their comrades, the one they liked best, perhaps, in the old crowd who, into the fields of death, went and stayed there with a great companionship. It was a steel helmet and old tin hat lying there on the crimson of the flag, which revealed him instantly, not as a mythical warrior aloof from common humanity, a shadowy type of national pride and martial glory, but as one of those fellows dressed in the drab of khaki, stained by mud and grease, who went into dirty ditches with a steel hat on his head, and in his heart unspoken things which made him one of us in courage and in fear, with some kind of faith, not clear, full of perplexities, often dim in the watchwords of those years of war. So it seemed to me, at least, as I looked down Whitehall and listened to the music which told us that the unknown was coming down the road. The band was playing the old Dead March in Sol with heavy drumming, but as yet the roadway was clear where we led up to that altar of sacrifice, as it looked, covered by 2 flags hanging in long folds of scarlet and white. About that altar cenotaph there were little groups of strange people, all waiting for the dead soldier. Why were they there, these people? They were great folk to greet the dust of a simple soldier. There was the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of London and other clergy in gowns and hoods. What had they to do with the body of the soldier who had gone trudging through the mud and the muck like one ant in the legion of ants? Unknown to fame, not more heroic, perhaps, than all his pals about him, not missed much when he fell dead between the tangled wire and shell holes. There were great generals and admirals, Lord Haig himself, Commander-in-Chief of our armies in France, and Admiral Beatty, who held the seas, Lord French of Ypres, with Horne of the First Army, and Bain of the Third, and Air Marshal Trenchard, who had commanded all the birds that flew above the lines on mornings of enormous battle. These were high powers, infinitely remote, perhaps, in the imagination of the man whose dust was now being brought toward them. It was their brains that had directed his movements down the long roads which galled his feet, over ground churned up by gunfire, up the dark boards from which he slept under his heavy pack, if he were a foot slogger, and, whatever his class as a soldier, ordained at last the end of his journey, which finished in the grave marked by the metal desk. Unknown in life, he had looked upon these generals as terrifying in their power for the likes of him. Sometimes, perhaps, he had saluted them as they rode past. Now they stood in Whitehall to salute him, to keep silence in his presence, to render him homage more wonderful, with deeper reverence, than any general of them all has had. There were princesses there about the cenotaph, not only of England, but of the Indian Empire. These Indian Rajas, that old white-bearded, white-turbaned man, with the face of an Eastern prophet. Was it possible they too were out to pay homage to the unknown British soldier? There was something of the light of Flanders in Whitehall, the strange light that the tattered ruins of the Cloth Hall at Ypres used to shine with through the mist, suffused a little by one sunlight, white as the walls and turrets of the War Office in the mist of London. The tower of Big Ben was dim through the mist like the tower of Albert Church, until it fell into a heap of dust under the fury of gunfire. Presently the sun shone brighter, so that a picture of Whitehall was etched with deeper lines. On all the buildings flags were flying at half-mast. The people who kept moving about the cenotaph were there for the morning, not for mere pageantry. Grenadier officers who walked about with drawn swords wore crape on their arms. Presently they passed the word along, reverse arms, and all along the line of route soldiers turned over their rifles and bent their heads over the butts. It was when the music of the Dead March came louder up the street. A number of black figures stood in a separate group, apart from the admirals and generals, people of importance, to whom the eyes of the crowd turned, while men and women tiptoed to get a glimpse of them. The Prime Minister and the ministers and ex-ministers of Britain were there, Asquith, Lord Curzon, and other statesmen who, in those years of conflict, were responsible for all the mighty efforts of the nation, who stirred up its passions and emotions, who organized its labor and service, who won that victory and this peace. I thought the people about me stared at them as though conscious of the task that is theirs, now that peace is the test of victory. But it was one figure who stood alone as the symbol of the nation in this tribute to the spirit of our dead. As Big Ben struck 3/4 after 10, the king advanced toward the cenotaph, followed by the Prince of Wales, the prince's 2 brothers, and the Duke of Connaught. And while others stood in line looking toward the top of Whitehall, the king was a few paces ahead of them, alone, waiting, motionless, for the body of the unknown warrior who had died in his service. It was very silent in Whitehall, and therefore this ordered silence. The dense lines of people kept their places without any movement, only spoke little in their long time of waiting. And then, as they caught their first glimpse of the gun carriage, were utterly quiet. All heads were bared and bent. Their emotion was as though a little cold breeze were passing. One seemed to feel the spirit of the crowd. Above all this mass of plain people, something touched one with a sharp yet softening touch. The massed bands passed with their noble music and their drums thumping at the hearts of men and women, the guards with their reversed arms, and then the gun carriage, with its team of horses, halted in front of the cenotaph, where the king stood, and the royal hand was raised to salute the soldier who had died that we might live, chosen by fate for this honor, which is in remembrance of that great army of comrades who went out with him to no man's land. The king laid a wreath on his coffin and then stepped back again. Crowded behind the gun carriage in one long vista was an immense column of men of all branches of the navy and army, moving up slowly before coming to a halt. And behind again other men in civil clothes, and everywhere among them and above them were flowers in the form of wreaths and crosses. The knoll was still, and the picture was complete, framing in that coffin, where the steel hat and the king's sword lay upon the flag which draped it. The soul of the nation at its best, purified at this moment by this emotion, was there in silence about the dust of that unknown. Guns were being fired somewhere in the distance. They were not loud, but like the distant thumping of the guns on a misty day in Flanders, when there was nothing to report, though on such a day perhaps this man had died. Presently there was a far-off wailing, like the cry of a banshee. It was a siren giving the warning of silence in some place by the river. The deep notes of Big Ben struck 11, and then the king turned quickly to the lever behind him, touched it, and let fall the great flags which had draped it, a grim hard thing, like a pagan altar, as it seemed to me. The cenotaph stood revealed, utterly austere, except for 3 standards with their gilt wreath. It was a time of silence. What thoughts were in the minds of all the people only God knows, as they stood there for those 2 minutes, which were very long. There was a dead stillness in Whitehall, only broken here and there by the coughing of a man or woman, quickly hushed. The unknown warrior, was it young Jack, perhaps, who had never been found? Was it one of those fellows in the battalion that moved up through Ypres before the height of the battle in the bogs? Men were smoking this side of Ypres. One could see the glow of their cigarette ends as they were halted round the old mill house at Vlamertinge. It rained after that, beating sharply on the tin hats, pouring in spouts down waterproof capes. They went out through Menongate. The shelling began along the dockboards by Westhook Ridge, gas shelling, every old thing. Fellows dropped into the shell holes full of water. They had their packs on, all their fighting kit. Some of them lay there in the pits where the water was reddish. There were a lot of unknown warriors in the bogs by Glencore's Wood and Inverness Copse. They lay by the upturned tanks that sank in the slime. Queer how the fellows used to drop and never give a sound, so that their pulse passed on without knowing. In all sorts of places, the unknown warrior lay down and was not quickly found. In Borland Wood, they were lying after the battle among the river trees. On the fields of the Somme, they lay in the churned up earth. In Highwood and Delville Wood, at the side of Lopart Wood. It was queer, one day, how the sun shone on Lopart Wood, which was red with autumn tints. The old botch was there then, and the wood seemed to have 1,000 eyes staring at our lines, newly dug. An airplane came through the fleecy sky, wonderfully careless of the black shrapnel bursting about it. Wonderful chaps, those airmen. For a man afoot, it wasn't good to stumble in that ground. Barbed wire tore one's hands damnably. There was a boy lying in a tangle of barbed wire. He looked as though he were asleep, but he was dead all right. The airplane passed overhead with a loud humming song. What is this long silence? All this crowd in London streets, 2 years after the armistice and peace. Yes, those were the old dreams that have passed, old ghosts passing down Whitehall among the living. The silence ended. Some word rang out. The bugles were blowing. They were sounding the last post to the unknown warrior of the Great War, in which many men died without record or renown. Farther than Whitehall sounded the last post to the dead. Did the whole army of the dead hear that call to them from the living? In the crowd below me, women were weeping quietly. It was the cry from their hearts that was heard farthest, perhaps. The men's faces were hard, like masks, hiding all they thought and felt. The king stepped forward again and took the wreath from Lord Hague and laid it at the base of the cenotaph. It was the first of the world of flowers brought as a tribute of living hearts to this altar of the dead. Admirals and generals and statesmen came with wreaths and battalions of police following, bearing great trophies of flowers on behalf of fighting men and all their comrades, and presently, when the gun carriage passed on toward the abbey, with the king following behind it on foot with his sons and soldiers, there was a moving tide of men and women advancing ceaselessly with floral tributes. They waited until the escort of the coffin had passed, the bluejackets and marines, the Air Force and infantry, and then took their turn to file past the cenotaph and lay their flowers upon the bed of lilies and chrysanthemums which rose above the base. As the columns passed, I turned eyes left or eyes right to that whole symbol of death, if they had eyes to see. But there were blind men there who saw only by the light of the spirit, and saluted when their guides touched them and said, "Now." It is 2 years after cease-fire on the front, but in the crowds of Whitehall there were men in hospital blue who are still casualties, not too well remembered by those in health. 2 of them were legless men, but they rode on wheels, and with a fine gesture gave the salute as they passed the memorial of those who fought with them and suffered less than perhaps that they do now. After the ceremony at the cenotaph, the procession reformed, and the unknown warrior was borne to Westminster Abbey. There awaited him a great congregation of mourners. They came from every class and part of the empire. They sat without the distinction of rank, as Lot had arranged them places, titled ladies next to charwomen, park artisans by city merchants, for all had equal title to be there, the gift of a son or brother to the country. At the door leading to Parliament Square, Bishop Ryle, Dean of Westminster, in a purple and gold embroidered cape, with his canons and choir, met the body. It was carried shoulder high by 8 tall guardsmen, and on the war-worn Union Jack that covered it lay a shrapnel helmet, a crusader's sword, and a wreath of laurel. Through the transept lined with statues of statesmen, and past the high altar, the unknown warrior was home, and then through the choir into the nave, where already many famous fighting men slept. Just within the west door, a great purple square, bordered with white, marked the site of the grave. It is in the pathway of kings, for not a monarch can ever again go up to the altar to be crowned, but must step over the resting place of the man who died that his kingdom might endure. 4 ladies sat apart and rose to greet this great unknown, Queen Mary and Queen Alexandra of England, Queen Maud of Denmark, and Queen Victoria of Spain. And behind them were grouped Princess Mary and other women of royal blood. Waiting, too, near his grave were men of the warrior's own kind. He passed through ranks of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and civilians in mufti, strangely mixed. Captains stood next to seamen, colonels by enlisted men, for all wore the Victoria Cross, and that earned them the right to attend. The mournful strains of the Croft Purcell setting of the funeral sentences were chanted, unaccompanied, as the procession passed through the abbey, and as the grave was reached, the king, as the chief mourner, stepped to its head. Behind him stood the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Connaught, and other members of the royal family, and ranked in the rear were Lloyd George and Asquith, the 2 war premiers, and the members of their cabinets, 2 or 4 princes from India, and a score or more of the leaders of the British life. The pallbearers, chiefs of the army and navy, Haig, French, Beatty, and Jackson among them, took their stand on either side of the coffin, and the service began. It was as simple as in any village church in the land. The 23rd Psalm, "The Lord is my shepherd," was sung to the familiar chant, and then came the account read by the dean from Revelations of the great multitude, which no man could number, out of every nation, and of all tribes, and of all people and tongues, standing before the throne. As the coffin was lowered into the grave, "Lead, kindly light," was sung, and then came the committal prayer. As the dean spoke solemnly, "Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust," the king, as the chief mourner, stepped forward, and from a silver bowl sprinkled the coffin with soil brought from France. A few more prayers, "Abide with me," and Kipling's Recessional concluded the service. And as the words of blessing died away, from far up the pillared arches came a whisper of sound. It grew and grew, and it seemed that regiments and then divisions and armies of men were on the march. The whole cathedral was filled with the murmur of their footfalls, until they passed, and the sound grew faint in the distance. It was the roll of drums that seemed to symbolize that host of glorious dead which has left one unknown warrior forever on guard at the entrance to England's old abbey. End of The Soul of a Nation by Philip Gibbs. Read by Aaron Walsh.
The Message of Spiritualism in the Present Crisis, an address by Elizabeth Harlow Getz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Message of Spiritualism in the Present Crisis, an address by Elizabeth Harlow Getz, delivered before the National Spiritualist Association of America, October 22, 1919, at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Message of Spiritualism in the Present Crisis by Elizabeth Harlow Getz. The topic which has been assigned us is, as you will find upon your program, the message of spiritualism in the great crisis of the now. Every organization which is effectual, political or otherwise, is being asked today what it has to offer in this hour when the world is so disturbed. Therefore it is in keeping, while we are among you as a distinctive body, to give our thoughts as to the situation. Dr. Rhodes Buchanan several years since called the attention of the world to the law which expresses in all things known as the law of periodicity. It has been questioned by the majority of thinkers, but slowly they are coming to realize it as a fact of life, as they have studied it from its various angles and possibilities. The law of periodicity is that which divides for you the running time in life into seasons. It is governed in expression by the plane and its surroundings as to its manifestation. In your temperate zone you have the 4 seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter. In the Arctic region, light and dark seasons, in tropical, wet and dry. We find all through life this law expressing itself in some degree, but definite and positive. Mankind is but the product of nature, the most superior and wonderful of life, portraying the throbbing powers and laws that govern all things. Man, then, is not exempt from the law of periodicity. You find in the development of man on this plane, infancy, youth, manhood, and old age, each independent yet running silently and systematically into the other. We find not only in man physically but mentally and spiritually this same law manifesting in even tenor. This body is but the cloak which the real man wears, through which he awakens to individual and collective interest. Civilization is man trying to live with his brother. In other words, civilization is learning how to live together. In this process of men learning how to live together, we find this law of periodicity making itself most peculiarly pronounced in the systems of social procedures. Thus it is that we talk of the new age and of the past age, and compare one state of society to another. It is but the law of periodicity running out of a springtime, a summer, and an autumn, or winter season as it manifests in the great social structure of human life. It has been at least for a half-century the great keynote of society in all its organized manifestations that there was to be born a new era. All of you, it makes no difference what particular ism, cult, or religion you subscribe to, you have all become thoroughly acquainted with the one great prophetic affirmation that a new era is at hand, that new era is being born. You cannot give birth to a newer expression of life in any department without throwing off, stepping out from, leaving behind, and entering into new and untried situations, conditions, and relationships. A great war was precipitated as from a clear sky. The declaration of war in 1914 sounded like a thunderbolt from a clear heaven on a beauteous summer's day. It was not believed by the world at that time that a war of any serious character could live long. You had grown into the thought that war was a thing of the past, especially on this side of the waters. Peace had become the one accepted condition of society. You did not believe, and the world in general did not believe, that a great disastrous war of long continuation could possibly live and produce that which has come to pass. But that great procedure, my friends, was the coming of the new era. As terrible, horrible, and devastating as it has been, it was the last great struggle of autocracy. Autocracy is the government of the many by one supreme in authority. It is, as your attorneys in the business sessions have explained. Autocracy is that authority which comes from above. Democracy is authority coming up from the people, lifting themselves with it. This war has been the last heartthrob and effort of autocracy to prove that power is right, authority king, and divine right the all-essential. These are based on the enslavement of the people. Now then, we are at the close of the tragedy. All things have been upset by the war. Men and women coming into the new era scarcely know which way to turn or what to do, but they are more alive in the inner chambers of the soul. They who are fully alive in this inner chamber can readily see and appreciate the fact that the old period is finished, the new is being born, and much that you have long felt was a positive necessity you will gradually leave behind. Much which has held influence over us in the past will never lift its head again. The hour has come when democracy is being born, not in one locality, not beneath one flag, but in the great heart of the world. It will not express itself in all nations alike. It will not have the opportunity to express itself at its best for some time to come. The newborn child has to begin in embryo, and it takes time, attention, and nursing continuously to develop and bring forth the great power in human life. And so with democracy, we are realizing it as a great basic principle and expression that stands before us today. You ask us as spiritualists, what have we to say at this hour? Our first answer to you is this. We would first tell you to relieve the pain of the world. The world has positively believed in death. Fear of death has been the great dark shadow that has come over all states of human development and society. Modern spiritualism is a study of life from its natural basis in a sane and natural manner to discover whether this thought that has been projected in reference to death be true or false. And we find that in all the phenomena of modern spiritualism, it has answered the question that has held the student and the layman. If a man die, shall he live again? And the answer has come in no unmistakable sound. 72 years ago, in that tiny cottage in yonder city, there was made a sound, and behind that sound was intelligence conveying its presence, and in that primitive way said to the world, I live. And no greater thought, no greater message, no more powerful message can be vouchsafed to humankind than the positive thought that I live after my physical structure has long since been destroyed. This was like John the Baptist crying in the wilderness that another greater than I shall come. The greater one is not apart from, but a development of the essential fact, I live. We find as we have followed step by step, type by type, year by year, that the message has led us more and more emphatically into life, life varied, wonderful, growing, and natural. It teaches us, when we stand before the crosses on Flanders Field, to realize that though they have thrown off the physical form of this life, it was not to pass through the dark shadow of death or separate them from those they love, but was simply saying farewell to the coats they have worn. We have learned to love the coat sweetly and tenderly, but we know it is not the man. We lift our faces, and in looking up with a keener and clearer vision have seen. We know they are not dead, but more alive than ever. The message of spiritualism to the world today is, our boys are not dead. Irrespective of nationalities, they live. They have only changed the coats they wore, and it has been a great awakening to them. They still live and love you and commune with you, touching your thought and atmosphere. Thus the spiritualist message is one of life and not of death or despair. It leads us out over the hills where we see not the debris of these terrible battles, but the change in life that is taking place. You say to us, civilization has become a failure. But we say to you, no, for civilization is but man's attempt to live together. Man cannot be a failure. He is a God child. He is born in its image, the book tells you. Therefore man cannot fail, though he may move in the darkness and set in action the motions of life that will not bring back all that is serene and sweet and beautiful. But yet, in the returning touch, it brings him to an awakening consciousness that reasserts him, and he finds the better way. Civilization has not failed, but you have reached the climax and the summit of the old procedure from which you have been working. The new era is born. The newer civilization is not one of kings and slaves, but one simply of humanity. It will not be the one where men are preparing to die, but where they are getting ready to live. It will not be based upon degrees and possession and accumulation, but upon the principle of service and association. Therefore, my friends, you can readily see, if you are to be born into a larger expression of democracy and civilization, you must get out of the old shell you were in, whether it hurts or not. You remember Parker Pillsbury once said, "Great truths are dearly bought." The greater the truth, the greater the price. The truths of the new era have called upon you to pay the price that is born from the depths of your very being. The winter season of the last cycle has been finished, and the springtime is upon us, and you remember, as we passed from winter into spring, how we passed through the stormy, fretful month of March to the uncertain weeks of April. Right now we are in the month of March. You know not what to expect, for men have not yet become alive enough to realize what is taking place. The old is still trying to assert itself. Self-dominancy is uppermost as yet from the old position. Old ideals, in a large measure, are still dominating, but occasionally there breaks through, as in the sunny days of March, the newer spring-like touch. Then they stop to think, and feel, and see, and as this goes on, you will have passed through this terrible period of uncertainty, upheaval, and destruction into the warm days of April, where you will begin to get hold of yourself. At present, many of you have believed the new era was coming, but were not prepared to stand the test which is necessary, and have been in a state of confusion as to the new condition, and you are looking about in a questioning manner. Spiritualism upon this question says to you, hold fast. Man cannot fail. Man continually moves forward, but he only does so as he leaves behind him that which hinders him from expressing his greater concept. It has been said to us that religions have failed, that the world has lost its spirituality. Not so, my friends. The world has not lost its spirituality, but the spirituality of the new era is not the spiritual concept of the past. You have believed in the past that spirituality was but an expression of faith. You have believed in God and have murdered your brother. You have believed in salvation and have created hell. You have believed in death and have hoped for future life. Spirituality is not belief, it is not faith, it is none of those things. Spirituality is the rising of the soul of man into greater expression. True spirituality is true living. Man is spiritual according to his ability to express the best within him. You have not gone backward, you are not less spiritual. Why are you making ready? Why are you anxiously awaiting to receive the coming king and queen? Because he forgot his crown, he left behind his throne. He laid away all his trappings of divine rights and went with his people. The great spirit of humanity touched him, and the soul of the man superseded the kingship of his inheritance. That is why you love the King Albert. That is spirituality, and in this great tragedy that has been upon us, the expression of the spirit of humanity has been touched as never before. You have come together in common aspirations of life until today you are willing to think of the world, not national, but as a world of humanity. You are growing in spirituality. You have come through a terrible Gethsemane, and it has elevated you. You have grown stronger and better and more godlike because of your experiences. The world is entering an era of spirituality whereby religion will not be a system of setting men apart in different sects by set definitions, but bringing men together, where you will consider the fatherhood of God as never before. On the battlefields they did not ask the boy soldier whether he was Jew or Gentile, or whether he belonged to the Mother Church or the Protestant Church. But in the great hour of suffering, they came to the great appreciation of brotherly kinship, and with the voice of kinship you discovered the great brotherhood of life. So that today there is another condition whereby you stand true, and you are coming together. The great thought of the hour is stamping out old procedure. It is wiping away national discrimination in a marvelous way. While France, Italy, Japan, Russia, and all other nations will still have their own home affairs and their own inherited tendencies, their own peculiar methods of carrying out democracy, brotherhood, and kinship, yet you will not be setting up statutory distinctions that have been holding you in the past. You have crossed the line where there will be a federation of the countries of the world. Believe what you choose, criticize whom you please. I am here to say, without fear or favor, the great new era is one of association and service, not alone of men nationally, but internationally, reaching from every municipality of the smallest possible form to the largest national concept of the world. This is the message of spiritualism at this hour. You cannot go backward, you must go forward. The time was when you could not communicate with nations across the sea. The day was when nations were separated by the ocean. But today you step into an airship, and in 16 hours you go from Halifax to Ireland. The day of separativeness is past. The inventions giving you the telephone, the telegraph, and flying machine have given you the power that you may go where you please, when you please, thus welding mankind together. There are those who say that man never can and never will live together without war. My friends, the time was when man said that you could not live in cities without walls, because the others would steal upon you at night and take your possessions. But the walls have faded away, and the men in this generation would consider the individual that recommended them disturbed mentally. The day was when you said that all differences between individuals must be settled by the blood of the individual. But you have grown out of the custom of dueling, and you enter the court of justice. The great majority are for peace and order, reason, arbitration, and consideration. There has grown into your minds demands, not dreams, demands for arbitration of all questions. There was a time when it was thought wonderful for a steamboat or railway train to travel 12 miles an hour. There was a time when automobiles were unthought of. But man has developed and overcome until these apparent difficulties which beset him have faded away, and he has broadened in his individuality and mode of life. You have at last come to the hour where you are devising and working out a system of arbitration of all troubles of the nation and the world, say what you will. The message of spiritualism goes on to say that we have discovered that man is not simply bone and muscle, and has a soul that will live hereafter, but he is a soul now, and now possesses his spiritual body. Our mediums often see them. You have often felt them and wondered what it was. It is a growing fact that we are coming to realize that man is not a spirit product ready to be plucked or to be punished, but he is a potential quantity that is unfolding and growing into expression as opportunity and environment make way for him. We have discovered that men grow only as they are better situated and environed here on the earth plane, by coming to realize that man is essentially divine instead of evil, essentially strong instead of weak. We shall cease praying to God on Sunday to save him and begin to create environments for him on Monday that will appeal to the aspirations of the soul instead of the weakness of the physical. When you begin to change the general environments of society with this understanding, you will need to pray less and greater works will follow. Men only grow strong, useful, and good in freedom. Some have said that the world already has too much freedom. Phillips Brooks was once asked what he would recommend when men had too much freedom, and he calmly replied, "Give them more freedom, an opportunity for man to do his best." The new era will be an era of creating environments that will recognize and bring forward more of man that he may do his best. This economic situation that faces the world today will be based upon a new redemptive power. You may not realize it, but the world is now in debt to herself. It is not Russia indebted to America or England indebted to her, but the world in debt to herself, and you will never be able to rise from the situation through the present processes based on competition. The old economic basis was based upon commodity values, which fluctuated with the rise and fall of commodity uses. The system was one of accumulation, possession, and competition. The new consideration is that man is that redeeming power economically. A mountain of gold without brains and muscle to use it is but an object. Man, with his brains and muscles, is a vital power of creative wealth. Thus we begin to realize that man is the redeeming power. The new system of economic procedure will not be for accumulation, possession, and power, but one to develop the brain and muscle of all nations in such manner that the race will grow into a real human being. The basis of action will be the service and association with the one vision that the individual is part of the state, and anything that injures or hinders its growth hinders and injures the state. The new era is to be one of character, and it is developed only through opportunities that give expression to the higher qualities, economic and otherwise. Thus an opportunity for man to do his best, economically as well as morally and intellectually. That is why America has stood at the head in this world crisis. America has done more for her common people than any other nation. Thus the message of spiritualism is that the new era in all things will be based upon the recognition of a spiritual basis in all life, and that life is a process of growth. The keynote will be education in all departments, and as man comes to know, he will learn how to live with his neighbor, locally or worldwide, in a tolerant and peaceful manner. Ignorance is the greatest danger there is in the universe. The new era is to be one of enlightenment, the new savior education. Education that adds to man and prepares him for the spiritual and immortal as well as the mortal. You will then begin to realize what is meant by really laying up treasures, both on earth and in heaven. You do not take your silver and gold and other furnishings into the next life, but simply that which you have become. The wealth of the future is the real development of men. My friends, the future will be more beautiful and civilized, more spiritual and wonderful, because you have come to realize and recognize and pay attention to life's greatest qualities. Spiritualism came not alone to demonstrate continuity of life and that your loved ones can communicate with you, but to purify and uplift while here. It came to wash away the tears and help you over the barriers and to tell the story that man in his spiritual nature is infinite. You are filled with life's possibilities now. You are living gods in the eternal home of the now. You have learned how to pray together. You must now learn how to live together, and all evil will be overcome. You are to find the angel that is in man and let him go forth. I must now be leaving you, but I wish to say the message of the hour is one of life, touched with all the immortal glories that lead you up from the dark spheres and the night of misunderstanding to supernal day of real human rights, where the growing, throbbing life in each individual and in all nations shall manifest, not simply beneath the stars and stripes, but among the steppes of Russia, in the sunny vales of Italy, across the vivacious heart of France, lifting poor Belgium to her feet, across the sturdy strength of England, home again to the stars and stripes, bringing all the world of men to the one great federation of the world. End of The Message of Spiritualism in the Present Crisis, an address by Elizabeth Harlow Getz, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Mary Postgate by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Postgate by Rudyard Kipling. Of Miss Mary Postgate, Lady Macausland wrote that she was thoroughly conscientious, tidy, companionable, and ladylike. I am very sorry to part with her, and shall always be interested in her welfare. Miss Fowler engaged her on this recommendation, and to her surprise, for she had had experience of companions, found that it was true. Miss Fowler was nearer 60 than 50 at the time, but though she needed care, she did not exhaust her attendant's vitality. On the contrary, she gave out, stimulatingly and with reminiscences. Her father had been a minor court official in the days when the Great Exhibition of 1851 had just set its seal on civilization made perfect. Some of Miss Fowler's tales, none the less, were not always for the younger. Mary was not young, and though her speech was as colourless as her eyes or her hair, she was never shocked. She listened unflinchingly to every one, said at the end, "How interesting!" or "How shocking!" as the case might be, and never again referred to it, for she prided herself on a trained mind, which did not dwell on these things. She was, too, a treasure at domestic accounts, for which the village tradesmen with their weekly books loved her not. Otherwise she had no enemies, provoked no jealousy, even among the plainest. Neither gossip nor slander had ever been traced to her. She supplied the odd place at the rector's or the doctor's table at half an hour's notice. She was a sort of public aunt to very many small children of the village street, whose parents, while accepting everything, would have been swift to resent what they called patronage. She served on the village nursing committee as Miss Fowler's nominee when Miss Fowler was crippled by rheumatoid arthritis, and came out of 6 months' fortnightly meetings equally respected by all the cliques. And when fate threw Miss Fowler's nephew, an unlovely orphan of 11, on Miss Fowler's hands, Mary Postgate stood to her share of the business of education as practised in private and public schools. She checked printed clothes lists and unitemized bills of extras, wrote to head and housemasters, matrons, nurses, and doctors, and grieved or rejoiced over half-term reports. Young Wyndham Fowler repaid her in his holidays by calling her gatepost, posty, or packthread, by thumping her between her narrow shoulders, or by chasing her, bleating, round the garden, her large mouth open, her large nose high in air, at a stiff-necked shamble, very like a camel's. Later on, he filled the house with clamour, argument, and harangues as to his personal needs, likes and dislikes, and the limitations of "you women," reducing Mary to tears of physical fatigue, or, when he chose to be humorous, of helpless laughter. At crises, which multiplied as he grew older, she was his ambassadress and his interpretress to Miss Fowler, who had no large sympathy with the young, a vote in his interest at the councils on his future, his sewing woman, strictly accountable for mislaid boots and garments, always his butt and his slave. And when he decided to become a solicitor, and had entered an office in London. When his greeting had changed from "Hello, Posty, you old beast," to "Morning, Packthread," there came a war, which, unlike all wars that Mary could remember, did not stay decently outside England and in the newspapers, but intruded on the lives of people whom she knew. As she said to Miss Fowler, it was most vexatious. It took the rector's son, who was going into business with his elder brother. It took the colonel's nephew on the eve of fruit farming in Canada. It took Mrs. Grant's son, who, his mother said, was devoted to the ministry. And very early indeed it took Wynne Fowler, who announced on a postcard that he had joined the Flying Corps and wanted a cardigan waistcoat. He must go, and he must have the waistcoat, said Miss Fowler. So Mary got the proper-sized needles and wool, while Miss Fowler told the men of her establishment, 2 gardeners and an odd man aged 60, that those who could join the army had better do so. The gardeners left cheap. The odd man stayed on and was promoted to the gardener's cottage. The cook, scorning to be limited in luxuries, also left after a spirited scene with Miss Fowler, and took the housemaid with her. Miss Fowler gazetted Nelly, Cheap's 17-year-old daughter, to the vacant post, Mrs. Cheap to the rank of cook, with occasional cleaning bouts, and the reduced establishment moved forward smoothly. Wynne demanded an increase in his allowance. Miss Fowler, who always looked facts in the face, said he must have it. The chances are he won't live long to draw it, and if 300 make him happy. Wynne was grateful, and came over in his light-buttoned uniform to say so. His training centre was not 30 miles away, and his talk was so technical that it had to be explained by charts of the various types of machines. He gave Mary such a chart. "And you'd better study it, Posty," he said. "You'll be seeing a lot of 'em soon." So Mary studied the chart, but when Wynne next arrived to swell and exalt himself before his womenfolk, she failed badly in cross-examination, and he rated her as in the old days. "You look more or less like a human being," he said in his new service voice. "You must have had a brain at some time in your past. What have you done with it? Where do you keep it? A sheep would know more than you do, Posty. You're lamentable. You are less use than an empty tin can, you doughy old cassowary." "I suppose that's how your superior officer talks to you," said Miss Fowler from her chair. "But Posty doesn't mind," Wynne replied. "Do you, Packthread?" Why? Was Wynne saying anything? "I shall get this right next time you come," she muttered, and knitted her pale brows again over the diagrams of Taubes, Farmans, and Zeppelins. In a few weeks the mere land and sea battle, which she read to Miss Fowler after breakfast, passed her like idle breath. Her heart and her interest were high in the air with Wynne, who had finished rolling, whatever that might be, and had gone on from a taxi to a machine more or less his own. One morning it circled over their very chimneys, alighted on Vegg's Heath almost outside the garden gate, and Wynne came in, blue with cold, shouting for food. He and she drew Miss Fowler's bath chair, as they had often done, along the Heath footpath to look at the biplane. Mary observed that it smelt very badly. "Posty, I believe you think with your nose," said Wynne. "I know you don't with your mind. Now what type's that?" "I'll go and get the chart," said Mary. "You're hopeless. You haven't the mental capacity of a white mouse," he cried, and explained the dials and the sockets for bomb dropping, till it was time to mount and ride the wet clouds once more. "Ah," said Mary, as the stinking thing fled upward, "wait till our flying corps gets to work. Wynne says it's much safer than in the trenches." "I wonder," said Miss Fowler. "Tell Cheap to come and tow me home again." "It's all downhill. I can do it," said Mary, "if you put the brake on." She laid her lean self against the pushing bar, and home they trundled. "Now be careful you aren't heated and catch a chill," said overdressed Miss Fowler. "Nothing makes me perspire," said Mary. As she bumped the chair under the porch, she straightened her long back. The exertion had given her a colour, and the wind had loosened a wisp of hair across her forehead. Miss Fowler glanced at her. "What do you ever think of, Mary?" she demanded suddenly. "Oh, Wynne says he wants another 3 pairs of stockings as thick as we can make them." "Yes, but I mean the things that women think about. Here you are more than 40. 44, said truthful Mary. "Well?" "Well?" Mary offered Miss Fowler her shoulder as usual. "And you've been with me 10 years now." "Let's see," said Mary. "Wynne was 11 when he came. He's 20 now, and I came 2 years before that. It must be 11. 11! And you have never told me anything that matters in all that while. Looking back, it seems to me that I've done all the talking. I'm afraid I'm not much of a conversationalist, as Wynne says. I haven't the mind. Let me take your hat." Miss Fowler, moving stiffly from the hip, stamped her rubber-tipped stick on the tiled hall floor. "Mary, aren't you anything except a companion? Would you ever have been anything except a companion?" Mary hung up the garden hat on its proper peg. "No," she said after consideration. "I don't imagine I ever should. But I've no imagination, I'm afraid." She fetched Miss Fowler her 11 o'clock glass of Contrexeville. That was the wet December, when it rained 6 inches to the month, and the women went abroad as little as might be. Wynne's flying chariot visited them several times, and for 2 mornings he had warned her by postcard. Mary heard the thresh of his propellers at dawn. The second time she ran to the window and stared at the whitening sky. A little blur passed overhead. She lifted her lean arms toward it. That evening at 6 o'clock there came an announcement in an official envelope that Second Lieutenant W. Fowler had been killed during a trial flight. Death was instantaneous. She read it and carried it to Miss Fowler. "I never expected anything else," said Miss Fowler, "but I'm sorry it happened before he had done anything." The room was whirling round Mary Postgate, but she found herself quite steady in the midst of it. "Yes," she said, "it's a great pity he didn't die in action, after he had killed somebody." "He was killed instantly. That's one comfort," Miss Fowler went on. "But Wynne says the shock of a fall kills a man at once, whatever happens to the tanks," quoted Mary. The room was coming to rest now. She heard Miss Fowler say impatiently, "But why can't we cry, Mary?" And herself replying, "There's nothing to cry for. He has done his duty, as much as Mrs. Grant's son did." "And when he died she came and cried all the morning," said Miss Fowler. "This only makes me feel tired, terribly tired. Will you help me to bed, please, Mary? And I think I'd like the hot water bottle." So Mary helped her and sat beside, talking of Wynne in his riotous youth. "I believe," said Miss Fowler suddenly, "that old people and young people slip from under a stroke like this. The middle-aged feel it most. I expect that's true, said Mary, rising. I'm going to put away the things in his room now. Shall we wear mourning? Certainly not, said Miss Fowler. Except, of course, at the funeral. I can't go. You will. I want you to arrange about his being buried here. What a blessing it didn't happen at Salisbury. Everyone, from the authorities of the Flying Corps to the rector, was most kind and sympathetic. Mary found herself, for the moment, in a world where bodies were in the habit of being dispatched by all sorts of conveyances to all sorts of places, and at the funeral 2 young men in buttoned-up uniforms stood beside the grave and spoke to her afterward. "You're Miss Postgate, aren't you?" said one. "Father told me about you. He was a good chap, first-class fellow. Great loss." "Great loss," growled his companion. "We're all awfully sorry." "How high did he fall from?" Mary whispered. "Pretty nearly 4,000 feet, I should think, didn't he? You were up that day, monkey?" "All of that," the other child replied. "My bar made 3,000, and I wasn't as high as him by a lot." "Then that's all right," said Mary. "Thank you very much." They moved away as Mrs. Grant flung herself weeping on Mary's flat chest under the lych gate and cried, "I know how it feels. I know how it feels." "But both his parents are dead," Mary returned, as she fended her off. "Perhaps they've all met by now," she added vaguely, as she escaped toward the coach. "I thought of that too," wailed Mrs. Grant. "But then he'll be practically a stranger to them. Quite embarrassing." Mary faithfully reported every detail of the ceremony to Miss Fowler, who, when she described Mrs. Grant's outburst, laughed aloud. Oh, how Wynne would have enjoyed it! He was always utterly unreliable at funerals, do you remember? And they talked of him again, each piecing out the other's gaps. "And now," said Miss Fowler, "we'll pull up the blinds and we'll have a general tidy. That always does us good. Have you seen to Wynne's things?" "Everything, since he first came," said Mary. "He was never destructive, even with his toys." They faced that neat room. "Can't be natural not to cry," Mary said at last. "I'm so afraid you'll have a reaction." "As I told you, we old people slip from under the stroke. It's you I'm afraid for. Have you cried yet?" "I can't. It only makes me angry. With the Germans." "That's sheer waste of vitality," said Miss Fowler. "We must live till the war is finished." She opened a full wardrobe. "Now I've been thinking things over. This is my plan. All his civilian clothes can be given away. Belgian refugees and so on." Mary nodded. "Boots, collars, and gloves?" "Yes. We don't need to keep anything except his cap and belt." "They came back yesterday with his flying corps clothes." Mary pointed to a roll on the little iron bed. "Ah, but keep his service things. Someone may be glad of them later." "Do you remember his sizes?" 5 feet 8½ 36 inches round the chest. But he told me he's just put on 1.5 inches. I'll mark it on a label and tie it on his sleeping bag." "So that disposes of that," said Miss Fowler, tapping the palm of one hand with the ringed third finger of the other. "What a waste it all is. We'll get his old school trunk tomorrow and pack his civilian clothes." "And the rest," said Mary. "His books and pictures and the games and the toys and the rest?" "My plan is to burn every single thing," said Miss Fowler. "Then we shall know where they are, and no one can handle them afterward. What do you think?" "I think that would be much the best," said Mary. "But there's such a lot of them." "We'll burn them in the destructor," said Miss Fowler. This was an open-air furnace, for the consumption of refuse, a little circular 4-foot tower of pierced brick over an iron grating. Miss Fowler had noticed the design in a gardening journal years ago, and had it built at the bottom of the garden. It suited her tidy soul, for it saved unsightly rubbish heaps, and the ashes lightened the stiff clay soil. Mary considered for a moment, saw her way clear, and nodded again. They spent the evening putting away well-remembered civilian suits, underclothes that Mary had marked, and the regiments of very gaudy socks and ties. A second trunk was needed, and after that a little packing case, and it was late next day when Cheap and the local carrier lifted them to the cart. The rector luckily knew of a friend's son, about 5 feet 8½ inches high, to whom a complete flying corps outfit would be most acceptable, and sent his gardener's son down with a barrow to take delivery of it. The cap was hung up in Miss Fowler's bedroom, the belt in Miss Postgate's, for, as Miss Fowler said, they had no desire to make tea-party talk of them. "That disposes of that," said Miss Fowler. "I'll leave the rest to you, Mary. I can't run up and down the garden. You'd better take the big clothes basket and get Nelly to help you." "I shall take the wheelbarrow and do it myself," said Mary, and for once in her life closed her mouth. Miss Fowler, in moments of irritation, had called Mary deadly methodical. She put on her oldest waterproof and gardening hat, and her ever-slipping goloshes, for the weather was on the edge of more rain. She gathered firelighters from the kitchen, a half-scuttle of coals, and a faggot of brushwood. These she wheeled in the barrow down the mossed paths to the dark little laurel shrubbery where the destructor stood under the drip of 3 oaks. She climbed the wire fence into the rector's glebe just behind, and from his tenant's rick pulled 2 large armfuls of good hay, which she spread neatly on the fire bars. Next, journey by journey, passing Miss Fowler's white face at the morning-room window each time, she brought down in the towel-covered clothes basket, on the wheelbarrow, thumbed and used Henty's, Marryatt's, Lever's, Stevenson's, Baroness Oakes's, Garvis's, school books and atlases, unrelated piles of the motorcyclist, the light car, and catalogues of Olympia exhibitions, the remnants of a fleet of sailing ships from 9-penny cutters to a 3-guinea yacht, a prep school dressing gown, bats from 3 and 6pence to 24 shillings, cricket and tennis balls, disintegrated steam and clockwork locomotives with their twisted rails, a grey and red tin model of a submarine, a dumb gramophone and cracked records, golf clubs that had to be broken across the knee like his walking sticks, and an assegai, photographs of private and public school cricket and football 11s, and his OTC on the line of march, kodaks and film rolls, some pewters, and 1 real silver cup for boxing competitions and junior hurdles, sheaves of school photographs, Miss Fowler's photograph, her own, which she had borne off in fun, and good care she took not to ask, had never returned, a playbox with a secret drawer, a load of flannels, belts, and jerseys, and a pair of spiked shoes unearthed in the attic, a packet of all the letters that Miss Fowler and she had ever written to him, kept for some absurd reason through all these years, a 5-day attempt at the diary, framed pictures of racing motors in full Brooklands career, and load upon load of undistinguishable wreckage of tool-boxes, rabbit hutches, electric batteries in tin soldiers, fret-saw outfits, and jigsaw puzzles. Miss Fowler at the window watched her come and go, and said to herself, Mary is an old woman. I never realized it before. After lunch, she recommended her to rest. I'm not in the least tired, said Mary. I've got it all arranged. I'm going to the village at 2 o'clock for some paraffin. Nellie hasn't enough, and the walk will do me good. She made one last quest round the house before she started, and found that she had overlooked nothing. It began to mist as soon as she had skirted Vegg's Heath, where Wynne used to descend. It seemed to her that she could almost hear the beat of his propellers overhead, but there was nothing to see. She hoisted her umbrella and lunged into the blind wet till she had reached the shelter of the empty village. As she came out of Mr. Kidd's shop with a bottle full of paraffin in her string shopping bag, she met Nurse Eden, the village nurse, and fell into talk with her, as usual, about the village children. They were just parting opposite the Royal Oak when a gun they fancied was fired immediately behind the house. It was followed by a child's shriek, dying into a wail. "Accident," said Nurse Eden promptly, and dashed through the empty bar, followed by Mary. They found Mrs. Garrett, the publican's wife, who could only gasp and point to the yard, where a little cart ledge was sliding sideways amid a clatter of tiles. Nurse Eden snatched up a sheet drying before the fire, ran out, lifted something from the ground, and flung the sheet round it. The sheet turned scarlet, and half her uniform too, as she bore the load into the kitchen. It was little Edna Garrett, aged 9, whom Mary had known since her perambulator days. "Am I hurted bad?" Edna asked, and died between Nurse Eden's dripping hands. The sheet fell aside, and for an instant before she could shut her eyes, Mary saw the ripped and shredded body. "It's a wonder she spoke at all," said Nurse Eden. "What in God's name was it?" "A bomb," said Mary. "One of the Zeppelins?" "No, an airplane. I thought I heard it on the heath, but I fancied it was one of ours. It must have shut off its engines as it came down. That's why we didn't notice it." "The filthy pigs," said Nurse Eden, all white and shaken. "See the pickle I am in. Go and tell Dr. Hennis, Miss Postgate." Nurse looked at the mother, who had dropped face down on the floor. "She's only in a fit. Turn her over." Mary heaved Mrs. Garrett right side up, and hurried off for the doctor. When she told their tale, he asked her to sit down in the surgery till he got her something. "But I don't need it, I assure you," said she. "I don't think it would be wise to tell Miss Fowler about it, do you? Her heart is so irritable in this weather." Dr. Hennis looked at her admiringly as he packed up his bag. "No, don't tell anybody till we're sure," he said, and hastened to the Royal Oak, while Mary went on with the paraffin. The village behind her was as quiet as usual, for the news had not yet spread. She frowned a little to herself, her large nostrils expanded uglily, and from time to time she muttered a phrase which Wynne, who never restrained himself before his womenfolk, had applied to the enemy. "Bloody pagans! They are bloody pagans, but," she continued, falling back on the teaching that had made her what she was, "one mustn't let one's mind dwell on these things." Before she reached the house, Dr. Hennis, who was also a special constable, overtook her in his car. "Oh, Miss Postgate," he said, "I wanted to tell you that that accident at the Royal Oak was due to Garrett's stable tumbling down. It's been dangerous for a long time. It ought to have been condemned." "I thought I heard an explosion, too," said Mary. "You might have been misled by the beam snapping. I've been looking at 'em. They were dry rotted through and through. Of course, as they broke, they would make a noise just like a gun." "Yes?" said Mary, politely. "Poor little Edna was playing underneath it," he went on, still holding her with his eyes, "and that and the tiles cut her to pieces, you see." "I saw it," said Mary, shaking her head. I heard it, too. Well, we cannot be sure. Dr. Hennis changed his tone completely. I know both you and Nurse Eden, I've been speaking to her, are perfectly trustworthy, and I can rely on you not to say anything, yet at least. It is no good to stir up people unless— Oh, I never do, anyhow, said Mary, and Dr. Hennis went on to the county town. After all, she told herself, it might just possibly have been the collapse of the old stable that had done all those things to poor little Edna. She was sorry she had even hinted at other things, but Nurse Eden was discretion itself. By the time she reached home, the affair seemed increasingly remote by its very monstrosity. As she came in, Miss Fowler told her that a couple of airplanes had passed half an hour ago. I thought I heard them, she replied. I'm going down to the garden now. I've got the paraffin. Yes, but what have you got on your boots? They are soaking wet. Change them at once. Not only did Mary obey, but she wrapped the boots in the newspaper and put them into the string bag with the bottle. So, armed with the longest kitchen poker, she left. It's raining again, was Miss Fowler's last word, but I know you won't be happy till that's disposed of. It won't take long. I've got everything down there, and I put the lid on the destructor to keep the wet out. The shrubbery was filling with twilight by the time she had completed her arrangements and sprinkled the sacrificial oil. As she lit the match that would burn her heart to ashes, she heard a groan or a grunt behind the dense Portugal laurels. Cheap? She called impatiently, but Cheap, with his ancient lumbago and his comfortable cottage, would be the last man to profane the sanctuary. Sheep, she concluded, and threw in the fusee. The pyre went up in a roar, and the immediate flame hastened night around her. How Wynne would have loved this, she thought, stepping back from the blaze. By its light she saw, half hidden behind a laurel not 5 paces away, a bare-headed man sitting very stiffly at the foot of one of the oaks. A broken branch lay across his lap, one booted leg protruding from beneath it. His head moved ceaselessly from side to side, but his body was as still as the tree's trunk. He was dressed, she moved sideways to look more closely, in a uniform something like Wynne's, with a flap buttoned across the chest. For an instant she had some idea that it might be one of the young flying men she had met at the funeral, but their heads were dark and glossy. This man's was as pale as a baby's, and so closely cropped that she could see the disgusting pinky skin beneath. His lips moved. What do you say? Mary moved toward him and stooped. Laddie, 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 he muttered, while his hands picked at the dead, wet leaves. There was no doubt as to his nationality. It made her so angry that she strode back to the destructor, though it was still too hot to use the poker there. Wynne's books seemed to be catching well. She looked up at the oak behind the man. Several of the light upper and 2 or 3 rotten lower branches had broken and scattered their rubbish on the shrubbery path. On the lowest fork a helmet with dependent strings showed like a bird's nest in the light of a long-tongued flame. Evidently, this person had fallen through the tree. Wynne had told her that it was quite possible for people to fall out of aeroplanes. Wynne told her, too, that trees were useful things to break an aviator's fall, but in this case the aviator must have been broken, or he would have moved from his queer position. He seemed helpless, except for his horrible rolling head. On the other hand, she could see a pistol case at his belt, and Mary loathed pistols. Months ago, after reading certain Belgian reports together, she and Miss Fowler had had dealings with one, a huge revolver with flat-nosed bullets, which latter, Wynne said, were forbidden by the rules of war to be used against civilized enemies. "They're good enough for us," Miss Fowler had replied. "Show Mary how it works." And Wynne, laughing at the mere possibility of any such need, had led the craven, winking Mary into the rector's disused quarry, and had shown her how to fire the terrible machine. It lay now in the top left-hand drawer of her toilet table, a memento not included in the burning. Wynne would be pleased to see how she was not afraid. She slipped up to the house to get it. When she came through the rain, the eyes in the head were alive with expectation. The mouth even tried to smile, but at sight of the revolver, its corners went down, just like Edna Garrett's. A tear trickled from one eye, and the head rolled from shoulder to shoulder, as though trying to point out something. "Cassé, tout cassé," it whimpered. "What do you say?" said Mary disgustedly, keeping well to one side, though only the head moved. "Cassé," it repeated. "Que miron, le médecin, docteur." "Nein," said she, bringing all her small German to bear with the big pistol. "Ich haben die tot Kinder gesehen." The head was still. Mary's hand dropped. She had been careful to keep her finger off the trigger for fear of accidents. After a few moments' waiting, she returned to the destructor, where the flames were falling, and churned up Wynne's charring books with the poker. Again the head groaned for the doctor. "Stop that!" said Mary, and stamped her foot. "Stop that, you bloody pagan!" The words came quite smoothly and naturally. They were Wynne's own words, and Wynne was a gentleman who for no consideration on earth would have torn little Edna into those vividly coloured strips and strings. But this thing, hunched under the oak tree, had done that thing. It was no question of reading horrors out of newspapers to Miss Fowler. Mary had seen it with her own eyes on the Royal Oak kitchen table. She must not allow her mind to dwell upon it. Now Wynne was dead, and everything connected with him was lumping and rustling and tinkling under her busy poker into red-black dust and grey leaves of ash. The thing beneath the oak would die too. Mary had seen death more than once. She came of a family that had a knack of dying under, as she told Miss Fowler, most distressing circumstances. She would stay where she was till she was entirely satisfied that it was dead. Dead as dear Papa in the late 80s, Aunt Mary in 89, Mamma in 91, Cousin Dick in 95, Lady McCausland's housemaid in 99, Lady McCausland's sister in 1901, Wynne buried 5 days ago, and Edna Garrett still waiting for decent earth to hide her. As she thought, her underlip caught up by one faded canine, brows knit and nostrils wide, she wielded the poker with lunges that jarred the grating at the bottom and careful scrapes round the brickwork above. She looked at her wristwatch. It was getting on to 4:30, and the rain was coming down in earnest. Tea would be at 5. If it did not die before that time, she would be soaked and would have to change. meantime, and this occupied her, when things were burning well in spite of the hissing wet, though now and again a book-back with a quite distinguishable title would be heaved up out of the mass. The exercise of stoking had given her a glow which seemed to reach to the marrow of her bones. She hummed. Mary never had a voice to herself. She had never believed in all those advanced views, though Miss Fowler herself leaned a little that way, of woman's work in the world, but now she saw that there was much to be said for them. This, for instance, was her work which no man, least of all Dr. Hennis, would ever have done. A man at such a crisis would be what Wynne called a sportsman, would leave everything to fetch help, and would certainly bring it into the house. Now a woman's business was to make a happy home for her husband and children. Failing these, it was not a thing one should allow one's mind to dwell upon. But stop it! Mary cried once more across the shadows. Nein, I tell you, ich haben de Tod Kinder gesehen. But it was a fact. A woman who had missed these things could still be useful, more useful than a man in certain respects. She thumped like a pavois through the settling ashes at the secret thrill of it. The rain was damping the fire, but she could feel it was too dark to see, that her work was done. There was a dull red glow at the bottom of the destructor, not enough to char the wooden lid if she slipped it half over against the driving wet. This arranged, she leaned on the poker and waited, while an increasing rapture laid hold on her. She ceased to think. She gave herself up to feel. Her long pleasure was broken by a sound that she had waited for in agony several times in her life. She leaned forward and listened, smiling. There could be no mistake. She closed her eyes and drank it in. Once it ceased abruptly. Go on, she murmured half aloud. That isn't the end. Then the end came, very distinctly, in a lull between two rain gusts. Mary Postgate drew her breath short between her teeth and shivered from head to foot. That's all right, said she contentedly, and went up to the house, where she scandalized the whole routine by taking a luxurious hot bath before tea, and came down looking, as Miss Fowler said when she saw her lying all relaxed on the other sofa, quite handsome. The beginnings. It was not part of their blood. It came to them very late, with long arrears to make good, when the English began to hate. They were not easily moved. They were icy, willing to wait till every count should be proved ere the English began to hate. Their voices were even and low. Their eyes were level and straight. There was neither sign nor show when the English began to hate. It was not preached to the crowd. It was not taught by the state. No man spoke it aloud when the English began to hate. It was not suddenly bred. It will not swiftly abate through the chill years ahead, when time shall count from the date that the English began to hate. The End of Mary Postgate by Rudyard Kipling.
Lingo of No Man's Land by Lorenzo Smith. Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lingo of No Man's Land, or Wartime Lexicon, compiled by Sergeant Lorenzo Smith, May 1918. Foreword. It is no wonder that new words and new terms had to express our surroundings and our experiences. With unheard-of conditions in the trenches, sights and sounds inconceivable before August 1914, the elbowing of the nations as friend and foe, ourselves with unfamiliar weapons and accoutrements in our hands, in dress and undress which made us feel more at home with our comrades than with ourselves, these expressions were inevitable, involuntary. That many of them are humorous is only the natural rebound from frightfulness in the mind of the Anglo-Saxon, whether he hail from the British Isles, from Canada, or from the United States. Tommy has always been noted for making fun of his serious self, and when the brand-new lieutenant is dubbed the One-Star Wonder, and the finest company of infantry you could wish to see is called the Gravel Crusher, it affords an interesting clue to Tommy's analysis of himself and to the secret of his sure success. But the real need for definitions and explanations was impressed upon me while on recruiting duty for the British-Canadian Recruiting Mission. Talks and addresses before clubs, societies, and mass meetings were frequently followed by questions from the floor. What do you mean by blighty? What's a whiz-bang? Hence the lingo of No Man's Land, or the Wartime Lexicon, in this small pocket edition. L. N. Smith. Note: Sergeant Lorenzo N. Smith, a typical son of Massachusetts, fired by the newspaper reports of desecrated Belgium and France, crossed the Canadian border and joined the Westmount Rifles in February 1915. He was unwilling to wait until his own countrymen were sure it was their business to fight the proposition that might is right. Private Smith was soon familiarly known among his comrades as Yank Smith, and with the 1st Canadian contingent a few months later he was doing his bit at Ypres, Festubert, Givenchy, Ploegsteert, and Messines. After the usual experiences with machine-gun, reconnoitering parties, and listening post duty, a generous amount of shrapnel at Messines ended Sergeant Smith's ability to carry on. He returned to Canada in April 1916. After his honorable discharge and a partial recovery from his wounds, he found the need for men in the trenches still great. How great only those who had helped hold the thin Allied lines seemed to appreciate. With this thought predominating, Sergeant Smith joined the British-Canadian Recruiting Mission in July 1917. This work brought him back to the United States, where his business, like that of the other men who came back, was to arouse British subjects to answer the call to colours, to urge them to take the places of the brave English, the Scots, and the Canadians who have fallen for the cause which every man worthy of the name considers his own. E.W., May 8, 1918. Lingo of No Man's Land. Ace. A term of distinction applied by the French to any aeroplane pilot who has brought down 5 or more enemy aeroplanes. Brought down, in this connection, means the machine wrecked and the aviator disabled. The Germans do not make such distinctions. Forcing any enemy plane to descend, even if uninjured, is counted by them as brought down. Advance post. An advance post is used only when trenches are a considerable distance away. Swampy lands often make their use necessary. An advance post is sometimes detailed to a position as close as possible to the German lines in order to watch and report the actions of the enemy. See listening post. Aerial photography. A photograph taken from an aeroplane as it circles above the ground. The supremacy of the British air fleets has made it possible for the Allies to know very exactly by means of aerial photographs all the movements of the enemy and the strength of their lines. This information is used in the making of maps of tape in fields behind the trenches, where plans of attack can be rehearsed with great accuracy. Each soldier knows the precise distance and direction of that part of the enemy line which he is to reach. The best height of the aeroplane for taking these photographs is 600 feet. Allemande, the French word for German, applied to the Huns by British soldiers, much used in trench songs. Ammunition column. An ammunition column is a train of transports or wagons, drawn usually by horses or mules, engaged in carrying munitions from the railroads to the munition dumps, and from the dumps to the batteries. Ammunition dump. An area set aside for the storing of ammunition. There are ammunition dumps almost anywhere you go behind the lines. The farther behind the lines they are, the bigger they are, as a rule. Angle in range. Bracketing a target east or west is called the angle instead of the bracket in ranging, because in changing the position of the gun it is turned through so many degrees of a circle, in contrast to bracketing when it is raised or lowered that distance. Anti-aircraft guns. 13-pounder guns to combat hostile aircraft, which are mounted on motor trucks and are constantly on the move. These guns fire very rapidly, and are a Boche airman's chief source of worry as he flies over enemy territory. The shell fired from these guns is known to Tommy as an Archie. Archie. Anti-aircraft guns, generally mounted on automobiles, so called from the sound of the shell in the air, namely, Archie, Archie. The anti-aircraft gunners are also dubbed Archie or Archibald. Artillery retaliation. An answer to enemy artillery fire upon our trenches. When our trenches are being heavily shelled, the men in the firing line call for retaliation, and our batteries then commence a bombardment of the enemy front line trenches until their fire gradually ceases. Our artillery stops firing then too. Armored cars. Fast, steel-plated motor cars, mounting machine guns. Very little used in trench warfare, but valuable for surprise attacks in open fighting. Artillery registration. When the aeroplane scouts and observation post men report some place in the enemy lines which it is desirable to register, one gun is given a range and angle to this point from the map, and the effect of the fire so directed is observed. When the target is hit, several more shells are thrown to be sure of the accuracy of the range and angle, and the exact location is noted. This target point is then said to be registered, and whenever it is desired to place shells at that point, the fire can be accurately directed without delay or loss of ammunition. Baksheesh. Money, food, anything left over in the pot. Bandolier. The holder for ammunition, a cartridge belt, not infrequently regarded as something to lose by happy-go-lucky Tommy. Barbed wire entanglements. A mass of barbed wire stretched and intertwined from post to post in varying distances from our own front line to form an obstacle to enemy attacks. This barbed wire is usually a good mark for the enemy artillery before his infantry attempts to pay us a visit. Barrage. A barrage is a protective wall or curtain of fire placed in front of infantry advancing to the attack until they have reached their final objective and made it secure. The distance the shells are thrown by the batteries is accurately timed so that the curtain moves forward only as fast as the line of soldiers. If the soldiers move too fast, they overtake their own barrage, and therefore the attack is generally timed to a walk across no man's land. Shrapnel is the usual shell employed in barrage, each shell bursting about 10 feet above the earth and throwing the shrapnel bullets forward about 200 yards. This makes it impossible for the enemy to rush to meet the attack. Barrage alignment. The enemy trenches are not often parallel to our own. and it is not therefore possible to cover all parts of a given section by giving the artillery one range. The line of bursting shells must conform to the shape of the enemy line, so that the effect is felt with equal violence at all points of attack. To do this, each gun of a battery is given a specific range different from every other gun, and correction is made in the same way. In a creeping barrage, unless the alignment conforms with the contour of the enemy trenches, attacking infantry are not properly protected. In this case, therefore, the barrage is laid down at a given range, in a line probably parallel to our trenches, and the range gradually lengthened for each gun to shape the barrage as it advances to the contour of the enemy trenches. Bay. The part of the trenches between the traverses. The distance may be long or short according to conditions. The longest bay is about 20 feet. The bay is the space between the buttresses or towers on the wall of the trench manned by the defenders. Bertha. A 60-ton German gun, so called from Bertha Krupp of the manufacturing firm. This gun has a range of 10 to 12 miles and throws a 1,200-pound shell, which the Tommies also call Jack Johnson. Billet. A hut back of the lines where worn and weary soldiers may sleep and eat in peace. The roof is made of corrugated iron, floor and sides of wood, with air spaces for ventilation, which, however, are not appreciated from November to March, when Old Sol is short in his heat supply. Billet is also the term given to the quarters in barns or outhouses, or in the homes of Belgian and French families, the latter being an unheard-of luxury to the rank and file, but commonly the good fortune of the officers. Bivouac. An encampment in the open without tents. A shelter is sometimes made with 2 rubber sheets, 6½ feet long and 4 feet wide, supported on 3-foot poles. Such a bivouac accommodates 2 soldiers. Black Marias. 300-pound howitzer shells, which liberate a large cloud of stinging black smoke when they explode. Blighty. The Briton's expression for home, England. Also used for a wound which he hopes is serious enough to invalid him back to England. The base hospital is sometimes called Blighty Junction, as it is from there that the seriously wounded are sent back to England to recover. The word is said by some authorities to be derived from the Hindustani word belaiti, which means something foreign or over the seas. Others affirm that Blighty is the East Indians' pronunciation of Brighton, England, at which place is located a large hospital with which many of them are acquainted. When Tommy receives a soft one, a slight wound, he not infrequently shouts, "Hooray, I'm off for Blighty." Blind Bay. When the surveyed line of the trenches is cut off by marshy ground or by a farmhouse with a marsh behind it, or some other obstacle through which trenches cannot be dug, and no man's land is too narrow to risk digging out around the obstacle, the trench is ended abruptly, like a blind alley, or in trench language it becomes a blind bay. Communicating trenches run behind the lines around the obstruction, so that the section is not cut off from supplies or support in case of attack. The marsh constitutes a natural barrier more effective than trenches against enemy attack. Blind bay is also used to describe the part of the aeroplane where the enemy cannot return our fire, or the point where a pilot can sneak up on an enemy machine without being seen. Block. The term to designate a barrier built across a trench or road to fortify or protect the defenders. It may be built of sandbags, barbed wire, or the trench walls leveled to the ground. In a raid on enemy lines, the first thing to accomplish is to throw up a block cutting off the particular section of the trench raided from enemy reinforcements or a counterattacking party. Blue Devils. A regiment of picked French troops who die rather than surrender. Bobtail. A dishonorable discharge, used more in the American Army than in the British. Boche, the familiar epithet of the Allied soldiers for the German. Its derivation is somewhat uncertain, but it probably comes from the French word boucher or bouchier, meaning butcher, with the common meaning inhuman monster. Other authorities affirm that Boche is corrupted from the French caboche, which means numbskull, stupid, or in plain English, a damn fool. This term is most generally used when the Germans are bombarding our line with heavy trench mortars. Body snatchers. Snipers, so called because they pick off men unawares. Bomb. In general terms, a casing of shrapnel enclosing a high explosive, which, when thrown, usually by hand, bursts and scatters the shrapnel in all directions. Bombs, today, are exploded by either time fuses or concussion caps. Bombardier. The lowest non-commissioned officer attached to an artillery battery. He wears one stripe on his arm, and his rank is equivalent to a lance corporal in the infantry. Bomb-proof. A safe job, same as cushy. That these jobs are not always as safe as they are said to be is shown by the experience of a veteran of 20 years' service who, having been sent back after a particularly hard time in the front-line trenches, was killed almost immediately by an enemy shell that landed on the dump. Box barrage. Fire from a battery so directed as to drop shells on 3 sides of a specific area. A skillfully directed box barrage will not only cut off enemy advance in front, but prevent flank movements or reinforcements coming up from other parts of the trenches to help those surrounded by the fire. Box respirator. The newer form of gas helmet. It consists of a small hook-like mask with a nose clamp and a mouthpiece, fitted also with goggles. Attached to the mouthpiece is an elastic tube connecting the helmet with the box containing charcoal and other chemicals which purify the poisonous air as it is breathed in. To these helmets is attached a tiny record book in which a notation is made of the number of hours worn, the occasions, and whether on drill or in active service. A soldier carries a box respirator and also the pH gas helmet with him all the time he is on active service, so that if one is injured by shell fire, the other is ready for service. The orders in regard to this item of equipment are so strict that a soldier caught without his masks on duty may be court-martialed and heavily fined. Bracket. Distance between ranges too long and too short for a specific target. For registration of a particular target at approximately 2,500 yards, for instance, a gun would drop a shell at perhaps 2,700 yards and another at 2,400 yards, or, in the language of the artillery, 2724. The effect of these shells being reported by aeroplanes or observation posts, the correction may be 2625. If the latter scores a direct hit, a second shot is dropped at the same range to verify the finding, and the target is registered. Too long a range is called plus, too short a one minus, so that a bracket, in other words, is the plus and minus distance in locating a target. This is bracketing in ranging. Brass hat. General Staff Officer, as distinguished from tin hat, an ordinary soldier wearing a steel helmet. Brazier. A sheet iron bucket with draft holes on the sides, so that it may be used for cooking or to heat the dugouts. Britannia. The name of one of the first tanks. The following description from the London Standard was written by one of the gallant Canadians and sent to his fiancée at home. They can do up prisoners in bundles like straw binders, and in addition have an adaptation of a printing machine which enables them to catch the Huns, fold, count, and deliver them in quires, every 13th man being thrown out a little farther than the others. The tanks can truss refractory prisoners like fowls prepared for cooking, while their equipment renders it possible for them to charge into a crowd of Huns, and by shooting out spokes like porcupine quills, carry off an opponent on each. Though stuck up, the prisoners are, needless to say, by no means proud of their position. They can chew up barbed wire and turn it into munitions, and as they run they slash their tails and clear away trees, houses, howitzers, and anything else in the vicinity. They turn over on their backs and catch live shells in their caterpillar feet, and they can easily be adapted as submarines. In fact, most of them cross the channel in this guise. They loop the loop, travel forward, sideways, and backwards, not only with equal speed, but at the same time. They spin around like a top, only far more quickly, dig themselves in, bury themselves, scoop out a tunnel, and come up again 10 miles away in half an hour. Bucket carriers, ration parties, supply carriers of all kinds. Bug house, shell shock hospital, also used to refer to a dugout or to flea pots. Bully beef, the soldier's name for canned corned beef. It is put up in 12-ounce tins, this being considered equal to a pound of fresh meat, a day's ration for one man. A sandbag full of bully beef makes splendid material for roofing a dugout or building a road, which use it is put to unless Tommy is very hungry. Buses, an aeroplane used for bombing, big, slow, and unwieldy. Busted, the reduction of an NCO to the ranks. Cage, a wire-enclosed structure to hold Fritz. We are gradually capturing these wild beasts and endeavoring to civilize them. Camouflage, the fusion or blending of colors to destroy the outline or distinguishing features of an object, so hidden as to make it practically invisible. To mislead the enemy, we cover our guns with bush and small trees, and sometimes cover them with painted canvas similar to their surroundings, so that aeroplanes flying over them cannot distinguish the location of the guns from the surrounding green meadows. We also cover roads with burlap, so as to keep the enemy from observing movements of our troops and transports over these roads. The cleverest camouflage used by us is when we have only a few men in the front lines and pretend we have hundreds. The term, which is French, is now adopted into English, and as generally used, means any effort to cover up or obscure the true nature of a thing. Carrier, a special jacket or apron, with straps over the shoulder, fastening on the side or back, with pockets for Mills grenades. Caterpillar, a type of tractor engine run by electricity, the wheels of which are fitted with huge blocks, giving the tractor great pulling power, a thing much needed in the heavy mud for moving artillery. CB, a soldier gets a CB, confined to barracks, for being half a minute late. He is kept in camp quarters while his pals are enjoying the neighborhood estaminet. Char tea, afternoon tea, probably derived from the Hindustani term cha, meaning tea, or it may be derived from the Hindustani expression that might be spelled phonetically as chipati, the name of a kind of unleavened donut of flour, water, and salt, fried in fat, which is a common article of diet for Indian troops, and was also used to some extent in South Africa during the Boer War. Chatting, name applied to the indiscriminate hunt for petty friends called cooties, trouser rabbits, etc. Chaw or chuck, bread, as distinguished from hardtack or ship's biscuits, which are also a regular part of the Army's rations. Chimney sweeps, Scottish rifles. Clearing station, the first place which looks like a bona fide hospital to a wounded man on his long journey from the front line to the base. It collects all the wounded down the lines of communication and is the start toward Blighty if wounds are serious. Click, a verb, signifying all sorts of ways of dying at the front: to kill, to be killed, to go west, etc. Clicked sometimes means wounded. Clink, the old soldier's term for military guard room. Coal box, a Hun high-explosive shell similar to the Jack Johnson, which on bursting makes a terrific noise and eliminates a heavy black cloud of gas. Should it, however, burst too near you, you don't see the cloudy effects. Communication trench. In low, marshy ground, the trenches cannot be dug deep, because the water soon fills them. So they are usually dug about 2 feet deep, and the walls are then built up of sandbags. As sandbags are less substantial protection than ordinary earth walls, the combination trench is more often used as a communicating trench, or CT, than as a fire trench facing the enemy. Company runner, official messenger, for carrying orders and guide duty. Men chosen for this work must undergo a stiff training to give them physical endurance and speed, and they must also be thoroughly familiar with the country in which they are located, so that in any emergency they will know the lay of the land so well that they can find their way under all circumstances. Concertina wire. Use of coils of wire like a concertina is one of the methods of wire entanglement. These coils are linked together to form a barrier more difficult for the Germans to pass through than the ordinary tangled wire protection. Concussion. The passage of big shells displaces air so suddenly that a man within range will be knocked to the ground by the rush of air. A small shell, falling close to a man, will have a similar effect, even if it does not explode. Thus, dud shells, that is, those that do not explode at all, will nevertheless cause concussion. The effect is a nerve shock. Something seems to break in the brain, in the words of the men who have come back, and they suffer a loss of self-control. If a man is very near a large shell, he will not only be knocked to the ground, but literally crushed to pulp by the same tremendous force that shatters buildings to kindling wood in the path of a cyclone. A man may be lifted high in the air off a hard dirt road by the concussion of a shell. Contact system. Method of relaying messages by prearranged code from the infantry to the aeroplane, which transmits it back to headquarters. The speed with which an advancing body of infantry can communicate with its artillery support and with headquarters is remarkable. Frequently messages are on hand in less than a minute after they are flashed. Report of the success or failure of an assault, the present position of the attackers and the enemy, points of consolidation and alignment connection, are all conveyed back to headquarters by contact machines which drop little bags containing up-to-the-minute maps of the situation. Contact machines do good work reporting small groups of men isolated in shell holes, requesting barrage fire or machine gun support, and in advising companies up and down the line of the success or failure of the general attacking movement. Cootie. This is a species of lice with extraordinary biting ability. These pests are introduced to us 3 or 4 hours after we arrive in the trenches, and they worry us more than the Huns on many occasions. It is no use to feed them insect powder or poison of any kind. Instead of destroying them, they thrive on it and become more ambitious. No matter how hard you try, it is impossible to be free from these pests, and you are bothered with them until your stay in Flanders is over. They are also called seam squirrel, trouser rabbit, or shiny lizard. Counterattack. An attack made immediately after losing a position to recover the lost ground. Counter-battery duel. A counter-battery duel occurs when a battery on one side is answered by a battery on the other side. 2 methods of return are used. When an enemy battery shells one of our batteries, if the enemy position is successfully located, we may answer shell for shell in an effort to silence it. The usual method, however, is for the battery which is the target of enemy shells to keep quiet, but get into communication with several heavy artillery batteries, which will direct a fierce return fire from big guns until the enemy is silenced. Crater. A large hole, similar to the crater of a volcano, made by a high explosive shell or mine. A crater is sometimes several feet across, and many battles have been fought around these craters. Crawlies. Cooties, alias red stripes, alias crumbs. American variety is called a flea. Creeping Jimmy. High-velocity shell which gives no warning of its approach. This term is more or less colloquial in different parts of the line, corresponding probably to the silent Susie of some other section of the trenches. Crimed. The soldier term for being called before the officer commanding for bad conduct. Crump. A high explosive shell, generally a 5.9. Crystallized assault. That is, settled down in one place, after surging back and forth, as ground is won or lost in the attack by succeeding waves of infantry. Curtain fire. British term for barrage, which a military expert defines as the creation of a narrow belt of shell bursting in front of advancing troops or over trenches, so continuous as theoretically to prevent the possibility of any living thing passing through, and which actually in practice renders such passage so dangerous and expensive of life that it is hardly attempted. The curtain is only possible since the advent of quick-firing field guns 20-odd years ago, with the invention of the French famous 75mm gun. Even the old-time concentration of fire did not give the same results, because the rate of fire was not rapid enough and not accurate enough. The old guns did not absorb the shock of recoil and had to be relayed and repointed after every shot, because the shock drove the trail deeper and deeper into the ground and shifted the whole position of the carriage. It is now possible with modern rapid-firing field guns to reach 30 rounds a minute. Cushy. The way the men who go into the firing line and over the top refer to the soldiers whose duty lies safely back of the lines. A cushy job is equivalent to a soft job. There is no danger connected with it. DCM. Distinguished Conduct Medal. Also, much the opposite, a district court-martial, usually for serious offenses. Déjeuner. A French word meaning to the soldier, breakfast up. Digging in. Digging a trench, a hole in the ground, or any protection while under shell fire. Disparu. Official word for missing, referring to an aviator who does not come in from his 2-hour detail. Dixie. The term by which Tommies designate the black pot in which meals are cooked. Doggo, an adjective laid at the door of the East Indians, meaning still, quiet. No man's land is doggo. Doing in, killing, as in we are doing in the Huns. Dolly Varden, the British term for a German helmet. Doss, an East Indian word meaning a short sleep, a nap. Doss house, some place, any place, where Tommy can snatch a little rest. Doughboy, an infantryman, so called because infantrymen once rubbed their uniforms with pipe clay, and in the rain the clay made dough. Dressing station, usually the first place to which the wounded men are taken, or first aid station. The battalion medical officer is in charge. After being examined and dressed at the dressing station, the wounded soldier is sent on to the nearest Red Cross station for further treatment. Drum fire. Uninterrupted firing which sounds like the beating of drums at a distance. DSO. Distinguished Service Order, conferred only on British officers. Dud. bad. The weather may be dud, or a shell may be dud, or anything else that does not suit Tommy. Dud shell. A dud shell is a dead one, that is, one which does not explode after being fired. Removing these unexploded shells is one of the dangers of reclaiming the wasteland over which armies have been fighting, as they sometimes explode unexpectedly when struck by a rifle. Dugout. An excavation in which to sleep and eat, when not flooded by water from the trench. The earlier dugouts were only a few feet underground and were of very little use in shielding the men from high explosives. Today the dugouts afford very good protection and a great deal of comfort, as they are anywhere from 20 to 30 feet underground. These dugouts constitute a definite part of the front-line fortifications, as soldiers can only be dislodged from such cave-like strongholds by throwing bombs down into them or employing suffocating gas. Eggs. Another term for bombs or grenades. There is a German bomb resembling a goose egg. These eggs have come out in ever-increasing variety in the past few years. They are sometimes filled with shrapnel and various kinds of poison gas, or bits of metal. The deadly contents are sometimes released by a time fuse, other times by concussion caps. Elaine. Another French word adopted by the English. It means spirited. For instance, an official report says our troops attacked with great élan, meaning with great vigor. Emma G. Machine gun. It is much simpler to say Emma G., and much more descriptive of Tommy's feeling for his weapon than to always say machine gun. Emplacement. Gun platform. It may be of concrete, hard-packed earth, or stone and mortar. Some of the big guns are moved on specially constructed railways, which are built ahead faster than the advancing of the battery, so that when a new position is taken, the guns can be moved forward very rapidly to defend it. Laying these railroads is one of the dangerous duties of the Engineer Corps. Enfilading fire. Fire from a flank. That is, not from a point directly in front of the target, but at wide angles on each side, so as to strike the object obliquely. Enfilading fire, directed against a salient, makes such a part of the line a particularly deadly place to defend. Entrenching tool. A trowel-shaped tool for digging in, with which every soldier is supplied, as well as with musket and ammunition. A spade and pick combined with a removable handle 15 inches long. Opinion among soldiers varies as to its usefulness, some claiming it is the most satisfactory tool devised for scooping out a shelter quickly under fire, others regarding it as an entirely useless cross between a tack hammer and a geologist's pickaxe. Echelon. From the French, meaning any fortified place. Used indiscriminately with reference to fortified positions, ammunition dumps, batteries, pillboxes, airdromes, railheads, etc. Thus the press dispatches refer to Allied aviators dropping bombs on enemy echelons. Estaminet. The French word adopted by the British soldiers, meaning drinking house or saloon, where they can buy beer, French wines, and similar drinks. A place of higher grade than the ordinary saloon, where fair mademoiselle waits on Tommy, and where he is apt to sit and talk with his comrades, until her n'a peu fini, no more, finished, is understood to mean closing time. Fag. Tommy asks for a fag, meaning a cigarette. Feel of the air. The aviator develops a sixth sense, the feel of the air, difficult to describe, but an important element in the success of his work. Fire trench. The front line of the trenches, the firing line. Firing step. A long, narrow platform of earth made when digging the trench, on which to mount when firing a machine gun or rifle, or to use when looking over on sentry duty. It should be 4 feet 6 inches from the top of the parapet. In fine weather, Tommy uses it as a bed in the daytime. Fishtail, a German trench mortar shell 8 inches long, corrugated, with a hollow stem, which slips over the gun when fired. It carries fishtail-shaped wings, whence its name, also sometimes called pineapple. Flare, a cartridge filled with 4th of July stuff, to be fired from a pistol when you think you see something moving out in no man's land at night. Leaving the pistol, the flare shoots up into the air towards Fritzie's line, and as it begins to descend, bursts into a dazzling light, illuminating the surrounding ground for 500 yards or so. If Tommy is out there when a flare goes up, he imagines every Boche machine gun for miles on either side is trained on him ready to fire, but if he keeps perfectly still, he will 9 times out of 10 be taken for some old post by the overtrained wooden-headed Hun. Flea bag, officer's sleeping bag or bedroll. This is not unlike a hunter's or an Arctic explorer's outfit. It is a heavy canvas sheet 7 feet by 5 feet in which the blankets are laid. The edges are turned in to meet in the center, and the foot is turned up. The edges are then laced together so that the roll is really a kind of bag. The advantage is that it can be spread out and the blankets aired and washed easily. Flipper. To Tommy, flipper is short for hand. Flying pig, the name of one of the heaviest trench mortars. It is about 5 feet long, weighs 298 pounds, is shaped like a pig, and shoots a shell in which 93 pounds of amnol, a high explosive, is used. The flying pig carries a light in the tail, which goes out as soon as the shell begins to descend. This is a cue to the watching soldiers to get out of the way. The mortars throw a shell 1,140 feet away, and even though no fragments touch him, the concussion is so great that a man's insides burst like a kernel of popcorn, and death is usually instantaneous. This shell is also called a sausage, a rum jar, and minnie. Flying traverse, a roof of sod, gravel, and earth, built over the communicating trench for a distance of perhaps 12 feet. The sod and earth are effective camouflage, while the distance of the traverse from the fire trench is such that the entrance to this protected portion of the communicating trench is just out of range of vision of German outposts across no man's land. So instead of seeing soldiers going under this false roof, they see only the roof and cannot distinguish it from the rest of the ground, while airplane scouts cannot distinguish it from above. Fogey, a 10% increase in pay. Football, one of the 60-pound trench mortar shells shaped like a football. French beer, 2% beer, which the soldiers consider about as thrilling as the kiss of a man's sister. French wire, pure steel wire. It is a plain coiled wire on which barbs for wire entanglements may be placed. It is very pliable. Fritz, another fond term Tommy has for the German. When particularly friendly, Tommy refers to him as Fritzie. Galloper, a staff officer, particularly the general's aide-de-camp, so called because usually seen by the soldiers riding at a gallop. Only general staff officers are mounted. Gas, a sleep producer first introduced by the Germans. With a favorable wind, a gas attack can be very effective. There are 2 kinds, cloud and shell. The cloud gas is ejected from cylinders placed in or near the front line trenches, the wind catching it and wafting it over no man's land towards the enemy. A 5-mile-an-hour wind is required to get satisfactory results. The gas, when ejected, drifts along close to the ground and always seeks the lowest levels. Shell gas is sent over encased in ordinary shells, sometimes mixed with shrapnel, which, when bursting, scatter the shrapnel and gas in all directions. Gas gong, generally an empty shell case hung along the front line of a trench. The moment that the sentries notice the gas, they ring these gongs, and this warns the men to put on their gas helmets immediately. Gas helmets. To combat the gas attacks introduced by the Germans, the British first devised the PH gas helmet. It consists of a hood of cotton fabric, double thickness, soaked in chemicals. Glass goggles are fitted at the level of the eyes. The hood can be adjusted in 10 seconds' time, the loose lower edge being tucked under the coat collar or shirt. The air is drawn through the fabric, and the poisonous character of the gas neutralized by the chemicals in which the cloth has been saturated. Breath is exhaled through a collapsed rubber tube mouthpiece. See respirator. Gas shells. Shells which liberate a poisonous gas when they explode. The chief method of gas attack now is to bombard with gas shells. Getting wind up. Tommy says the Germans are getting wind up when they are so nervous and jumpy in expectation of an attack that they begin firing without a good cause at shadows and imaginary objects. A nervous sentry, firing at a shadow he thinks is a man, may set the whole line ablaze with shell fire over nothing. Goat talk. Chaffing, joshing, with the same general significance as the common expression to get one's goat. If Tommy is getting the Boche's goat across no man's land, so much the better. Going in. The short and ready phrase for going into the trenches, the opposite of going out or going out of the trenches. Going over. The soldiers in the trenches say going over rather than going over the top or over the top. Gooseberry entanglements. Barbed wire hoop coils put together so as to form the shape of a ball or gooseberry. These are thrown in amongst the other entanglements to hinder the advance of the enemy. Gone west. An expression for death. Likewise the slang kicked in. These terms, together with the phrase pushing up the daisies, are the soldiers' common terms for the fate that overtakes comrades and may momentarily overtake themselves. Gotthas. Gott-Getter, suspected of originating from the German, a fast scouting biplane corresponding to destroyers. Gravel crusher, an infantryman, always walking, so named, it is explained, from his big feet, another expression for doughboy. Grenade. A bomb, or grenade, was not considered a modern weapon of warfare since the Crimean War, but with the development of trench warfare it was revived and perfected as one of the most efficient modern weapons. It is a small iron container about the size of a lemon or a little larger, marked off in squares and fitted with a time fuse. It is thrown with a stiff overarm movement different from baseball throwing. In exploding, the shells burst into fragments along the square markings of the container, carrying destruction in their path. Ground flare. A cartridge filled with the same kind of illuminating powder as the ordinary flare, used by troops in the first wave of an attack to signal their whereabouts to the aeroplanes. They can be used day or night, although very little flying is done after dark, and consequently they are not much needed then. About 1 man in 10 carries ground flares in the attack, so that when they are set off, on signal from the observer in the plane, the general attacking line is pretty clearly defined to him. Grousing. Tommy, out of sorts, grumbling, is grousing. No socks, ration parties several hours late, etc., at first were causes for grousing before Tommy got used to it. Guardhouse lawyer. A soldier who is usually in the guardhouse himself, who advises other soldiers how to get out. Gunfire. A term referring to morning tea, purely local in its application, soldiers from different parts of the line not recognizing it at all with that meaning. Hangars. Sheds or huts where aeroplanes are housed when not flying. They are built of wood, tin, or canvas as most convenient. Hanging on the barbed wire, absent after a battle. HE, high explosive shells. A high explosive shell contains no bullets. It does not explode until it hits the ground, but on explosion the shell bursts into fragments which are thrown in all directions. Heavies. The soldiers refer to the big guns as heavies. They are large caliber guns discharging shells weighing from 60 pounds to 2,000 pounds, and are effective at distances of many miles. His or ours. The question a soldier asks when he hears a shell but cannot see it. Hissing Jenny. A 4.1 high-velocity German shell fired from a field gun. It may contain either shrapnel, high explosive, poisonous gas, or crying gas. It has a velocity of about 2,400 feet per second and makes a hissing sound as it goes, hence its name. It is used to demolish troops, its velocity making it especially deadly. Howitzer. A short muzzle cannon which fires a high explosive shell. This war has brought out howitzers of very large caliber, and at present they are being used very extensively. They are very effective in destroying the strongest fortified positions in a few moments. Their caliber ranges from 4 inches to 15 inches. Hun, the cruelest animal known, will soon be extinct. The term is derived from the Huns of Attila, an ancient tribe of barbaric people from whom the present-day Germans claim to be descended. In our opinion, it is too good a name for Fritz. Identification disc. A small metal plate marked with the soldier's name, regimental number, and religion. This disc is worn around the neck or wrist. Identification patrol. A patrol sent out into no man's land for the purpose of getting a prisoner and identifying the enemy troops holding the line opposite. Intense bombardment. The heaviest bombardment our artillery is capable of giving to Fritz. This fire generally wrecks the troops in front of us, and when it comes to hand fighting, he is not capable of putting up a stubborn resistance. Invalided home. Sent home on account of sickness or wounds. Irish diehards. 6th Dragoons of the British Army. At the Battle of the Marne, only 69 men of this regiment came out of the fight, of the 700 who went into it. Iron rations. Tommy's emergency or 24-hour ration, consisting of bully beef, hardtack or ship's biscuit, tea, and sometimes sugar and oxo cubes. Also applied to the shells thrown by our artillery at the Huns. Island traverse. An island in a communication trench, about 8 by 12 feet, around which the trench is dug in a square or oblong shape. This island traverse forms an excellent protection for a machine gun, and it also serves as a kind of switch, by which men going up to the front may pass those coming back with less difficulty than in the narrow trenches. End of Lingo of No Man's Land by Lorenzo Smith. Part 1. Read by Maria Casper. Lingo of No Man's Land by Lorenzo Smith, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jack Johnson, the largest shell used by Fritz. It is between 16 and 17 inches, and when it explodes it makes a shell crater about 20 feet deep. This shell is also called the Ypres Express, as it reminds one of an express train as it tears through the air, emitting a dense cloud of black smoke when it explodes. Jake, a universal army term meaning something like our expression ripping. It is applied without discrimination to a pretty girl, a good soup or stew, or anything with which there is much satisfaction. It may be an anglicism of the French word chic. Jam tins. Jam tins are exactly what the name implies. In the early days, all empty jam tins were by order collected, filled with high explosive and old pieces of iron, etc., and used as a hand grenade. Sammy will learn soon enough what a jam tin is in the present day fighting, and he will welcome any fresh fruit which comes his way. Jawbone, a new verb meaning to obtain credit, as I have jawboned Yank out of $5. Jerry, a steel shrapnel helmet, also known as tin hat. Juice, tea, also called char. Jumping off trench, a shallow temporary trench a few yards in advance of the main entrenchments, from which an attack is started. The term is also used sometimes with reference to the fire trench itself. When it is a distinct trench by itself, it is simply a shelter for men going over the top before advancing, easier to get out of than the deeper fire trench. It is usually built the night before the attack. Kamerad, the Boche sign of surrender. He raises his hands and shouts, "Merci, kamerad," and the next minute you see Tommy hand him a cigarette or give him a drink from his water bottle. Some Germans surrender in this way until you pass on, and then they grab a rifle and shoot you in the back, their way of expressing thanks for the cigarette or drink of water. Knife rest, a wire entanglement made in sections behind the lines and carried forward at night to be set up in no man's land. This method is easier and quicker than to construct the entanglement out in no man's land exposed to enemy fire. Knuckle knives, heavy daggers about 9 inches long, now part of every Allied soldier's equipment for use in hand-to-hand fighting. The knives have heavy bayonet-like blades and knobbed hilts. They are carried in the puttees, as the Highlanders carry a skene-dhu in their socks. Kukri. When the British brought troops from India to the Western battlefront, new weapons outside the knowledge of Western warfare were brought into use by the Indian soldiers. Chief among these is the kukri, a 15 to 18-inch curved knife of the Gurkhas, the wonderful soldiers from Nepal. The knife has a razor edge which thickens toward the back to 1/4 inch. The handle, which is of wood, is bound with copper wire at distances convenient for the fingers to grip the wood easily. It can be used either at close quarters or thrown. There is no escape by running, for so skillful are these Indians in the use of the kukri that a man would be beheaded before he had gone 10 yards in an effort to escape. Ladies from hell, the complimentary epithet of the Germans for the Scotch kilties. Liaison officer, officer who maintains communication between battalions or batteries during operations. Liquid fire. The chemical composition of this weapon is kept a secret, although it is sometimes referred to as burning petrol or kerosene. Early in the war, when the Germans first employed this barbarous weapon, it was shot from nozzles like fire hose. Now individual soldiers may carry a cylinder of the chemicals on their backs, with a nozzle attached by which to direct the burning stream at will. It will carry about 40 yards. Listening post. A shell hole, a crater, or a place of concealment where scouts lie watching for enemy patrols, enemy raids on our trenches, or for any useful information. An ordinary listening post is occupied by 1 bomber and 2 riflemen. Little Willie, the German crown prince, whom Tommy says he expects to make an uncrowned pauper. Machine gun nests. The steel and concrete fortifications behind which several machine guns are placed to rake the enemy lines, while protected themselves by the concrete and steel walls of the next fortifications. Maconochie, so called from the manufacturer's name. It is canned Irish stew, or mulligan, served in tins. The soldiers warm it over trench stoves. Mad Fourth. a Canadian regiment which won its name of honor by making a hopeless charge, April 23, 1915, in order to hold the Germans back until the British could bring up reinforcements. In that fight, 19 officers and 650 men were killed. Mad Minute. The first minute of an attack. It was so named because we fired so many shots in the first minute of an attack that it dazed the Huns. Mechanical transports. The trains of motor trucks used to carry forward supplies from the railroads. Mess tin. So necessary a part of the soldiers' equipment that one battalion used 15,000 from the time they went to France until June 1916. It is a complete outfit, plate, cup, and bowl. In an emergency, a shaving mug or a soup can is a worthy substitute. Mills bomb, the official British hand grenade, the most deadly weapon for its size in use today in France. It is thrown like a cricket ball. 35 yards, however, is about as far as the average Tommy ever throws a Mills bomb. For results, ask Fritzie. Mind the wire. Expression used when a man goes up the line. In other words, following the telephone lines, etc. Mine. An underground excavation extending out into no man's land, as near to the enemy's front line as possible, filled with high explosives ready to be blown up at a given signal. As a rule, the mines are exploded just prior to an attack. Minnehaha. Name for German Minenwerfers, or trench mortar shells, also called minis. Mini. The German 198-pound trench mortar high explosive shell, which can be plainly seen coming through the air. At night it has a tail of fire like a rocket. It kills by concussion. Minor operations. Small-scale operations or attacks with a definite object in view. It may take the form of a trench raid to secure information or capture prisoners, without any idea of holding the captured trenches, but simply to harass the enemy and destroy their morale. M.O. Medical Officer. Moat. A small house entirely surrounded by a ditch of water. We make small forts of them by putting barbed wire in front and back of the ditch and putting machine guns in the house and barricading it with sandbags. Mopping up. Clearing the battlefield after action and salvaging all material. This includes the hazardous business of cleaning out lurking enemies hidden in dugouts and shell holes, awaiting a chance to strike Tommy in the back. The tricks employed by the Germans to take soldiers unawares include all sorts of fanciful and deceptive bombs, looking like lost personal articles, which explode when picked up. Moppers up. Small parties of men detailed to follow the first attacking waves, bombing dugouts and looking after any of the enemy missed by the first lines of the advancing attackers. Mother. Big naval 17-inch gun, also called the Queen Elizabeth. Motor machine gun batteries. Machine guns mounted on motorcycles. A very effective means of stemming an attack. The guns are rushed up the road near which the action is taking place, deploying as they near the enemy, and almost invariably succeed in turning an enemy success into a rout. Mufti. Tommy's term for civilian clothes. Mulligan. Irish stew, the meat and vegetable stew served out to the soldiers in the trenches. Mulligan battery, the cook wagon. Mustard gas. A new poisonous gas recently used against American soldiers. It is dichlorated ethyl sulfide. It burns the skin and blisters the bronchial tubes when present in quantity, whence its name of mustard gas. Its intoxication is rarely mortal, but the burns are painful and hard to heal. The effects are first felt in the eyes 6 to 12 hours after taking, followed by a congestion, hardly painful but bothering to the vision. This phase is regularly over in 3 days. It is followed by breathing troubles, which begin by an almost complete extinction of the voice. This phase lasts approximately 4 days and is followed in turn by congestion of the lungs, which requires a long time to cure by reason of the frequent relapses when health is apparently restored. Finally, there are burns on the skin looking like red splotches. These may be painful or even frightful, but are never mortal unless a great portion of the skin has been exposed to the action of the gas for a long time. The action is quickest on damp surfaces, and the body burns are the result of the action of the body heat and moisture on the gas. Children and civilians are likely to suffer even more from this kind of a gas attack because of the body burns from which it is difficult to protect them. M&D, abbreviation for Militia and Defence, the Canadian Department at Ottawa corresponding to the War Office in London or the War Department at Washington. Also stands for Medicine and Duty, representing the small ailment treatment, a dose of physic and back to work. MNV, meat and vegetables, or in official Army language, rations. NAPU. In the familiar parlance of the trench, NAPU means done for, killed. It is presumably a corruption of the French phrase ne plus, no more, and is used not only with reference to the death of a comrade, but with the general meaning it is finished. Napper, Tommy's word for head. You duck your napper when passing a bad place in the parapet. NCO, a non-commissioned officer. Night ops, night patrol. No man's land, the stretch of land lying between the German front line and our own. Ground much coveted by both sides but owned by neither. Along one section, our reconnoitering parties called it Canada's land, because they rarely ran across a Hun out there during the night patrols. This neutral space between the enemy lines varies in width from 25 to 400 or 500 yards. The enemy has even been as close as 15 yards. Observation balloon. A captive balloon kept several miles behind the front line. The men in these balloons are equipped with powerful glasses with telescopic lens. They watch closely all movements of the enemy and also locations of artillery and enemy aeroplanes who attempt to pass over. Observation post. An observation post is a point in our lines from which a clear view can be obtained of the enemy territory. If it is an infantry observation post, the enemy movements and defenses are noted and reported direct. If it is an artillery post, connection with the battery is made by telephone, the observer reporting to the gunners all movements and defenses within range. All firing from the battery, which is often miles behind the lines, is controlled by these observation posts far up near the enemy country. OC, abbreviation for Officer Commanding Battalion under the direct command of the Brigadier of the Division, or Officer in charge of any unit. OD, olive drab, or on dress. Old man, universal term of affection for the colonel of the regiment. Old Swati, an old soldier. One-star wonder, a second lieutenant, his badge of rank being a single star. Open up, the usual expression for beginning to fire. O-Pip, the soldier's name for observation post, from which the movements of the enemy are watched through telescopes. Out there, the usual English expression for at the front, about the same as the Americans' over there. Over the tapes. Rehearsing the plan of attack behind the lines so as to avoid misunderstandings and delays in action is called over the tapes. From aerial photographs, a map of white tape is laid out in a field behind the lines, showing the relation and direction of enemy trenches from our own and the distance between the various points. Each soldier learns exactly how far and in what direction from his own post is the part of the enemy trench which he is to reach and capture. Over the top. Before the attack, friends of the party participating often bid them adieu, over the top and the best of luck, or over the top and give them hell. Oyster bombs. Oyster-shaped hand grenades with projections around the edge. Unlike the ordinary grenade, it explodes by concussion, that is, upon hitting something solid, instead of by a time fuse. Package. Another expression for a wound or blighty, that is, a wound serious enough to take the boys home to England to recuperate. Strange as it may appear to those in mufti, Tommy sometimes welcomes blighty or a package with joy. Padre. Universal term for army chaplains irrespective of creed or denomination. Pancake. The aeroplane pancaked down, meaning dropping flat on all fours, so to speak, instead of coming down in a gliding position. Patrol parties. These are groups of from 3 to 20 men, usually accompanied by an officer, sent out into no man's land at night with some definite object in view, either to report on enemy movements in their trenches, condition of the barbed wire entanglements, or locations of breaks through which attacking infantry may go. Men are frequently called upon to volunteer for some special trick of this sort. Small parties usually go out on this work and move by stealth, creeping and crawling from shell hole to shell hole to keep out of sight of the enemy when a rocket or star shell makes no man's land as bright as day. Large patrols armed with machine guns are sometimes sent out to attack and capture an enemy patrol and secure information from the prisoners. Parapet. A tier of sandbags, empty jam tins, old bombs, etc., built on the front side of the trench to form a target for Fritz's artillery. A model parapet should be at least 40 inches thick to keep a bullet from penetrating. From the fire step to the top of the parapet is 4 feet 6 inches. Parados. The parados is opposite the parapet, and its purpose is to stop the backward effect of shrapnel bursting behind the parados. It should be the same height as a parapet and built along the same lines. When a German trench is captured, the parados of their line then becomes the firing step for the British holding it against counter-attack. Pea-shooter, the artilleryman's name for his gun. Periscope, an instrument used for seeing no man's land by day without exposing any part of a man's body to the enemy. It is used by submarines also. Pill, term used indiscriminately for rifle and machine gun bullets and even larger shells. Pillbox, a square box-like protection in which a number of men take refuge to hold a position against attack. It is made of iron and concrete. Pipsqueak, the British shell corresponding to the Germans' hissing Jenny. It is smaller than the German shell and makes a sound like its name, followed by a switch-kerump. It is usual to reply to a bombardment with shells in kind, so that duels of the front are sometimes staged between hissing Jennies and pipsqueaks. The velocity of the English shell is about 2,200 feet per second. Plugged, another expressive term for clicked, killed by bullet or shrapnel. Poilu, the French enlisted man, corresponding with the English Tommy and the American Sammy or Yank. Poisonous gas, first employed by the Germans at the Battle of the Somme. The first gas used was chlorine, and after the first surprise attack, the British learned to know it by the yellow, low-rolling clouds sweeping across no man's land. Since then, other gases have been employed by both sides, the composition of which is regarded as a military secret. One gas employed by the Germans is invisible and not distinguishable, it is said, until the victim falls dead. Protection against this deadly chemical is found in the rats which inhabit the trenches and succumb more quickly than the men to its effects, thus acting as detectors. Gas shells contain various compositions calculated to spread rapidly in all directions when the shell explodes. The advantage of gas shells is more apparent when it is remembered that the first method of shooting gas from a nozzle was only possible when the wind was in the right direction to carry it away from the Huns' own lines. Sometimes even so they suffered from their own weapon. Both methods are still employed, however, and every soldier must carry gas masks as part of his regular equipment in the field. Gas, inhaled, destroys the lung tissues and is both very painful and suffocating. Poultice wallopers, hospital orderlies. Pushing up the daisies. This expression means a man has been killed and buried. Quarter blocky, quartermaster sergeant. Rabbit's hole, trench name for small holes just large enough for one man to find shelter, usually in the rear of the trenches. A name also used sometimes in reference to mines. Railhead, the central station for collecting troops and wounded men from the trenches, is called the railhead. At this place are concentration camps or base hospitals and the headquarters of the General Base Hospital Staff. RAMC, Royal Army Medical Corps. Also, rob all my comrades. Rations, the scale of food allowed to each soldier, the regular apportionment of food. Rat poison, affectionate term for cheese. The trench rats which swarm about are fed up on cheese. Reconnaissance, a survey of the enemy line by a patrol to learn the lay of the land and gather information about the entire position. Red cap, a staff officer, so called because of the red band on his cap. Redoubt, a particularly strongly fortified section of trenches, with barbed wire entanglements on all sides, to permit the garrison to hold out during an enemy attack, and, if possible, to break it up. Refilling point, the station or supply depot where the mechanical transport trains turn over their supplies to the quartermasters of the different units in the front trenches. Regulation strafing, regular daily grist of shells sent over about the same time every day without any apparent purpose of attacking or doing more than simply harassing the enemy. Re-up, re-enlist. Revetment, a support for the wall of the trenches made of chicken wire, young saplings woven between stakes, burlap, anything to strengthen the side of the trench. Ricochet, when a bullet or piece of shrapnel hits a wall or solid object and glances off before hitting a soldier, it is called a ricochet. Oftentimes soldiers are wounded in this manner, especially when there happens to be an old wall or shattered house where bullets can glance off easily. Rifle, the soldier's best friend, none to equal him in the trenches. They give him the uttermost care, keep him polished and well oiled. You may need him at any moment to save your life, and when you call on him he will be at your service if you treat him as your dearest friend and keep him in the very best condition. Riveter, a machine gun or automatic rifle, so called from the sound in action. Route or rootie. Rootie is a term which is used by the British troops in India, and the word found its way back to England. Every British Tommy uses the term rootie for bread. Rum jar, not a drinking vessel, but a term for the Germans' homemade trench mortar. It looks like a piece of stovepipe on a wooden base. The rum jar is filled with all kinds of metal bits and is fitted with a time fuse. Rum ration. All British soldiers are dealt out a measure of rum each morning before stand down or roll call. Runner, men used to carry messages during an attack. In many cases the wires are cut by the enemy artillery, and these men have to carry the messages on foot. Salient, an unevenness, bulge or angle in the line projecting toward the enemy trenches. A salient is a particularly dangerous part of the line because it is liable to attack on both sides and to crossfire over every inch of it, a very uncomfortable place in which to be. Salvo, the simultaneous firing of the guns of a battery. Sammy, the soldier whom Uncle Sam sends to the front, Tommy's American cousin from the U.S., also called Yank and Buddy. Sand rats, soldiers who stay in the pits on the ranges and score the targets in firing practice. Sans fait rien, an expression from the French cela ne fait rien, meaning the same as napu, or the opposite sense of Jake, no good, done for. Sap. There are two kinds of saps, underground and surface. The underground sap is burrowed by the mining engineer or tunneler for the purpose of blowing up mines and listening for sounds of enemy tunnelers. The surface sap is simply a continuation of a front-line trench out into no man's land, where listening post sentries take up their positions at night. The usefulness of these saps is demonstrated when the British or Germans have their engineers mine across no man's land to a point under the enemy trenches, where a heavy charge of dynamite or other high explosive is placed. The explosion not only destroys the trenches, but is timed to catch a large number of soldiers occupying the trenches at the time. The British blew up a whole hill at Messines Ridge, killing 2 battalions of German soldiers and making a crater in the earth 2 acres across. Sapper, a private in the engineering corps. Part of their work is digging the mines to blow up enemy fortifications. The sapper is supposed to have more skill and initiative than the average infantryman. He does all kinds of engineering work, mostly supervising the infantry working parties which are supplied to him on demand. Sausage, an observation balloon, so called because its shape reminds one of a sausage. Scaling ladder, a short ladder used for climbing out of deep trenches. Scouts, men who patrol the battalion frontage at night and report any unusual enemy movements. Second barrage. The barrage proper is laid down before advancing troops or over a particular area. When the attack comes, a second barrage is directed to drop a line of bursting shells at a distance back of the fire trenches, thus cutting off the front lines from supplies and reinforcements from the rear while the enemy attack takes place. Enemy forces caught between the two are practically annihilated. Secret Scout, a new English Scout monoplane which travels 145 miles an hour. Tommy says the Germans would give 10,000 men and a Zepp to learn the secret of its construction, as 140 miles an hour is the fastest Hun plane. Sector, a portion of the front. It may mean 1 or 2 traverses, or the distance held by a battalion or a full brigade. 75. The famous French gun which has the record of firing 28 shells a minute. Shag, an inferior kind of cigarette tobacco used by the British soldiers. Shave tail, a new sub-lieutenant or second lieutenant, so called because new army mules have their tails shaved. This term is more used in the American Army than in the British. Shell shock. Concussion frequently leads to shell shocks from which the soldier does not recover for weeks and months. As a nervous disorder, it makes a man irritable and quarrelsome, a result of one of the most fiendish inventions for which the Germans have been notorious in this war. Music is often employed as a means of arousing interest in shell-shock patients. Shiv, trench slang for shave. British Army officers consider the discipline that requires every soldier to shave each morning, if at all possible, is one of the strongest factors in keeping up the morale of the troops. Shock troops, generally picked troops who have seen previous fighting, the best trained and most effective for an offensive or assault. Shrapnel shell. A shrapnel shell contains many leaden bullets, which make a rain of lead when the shell explodes. This is why so often the dispatches read, "wounded by shrapnel." If the shell is timed to explode in the air, as is usually the case, these bullets are thrown forward some 250 yards. If the shell explodes on the ground, the effect is not so great. See a plane. a small plane of size and type similar to the Curtiss plane, but much faster and more sensitive to control. Its speed is almost as great as the Nieuport. Some SIA planes carry something like 1,000 pounds load in addition to the pilot and observer. These machines are used for day bombing and special reconnaissance. They hold the record for climbing. Silent Susie, a German high-explosive shell not heard until it bursts. As most of the large shells can be both seen and heard, the Silent Susie is more to be feared than some of the others, sometimes called the Silent Lizzie. Skilly, a thick soup of meat and vegetables served out in army rations. Slacks, the trousers of the undress uniform. The invalided men appear in slacks and minus puttees while convalescing. Slum, beef hash. SM, Sergeant Major, the senior non-commissioned officer of a battalion, who is the official spokesman between the adjutant and the non-commissioned officers, as the adjutant is between the sergeant major and the officer commanding. Smoke bomb, a shell which on bursting gives forth dense smoke. It is used chiefly to conceal movements of troops. Sneeze gas. To force the removal of the protecting gas masks, the Germans have used what the soldiers call sneeze gas, because its action is to cause a violent desire to sneeze. It is chemically diphenylchlorozine, and shells containing it are mixed with other shells in a bombardment. On explosion, it expands to a damp gas containing arsenic, invisible, odorless, and subtle, which penetrates the filters of the gas masks, causing great irritation of the nasal passages. Removal of the mask, however, means death. The British have now devised a means of filtering this gas just as the chlorine gases and tear gases are neutralized in the box respirator and pH helmet, so that they are no longer greatly to be feared. Sniper, a sharpshooter located in some place of advantage, like an old tree or a ruined tower, close enough to the enemy lines for him to be able to pick off any man caught above the parapet. The contour of the ground and the constant shell fire make many places dangerous where the trench walls are low or partly blown away, and any soldier who forgets to duck his head in passing such a spot is a fair target for the sniper. A crack shot is picked from the battalion and is allowed to choose his own place to snipe at Fritzy's head. SOL, the signaler's alphabet for delete, applied to anything that cannot be done or anything that is out of the question. SOS, the term applied to the signal the infantry send up in case of a Boche attack, usually 2 or 3 rockets of various colors, which are changed from time to time. When the artillery sentry sees this, he signals his battalion for action in support of the attached infantry in front of him. To the artillerymen, SOS means save our souls. Spotting or contact aeroplanes. Light, fast planes flying at a height of 2,500 to 3,000 feet to detect placement of enemy batteries and receive signals from their own trenches. They are not fighting machines and are therefore usually protected in their work by a second patrol, flying 4,000 feet or more above them, commissioned to intercept any enemy planes that may try to interfere with the successful observations of the spotting planes. Stag heap. At the mouth of coal mines, large mounds are formed, and when a shell strikes these heaps, the coal dust flies and portions slide down. If you happen to be at the bottom, you immediately look like one of the Gold Dust twins. Stand to. Every evening at sunset for half an hour, and again every morning at dawn, the order is given to stand to, which means that every man stands alert, his pack on his back, his rifle loaded, facing the enemy in anticipation of a possible attack. After standing to, the order is stand down, and the men may then go to their dugouts, leaving only the sentries on duty. Stand down, the order countermanding stand to. Star shell, or very light. Rocket fired from a pistol. It bursts in the air with a fireworks display bright enough to illuminate no man's land and reveal enemy scouts. Colored shells are used for signals. The very bright SOS rocket is called by the soldiers "Save Our Souls." Steamroller. The term applied to the 126 German divisions hurled at the British line in their effort to take Amiens in April 1918. Steel ring. A peculiar weapon of the Indian soldiers is a kind of steel ring which they carry on their heads like a fillet. It also has a razor edge which thickens abruptly to the inner rim. In an attack, the ring is lifted from the head and hurled with such skill and force that it will half bury itself in a tree trunk yards away and cuts a man's head off very neatly and expeditiously. As the Indian soldiers have been transferred to the Mesopotamian battlefront on account of the unaccustomed climatic conditions in France, these weapons are not now seen in the West. Stokes gun. A very effective small gun used in the trenches. It has a range of from 50 to 300 yards and fires a shell similar to a Mills hand grenade. It is operated by a release lever and a 5-second time fuse. The shell is of cast steel, weighs some 12 pounds, and carries a charge of ammonal. The gun is operated by a spring and is so rapid in action that as many as 8 shells may be in the air at one time. Unless the range between the front line trenches and the enemy is sufficient for the gun to be used in the fire trenches, it is usually worked from the second line trenches. Storks. Aeroplanes. Strafing. From the German "hate," used to refer to a heavy bombardment by the Germans. Thus, a rain of shells from the enemy is described as "Fritz is strafing." Striker. A soldier who works for an officer. Suicide club. General term for machine gunners, grenadiers, wiring parties, trench mortar squads, trench raiders, or others engaged in extra hazardous duties. Sumps. Shell holes. A common usage of the word is in the phrase "connecting up sumps," that is, building trenches quickly by digging from one shell hole to another. Supervision trench. A secondary trench close to the fire trench used for purposes of lateral communication and supervision of the front line. Tail slide. The descent of an aeroplane sliding down tail first. The stunts of the flying machines at the front have brought into common usage a vocabulary of their own. Taking over. The act of relieving a force in the trenches. A battalion takes over a section or trench. Tank. The following description is taken from an editorial page of the Christian Science Monitor. It is said that the name tank was selected because of the need for the camouflage of secrecy and not because of the inherently genial oddity of the creature itself. The tanks are of 2 varieties, the male and the female, according to their armament. The male is said to precede his better half into battle for the purpose of breaking up the enemy emplacements, while she pays her assiduous attentions to the men seeking her lord's destruction. Needless to say, the name caught on from the very first with everybody except the German, who, refusing to see its grim humor, ponderously dubbed the tank the Schützengraben-Vernichtungsautomobil. Long after the tank made its dramatic appearance on the Western Front, it refused to be photographed, except for purposes of private circulation. Messages with regard to it were coded, for instance, as 10 Willies reach you today. To help in concealing the destination of the tanks, at the stage when any allusion to their destination was precluded, they were painted with the directions "with care to Petrograd." They were concealed under tarpaulins, they were transported at night, and unloaded and driven to their stables under acetylene flares. As they issued from the gloom into the circle of light, there appeared, as it were, a brood of slug-shaped monsters, purring or roaring and panting, and even emitting flames as they slid or pivoted over the ground. Behind them was a tail in the shape of ridiculous wheels. Mr. Wells, the original sponsor for the tank, did not like the caudal appendages. He said they reminded him of a monster begun as a kangaroo and ending as a doll's perambulator. These steering wheels annoyed him, and it is understood they have disappeared. At least they are not to be seen on the creature in mufti. In spite of this loss, the tanks are said to be as docile and responsive as trained elephants under their own mahouts. The tanks, tacitly, are the nurses and protectors of the attacking infantry. Apart from their fighting qualities, the very grotesqueness of the machines, their ungainly, indescribable method of progress, their coloring, surpassing on the battlefield, it is said, the sickliest fancies of the most rabid cubist, prove to be actual moral assets. Their debut was as much a surprise to the British Tommy as it was to the German infantry. But while they instilled terror in the German, they supplied the touch of comic relief to the British soldier, who has always been blessed with a keen sense of the ridiculous. As they heaved their bulk clumsily across no man's land, they acted as an excellent antidote to the effect of the Jack Johnsons, the Weary Willies, the Silent Susies, the whiz-bangs, the sausages, and the rum jars, which had hitherto held the field, by virtue of their innate grotesqueness and humour. In a moment the tank became for Tommy the amusing mechanical big brother. While Tommy laughed, holding his sides, Behemoth, clad in his bullet-proof skin, seemed to laugh also. He laughed at entanglements, laughed at machine guns and trenches, and laughed at everything else as he cantered and keeled, swung and swayed, slanted and pitched, and nosed his way along the shell-holes and ditches. Tear gas. Composition of this gas is said to be benzyl bromide and iodide. Its action is to cause painful irritation of the eyes and a rush of tears temporarily blinding the victim. Chloride and bromide xylite is another tear gas, which not only blinds but suffocates. Tear shell. One form of gas shell is called the tear shell because on explosion it gives off an irritating gas that causes temporary blindness. The eyes smart and tears flow. Terrain. A word taken from the French, meaning the lay of the land or the conformation of the ground. Tickler's artillery. Jam tin grenades. There is a large English jam manufacturer whose product is one of the main articles of diet in the army. His tins were frequently used in making hand grenades, especially in the early days of the war when there was a great shortage of munitions. Tin hat. Tommy's name for the steel helmet. The name sometimes applies to staff officers. Tommy Atkins, the most common name for the British soldier. Tout fini. Tommy's expression for all finished, from the French tout fine. Torp. Trench slang for aerial torpedo. Tot. The regulation rum ration of 2 tablespoons of rum dealt out in winter to men on active duty to warm them up, especially after a cold sentry go, morning and evening. Tracer bullet. A bullet leaving a flame or spiral of smoke behind it, which enables the operator of the gun to follow its course and recognize hits, especially used by aviators, where it is very valuable at close range as a check on marksmanship. Transport. Motor trucks, ammunition wagons, mule carts, etc., for the conveyance of all Army stores, kits, and rations when a unit is on the move. Battalion transport brings up the rations to its battalion when in the line, or if not to it, as close as is possible. Traverse. A section of trench connecting 2 fire bays. The earth wall left in building trenches, dividing the sections of trench from each other, so as to localize the effect of shells. If the trenches were perfectly straight, a bursting shell would shower death up and down the trench for many yards. But by building the trenches with irregularities, like a square-toothed saw, the effect of a shell is felt only in the particular small portion in which it lands. Trench. A deep, narrow zigzag ditch made to hold soldiers, but usually found half full of mud and water. The narrow trenches have broadened the vocabulary of Tommy. Trench cannel, also ration heater. It is a trench candle made of a short length of tightly rolled newspaper, pasted and soaked in melted paraffin. Trench feet. a disease of the feet caused by exposure to the wet and cold during the first year of the war. The first British contingency suffered frightful casualties from standing in water hour after hour in the trenches in 1914. Trench flare, also called star or Very shells, similar to the rockets of the 4th of July. These rockets are used to illuminate no man's land and thus prevent a surprise attack. Those fired from a pistol are called pistol flares. Trench mat, a boarded walk through the trenches which enables the soldier to carry a heavier load than would be possible on a slimy earth bottom. Trench mats are built in sections about 5 feet long by 18 inches wide, and are carried from the rear to be placed along the trenches. Since the day when the engineers came on the scene and constructed trench mats, the trouble with trench feet has been negligible. Before that time, the casualties of the first British contingency from trench feet were frightful, as the men were obliged to stand in water for days at a time. Trench mat is also called duck walk. Trench mortar. There are several kinds of trench mortars. Usually the term trench mortar is applied to a large heavy gun with a very high trajectory and used at close range. Being effective only at short distances, these shells are stationed right in the trenches. The shells are high explosives of different sizes and are very heavy and very effective. A 298-pound torpedo from a trench mortar will go 10 to 16 feet into the ground before exploding if the ground is soft, and lighting in the trench it will wipe out a whole section. The shell is thrown in a high arc, coming down almost perpendicularly. These projectiles get Fritzie's goat quicker than anything we can put over. There is also a light trench gun with a range of from 400 to 1,500 yards. It throws a bomb weighing from 13 to 298 pounds, containing high explosives and no bullets. These shells are deadly because of the fragments into which the steel jacket bursts. The effectiveness of one of these high explosive trench mortars is realized when a direct hit by one of their shells will completely demolish an entire bay. Trench raid, an attack on enemy trenches on a small scale, usually made to obtain identification of the enemy unit opposite and with no intention to hold same. Turtles, German hand grenades. Typewriter, another expression for machine gun, corresponding to riveter and similar terms arising from its sound in action. Underground cable, an ordinary cable containing almost any number of telephone wires, usually 5 or 6, buried from 5 to 7 feet under the surface of the earth to protect it from shell fire, thus ensuring good communication in any average bombardment. Up the line. When the men go to the trenches to relieve another regiment, they are said to go up the line. Up you go, and the best of luck is the adieu when a man's blighty is healed and he leaves the comfortable hospital for the trenches again. Victoria Cross, V.C., the highest decoration conferred on a soldier for bravery. Also, the Canuck's designation for his home country, victorious Canada. Visibility, the condition of the atmosphere by which the terrain and the enemy positions are easily observed or not seen, as the case may be. The heavy gunfire and the low undrained ground cause mists, smoke, and other atmospheric conditions affecting observations either from observation posts or by aeroplane scouts, so that visibility or the condition of the atmosphere is a very important factor. A foggy day, low visibility, while unfavorable to observation, is favorable to a surprise attack. Volplane, the technical term for an aeroplane gliding to rest with the engine shut off. Vril, usual term for the spinning nosedive, one of the feats which every aeroplane pilot must be able to perform. Waders. These are the high rubber boots worn by the men in the trenches to protect them from the mud and water that fills the bottom of the trenches. When the men are relieved from duty, these boots are left behind for the next company going into the trenches, rubber being scarce. Wagon soldier, an artilleryman. Wave, a line of troops in an assault. The first line is called the first wave, that following the second wave, and so on. The line which bombs out the positions passed by the preceding lines is called the mopping up wave. Weeping gas. Tear gas, the results of which are not fatal. It is sent over in shells and is colorless. It does no permanent damage, but it tends to weaken the efficiency of troops affected for the time being by getting into their eyes, bringing tears, and having a more or less blinding effect. Anti-tear shell goggles are now in issue in the Army, and if put on in time are an absolute prevention. Weeping pill, another name for tear shell or the shell containing irritating gas that causes temporary blindness of soldiers affected by it. Whiz-bang, the name given Fritz's 3-inch field battery shell. All you hear is a whiz and then a bang. This is a high-explosive shrapnel shell and is responsible for the largest percentage of the casualties. It is said to be the only shell one can't get away from. It travels so fast it beats its own sound. Whistling Jimmy, howitzer shell, so named from the noise it makes going through the air. Wipers, Tommy's name for Ypres. Wiring party. Wiring parties are sent out at night to repair damage in the barbed wire entanglements, or to put up new entanglements in front of the trenches. The work is always done at night in order to avoid the danger of enemy fire. Woodpecker. Machine gun sniping is called woodpecker. For instance, a machine gun may be trained on a certain point which all messengers and troops must pass going up to the firing trenches or leaving them, thus compelling them to pass through a veritable rain of lead. Ypres Express, a term common earlier in the war, referring to the big gun batteries, the rumble of which sounded like an approaching train. Zepp, a German dirigible used chiefly to bombard unfortified cities and towns and to kill the civilians. Zepp raids in England were expected to terrorize the inhabitants. Zero time, the time set for the attack. In rehearsing an attack, the lines of the barrage are worked out to the minute, so that when the artillery begins fire, all guns are firing at a given range. 2 minutes later, the range is lengthened on a prearranged schedule, etc. To perfect this work, all watches must be synchronized, and this is done with nicety by London time some hours before the attack. Zero time is the exact time when the attack begins. It may be any minute of the 24 hours, but the sealed code message giving the time decided upon is delivered by hand to the commanding officer, as for instance 4:02 or 2 minutes after 4. When all the synchronized watches point to 4:02, the artillery begins without further orders or carrying of messages. Any individual error in watches may clearly be very costly. End of Lingo of No Man's Land by Lorenzo Smith, Part 2. Read by Maria Casper.
Ghost, from Tales of a Famished Land by Edward R. Hunt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Belgian peasants say that on the eve of All Souls, unquiet spirits are loosed from their graves for an hour after sunset. Those who died by violence, or those who died unshriven, rise from the dark and speak to passers-by. They rise with the load of their sins upon them, with the hatred or fear or agony or longing which they felt while dying still in their tortured hearts, and they beg the passers-by to take vengeance on their enemies, or to give them news of those they loved or hated. And after a brief hour, they sink back again into the dust. I believe the story, for I have met those sad spirits. It was on a foggy evening in October, All Souls' Eve, on the road from Brussels to Antwerp, where Belgians and Britain a year before faced the German hordes in weeks of bitter fighting. We were in a terrible hurry. Pierre, the chauffeur, was driving the motor car, and I was seated beside him. The headlights blurred like drowned eyes, and the open windshield dripped with wet. If we met a belated cart, or if we misjudged distances on that winding road, we would never reach our destination alive. But we were in a hurry, for it was All Souls' Eve, the night of the dead. Drowned trees writhed in the blurred light, culverts leaped out of the yellow flood like fountains, and dead walls in the burned and ravished villages seemed like rows of Roman tombs. We flew through the murdered town of Epigym, down vacant alleys lined with gaunt, disemboweled dwellings, beneath the shell of a church, beside stark walls lit for a breathless instant by the headlight of the motor, then blotted into chaos. It was eerie and terrifying. A peculiar odor of decay, the odor of sour soil in early spring, when the grip of ice is relaxed and the buried abominations of winter steal up into the sun, rose from the town and pursued us. A smell like rotten fungi and old crypts. Sounds like the flapping of garments on a clothesline stole through the steady bass roar of the motor, and to my heavy eyes, tortured with staring into the yellow blur ahead, a vague shape seemed to float beside the car, a shape which was strangely human, erect, but rigid, flying along like a dry leaf upright in a gale. I could see it only with the tail of my eye. It disappeared when I turned my head. It was clearest when I rolled my eyes high and looked through the lower part of the retina. A sort of second sight, I suppose. The thing puzzled, angered, then frightened me. Faster! Vita! Vita! I yelled, suddenly grasping Pierre by the arm. The shadowy thing danced into the edges of the blur of light directly ahead. Look out, Pierre! The emergency brake came on with a grind and a jolt, and the lights flared with the pulse of the engine. It's nothing, I protested, half ashamed of myself, for evidently Pierre saw nothing. Encore, plus vita. We seemed to have lost the shadow thing, until suddenly I discovered that there were others with it, swinging rigid through the fog, like trees uprooted in a cyclone. My eyes were smarting with cold tears. It was like swimming with one's eyes open in a stiff current. And all the time I watched the shadow shapes gathering closer. Faintly luminous, pale yellow blots seemed to grow in the dingy black of the racing forms. They were phosphorescent as I think of them now. Something brushed my hair. A clicking sound like castanets came from the empty tonneau behind me, and then a whistling, like the speech of a man with no palate. Feld, Wiebelwerk aus Bayem 676. Infanterie Regiment. I turned my head with an involuntary sob. There was absolutely nothing in the car. Pierre put on the brakes violently. Do you see anything? I demanded. Nothing, monsieur. Do you hear or smell anything? We listened and sniffed. Nothing, monsieur, Pierre said, quivering and crossing himself. The noise of the motor died, and we sat motionless in gruesome darkness, listening to the hollow dripping of fog water on the fallen leaves in the roadway. We were swallowed, lost in mist, with only a square yard of paved road visible before us. Go on, Pierre, I said softly. Then gradually I saw the ghost more plainly. A woman bent like an old hinge flung along beside the flying motor car, and a naked, frightened child ran fearfully before her. Ask him, Gruta, ask him about home, a thin child voice sobbed. A younger woman whose head had been hacked from her shoulders floated along with them, fondling the severed member and wailing, "Die Deutschers, the Germans!" A group of mangled bodies of Belgian artillerymen hung like a swarm of bees together, mouthing curses as they flew, and a gigantic peasant, with a clotted beard and arms stretched rigid in the form of a cross, stared with a face stabbed through and through like honeycomb. "Feldwebel, Stoner, König Kaiser, Vaterland, Sie leben hoch," whispered a voice. The swarming spirits grew till they darkened the mist. We flew through the empty corridors of Malena and on to Welheim, first of the Antwerp forts to fall, up the ridge to Varloos and Contisha, toward Udgod and the inner forts. Still the swarms grew, crowding closer and closer. The eyes of the dead peered like cat's eyes in the yellow dark, and my soul chilled to ice. The odor of dead clay was so strong I nearly fainted, and bony fingers seemed to press against my back and shoulders as if heavy wires were freezing into the flesh. "Light the dashlight, for God's sakes, Pierre," I cried, hoping the new electric blur would banish the phantoms. But their sulphurous eyes glowed only the more in its feeble ray. And the hissing, clicking, and rattling grew. Feldwebel Stoner Ausberien tot, Epigem, Septemberreisen, König, Kaiser und Vaterland hoch, a voice shrilled. "De Deutschers," sobbed an echo after it. And then, with a sudden access of horror, I remembered the saying of the peasants. I knew what had wakened those unquiet spirits, knew that they wished to question me, knew that I must answer their questions in the brief hour of their release. All of them I must answer. "Leben hoch!" screamed the German voice. "Are we in Paris?" "No," I shouted. "Swiss Francois, vive la France! Have we reached the Rhine?" "No." "Belge, is Belgium free?" "No." "Honor, the honor of my country! Honor! Honor!" "No." "Social Democrat, for world peace I fought, that the world might have peace. Is there peace?" "No." "Kyrie of Wurlu, dead for my church and my flock, are we victorious?" "No." "No." "Ask, Ruta, ask!" trilled a child's voice, and a sad shriek answered it. "Home, the little farm on the road to Ilveit, beside Kestelvierde. Is it safe?" I knew that farm, a blackened ruin like the castle beside it, with two lath crosses leaning crazily over sunken graves in the dooryard. "No." "No, no, no!" The horrid refrain beat them back. By ones and tens and hundreds they asked and were denied. They had died as most men live, hoping tomorrow would bring bliss which yesterday withheld. They had died as most men live for dreams. In all the world there was no consolation for them, no word of honest hope or recompense. In all the world there was nothing for them but a shallow grave and a little wooden cross. "I came from Devon to Antwerp, sir, with the Marines. Have we whipped the Huns?" "No." A woman's passionate voice screamed out. "They murdered my child! They murdered my man! They murdered me! Vengeance! Vengeance! Vengeance!" "No! No! No!" And I fell forward in the car senseless. When I awoke, the fog had almost disappeared. Pierre was chafing my cold hands, and the shallow shapes had gone. They had sunken again into their hollow graves, unsatisfied, unconsoled. We rode swiftly on toward Antwerp. A clean breeze stole up from the west, purifying the stricken fields and their sad memories. It tore the last remnants of gray veil from the sky. And as we turned into the black, silent city streets, I leaned my head far back and stared up into the night with a sudden sense of relief and even of comfort. The sick little planet Earth fell away from me, far, far, infinitely far. And about me was unvexed emptiness and the tremendous stars. End of Ghost, from Tales from a Famished Land, by Edward Eyre Hunt, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Chapter 14 of Army Boys on the Firing Line, or Holding Back the German Drive, by Homer Randall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information, or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. www.ccc.org. Chapter 14. The Storm of War. "Listen to that music," said Frank to his comrades the next morning, as a furious cannonade opened up that made the ground shake and filled the air with flying missiles of death. "Too many bass notes in it to be real good music," remarked Billy with a grin. "Maybe it's the overture just before the rising of the curtain," suggested Bart. "Perhaps it is," agreed Frank. "The Hun has got to start his drive sometime, and this would be just the kind of morning for it. See how heavy that mist lies on the ground? We couldn't see the Germans at a distance of 50 yards. "That's mighty thick for a fact," observed Bart. "But I guess our advanced posts are on the job. They'll give us warning in plenty of time." "Not that we need much warning as far as I can see," said Billy. "We've been ready for a long time to fight at the drop of a hat. I'll bet the Hun doesn't carry a foot of our line." "That's where you're wrong, Billy, old scout," warned Bart. "It stands to reason that he'll get away with something at first. You take any one man, no matter how strong he is, and if 10 fellows rush him all at once, they're bound to drive him back at the start. The Huns have got the advantage of knowing where they're going to strike. We don't know, and so we have to spread our forces out so as to be ready to meet him at any point. Then, too, the man who comes rushing in has the advantage of the fellow who's standing still because he's got momentum. That's why generals would rather fight on the offensive than on the defensive. They're able to pick the time and place, and the other fellow has to follow his lead." "I don't see why the Allies can't take the offensive," grumbled Billy. "It gets my goat to let the Huns hit first." "It does mine, too," admitted Frank. "And if it hadn't been for Russia quitting, we'd be looking now at the coattails of the Kaiser's generals as they scooted back to Berlin. But that's a bit of hard luck that we can't help. Russia's back down has taken 10 million soldiers from the Allies' strength. But America will make that all up in time, and then you'll see us doing the chasing." "It can't come too soon to suit me," said Billy. "I only wish Uncle Sam had started sooner to get ready." "So do I," replied Frank. "But there's no use crying over spilt milk. We're getting ahead now with leaps and bounds. I was talking to Will Stone the other day, and he just got back from a flying trip to one of the French seaports. He says it simply knocked him stiff to see the transports coming in, loaded to the guards with American troops. And he says the roads are fairly choked with doughboys moving this way. They're coming like a swarm of locusts, and there's millions more where they came from. Oh, Uncle Sam is awake now, all right, and don't you forget it. And when he once gets started, there's nothing on earth can stop him." "Right you are," said Bart. "We've won every war we've ever been in, and it's got to be a habit," grinned Billy. The old 37th was stationed on the second line, or what is called in military terms, the line of resistance. In modern fighting, when a heavy attack is expected, the defending army is usually arranged in 3 lines. The first is the advanced line, and this is hardly expected to be held very long. Its chief aim is to hold back the enemy for a while and weaken him as far as possible. Not many troops are employed on this line, nor many big guns. The chief reliance is on rifle fire and machine guns, which are so placed as to deliver a withering crossfire and cut up the enemy divisions. By the time the first line is driven back, the defending army knows where the enemy has chosen to strike and is ready for him on the second line, or line of resistance. Here the battle is on in all its fury. If here again the enemy advances, there is still a third line of battle positions. This is practically the last entrenched position that the defenders have. If they are driven back from this into the open country beyond, it becomes a serious thing for the retreating army, as many of their big guns will have been lost, and their forces are apt to be more or less disorganized. while the enemy is flushed with the victory he has so far gained. The cannonade kept on with increasing fury all through the early morning. "Heine must have plenty ammunition," remarked Frank. "He's spending it freely." "It beats anything we've been up against since we came to the front," observed Billy. "It seems to be coming nearer and nearer all the time," said Bart. "I guess this is going to be our busy day." There was intense activity all through the lines. Orderlies galloped from place to place with orders. Big motor cars rumbled up, loaded with troops who were hastily placed in position. The big guns of the Allied forces had opened up and were sending back shell for shell over the enemy lines. For over 2 hours the artillery kept up the titanic duel. The fog was lifting, though still heavy in some of the low-lying sections. The 37th was resting easily on its arms, ready for whatever might happen. "We may not see so much fighting after all," remarked Billy after a while. "The fellows in front seem to be holding pretty well. Perhaps they'll throw the Huns back right from the start." "Don't kid yourself," replied Frank grimly. "That first line is almost sure to go. It's expected to. It's only a forlorn hope anyway. We'll get our stomachs full of fighting before the day is over." Even while he spoke, there were signs of confusion up in front. Groups of men came in sight, evidently retreating. Machine gun crews, bringing their weapons with them, were hurriedly setting them up in new positions. There would be a few discharges, and then they would be forced to retreat still further. They were fighting splendidly and putting up a dogged resistance, yielding ground only foot by foot, but to the experienced eyes of the boys there was no mistaking the signs. The enemy had broken through the first line of positions. "Well, it's nothing more than we knew would happen," remarked Frank, as his frame tingled with the excitement of the coming fight, which he knew would soon be upon him. "That's so," agreed Bart. "But what gets me is that the line was broken so quickly. I thought it would be afternoon at least before the Huns got as far as this." The lines opened up to let the newcomers through so that they could go to the rear and reform. "How about it?" Frank asked of a machine gunner whom he knew, as the man limped by him, supported by a comrade. "We didn't expect to see you fellers so soon." "It was the mist," was the reply. "The Huns got within 30 yards before we tumbled to it. We did the best we could, but they just swamped our position before we could get our crossfire going. Even at that we mowed 'em down in heaps with our rifle fire, but they kept on coming. For every dead man there were 20 live ones to take his place. We put up a stiff fight, but there were too many of 'em. It seemed like millions. They're coming now like a house afire, and you boys want to brace." "We're braced already," muttered Billy through his clenched teeth as he gripped his rifle until it seemed as though his fingers must leave their imprint on the stock. There was a short period of waiting, more trying by far than any actual fighting. Then the storm broke. In front of them, rank after rank of gray-clad troops came in sight, stretching back as far as the eye could see. The mist had wholly vanished now, and the boys could see their enemy. It seemed as though the machine gunner had not exaggerated when he said that there were millions. They were like the waves of the sea. But the stout hearts of the American boys never quailed. Time and again they had met these men or their fellows and driven them back at the point of the bayonet. They had outfought and outgamed them. They had sent them flying before them. They had seen their backs. The blood of heroes and of patriots ran in the veins of the defenders. Their ancestors had fought at Bunker Hill, at Palo Alto, at Gettysburg. Above them floated the stars and stripes, an unstained flag, a glorious flag, a flag that had never been smirched by defeat. Their eyes blazed and their muscles stiffened. Then, like an avalanche, the enemy struck. End of chapter 14 of Army Boys on the Firing Line. The Storm of War by Homer Randall.
Birds as Messengers, from Birds and the War by Hugh H. Gladstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Birds as Messengers. In the pigeon post, we have the most obvious example of service rendered to man by birds during the war. The homing pigeon, whose speed of flight has been estimated at from 880 to 2,000 yards per minute, according to weather conditions, has naturally played an important part. The first use of pigeons as message carriers is wrapped in the mystery of antiquity. Solomon is alleged to have transmitted orders throughout his kingdom by means of homing pigeons. The ancient Greeks, Egyptians, and Romans employed these birds in their armies, and the victory at the siege of Modena, 43 B.C., has been attributed to pigeons. After the conquest of Gaul, relays of pigeons carried the news to Rome, as in later days the news of the victory at Waterloo was brought to England by pigeons some days in advance of the official courier. Country Life, January 4th, 1919. In the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, they were extensively used, and in the South African War of 1899 to 1902, they were also employed. Owing to the advent of wireless telegraphy, it was decided by the Admiralty in 1918 that the naval pigeon service was obsolete, and the government pigeons were therefore disposed of. Referee, December 22, 1918. At the beginning of the war, the British authorities took a characteristic course in dealing with these birds. They ordered the internment or destruction of all pigeons along the coast. Thousands of lives of men depended upon the reversal of that edict and upon the use, instead of slaughter, of the birds. The minesweepers were the first to realize the existence of a means of communication possible where all others failed, and an emergency pigeon service was established through private owners, by means of which minesweepers were enabled to send information to shore of large minefields newly laid, and other dangers of the sea. Bird Notes and News, Volume 8, page 25. Gradually it was recognized that pigeons would prove of great military importance. Steps were taken to set up an effective carrier service. Pigeon fanciers came forward with the utmost patriotism to present their birds, and a little later severe penalties were enforced under DORA for shooting carrier pigeons. It was even held that it was the duty of the public, in their own interest, to feed, water, and care for any stray homers which might come into their possession. Daily Express, July 18, 1918. In spite of these precautions, several fell victims during the shoots organized in this country to thin the immigrant hordes of wood pigeons. Our military pigeon service under Captain A.H. Osman grew to large proportions, and though it was not till March 1916 that the first British pigeons were sent over to the Western Front, our birds soon became as useful to us as those employed by our allies in France and Belgium, in which latter country the training and rearing of pigeons has long ranked as a national sport. In the earlier days, old omnibuses were used as traveling lofts, but later on, up-to-date motor lofts were extensively employed. The pigeons were taken by bicyclists in wicker crates to the front-line trenches, where they proved of the greatest use, particularly when the telegraph and telephone wires had been cut by shell fire, and when it became impossible for the intrepid runners to bring back messages on foot. Pigeon post messages, when written and folded, are carried in a cup placed in a small cylindrical carrier of aluminum clipped to the bird's leg. The pigeon, on returning to one of the latest type of lofts, hearing its mate calling inside, finds its way to a ledge under the window fitted with hinged wires that only open inwards. Pushing through these, the bird's weight presses on the lightly balanced interior platform, completing an electric circuit and so ringing a bell, which warns the attendant in his dugout of the arrival of a messenger. Some of the longest distances flown in the war were 300 miles, and one female pigeon flew 166 sea miles 3 weeks in succession with dispatches from the North Sea. Usually the birds fly these long distances about once a week, but they require rest after them. It has been calculated that as many as 100,000 pigeons were employed by the British forces during the war, and their demobilization was announced in January 1919. Daily News, January 22, 1919. In November 1914, the German invaders of France issued orders by which it was expressly forbidden to keep live pigeons of any breed, and a penalty of 50 francs for each bird was imposed. The wretched inhabitants reluctantly killed all the birds they could, but many escaped and were driven to the fields. Here they were shot at by any passing German soldier, and if they alighted on some peasant's roof, they were driven off with volleys of stones for fear of incurring the penalty of the fine. Pigeons had a hard time of it. It has been estimated that 1 million Belgian pigeons were stolen by the Germans during their occupation. Just before the armistice, some 25,000 were taken, of which only 5,000 were found at Spandau. Little hope is entertained of recovering the remainder of the missing birds, which are believed to have been killed and eaten by hungry German soldiers. Daily Express, January 25, 1919. Although on the continent spies were arrested for making use of this medium to convey messages, no such cases appear to have been reported in this country. In this connection, it is amusing to note that the recovery of birds ringed for the investigation of migration was often regarded as suspicious. A black-headed gull, ringed M. Viborg, Denmark, which was shot in Suffolk in December 1916, was forwarded to the military authorities, who passed the ring to the Admiralty with the following comment: "This looks as if addressee had been trying to train a gull as a carrier to England. This has often been tried, but is generally considered unreliable." Homing pigeons were extensively used by our fleet, and it is recorded that skipper Thomas Crisp, V.C., who died at the wheel under fire from a German submarine, lived long enough to dispatch a message by pigeon. Through the timely arrival of the bird, his son and crew were saved. An RAF seaplane patrolling over the North Sea made a forced descent and was in danger of being dashed to pieces by the heavy sea. The airmen released a pigeon with a message asking for immediate help, and in 22 minutes the bird reached its loft 22 miles distant. Help was at once sent, and the airmen were found clinging to the wreckage of the machine, which was rapidly breaking up. Daily Mail, September 30th, 1918. A touching story is told by a Canadian, Flight Commander R. Leckie, DSO, in a letter home published in an American newspaper. After an engagement with hostile aircraft over the North Sea, he came down, his seaplane riddled with shrapnel, over 50 miles from land, and then had to act as rescuer and host to the crew of an aeroplane wrecked by engine failure. 6 men were thus adrift in a doomed machine, with no food and little water. The commander had 4 pigeons. One was released at once, a second on the next day, a third on the third day. All failed to reach home, perishing over the waste of waters. The fourth, set free in a fog, hungry and thirsty, struggled over the 50 miles of sea without a landmark and without a rest. The bird could not reach his loft, but fluttered down in a Coast Guard station, and there fell dead from exhaustion, but his message was delivered, and 6 men were saved. Bird Notes and News, Volume 8, page 26. A pigeon sent on a seaplane carrying out duties in the North Sea brought back the message, "Attacked." The observer had not time to write more, and the bird itself, shot through the left eye by a bullet during the encounter which resulted in the loss of the seaplane, only just managed to struggle to its loft. It was promptly pensioned off war service and became the pet of the aerodrome. Daily Chronicle, September 11th, 1918. Pigeons once wounded while serving their country were not allowed again on duty. They were fed on the best and became perfectly tame, answering to such names as Haig, Kitchener, and Amiens. Daily Mirror, September 20th, 1918. Homers were taken up in airplanes and tossed with messages from behind the German lines. Advantage was also taken of the fact that behind the German lines there were large towns or thickly populated areas occupied by a friendly people, many of whom, moreover, knew all about homing pigeons, as the north of France and Belgium, like Yorkshire and Lancashire, were centres of the fancy. By a combination of close meteorological study and ingenious mechanical devices, it became possible to drop baskets containing our pigeons on occupied areas where the chances were that they would fall into friendly hands. These hands knew where to take them, and in due course a large percentage arrived at our lofts bearing valuable information. Times, December 30th, 1918. Pigeons were also made use of for counter-espionage. The Germans made a splendidly finished message carrier with a red seal at the top. From time to time our troops captured German pigeons in the trenches, but could not use them to send messages, as they had no similar holders. A medal maker of Birmingham, however, imitated the well-made German holder so perfectly that it was impossible to tell those he made from the captured original. Thereafter a number of dud messages were sent to German lofts with their own birds. Daily Mail, April 9th, 1919. In Italy, on at least one occasion, a pigeon post message brought the news that an Austrian convoy was moving in front of the British lines. An aeroplane was at once dispatched and completely disorganized the convoy. Daily Mail, June 26, 1918. A company of French troops, cut off from their fellows by a curtain of fire at Verdun, owed their deliverance to a homing pigeon. New York American, April 28, 1918. One of the most important factors in the defense in the eastern Champagne, on July 15, 1918, was the smooth working of the information service under the German bombardment. Each pillbox fort in the covering zone was supplied with a crate of carrier pigeons, and the birds brought back news of every movement of the enemy and every phase of the fight to the command posts. One officer commander, with experience of intelligence work, interrogated German prisoners who were brought into his pillbox as they arrived, and dispatched the information derived from the bewildered Germans by columbogram almost as quickly as it could have been sent by telegram. In another case, the garrison of a pillbox sent back by pigeon a request that artillery should immediately open on the ground around their stronghold, taking no thought for their own safety, as the Germans were about to surround them. Morning Post, July 19, 1918. The officer who commanded the 1st Tank Corps Battalion stated that pigeons had frequently saved the situation for him. Neither a gas cloud nor a heavy barrage of artillery fire deterred these messengers from bringing their dispatches. The Battle of Monchy is alleged to have been won through a flying message to the troops at the base. A counterattack at Arras was smashed by the same means. Bird Notes and News, Volume 8, page 25. Although the homing pigeons on the Western Front were of the greatest use, as many as 1,000 birds being sometimes employed in a single engagement, their value was not always properly estimated. There is a story that when pressed hard to find a dinner for his master, a faithful batman served up what he simply described as a brace of birds. They proved excellent eating, but a subsequent inquiry from headquarters as to the loss of 2 valuable homing pigeons led to investigations. The Batman eventually revealed the origin of the dainty dish to his master, and after being warned that if found out it would certainly mean a court-martial, was asked if he had left any evidence, such as the basket, to which he replied, "Couldn't cook 'em without making a fire, sir." Daily Mail, February 3, 1919. The men to whom the carrier pigeons were consigned occasionally became bored by their precious charges. One day a practice pigeon message was received from a somewhat fed-up Australian battalion, rather weary of sending practice pigeon messages during many weeks. The latest message, when decoded, read thus: "In view of the shortage of paper, what about crossing these birds with cockatoos and teaching them to deliver verbal messages?" Globe, May 31, 1918. On another occasion, during an engagement on a big scale, a certain headquarters staff was very anxiously awaiting news. For a long while none came. Then a pigeon flew into sight, circled several times, and alighted on a roof. A man was sent to catch it. He brought down the packet containing the message. The staff gathered round the officer who took the message. They listened with intense eagerness to learn the news. What the officer read out was, "I am fed up with this blasted bird." Daily Mail, March 14, 1918. This story, when brought to the attention of the War Office, provoked an encomium of our pigeon service, which, it was said by the officer in charge, had proved invaluable, the birds frequently homing through gas clouds and barrage after all other means of communication had failed. All the birds were presented to the service from the finest strains of long-distance pedigree stock, and the majority of men in charge of them were lifelong fanciers devoted to the work. In one of the greatest battles where pigeons were largely used, 100% of the messages were delivered under the most difficult circumstances, and it was stated authoritatively that thousands of lives had been saved by pigeons homing from seaplanes or minesweepers in distress. Daily Mail, March 22, 1918. Admiralty records showed that 95% of the several thousand pigeons employed in the Naval Pigeon Service came through with their messages. Daily Mail and Daily Chronicle, May 7, 1918. The pigeons of the Royal Air Force, up till the end of 1918, had brought no fewer than 717 messages of distress from aircraft down on the surface of the water. In carrying these messages, the birds covered an aggregate of 20,000 miles. Referee, December 22, 1918. The Germans erected special gas-proof coats for their pigeons and went so far as to camouflage their birds by giving them a coat of paint. A message taken from one of these German pigeons pays our troops a backhanded compliment. Field Battery No. 36. Our telephone is out of order. Send us at once reinforcements. These accursed Englishmen keep us busy. Miller, 1st Lieutenant. Daily Mail, April 5, 1916. By observation plus instinct, most of our birds rapidly learned their route from the trenches. Though shy at first, the pigeons got wise to shell fire, and old birds made away from the dugouts with knowing swiftness. Pigeons proved hardy and recovered from exposure to gas. They were rarely shot dead while flying, and birds with shrapnel in the breast or with broken beaks gamely tried to carry their missives home. In the action which was fought in the region of the Menin Road on October 3, 1917, a pigeon, number 2709, was dispatched with a message from the front line to Divisional Headquarters at 1:30 p.m. During its passage, it was struck by a German bullet, which broke one of its legs, denuding the bone, the tibia, of all flesh, and drove the metal cylinder containing the message into the side of its body, the bullet passing out of its back. In spite of its wounds, and although out in the wet all night, the bird struggled home to its loft, a distance of 9 miles, and delivered its message at 10:53 a.m. the following day, October 4th, dying shortly after its arrival. The Field, February 2nd, 1918. The bird has now been added to the museum of the Royal United Service Institution, Whitehall, where it may be seen stuffed in a glass case labeled "Died of wounds received in action." Daily Mail, July 25th, 1918. Had the feat of this pigeon been performed by a human being, it might well have been rewarded by the Victoria Cross. It is impossible to estimate the value of the carrier service to the naval, military, and air forces. Not only were our pigeons extensively employed on the Western Front, but also at Salonika, in Italy, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and elsewhere, and on innumerable occasions they carried life and death messages with superhuman pluck and perseverance. Doubtless our enemies would speak as highly of the services of their homers. A German pigeon loft with 35 pigeons, captured by the Canadians at Folly near Arras on August 9, 1918, was presented to the Zoological Society of London in October. The 2 Germans in charge of the loft attempted, on the near approach of the Canadians, to burn it, but our men quickly dispatched the Germans and extinguished the flames. The marks of the fire, however, remain, and several bullet holes may be seen penetrating the outside frame of the loft. Times, November 2nd, 1918. In March 1918, when everyone was invited to invest their money in war bonds, an additional attraction was afforded by the Pigeon Post Service, which carried messages from the investor's home to the Tank Bank in Trafalgar Square, notifying the amount of the investment. Queen Alexandra's pigeon attracted a crowd of people to the Mobile loft when the bird arrived within a minute from Marlborough House with the announcement that Her Majesty wished to purchase 500 war savings certificates on behalf of the Queen Alexandra League. Globe, March 4th, 1918. In America, the Homer was likened to the dove sent out from the Ark of Noah, which brought wanted news then. So do the carrier pigeons of the war zone bring their messages now. New York American, April 28, 1918. A recruiting message from Lady Reading was carried in May 1918 from Washington by 3 carrier pigeons to New York, where it was read at a mass meeting under the auspices of the British and Canadian Recruiting Committee. The Times, May 30th, 1918. In the pageant of the Lord Mayor's Show of 1918, a travelling pigeon loft took part in the procession to remind the public of the splendid achievements performed by members of the Carrier Pigeon Service, which has been not inaptly dubbed the First Flying Corps. Bird Notes and News, Volume 8, page 25. Before April 1919, the demobilization of the pigeons and their attendants in France had taken place, with the exception of birds and men selected for the Army of Occupation. Some 9,000 to 10,000 birds that had served their country well had to be disposed of. They would have been a drug on the English market if they had been sent home, and the cost of the transaction would probably have been more than the birds would have realized. They were therefore sold at Courtrai, Lille, and other places in France and Belgium, and the proceeds of the sale divided among charitable institutions in accordance with the wish of the breeders who gave the birds to the country for the war. Daily Mail, April 9th, 1919. The homing pigeon has been ridiculously libeled during the war, for no spy melodrama or novelette has been complete without one or more of these attractive birds, which are invariably represented as working for the Germans. Ever since the original war story of the market woman of Armentières, or Arras, or Rheims, it is told by veracious eyewitnesses of all these towns and many more, whose figure attracted the attention of the alert soldiery, and whose bust flew away when they arrested her, the homing pigeon has labored under a load of suspicion. Daily Express, May 15th, 1918. As a matter of fact, it may safely be said that His Majesty had no more devoted, though unwitting, servant than the homing pigeons of his army and navy. It is of interest to note that parrots were employed early in the war at the Eiffel Tower to announce the approach of hostile aircraft. It was found at first that the birds gave warning fully 20 minutes before an aeroplane or airship could be identified by the eye or heard by the human ear. The birds, however, which could never be trained to discriminate between a French and a German aeroplane, appear to have grown indifferent or bored, so that they ceased to be trustworthy. Daily Mail, February 1st, 1918. It is well known that canaries, being about 15 times more sensitive than a man to poisonous gases, are used in mines and in mining disasters to test atmospheric conditions and save miners or explorers from gas poisoning. The Government Mines Committee recommended that 2 or 3 birds should be kept at rescue stations for the testing for carbon monoxide. Our soldiers on the Western Front are said on one occasion to have been warned by the behavior of wild birds in the night of a coming attack of poisonous gas. Before the smell of the fumes could be perceived in the trenches, the soldiers were awakened to their danger by the noise of birds which had detected the first fumes of the vile infection. Bird Notes and News, Volume 6, page 102. Canaries and other cage birds were extensively used by both our own and the German miners at the front when tunneling to detect the presence of subterranean gas. Daily Mail, May 29, 1918. A soldier writing of his company's canary says, "Many were the nights on which he was rudely disturbed from his slumbers, dumped unceremoniously into a sandbag, and carried through rain and snow up to the trenches. Here he would do his job underground, and as often as not reach the surface again, a limp little form lying at the bottom of his cage. He never failed us, though." Bird Notes and News, Volume 8, page 26. In many cases, the canaries, issued as tests for the presence of poisonous gas, were made pets of by our soldiers and placed by them in the safest places. Daily Mail, April 10, 1919. Hundreds of enemy canaries were killed by our shell and gas, but those that were rescued by our troops were, needless to say, well cared for. A demonstration of their utility was given to the members of the Congress of Southeastern Scientific Societies on June 1, 1918, when a bird in a cage was introduced into a chamber full of poison gas and became unconscious before a human being exposed to the same conditions showed any signs of being affected. Sunday Herald, June 2, 1918. This wartime use of canaries may have been one of the reasons which caused a canary boom in America, where these birds are very popular. Although double the pre-war price would willingly have been paid, the birds were unprocurable, German-bred birds being out of the market, and the majority of the Norwich fanciers having joined the colors, the demand proved far greater than the supply. Daily Mail, May 8, 1916. It is horrible to think of canaries being stifled by poison gas. And the following verses, "To a Canary in a Trench," may here be quoted. "Bonjour, merry bird, your bonny life we ask, that we may know when gases blow, and spring to don our mask. We would that we might mask you too, so beautiful, so fair. You sing today your roundelay, and love is everywhere. Bonsoir, merry bird, in war you've played your part, nor knew that death was in the breath that stilled your little heart. Your perch swings idly in your cage, unscathed we march along. So may we learn, if fortune turn, to greet death with a song." Life, November 14, 1918, page 700. It is consoling to learn that canaries were also used in ambulance trains to cheer our wounded soldiers with their sweet song. Sporting and Dramatic News, June 8, 1918. Seagulls, on more than one occasion, betrayed the presence of submarines and floating mines to anxious mariners. A French writer, Monsieur Louis Rousseau, claimed them as one of our most precious auxiliaries, who had at all times indicated to our fishermen the presence of shoals of fish, and who, when our boats and their crews were mobilized and fished for mines and submarines, imitated them and continued their service of intelligence. Bulletin de la SFPO, June 1918. A pilot reported that while in the Channel on January 5, 1918, he noticed some seagulls sitting upon a floating object. Upon closer investigation, he saw it was a mine with 5 prongs. On top of each prong was perched a seagull. He just had time to alter the ship's course slightly and thus averted disaster. Observer, January 6, 1918. A somewhat similar story is told by an officer on board a ship in the North Sea. While watching a puffin through my glasses, I suddenly saw the periscope of a German submarine appear above the water close to the bird. We altered our course just in time to evade by a few feet 2 torpedoes which were fired at us. We tried to ram the submarine, but unfortunately she dived too quickly. Ibis, 1917, page 34. The fact that seagulls were attracted by the periscope of an enemy submarine aroused the ingenuity of no less a savant than Samuel Pepys, Jr., who suggested that it be ordered in the fleet that all seagulls around our ships be fed daily with herrings from an underwater boat, so that whenever they shall observe any such boat, they shall assuredly flock over it for herrings, and so its presence be made known, being that these birds can see to a great depth below the water, and so keen of sight as to discern a sprat 5 fathoms below the surface. Truth, February 25, 1915. The suggestion made by Punch that parrots should be used for propaganda work, both in this country and in Germany, the propagandists abroad to be crossed with British homing pigeons, Punch, March 27, 1918, only aimed at the humorous. A scheme was, however, sent in all seriousness to the War Inventions Board by a man who had noticed that birds peck mortar. He suggested that a flock of cormorants should be trained to feed by putting their food in lines against a wall, so that they might associate these lines with their food. They should then be taken to Essen, where they would attack the chimneys at Krupp's works with such vigor as to destroy them. Daily Mail, January 13th, 1916. End of Birds as Messengers, from Birds and the War by Hugh H. Gladstone, read by Maria Casper.
The Story of the Great War, Volume 8. Edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 15 of Part 4, The Great War's End. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15. Austria-Hungary and Germany surrender. The war thus comes to an end. The sustained success of the Allied armies in France and Belgium in August and September of 1918 strengthened the determination of the Allies not to relax any efforts to prosecute the war to a victorious conclusion. The Central Powers were no less impressed with the trend of events, and throughout September and October, repeated efforts were made by Austria-Hungary and by Germany to induce President Wilson to take the first steps toward an armistice and peace. The President made it clear that the United States would urge no course upon the Allies that might in any way sacrifice the military advantage their armies had gained. It became more and more evident that the terms of armistice and peace would be dictated by the Allies. That Germany was quite as anxious to bring about a speedy armistice as Austria-Hungary was expressed in a note which the Washington government received on October 30, 1918, and which the State Department declined to make public because it was evident that the document had been prepared mainly for propaganda purposes. The note described the various steps that had been taken to democratize the German government with the view to impressing the United States that they had complied with President Wilson's stand not to discuss an armistice with a nation that was still dominated by an autocracy. The note endeavored to prove that the German people were now in complete control of the government, but it failed to impress the administration, since it did not show any change in the situation created by other German proposals to suspend hostilities. The evident purpose of the appeal was to influence sentiment in foreign countries and gain sympathy in the United States. It was well understood at Washington and in the capitals of the Allies that the Central Powers realized that they faced complete disaster and that their only hope of saving anything from the wreck was to bring about a speedy cessation of hostilities. On October 31, 1918, the representatives of the Entente Powers assembled at Versailles to consider the terms of the armistice after an informal meeting at the home of Colonel E. M. House, President Wilson's personal representative. On this date, Turkey capitulated. The United States had no part in arranging the Turkish armistice, which was chiefly the work of the British and French representatives. The principal terms of the armistice granted by the Allies to Turkey were the opening of the Dardanelles and the Bosporus, and access to the Black Sea and occupation of all forts along these waters by the Allies. All Allied prisoners of war and Armenian interned persons and prisoners to be collected in Constantinople and handed over unconditionally to the Allies. Immediate demobilization of the Turkish army, except such as were required to guard frontiers and maintain internal order. The surrender of all war vessels in Turkish waters or waters occupied by Turkey. Free use by Allied ships of all ports and anchorages now in Turkish occupation, and denial of their use by the enemy. Wireless, cable, and telegraph stations to be controlled by the Allies. The surrender of all garrisons in Hejaz, Yemen, Mesopotamia, etc. All Germans and Austrians, naval, military, or civilians, to be evacuated within 1 month from Turkish dominions. The capitulation of Turkey, though anticipated for some days by the Entente and the United States, was important inasmuch as it was expected to hasten the collapse of the Central Powers. Austria, aflame with anarchy and with revolutionary mobs parading the capital, had no choice but to submit to the Allies' terms. In Washington, the complete collapse and unconditional surrender of Germany was hourly expected. All interest was now centered in the Supreme War Council in session at Versailles, where the terms to be offered to the Central Powers were under discussion. There were present during the deliberations General Tasker H. Bliss, representing the United States, Premier Clemenceau, Marshal Foch, Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig, Colonel E. M. House, President Wilson's personal representative, and David Lloyd George, the British Prime Minister. It was decided that the terms to be submitted to Germany should be confined strictly to military requirements conditioned generally upon President Wilson's principles. During the discussion of Austrian questions, Serbian and Greek representatives were present because of their special interest in Austrian affairs. At Washington, President Wilson kept in touch with the United States representatives at the Versailles Council. Colonel House advised the President of the progress of the deliberations, and there were frequent exchanges of communications. It was known in Washington that the political and economic conditions in the Central Powers had reached such a pass that Austria could not, and Germany would not, refuse to sign any terms which the Entente was prepared to offer. The complete destruction of the Austrian armies by the Italians, which resulted in the capture of over 300,000 prisoners and 5,000 guns, left the dual monarchy no alternative but complete surrender. On November 3, 1918, an armistice with Austria was signed by General Diaz, the Italian commander-in-chief, which went into operation at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day. The principal terms in the armistice may be briefly outlined. Demobilization of the Austro-Hungarian army and withdrawal of all forces operating on the front from the North Sea to Switzerland. Half the divisional corps and army artillery and equipment to be collected at points indicated by the Allies and the United States for delivery to them. Evacuation of all territories invaded by Austria-Hungary since the beginning of the war. The Allies to have the right of free movement over all roads, railroads, and waterways in Austro-Hungarian territory. The armies of the Allies to occupy such strategic points as they deemed necessary to conduct military operations or to maintain order. Complete evacuation of all German troops within 15 days from Italian and Balkan fronts and all Austro-Hungarian territory. Evacuated territories to be governed by local authorities under control of the Allied armies of occupation. Immediate reparation without reciprocity of all Allied prisoners of war and civil populations evacuated from their homes. The naval conditions included surrender to the Allies and the United States of 15 submarines and all German submarines in Austrian waters, 3 battleships, 3 light cruisers, 9 destroyers, 6 Danube monitors, etc. Freedom of navigation for the Allies in the Adriatic and all waterways, with occupation of forts and defenses on the Danube. The existing blockade conditions to remain unchanged, and all naval aircraft to be concentrated and impractionized in Austro-Hungarian bases to be designated by the Allies and the United States of America. The drastic character of the armistice terms were calculated to please even the bitter enders in America and Europe. President Wilson's diplomacy was now triumphantly vindicated, and those members of Congress who had found fault with his note-writing were ready to concede that to him belonged a great deal of the credit of bringing about a situation that must lead to the ending of the war on the Allies' own terms. On November 6, 1918, the German government sent a wireless message to Marshal Foch asking him to receive German plenipotentiaries who would arrive at the French outposts on the following day, November 7, to arrange for the armistice. The mission was headed by Matthias Erzberger, Secretary of State, and included General von Winterfeldt, Count Alfred von Oberndorf, General von Grunel, and Naval Captain von Sallow. As previously noted in the last chapter devoted to military operations, the armistice was signed by the German representatives and all hostilities ceased on November 11, 1918, at 11 a.m. On the same date, President Wilson announced the terms of the armistice in his address to Congress. Briefly summarized, Germany agreed to the immediate evacuation of all invaded countries, including Alsace-Lorraine, and yielded over to Allied occupation the countries on the left bank of the Rhine, including control of the crossings of that river at Mayence, Koblenz, and Cologne, bridgeheads of 30-kilometer radius on the eastern bank, and the establishment of a neutral zone from 30 to 40 kilometers in breadth and running from the frontier of Holland to the Swiss frontier. Germany surrendered about half her navy, including 160 submarines, which passed at once under control of the Allies to be disarmed and interned in Allied or neutral ports. All other German warships were to be disarmed and concentrated in German naval bases and held under the control of the Allies in the United States. All the railways of Belgium, Luxembourg, and of Alsace-Lorraine, with their equipment, were to be given up. In the east, Germany abandoned the treaties of Bucharest and Brest-Litovsk. All German troops in Russia, Romania, or Turkey were to be withdrawn, and the agents of German propaganda recalled. The Baltic was open to the warships of the Allies, and provision was made that through Danzig or the Vistula, supplies might be sent to the starving peoples of Poland and Russia. The Black Sea ports were also to be evacuated by Germany, and she must give up the Russian fleet. While the blockade was to be maintained as respected Germany, all German restriction upon trade of neutrals was removed. Germany must give up all prisoners she had taken, all the ships she had seized, but this was not reciprocal. German prisoners of war and German ships remained in the custody of the Allies. While President Wilson was reading to the assembled Congress the drastic terms which Germany had been forced to accept in order to obtain peace, there was a tense silence on the part of the great audience. It was only when they realized, as paragraph after paragraph was read, how complete the victory of the Allies was, that faint hand-clapping was heard. Then cheers, and presently everyone in the gallery and on the floor was on his feet, cheering madly. After reading the terms of the armistice, President Wilson continued, "The war thus comes to an end. For having accepted these terms of armistice, it will be impossible for the German command to renew it." End of the Story of the Great War, Volume 8, edited by Francis J. Reynolds, Alan L. Churchill, and Francis T. Miller. Chapter 15 of Part 4, The Great War's End.
Statement to the Court upon being convicted of violating the Sedition Act by Eugene V. Debs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. September 18th, 1918. Your Honor, years ago I recognized my kinship with all living beings, and I made up my mind that I was not one bit better than the meanest on earth. I said then, and I say now, that while there is a lower class, I am in it, and while there is a criminal element, I am of it, and while there is a soul in prison, I am not free. I listened to all that was said in this court in support and justification of this prosecution, but my mind remains unchanged. I look upon the Espionage Act as a despotic enactment and flagrant conflict with democratic principles and with the spirit of free institutions. Your Honor, I have stated in this court that I am opposed to the social system in which we live, that I believe in a fundamental change, but if possible, by peaceable and orderly means. Standing here this morning, I recall my boyhood. At 14, I went to work in a railroad shop. At 16, I was firing a freight engine on a railroad. I remember all the hardships and privations of that earlier day, and from that time until now my heart has been with the working class. I could have been in Congress long ago. I have preferred to go to prison. I am thinking this morning of the men in the mills and the factories, of the men in the mines and on the railroads. I am thinking of the women who for a paltry wage are compelled to work out their barren lives, of the little children who in this system are robbed of their childhood and in their tender years are seized in the remorseless grasp of mammon and forced into the industrial dungeons, there to feed the monster machines while they themselves are being starved and stunted, body and soul. I see them dwarfed and diseased, and their little lives broken and blasted, because in this high noon of Christian civilization, money is still so much more important than the flesh and blood of childhood. In very truth, gold is God today, and rules with pitiless sway in the affairs of men. In this country, the most favored beneath the bending skies, we have vast areas of the richest and most fertile soil, material resources in inexhaustible abundance, the most marvelous productive machinery on earth, and millions of eager workers ready to apply their labor to that machinery to produce an abundance for every man, woman, and child. And if there are still vast numbers of our people who are the victims of poverty, and whose lives are an unceasing struggle all the way from youth to old age, until at last death comes to their rescue and lulls these hapless victims to dreamless sleep, it is not the fault of the Almighty. It cannot be charged to nature. But it is due entirely to the outgrown social system in which we live that ought to be abolished, not only in the interest of the toiling masses, but in the higher interest of all humanity. I believe, Your Honor, in common with all socialists, that this nation ought to own and control its own industries. I believe, as all socialists do, that all things that are jointly needed and used ought to be jointly owned, that industry, the basis of our social life, instead of being the private property of a few and operated for their enrichment, ought to be the common property of all, democratically administered in the interest of all. I am opposing a social order in which it is possible for one man who does absolutely nothing that is useful to amass a fortune of hundreds of millions of dollars, while millions of men and women who work all the days of their lives secure barely enough for a wretched existence. This order of things cannot always endure. I have registered my protest against it. I recognize the feebleness of my effort, but fortunately I am not alone. There are multiplied thousands of others who, like myself, have come to realize that before we may truly enjoy the blessings of civilized life, we must reorganize society upon a mutual and cooperative basis, and to this end we have organized a great economic and political movement that spreads over the face of all the earth. There are today upwards of 60 millions of socialists, loyal, devoted adherents to this cause, regardless of nationality, race, creed, color, or sex. They are all making common cause. They are spreading with tireless energy the propaganda of the new social order. They are waiting, watching, and working, hopefully, through all the hours of the day and the night. They are still in a minority, but they have learned how to be patient and to bide their time. They feel, they know indeed, that the time is coming, in spite of all opposition, all persecution, when this emancipating gospel will spread among all the peoples, and when this minority will become the triumphant majority, and sweeping into power, inaugurate the greatest social and economic change in history. In that day, we shall have the universal commonwealth, the harmonious cooperation of every nation with every other nation on earth. Your Honor, I ask no mercy, and I plead for no immunity. I realize that finally the right must prevail. I never so clearly comprehended as now the great struggle between the powers of greed and exploitation on the one hand, and upon the other the rising hosts of industrial freedom and social justice. I can see the dawn of the better day for humanity. The people are awakening. In due time they will and must come to their own. When the mariner, sailing over tropic seas, looks for relief from his weary watch, he turns his eyes toward the Southern Cross, burning luridly above the tempest-vexed ocean. As the midnight approaches, the Southern Cross begins to bend, the whirling worlds change their places, and with starry finger-points the Almighty marks the passage of time upon the dial of the universe. And though no bell may beat the glad tidings, the lookout knows that the midnight is passing, and that relief and rest are close at hand. Let the people everywhere take heart of hope, for the cross is bending, the midnight is passing, and joy cometh with the morning. End of statement to the court upon being convicted of violating the Sedition Act by Eugene V. Debs. Read by Winston Tharp.
Selections from The Worn Doorstep by Margaret Pollock Sherwood. Read by Mary in Arkansas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. November 1st. War. Unceasing war in the trenches, with rumors of a British naval defeat in South American waters, and little encouraging news save that the Germans have failed to reach Dunkirk and Calais. England's best are dying, your kind, England's noblest sons rushing to the danger places, foolishly, grandly brave. One can feel throughout the country a great purpose shaping itself to the needs of the moment, as it does slowly but surely in this land. That is the secret of this people. They can rise to a challenge, meet any crisis whatever when it comes, and though I know that unpreparedness has cost them much, they are greater and better than if they had devoted their best energy for 25 years to getting ready for war. Enthusiasm kindles under the challenge of disaster. The finest have already answered the call. The less fine make the great refusal. You go, but Peter stays, and Peter's kind all over England stays. November 5th. Peter does not stay. Peter is going to the war. For several days he has been very critical of civilization, very severe upon his country and her rulers. At times he seemed to think himself the only real pillar of church and state. Some struggle was going on within him. I have learned enough of him to know that if he expresses a feeling, it is one he does not have. For him, as for me, the horror of the present moment has been intensified by coming into contact with those who have actually suffered. All that I could understand of Henri Dupre's account I have translated into English for Peter's benefit, and the sight of the bullet-riddled hat has plunged him in deep thought. He saw your picture, the picture of you in khaki. Madge, unpermitted, had taken it into the kitchen to polish the frame of oak. Peter looked at it uneasily. "A friend of yours, miss?" "Yes, Peter." "At the front, ma'am?" "At the front, Peter," I answered. I could not have said anything else, and even if I live to be 100, I shall not think of you any other way except as at the front, fighting if need be, carrying messages across the danger zone with no thought of danger. It was a great advance in Peter to admit the existence of a front. He has persisted in declaring the war a bit of sensational romance, devised by the House of Lords for their own entertainment. It was a brooding Peter who busied himself with rubbing up the knives. He has been unusually attentive to Madge since her escapade. His mind seemed to be running on troubles greater than his own. "Do you know where our army is supposed to be now, Mum?" he asked when I told him we had no good news from the seat of war. Our army. We were getting on. I gave him my best information about our hard-pressed line in the west. It's astonishing that those Germans are able to fight at all, mum, when they have once met the British, said Peter gloomily, polishing a huge carving knife as if it were a sword. Meeting the French, that is different. They are a flighty people and very excitable. Your knowledge of history needs to be brought up to date, Peter, I ventured. Anything less flighty than that magnificent people of France at this present moment the world has never seen. It must be very difficult, ma'am, fighting on the continent for one who does not speak the foreign tongues. And I couldn't eat frogs, ma'am. I'd almost rather have the Germans as allies. Sausages aren't as bad as frogs by half. Later I heard him muttering to himself. If the House of Lords is really in trouble, said Peter, finding the great fight with self, if the House of Lords really needs me, of course the throne is more or less a figurehead, but I shouldn't like to see it fall just now, especially if the enemy is coming. I should like to impress them as much as possible. It was when he was sweeping the walk that I heard him say, and I should like to see Bobs once more. But one day determined Peter's future destiny and his rank as a man and a Briton. Peter had gone to the coast with Puck and the cart, spending the night at his sister's on the way. He had some business at Yarmouth, he said. I devised some errands for him and encouraged his going. I thought that it would perhaps prove to be his farewell to his sister before going to war. Those were strange days, the days of Peter's absence, tense, full of nameless anxiety. That early morning feeling of suspense, of expectancy, lasted into the afternoon, and one early morning had brought us the unmistakable sound of guns from the sea. Peter came rattling home in the late afternoon, a pale, distraught Peter, who seemed to have lost several pounds. He came into the garden where I was tying up rose bushes for the winter. At first he seemed unable to speak, but at last gasped out, "Those Germans!" and the gasp ended in a little sob. As I watched him, I found myself sharing his trembling indignation. "German ships, ma'am, men of war, standing off our coast, bombarding. It has never been attacked before. I saw them with my own eyes. I heard them with my own ears." The firing, then, had had the significance that we dreaded. It began at about 7 o'clock in the morning on November 3rd, terrifying the peaceful folk of the seacoast town, shell after shell, report after report, for nearly an hour. Peter, who was getting an early start for home, had taken Puck and the cart to a house on the outskirts of the town, where he was getting a bag of very superior fertilizer. Then came the great noise and the splashing. Little, if any, actual damage was done to buildings or to people. Yet Peter contended that Puck was actually struck on the shoulder by some fragment of splintering wood or flying stone dislodged by a shell. Those shells may have missed their intended mark, but they went home to the heart of the time-expired man, Peter Snell. He knew at last that there was a war, and I knew, what he himself had not yet realized, that he was going to it. Peter lacks descriptive powers. I got from him little idea of the actual scene and all the fright and confusion. When he had found that there was nothing he could do to help, he had sped toward home, intent on carrying out his unavowed purpose. Asking how Puck, now standing with drooping head at the gate, had behaved at the crisis, I got the account that I expected, and as we petted this veteran of the war and dressed a small herd on his shoulder, I heard how he, the most antic pony in the British Isles, had held his ground, had jumped only moderately, had endured the crashing and the splashing, standing with his 4 legs braced in the sand, trembling all over, while Peter, dazed a bit at first, came to his senses. And I will say, ma'am, that he showed more ed than I had myself, for the reins were loose on his back. I haven't dropped them to put in the bag of fertilizer. He never offered to run, ma'am. Puck, the war veteran, took our praises modestly, making no claim to be recognized as a hero. He helps me understand the British temper, not to say the British Constitution. No paper theories for him. The unwritten law of common sense, available when needed, is admirably embodied in him. That power of keeping your head while others lose theirs is what wins in the long run. And despite the discouragement of this present moment, I feel confident that the English will win in the end. The Germans plan, theorize, show great forethought, but are lost without a program. Life does not go by plans and charts. No known precautions can foresee its emergencies. Unless some chemical or electric invention of the Teutons can remove the element of uncertainty from existence, surely victory will go to the people who can meet the unforeseen, pull themselves together, and know, without forethought, what to do in an instant's danger. All these meditations passed through my head as Puck shook his mane, making light of his adventures, and trotted away down the street to his stable with an unmistakable air of England expects every pony to do his duty. The country thrills with indignation, surprise, and increasing resolution. The impossible has happened, and those inviolate shores have been desecrated by attack. Peter is away, Peter in khaki, with something already gone from his laggard step, with a firmer and more self-respecting tread, recalling the old training which he was beginning to forget. Surely, because of his experience as a soldier, they will let him go soon to the front. The sympathy and admiration in the eyes of our fugitives have nerved him, as nothing else has done, for the great adventure. I heard Henri giving him some French lessons, strictly along the line of requests for food and drink. The French will make up in swiftness of understanding what he lacks in pronunciation. His last days with Madge have been funny and tragic, too. Her first remark on hearing of the Yarmouth incident was along the old line of urging him to war. Some minds, she remarked firmly, need shot and shell to open 'em. But I could not help noticing that when he began to talk about going, she stopped talking about it. Her face has been tragically comic as she watched him in a Falstaff he that died a Wednesday mood, packing his belongings. I heard the sound of loud sobbing in the kitchen as she made herself a cup of tea the afternoon he went away. Could it be Madge who was muttering questions as to why the king didn't go to war himself if he wanted war? June 15th. Peter. Can it be Peter, with that expression upon his face? He is really here, and a transfiguring look of suffering has worn away forever a something of earth and of stubbornness. A Peter who seems to have gained greatly in strength and in stature, although one arm is gone, and an empty sleeve hangs by his side. If I had known how to salute, I should have saluted Peter when I saw him home from the war. Mentally, I do it whenever I see him working with his one poor hand in my garden beds. One of the first things he said to me when he came home, that he was going to Shepperton to try to get work that a one-armed man could do, selling papers or something of the kind. But Peter, who has faced the enemy and the poisonous gases, flinched before my countenance when I heard this. Peter knows now that the little red house and the garden can never get on without him. It is odd to see the animals with him. Don cannot be attentive enough, but you would expect a dog to understand. Puck is a wonder, standing as meekly as a lamb to let himself be harnessed by a one-armed man, though he used to dance an ancient British war dance as the straps went on. The old racial love of fair fighting shines out in him. Man to man it used to be, or man to pony when both were able-bodied, but he will take no advantage of a handicap. He seldom shies now, even at a feather or a floating leaf, but he watches constantly in every direction, waiting for some great danger in which he can comport himself with perfect self-control for the sake of a one-armed man, defying the whole modern era to invent a mechanism that can frighten him. I should like an equestrian statue of Puck not shying at a zeppelin. Madge is pathetic. She has lost her old moorings of prejudice and conviction, and sails in an uncharted sea of life. Church and state are to her only a shade less reprehensible than the Germans, since Peter came home without an arm. While Peter, completely changed and loyal to the government, for the country he has served so well is his country indeed, sits with her on the bench by the kitchen door in the twilight, full of affectionate talk of Kitchener and Bobs. His grief over Lord Robert's death was both sincere and personal. Madge mutters fiercely against the House of Lords for its selfishness and its incompetence. If women ruled, all would be different. Her condemnation of the government would suggest that she is, in a fair way, to become both an anarchist and a suffragette. She never would have let Peter go a step to war if she had supposed that he would be wounded. Peter came home not with a Victoria Cross, but with an Iron Cross. And I can never tell whether he is joking or in earnest when he explains his possession of it. When I asked him how he got it, he replied, "I bestowed it upon myself, miss." It seems that he had taken it from a German with whom he had fought in a terrible bayonet charge. He was a man, he was, Peter says admiringly. If I got the better of the man who had earned it, it stands to reason that I'm a better man than him and fit to wear it. So Peter wears his Iron Cross, to the wonder and admiration of the farmers baiting their horses at the inn, the blacksmith's 11 children, and the inhabitants in general of our village. How much he tells those eager listeners of the horrors he has seen, I do not know. But sometimes from that bench by the kitchen door, I hear fragments of his tales of suffering that makes me sick and faint. Yet he is very reticent in regard to it, having evidently a feeling that he must protect others from knowing what he has known. As I make his acquaintance anew, I realize that his great loss is truly exceeding gain. There is more of his real self in his wakened mind and soul than he lost in his arm. But Peter, invalided home, returned not alone. It seemed to me as he came up the walk that he was over heavily weighed down by luggage, though he had a brother soldier to help him. "If you please, mum," said Peter diffidently when our first greetings were over, "I've taken the liberty of bringing someone home." "Nothing could please me better," I said, holding out a welcoming hand to the tall soldier at his side. "If you please, mum," said Peter, grinning, if heroes can be said to grin, "she's inside." He opened the big old-fashioned basket he was carrying, made of osier, a kind I remember seeing in my grandmother's attic many years ago, and there, oh, Pharaoh's daughter, how I understand you now, was a little child of perhaps 10 months, asleep. She had soft dark hair, hands a bit too thin for a baby, eyes that proved to be, when she wakened and opened them, big and brown, and a mouth that had learned, and not forgotten, like so many sorrowful mouths today, how to smile. "Where did you find her?" Madge and I cried out in one breath. "She was in the village where I was taken when I was wounded. You will excuse me, mum, but I cannot say its name. I really cannot. A woman had taken charge of her for weeks. She had been found quite deserted by the roadside. I believe, mum, earlier in the war, when people were trying to escape from the enemy. The nurse used to bring her into the hospital just to let the soldiers see her." Peter was disappointed that I could not speak, but speak I could not. "She's a French baby, mum," he added. "I took a great fancy to her, and when I came away, I told them—" "What did you tell them, Peter?" I asked sternly. The little thing had grasped my finger and was trying to pull herself up. It was the first touch of any of my fugitives that seemed to come from my very own, and I knew that the French baby had come into my life to stay. "Knowing your abbots, miss, I told them I thought I knew a good home for her. So they sent her on with a nurse who was coming back, reserved for me, as it were. They kindly allowed me to bring her down from London myself, but I had difficulty in holding her. So I took out me clothes and put them in a paper, and she fitted very nicely in the basket. Peter still mistook my silence for hesitation. I thought if you didn't care to adopt her, I would, Mum. But from what they told me about her clothing and all, and from the look of her, I fancied she's rather your class than mine, Mum. I couldn't aspire to your class, Peter, I said. You belong to the heroes. We will all adopt her. You, Madge, and I, and Don and Puck and the Atom and our English queens. Among us all, she will get a well-rounded training. End of selection from The Worn Doorstep.
Masks and Faces from The Happy Hospital by Ward Muir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An English war hospital, on the whole, furnishes forth fewer horrible sights than happy ones. But there is one perturbing experience, which, for the worker in such an institution, is inevitable. It is this: he finds that he must fraternize with fellow men at whom he cannot look without the grievous risk of betraying, by his expression, how awful is their appearance. Myself, I confess that this discovery came as a surprise. I had not known before how usual and necessary a thing it is in human intercourse to gaze straight at anybody to whom one is speaking, and to gaze with no embarrassment. Now, I never felt any embarrassment in thus amicably confronting a patient, however deplorable his state, however humiliating his dependence on my services, until I came in contact with certain wounds of the face, and even these, when still at the stage of requiring to be dressed and bandaged, did not repel. When the wound was healed, however, and the patient was going about with his wrecked face uncovered, I was sometimes sensible of the embarrassment to which allusion has been made. I feared, when talking to him, to meet his eye. Generally there is only one eye left. I feared that inadvertently I might let the poor victim perceive what I perceived, namely, that he was hideous. Hideous is the only word for these smashed faces. The socket, with some twisted moist slit, with a lash or two adhering feebly, which is all that is traceable of the forfeited eye. The skewed mouth, which sometimes, in spite of brilliant dentistry contrivances, results from the loss of a segment of jaw, and worse, far the worst, the incredibly brutalizing effects which are the consequence of wounds in the nose, and which reach a climax of mournful grotesquerie when the nose is missing altogether. To talk to a lad who 6 months ago was probably a wholesome and pleasing specimen of English youth, and is now a gargoyle, and a broken gargoyle at that, the only decent features remaining being perhaps one eye, one ear, and a shock of boyish hair, is something of an ordeal. You know very well that he has examined himself in a mirror. That one eye of his has contemplated the mangled mess which is his face, all the more hopeless because healed. He has seen himself without a nose. Skilled skin grafting has reconstructed a something which owns 2 small orifices that are his nostrils, but the something is emphatically not a nose. He is aware of just what he looks like. Therefore you feel intensely that he is aware that you are aware, and that some unguarded glance of yours may cause him hurt. This, then, is the patient at whom you are afraid to gaze unflinchingly. Not afraid for yourself, but afraid for him. Such a patient must be the more disappointed when he is first allowed to use a mirror, if he has undergone a sequence of laborious operations which have improved his features from what they were. The signs of the improvement are far to seek. That, I fear, must be his preliminary impression when he regards the upshot of wonderful skin grafting, bone transplanting, injection of wax, and all the other marvels of the surgeon's acumen. Without this series of masterly cuttings and manipulations, he would have died, or perhaps would have lost the sight of his surviving eye, or perhaps would have been able to breathe only through his mouth, perhaps would have been prevented from masticating. Without surgery's aid, his face might have been unspeakably worse than it is. He has every reason to bless surgery. And yet, surgery at last has washed its hands of him, and in his mirror he is greeted by a gargoyle. Suppose he is married, or engaged to be married. Could any woman come near that gargoyle without repugnance? His children? Why, a child would run screaming from such a sight. To be fled from by children, that must be a heavy cross for some souls to bear. Well, we have found a way of easing the burden. Here, as in other matters, the war has evoked a creative spirit to combat its destructiveness, and mankind is the richer for a notion which in normal times would never probably have blossomed or borne fruit. Yet even in normal times facial disfigurements occur, so that in future the victims of such an accident will profit by the work done on soldiers in this military hospital. Indeed, already, by special permission, civilians have made pilgrimages to be treated here, civilians who long before the war were disfigured, and now, thanks to the war, can walk the world unabashed. One of these, a woman, had for years worn a thick, practically opaque veil. A rodent ulcer had been removed from the middle of her face, and the hiatus which it left was appalling. Now she has a nose, cheeks, and a mouth. We may look at her photographs, before and after. They must be seen to be believed. It suffices that the after owns the countenance of a woman, a trifle expressionless, but still a woman, whereas the before... But these are some things which quite literally and in every sense cannot be described. Let me take the reader into the Masks for Facial Disfigurements department at the 3rd London General Hospital. Tommy Atkins, facetious here as elsewhere, calls it the Tin Noses shop. His joke is far from being a sneer, as you will learn if you find him being accommodated with a tin nose. For tin noses are not easily come by if they are to bear the remotest resemblance to actual ones. And the tin noses, which are not tin, by the way, supplied at this war hospital, resemble the real with a closeness that when you have examined the fraud is almost comical. And there are other delicate frauds as well as the tin nose, the tin cheek, for instance, and the tin eyebrow, and even the tin ear. Of these more anon. Comical or no, the so-called masks are not devoid of beauty, the beauty of a fine idea finally materialized. The idea, and also its materialization, are to the credit of one man, Francis Derwent Wood, A.R.A., the sculptor. In May 1915, he enlisted as a private in the R.A.M.C., and, like his comrades, was promptly put to washing dishes and doing other ward-orderly chores. The present writer washed dishes with Derwent Wood, and to the best of his recollection, Derwent Wood was quite an efficient washer of dishes. There are artists whose art can conceivably find no appropriate application in war, and who are therefore content to wash dishes, indeed proud to do any task, however humble, in the nation's great need. Others there are whose talents are wasted because the powers that be are blind or unimaginative. Private Wood was an exception in both respects. His art has shown itself war-useful, if a much-needed word may be coined, and his commanding officer has been wise enough to encourage it, thereby rendering the community a service not always received from commanding officers similarly situated in regard to unusually gifted men in their employ. Private Wood's tentative suggestions, that is to say, were listened to, not pooh-poohed. He was promoted in due course from the errand-boy housemaid career of a ward-orderly, and given a free hand to make a new type of splint, daintily wrought to the patient's arm, leg, back, or whatever it might be, the said arm, leg, or back being first of all cast in plaster of Paris. These casts and splints, in the perfection of their craftsmanship, betrayed the sculptor's trained hand. Presently Derwent Wood was a sergeant in charge of the splint room. That same room still sees the evolution of remarkable splints. But its forte is dealing with facial wounds. It is now the Masks for Facial Disfigurements department, and its creator and director is no longer Sergeant but Captain Derwent Wood of the General Service. The room, divided by a partition, is half a workshop and half a studio. In the workshop we encounter a lance corporal who, as a civilian, was a sculptor's moulder by trade, a job not learnt in a day. He presides over a bench, a litter of esoteric implements, a bag of plaster of Paris, some plasticine, a sink, and a geyser for hot water. In the studio we find the sculptor, but a sculptor attired as a captain of the British Army, and likewise some of his odd sculptures, frail little painted bits of human visages, some with neat moustaches and pairs of spectacles attached to them, and on the walls a frieze of souvenirs in the shape of casts of those same visages, with photographs of their owners in the flesh, the before and after recordings, which so promptly demolish the criticisms of the theorizing objector. What exactly happens to the man who goes into that room with a gargoyle face, and a week or two later, after various processes, is able to emerge with a face which at a few yards' distance is almost a replica of the one he wore before he was wounded? To begin with, it must be explained that the sculptor does nothing whatever unless the surgeon has finished with the case. The wound must be radically healed. It is useless for the sculptor to tackle it if further shrinkage is going to alter its contours. When the healing is pronounced complete, the man can be turned over to the masks for facial disfigurements expert, not before. He enters the room, is seated in a chair, and very carefully scrutinized. He has been asked to supply, if possible, a portrait of himself as he was before he went to the front. Generally he can do so. That last photograph which the wife or sweetheart coaxed him to endure develops an unforeseen value, and this portrait guides the sculptor in some of the factors he must weigh in deciding what type of mask is best suited to the individual. Later, too, the portrait will be of priceless help in the mask's finishing touches. The decision arrived at, the patient's face is prepared for molding. He has lost, perhaps, one eye, a slice of the adjacent cheek, and the top part of the nose. In such a case, the whole of the upper half of the face, including the entire nose and the surviving eye, must be molded. It is first painted over with oil, the eyebrows are smeared with Vaseline, the mustache, if any, receives the same treatment. This is to prevent the plaster of Paris, which is about to be applied, from sticking to the hairs. Meanwhile, our lance corporal has been deftly mixing the plaster of Paris with warm water in a bowl, a minor preparation which nevertheless demands a craftsman's knowledge, for this substance's behavior is fickle. Soon it is of the proper consistency, and the patient, leaning back in his chair as though on the point of being shaved at a barber's, closes his one remaining eye, and has a snippet of tissue paper placed on its oily lid to protect it. A similar snippet protects the hole which once contained the other eye. Quickly a film of plaster is brushed onto the face. Heavier dollops of plaster are applied to this film. Soon the face looks as though its upper features had been very richly lathered. The lather grows thicker and thicker, more and more solid, drier and drier. At length the correct moment, as recognized by the lance corporal, has arrived, and he detaches and lifts off from the patient's face a faintly steaming shell of plaster, the inner surface of which is a negative replica of the gargoyle which is to be restored to naturalness. A minute later, the gargoyle's owner, none the worse, has had all the oil sponged off and is ready to go back to his ward, or to his home, until he shall be required to pay his next visit. After various adventures have befallen it, in which soft soap and soaking plays a part, the plaster of Paris negative yields a plaster of Paris positive. This positive has its few imperfections, minute lumps and the like, smoothed off. Then another negative is made from it. From this second negative, a squeeze of plasticine is taken. Why the technical name for these sometimes rather beautiful and bust-like works should be such an ungainly one as squeeze, I know not, but squeezes they are, and when you go into the masks for facial disfigurements room, it is rarely that you will not find a squeeze being labored upon by the presiding genius of the place. It is upon this squeeze in the first instance that the sculptor exercises his art. The squeeze, as it stands, is a literal portrait of the patient, with his eyeless socket, the cheek partly gone, the bridge of the nose missing, and also with his good eye and a portion of his good cheek. These undamaged features were purposely included in the original cast, for these are what the damaged ones must be made to match. But the eye is closed. Its lid was, of course, lowered to shield it from the plaster. We remember that a morsel of tissue paper further shrouded it. The plasticine squeeze, then, represents a face lacking one eye and with the other eye shut. The shut eye must be opened so that the other eye, the eye to be, can be matched to it. With dexterous strokes, the sculptor opens the eye. The squeeze, hitherto representing a face asleep, seems to awaken. The eye looks forth at the world with intelligence. This opening of the closed eye is practically the sole function of the squeeze. From the squeeze, thus modified, a further plaster of Paris cast is made, a negative, and then a positive. This last positive is the basis for the sculptor's main task. On it, working with minute and elaborate finesse, he builds up the patient's portrait. The eyeless socket is filled in and given an eye, eyebrow, and eyelashes, which pair with their neighbors. The concave cheek is made convex to pair with the good cheek. The nose is restored, its shape reproduced from measurements and from comparison with the photograph or photographs. It comes to pass in the fullness of time that a plaster likeness emerges of the man, not as he is, but as he was, and from this sculptured plaster portrait the eventual mask is forged. The mask, so called, when it gets its preliminary adjustments on the patient himself, perhaps does not appear very promising. It is a thin metal contrivance, an electrotype plate, 1/32 of an inch thick, which bears a remote resemblance to an irregular bit cut out of one of those papier-mâché visors worn by revellers at a fancy dress ball. As yet it is not tinted, it is only shaped, and shaped with notable nicety. It exhibits an oval aperture where the eye is to come. Adjacent thereunto is the upper part of the nose. At the side we see restored the lost slope of the cheek. Very, very painstakingly is the patient fitted. Then the plate is covered with an electric deposit of silver. Meanwhile the sculptor, turned painter for the moment, is painting on a slim oval disc of glass an eye which is an adroit reproduction, down even to the veins in the white, of the patient's undamaged eye. This disc will be accommodated in the oval aperture left for it. Commercial artificial eyes were tried, but faultless paring, and the masks for facial disfigurements department is fanatically particular, was seldom achieved, so the painted discs hold the field. Lastly, the silvered disc itself is painted. Oil paints are used, this after diligent investigations into the possibilities of fired enamels, and the patient's sound skin is matched with as microscopic precision as was his sound eye. Eyelashes of metallic foil, real hair has been tried and abandoned, are fixed above the eye. These and the eyebrow are painted, brown, black, or whatever the patient's color may be. Spectacles are soldered to the mask's fragment of nose. These spectacles are not to enable the patient to see, but to hold the mask in place, an office unobtrusively performed by the spectacles' hooks behind the ears. The mask is so light that it needs little support. With some of the smaller ones, spirit gum suffices. Generally speaking, when the patient is wearing his mask, the only difference which his friends can observe in him at a couple of yards' distance are 1. That whereas before the war he had no occasion to wear glasses, he now does wear them, and 2. That he occasionally squints. This latter apparent phenomenon is of course due to the fact that the mask's eye is immovable while the sound eye shifts from side to side. But as long as the patient in talking remembers to look directly at his vis-a-vis, no seeming squint occurs. The sole abnormality is that one eye winks and the other does not. This and the squint the spectacles partly conceal. It is difficult to convey a fair impression of the extraordinary thousandth of an inch sort of correctitude with which these membrane-like but strong metal masks adhere to the face and cover the grisly gap beneath them. At a slight distance, so harmonious are both the moulding and the tinting that it is impossible to detect the join where the live skin of cheek or nose leaves off and the imitation complexion of the mask begins. Figure what this means to the patient. Instead of being a gargoyle, ashamed to show himself on the streets, he is an almost normal human being, and can go anywhere unafraid. Unafraid, a happy release of seeing others afraid. Self-respect returns to him, his depression departs. With this improvement in mental health, there is a corresponding improvement, as no psychologist will need to be told, in physical health likewise. And should it have happened that his wound has injured the nerves controlling the salivary glands or the tear ducts, so that he is troubled by a constant discharge, the sculptor's mask is a blessing, for an absorbent pad can be conveniently tucked away within it, and will be a comfort to the patient in his distressing affliction. The before and after photographs which line the studio walls do not therefore tell the whole of the story. They show us macabre and sometimes brutish physiognomies, metamorphosed into sane and reasonable ones, but they cannot register the access of cheeriness which has been brought about within the brains which those facades hide. Some hint of it is indirectly conveyed by certain of the after portraits, to be sure, and is rather more noticeable in the profiles than in those which are full face. 4 photographs are taken of each patient, 1 full face and 1 profile before, 1 full face and 1 profile after. The profile which is noseless, or has been deprived of all but a portion of the nose, or is lacking the upper lip, is pathetically ugly. Such a profile, wearing the moulded mask which restores these features, has no ugliness whatever, and is frequently even expressive. When the upper lip is gone, its absence is screened by a false mustache hung beneath the artificial nose. This false mustache is made to imitate the mustache which the patient boasted before the war if he was a mustache wearer. One owner of a mustachioed mask of this type is so proud of it, in spite of its falseness, that he waxes and twists it in a fashion sprucely dandaical, and would not be offended if told that he is now a handsomer man than he was when he joined the army. Certainly his 2 after portraits suggest that this is not impossible, they are so spick and span. In another frame we see pictures of a soldier who had completely lost 1 ear. An elegant false ear, in painted metal like the masks, and as imponderable as a feather, has been created for him by Captain Derwent Wood. This ear is attached by spirit gum. You would not think that the loss of an ear could matter much. With longish hair brushed over the place, no decline in comeliness should have ensued. Nevertheless, there is a blank in the full face before portrait, and when we examine the full face after portrait with its 2 ears, of which we can scarcely tell which is the spurious one, we descry at once an added intelligence. The wrongness is exorcised, and the face has returned to a pleasant rightness instead. The very eyes have become in some queer way straighter and more tranquil. All this is brought about by a very close union between craftsmanship and art. The Masks for Facial Disfigurements department, which is intensely practical and materialistic, would not have evolved and could not be conducted by anyone but a sculptor. Those oddly shaped flakes of painted metal do not perhaps define themselves very ostensibly as sculpture pure and simple, but they are based on the formulae and practice of sculpture, and grow from the deftness of the sculptor's hand. With training, anybody might in time make the plaster of Paris molds, and advance as far as the plasticine squeeze. It is in the alterations and adaptations, the buildings up and trimmings down, and the ultimate reproduction of the human face as it was, that the person who does not happen to be a sculptor, and a sculptor of imagination, would inevitably fail. In the Masks for Facial Disfigurements department there is no parallel to be drawn with any other branch of the war hospital's activities. There is no surgery, and nothing the least like surgery, no medicine, and nothing the least like medicine, no treatment of the face or jaw, as in, say, massage or dentistry, no treatment, in short, of any description whatsoever. The doctor, the surgeon, the masseur, the dentist, all are specialists, come here to watch a confrere whose work on patients is perhaps the only work in the whole institution which does not on some neutral ground overlap with theirs. This confrere has no degrees like theirs, and is in no remotest sense either their competitor or their rival. He is not an unqualified man pushing into a close corporation of qualified men. He is outside their domain, but they equally are outside his, for they are scientists, and he is simply an artist. End of Masks and Faces from The Happy Hospital by Ward Muir. Read by Maria Casper.
Merchantmen at Arms, The British Merchant Service in the War by David W. Bone. Independent Sailings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Independent Sailings. Until nearly 3 years of war had gone on, we sailed independently as single ships, setting our speeds and courses and conforming only to the general route instructions of the Admiralty. The submarine menace did not come upon us in a sudden intensity. Its operation was gradually unfolded, and countermeasures were as methodically advanced to meet it. The earliest precaution took the form of a wide separation of the ships, branching the sea routes apart on the sound theory that submarines would have voyaging to do to reach their victims. While this was a plan of value on the high seas, it could not be pursued in the narrow waters of the channels. Destroyers in sufficient numbers not being available to patrol these waters, fishing craft, trawlers and drifters, were commissioned to that service. Being of a moderate speed, their activities were not devoted to a mass operation, by which they could group the merchantmen together for protection. The custom was still to separate them as widely as possible, each zigzagging on her own plan. Until the convoy system was established, measures for our protection did not take the form of naval escorts sailing in our company. Such vessels were only provided for transports or for ships on military service. Vessels on commercial voyages were largely left to their own resources when clear of harbour limits. That all sea-going vessels should carry a wireless installation was one of the first measures enforced by Admiralty. The magnificent resources of the Marconi Company, though strained, were equal to the task. There was a life labour alone in the technical education of their operators, but they drilled the essentials of their practice into landward youths in a few months, blessed them with a probationer's licence, and sent them to sea. It is idle to speculate on what we could have done without this communication with the beach. It is inconceivable that we could have served the sea as we have done. Throughout the length of Channel waters we were constantly in visual touch with the patrols, but in the more open seas we relied on the wireless to keep us informed of enemy activities. At first we were lavish in its use. The air was scored by messages. Backchat was indulged in by the operators. An SOS, and they were frequent, was instant signal for a confusion of inquiries that often prevented the ready succour of a vessel in distress. We grew wiser. We put a seal on the switch. Regulations came into force to restrain unnecessary sparking. We sat in to listen and record, and only to speak when we were spoken to. Codes were issued by the Admiralty for use at sea. Their early cryptogram was easily decoded by friend and enemy alike. Knowing that certain words would assuredly be embodied in the text of a message, words such as from, latitude, report, submarine, master, it was not difficult to decipher a code of alphabetical sequence. There were famous stories of traitors and spies, but our authoritative simplicity was responsible for the occasional leakage of information. At this date, 1915-16, wireless position detectors came into use by the enemy. A spark group, repeated after an interval, could give a fair approximation of distance and course and speed. More than ever it was necessary to maintain silence when at sea. Withal, The air was still in strong voice. At regular periods the great longshore radios threw out war warnings to guide us in a choice of routes and warn us away from mined areas. Patrols and warcraft kept up an incessant linking report. Distress signals hissed into the atmosphere in urgent sibilance, then faltered and died away. On occasion the high note of a telefunken set invited a revealing confidence that would lead us, chicky, to the block. We were well served by Marconi. Extension of the power of enemy submarines brought new practice to our seafaring. We had made the most of a passage by the land, steering so close that the workers in the field paused in their toil and waved us on. But the new underwater craft crept in as close and mined the fairways. We were ordered to open sea again, to steer the shortest course by which we could reach a depth of water that could not be mined. Zigzag progress now assumed the importance that was ever its right. It had been but cursorily maintained. The shortest distance between 2 points had, for so long, been our rule that many masters were unwilling to steer in tangents. On passage in the more open sea, they were soon converted to a belief in the efficacy of a crazy course. Statistics of our losses proved the virtue of the tangent. Of a group of 6 vessels sunk in a certain area, only one, a very slow vessel, was torpedoed while maintaining a zigzag. Extracts from the diary of a captured submarine commander were circulated among us, giving ground for our confidence in the frequent admissions of failure, owing to a sudden and unexpected alteration of course. Still, we were unarmed. If by zigzag and a keen lookout we were fortunate in evading torpedo attack, the submarine had by now mounted a surface armament, and we were exposed to another equally deadly offence. For our protection, Admiralty placed a new type of warship on the routes approaching the channels. Built originally for duty as minesweepers, the sloops were faster and more heavily armed than the drifters. They patrolled in a chain of 5 or 6 over the routes that we were instructed to use. During the daylight hours, we were rarely out of sight of one or other of the vessels forming the chain. Our route orders were framed towards a definite point of departure into the high seas when darkness came. There the patrol of the sloops ended. We had the hours of the night to make our offing, and, by daybreak again, were assumed to be clear of the danger zone. But the danger zone was being extended swiftly. It was not always possible to traverse the area in the dark hours of a night. Only the fast liners could stretch out a speed that would serve. Profiting by experience that was constantly growing, the Reichsmarine constructed larger submarines capable of remaining long at sea and of operating in ocean areas that could not adequately be patrolled. 12, 15, then 20 degrees of longitude marked their activity advancing to the westward. They went south to 35. In time the Mediterranean became a field for their efforts. Gunfire being the least expensive, they relied on their deck armament to destroy unarmed shipping. The patrols were but rarely in sight. The submarine became a surface destroyer. There was no necessity for submergence on the ocean routes. Underwater tactics were held in reserve for use against fast ships. The slower merchantmen were brought to in a contest that was wholly in favour of the U-boat. In a heavy Atlantic gale, Cabotia was sunk by gunfire 120 miles from land. She had not the speed to escape. Despite the heavy seas that swept over the submarine and all but washed the gunner from the deck, the enemy was able to keep up a galling fire that ultimately forced the master to abandon his ship. Virginia was fired upon at midnight when steering for the Cerigo Channel. Notwithstanding the courage of Captain Coverley, who remained on board to the last, there could be but one end to the contest. Virginia was sunk. A strong ship, the enemy had to expend 2 of his torpedoes to destroy her. Against such attacks, only one measure could be advocated, the measure we had for so long been demanding. It was impossible to patrol adequately all the areas of our voyaging. Guns were served to us, and we derived a confidence that the enemy quickly appreciated. We did not expect wholly to reduce his surface action, but we could and did expose him to the risk he had come so far out to sea to avoid. On countless occasions our new armament had effect in keeping him to his depths, with the consequent waste of his mobile battery power. Even in gun action he could no longer impose his own speed power on a slow ship. Under conditions that he judged favourable to his gunnery, the submarine commander still exercised his ordnance, usually after a torpedo had failed to reach its mark. Many of the hazards were against us, but our weapons brought the contest to a less unequal balance. If we did present the larger target, we had in our steady emplacement a better platform from which to direct our fire. From the first it was a competition of range and calibre. 6-pounders led to 12s, these in turn gave way to 4.7s. Anon the enemy mounted a heavier weapon, to which we replied by a new type of 4-inch, sighted to 13,000 yards. Thus armed and equipped, we were in better condition to meet the enemy in our independent sailings. He was again obliged largely to return to the use of his torpedoes, with all the maze of underwater approach that form of attack involved. If outranged in a surface action, we had our smoke-producing apparatus to set up a screen to his shell fire, and that form of defence had the added value of forcing him to proceed at a high and uneconomical speed to press and attack. Some of our gun actions resulted in destruction of a sea pest, but all, however unsuccessful, contributed to lessen his power of offence. Every torpedo fired, every hour of submergence, every knot of speed expended in a chase, was so far a victory for us as to hasten the date when he would be obliged to head back to his base. His chances of survival in that passage through the patrols and the nets and the mines could not be considered as good. End of Merchantmen at Arms, the British Merchant Service in the War, by David W. Bone. Independent Sailings. Recording by Son of the Exiles.
Chapter 8 of The Little Book of the War by Ava March Tappan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. The United States enters the war. January 1917 had come, and the war had been going on for 2 years and a half. When it first broke out, it was announced in big headlines in the newspapers, and some of us took down atlases to make sure just where Serbia was. But we did not expect the United States to be seriously affected by a little fighting in a remote corner of Europe. When England and France took up arms, the trouble began to seem rather nearer home. But still, we were on the other side of the Atlantic. We had followed Jefferson's advice and avoided European entanglements, and there seemed no reason why we should have anything to do with this one. Therefore, we had issued promptly a proclamation of neutrality. Of course, Americans, as well as people of other nations, had read German books declaring German aims, but we had never taken them seriously. Perhaps one reason was that with our own great country, the blessed land of room enough, and our long lines of seacoast, we could hardly understand the feelings of a rapidly increasing people who felt themselves shut into 2 narrow boundaries. However that may be, there was certainly one thing which we had not suspected, and this was that German spies were scattered throughout our land. We found that the German government was paying men to place bombs on ships sailing from the United States, to burn our factories, to bring about strikes, and to wreck railroads.
These men were also attempting to use the United States as a base from which to outfit steamers to supply German raiders. They were making efforts to induce the Hindus in this country to arouse those of their race in India to rebel against the rule of England. And they were trying to excite the people of India, Mexico, Haiti, and Cuba to hatred of the United States. They planned to involve Japan in their plots. Japan is our friend, and if we treat her fairly, there is no reason to suppose that she will ever be otherwise. But Germany schemed to unite Japan and Mexico against us, their reward to be land in our southwest. Germans living in this country were advised from home to oppose military training and arming so that the United States might be the more easily overcome in case of war. All this was before there was any break between this country and Germany. These things were done partly in revenge for our sales of ammunition, and partly that we might be kept too busy at home to join in the war in Europe if the time should come when we discovered the wisdom of so doing. The German embassy was the head and front of this work. It even issued passports by forging the name of the United States, a particularly dishonorable act, as a foreign minister is regarded as the guest of the country to which he is sent, and is accorded special privileges and courtesies. We learned at last that we must meet bribery, treachery, and crime. Before the beginning of the war, we had felt as kindly toward Germany as toward any other country. But as the months passed, our feelings underwent a change. War is horrible under all conditions, but civilized nations have tried to lessen its terrors by international laws and agreements forbidding certain methods of warfare. Among the forbidden acts are the destruction of private property, the bombardment of undefended towns, and the bombardment of any towns without warning. Injury to churches, art galleries, hospitals, and hospital ships. The use of anything causing unnecessary suffering, such as poison on weapons or in wells, poison gas, or liquid fire. It is forbidden to impose upon any community fines or other penalties for deeds of individuals for which the community is not responsible. All these regulations, and many others, Germany had violated again and again. She had treated her prisoners with cruelty. She had spread germs of disease. In Belgium, Poland, and elsewhere, she had torn many thousands from their families and driven them away into slavery. She had recognized no law but her own will. In great free America, we could hardly believe that such crimes as these could be committed anywhere in the world. When it was proved not only that the charges were true, but that the crimes had been committed not by lawless soldiers, but under strict orders from headquarters, it was impossible not to take sides. What had happened in our own country increased our indignation. Still, we waited, until at last Germany's method of carrying on submarine warfare became unendurable. These were briefly: early in 1915, Germany marked off a large area of the high seas in which she declared she would sink all enemy ships without warning. 3 months later, she sank the Lusitania. 1 year after this, she promised to sink no more vessels without warning. 8 months later, February the 1st, 1917, She declared that she would sink without warning every vessel that she met. This was nothing more nor less than piracy, and it aroused the indignation of the world. Our government had learned before this that the German ambassador, Count von Bernstorff, was at the head of the plots against the United States, and 2 days after the declaration of unrestricted warfare, he was given his passports. This was not declaring war, but it was a threat of war if Germany did not mend her ways. Germany continued in the same course, and 2 months after the departure of Count von Bernstorff, President Wilson stood before Congress, called in special session. He summed up the injuries which Germany had inflicted upon the United States and the efforts of the government to keep the peace. Then he said, "With a profound sense of the solemn and even tragical character of the step I am taking, and of the grave responsibilities which it involves, but in unhesitating obedience to what I deem my constitutional duty, I advise that the Congress declare the recent course of the Imperial German government to be in fact nothing less than war against the government and people of the United States." Congress voted. Resolved, that the state of war between the United States and the Imperial German government, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared. We are in this war for the reason which the President stated in just 8 words. The world must be made safe for democracy. The word democracy comes from 2 Greek words meaning people and power, and a democratic government is one in which the people are the source of the power. The United States is a democracy. We choose men to represent us, representatives, senators, and president. But if even the president does not do for the country what the majority think is wise and honorable, we have the right to try him, and if he is proved guilty, to put him out of his office. France, like the United States, is a republic. England is not a republic, but it is a democracy. It has a king, to be sure, but politically he is hardly more than a figurehead. The Prime Minister and his party rule. But if they propose an important measure, and Parliament, chosen by the people, refuses to pass it, they understand this as a broad hint that they are not representing the will of the people. They resign, and another election is held. The government of Italy is much like that of England. Italy has a king and legislature of 2 houses. Its cabinet, like the English Prime Minister and his party, resigns if Parliament refuses to pass any important measures which it has presented. Such is a democratic government, of the people, by the people, and for the people, as Lincoln so well expressed it. The government of Germany is an autocracy. This word comes from 2 Greek words meaning self and power. That is, the ruler himself, and not the people, is the source of the power. The German Empire was formed, as has been said before, by the union of a number of kingdoms, duchies, free cities, etc. The states of the United States united on equal terms. no state having more privileges or rights than another. The number of representatives which each state sends to Congress depends, as is fair and just, upon the number of the state's inhabitants. But every state, whether large or small, sends 2 senators. The German Union of States is quite different from ours. When it was formed, some states refused to join unless they could have special privileges. Bavaria, for instance, pays no taxes to the empire on beer and domestic liquors. Of all these states, Prussia was by far the strongest, and when her king became also German emperor, she was able to secure whatever special privileges she wanted. The government of Germany consists of the Kaiser, the Chancellor, and 2 houses. The members of one of these, the Bundesrat, are appointed by the rulers of the 25 states, each one having a fixed number of votes. The other, the Reichstag, represents the people, and its members are chosen by the people's votes. At first glance, this seems much like the government of England, with king, prime minister, and the 2 houses of parliament. But there is a great difference, as will be seen later. The Kaiser is, of course, at the head of the government. Under him is the Chancellor, whom he appoints or puts out of office as he chooses. The Chancellor is president of the Bundesrat, and he has also a seat in the Reichstag. In England, as has just been said, if the Prime Minister proposes an important bill and Parliament refuses to make it a law, the Prime Minister resigns. In Germany, if the Chancellor proposes an important bill and the Reichstag refuses to make it a law, the Reichstag may be dissolved and a new election held. This may be done again and again until a Reichstag has been formed that will vote as the Chancellor, that is the Kaiser, wishes, and the Chancellor remains in power until the Kaiser desires to make a change. The Reichstag, then, has almost no power, and is practically, as it has often been called, only a debating club. The Bundesrat represents the states as states, but the number of representatives varies with the different states. There are in all 61 members. Of these, Prussia has 17, while 17 of the states have only 1 apiece. Alsace-Lorraine has 3 votes, but the Kaiser instructs how they shall be cast. The delegates from each state vote as a unit, and as they have been bidden by the prince of their state to vote. Now, the Kaiser is also king of Prussia, so the 20 delegates are subject to his will. The meetings of the Bundesrat are held in secret. If the Reichstag passes a law, it is not valid unless the Bundesrat agrees to it. As the Kaiser controls 1/3 of the votes of the Bundesrat, it is an easy matter for the Chancellor to secure for him enough more votes to make a majority and pass whatever measure he may please. The Kaiser, then, controls both the Reichstag and the Bundesrat. He also controls the army and the navy. To make offensive war, he must ask the assent of the Bundesrat, not difficult to obtain as we have seen. But if, in his own opinion, the war is defensive, all he needs to do is to say, "Let there be war," and the vast war machine of the empire is set in motion. The present war the Kaiser averred to be defensive, and he did not officially notify the Bundesrat until 3 days after it had been declared. As Prussia is the leading state of Germany, It is of interest to know that Prussian voters are divided into 3 classes according to their property. 4% of the wealthy folk of the land count in voting for as much as 82% of the working people, and the vote of one man of wealth or of noble birth may be equal to the votes of 10,000 working men. This is why a junker, that is, son of a noble house which has always been devoted to military service, holds so much power. Bismarck was a junker. The government of the United States, of England, of France, and of Italy is a government of the people by themselves, a democracy. The government of Germany is a government of the people by one person, an autocracy. Lincoln said, "This country cannot endure half slave and half free. Neither can the nations endure half democratic and half autocratic. As long as there is a man in the world who has the power to bring war upon a country simply by saying the world is not safe. That is why we are fighting. Our boys do not cross the ocean to enter European entanglements, but to keep autocracy from our own land. This is our war. We fight to defend our own country and ourselves just as certainly as if German troops had landed on our shores. Paris in 3 weeks, London in 3 months, New York in 3 years was a common saying among German officers. From the beginning of the war, France and England and little Belgium have been fighting our battles. The Atlantic is wide, but if England had not been our friend and had not protected us by keeping the German fleet shut up in the North Sea, who can doubt that Germany would have strained every nerve in the effort to bombard our coast towns and turn parts, at least, of our country into a second Belgium? End of Chapter 8 of The Little Book of the War by Ava March Tappan.
Chapter 11 of Inventions of the Great War by A. Russell Bond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Chapter 11 Warriors of the Paintbrush. When the great European War broke out, it was very evident that the Entente Allies would have to exercise every resource to beat the foe which had been preparing for years to conquer the world. But who ever imagined that geologists would be called in to choose the best places for boring mines under the enemy, that meteorologists would be summoned to forecast the weather and determine the best time to launch an offensive, that psychologists would be employed to pick out the men with the best nerves to man the machine guns and pilot the battle planes? Certainly no one guessed that artists and the makers of stage scenery would play an important part in the conflict. But the airplane filled the sky with eyes that at first made it impossible for an army to conceal its plans from the enemy, and then there were eyes that swam in the sea, cruel eyes that belonged to deadly submarine monsters, eyes that could see without being seen, eyes that could pop up out of the water at unexpected moments, eyes that directed deadly missiles at inoffensive merchantmen. They were cowardly eyes, too, which gave the ship no opportunity to strike back at the unseen enemy. A vessel's only safety lay in the chance that out on the broad reaches of the ocean it might pass beyond the range of those lurking eyes. It was a game of hide and seek, in which the pursuer and not the pursued was hidden. Something had to be done to conceal the pursued as well, but in the open sea there was nothing to hide behind. Hiding in plain sight. There is such a thing as hiding in plain sight. You can look right at a tree toad without seeing him, because his colors blend perfectly with the tree to which he clings.
You can watch a green leaf curl up and shrivel without realizing that the curled edge is really a caterpillar, cunningly veined and colored to look just like a dying leaf. And out in the woods a speckled bird or striped animal will escape observation just because it matches the spotted light that comes through the underbrush. Nature is constantly protecting its helpless animals with colored coats that blend with surroundings. Long ago, clumsy attempts at concealment were made when war vessels were given a coat of dark gray paint, which was supposed to make them invisible at a distance. Actually, the paint made them more conspicuous, but, then, concealment did not count for very much before the present war. It was the eyes of submarines that brought a hurry call for the artists, and up to them was put the problem of hiding ships in plain sight. A new name was coined for these warriors of the paintbrush. Camoufleurs, they were called, and their work was known as camouflage. Matching the sky. Of course, no paint will make a ship absolutely invisible at a short distance, but a large vessel may be made to disappear completely from view at a distance of 6 or 7 miles if it is properly painted. To be invisible, a ship must reflect as much light and the same shade of light as do its surroundings. If it is seen against the background of the sea, it must be of a bluish or a greenish tint. But a submarine lies so low in the water that any object seen at a distance is silhouetted against the sky, and so the ship must have a coat of paint that will reflect the same color as does the sky. Now, the sky may be of almost any color of the rainbow, depending upon the position of the sun and the amount of vapor or dust in the air. Fortunately, in the North Sea and the waters around the British Isles, where most of the submarine attacks took place, the weather is hazy most of the time, and the ship had to be painted of such color that it would reflect the same light as that reflected by a hazy sky. With a background of haze, and more or less haze between the ship and the periscope of the U-boat, it was not a difficult matter to paint a ship so that it would be invisible 6 or 7 miles away. One shade of gray was used to conceal a ship in the North Sea, and an entirely different shade was used for the brighter skies of the Mediterranean. In this way, the artists made it possible for ships to sail in safety much nearer the pursuer who was trying to find them, and by just so much they reduced his powers of destruction. But still the odds were too heavy against the merchantman. Something must be done for him when he found himself within the 7-mile danger zone. Here again the artists came to the rescue. Before the merchant ships were armed, a submarine would not waste a torpedo on them, but would pound them into submission with shell. Even after ships were provided with guns, submarines mounted heavier guns, and unless a ship was speedy enough to show a clean pair of heels, the pursuing U-boat would stand off out of range of the ship's guns and pour a deadly fire into it. But the ships, too, mounted larger guns, and the submarines had to fall back upon their torpedoes. Getting the range for the torpedo. In order to fire its torpedo with any certainty, the U-boat had to get within 1,000 yards of its victim. A torpedo travels at from 30 to 40 miles per hour. It takes time for it to reach its target, and a target which is moving at, say, 15 knots, will travel 500 yards, while a 30-knot torpedo is making 100 yards. And so before the U-boat commander could discharge his torpedo, he had to know how fast the ship was traveling and how far away it was from him. He could not come to the surface and make deliberate observations, but had to stay under cover, not daring even to keep his eye out of water, for fear that the long wake of foam trailing behind the periscope would give him away. All he could do, then, was to throw his periscope up for a momentary glimpse and make his calculations very quickly. Then he could move to the position he figured that he should occupy and shoot up his periscope for another glimpse to check his calculations. On the glass of this periscope there were a number of gradations running vertically and horizontally. If he knew his victim and happened to know the height of its smokestacks or the length of the boat, he noted how many gradations they covered, and then, by a set formula, he could tell how far he was from the boat. At the same time, he had to work out its rate of travel and note carefully the course it was holding before he could figure where his torpedo must be aimed. There was always more or less uncertainty about such observations, because they had to be taken hastily, and the camoufleurs were not slow to take advantage of this weakness. They increased the enemy's confusion by painting high bow waves, which made the ship look as if it were traveling at high speed. They painted the bow to look like the stern, and the stern to look like the bow, and the stacks were painted so that they appeared to slant in the opposite direction, so that it would look as if the vessel were headed the other way. U-boats came to have a very wholesome respect for destroyers, and would seldom attack a ship if one of these fast fighting craft was about, and so destroyers were painted on the sides of ships as scarecrows to frighten off the enemy. Making straight lines look crooked. We say that seeing is believing, but it is not very hard to deceive the eye. The lines in Figure 13 look absolutely parallel, and they are, but cross-hatch the spaces between them, with the hatching reversed in alternate spaces, as in Figure 14, and they no longer look straight. Take the letters on the left, Figure 15. They look all higgledy-piggledy, but they are really straight and parallel, as one can prove by laying a straight edge against them, or by drawing a straight line through each letter, as shown to the right, Figure 16. Such illusions were used on ships. Stripes were painted on the hull that tapered slightly from bow to stern, so that the vessel appeared to be headed off at an angle, when it was really broadside to the watcher at the other end of the periscope. There are color illusions, too, that were tried. If you draw a red chalk mark and a blue one on a perfectly clean blackboard, the red line will seem to stand out and the blue one to sink into the black surface of the board, because your eye has to focus differently for the two colors, and a very dazzling effect can be had with alternating squares of blue and red. Other colors give even more dazzling effects, and some of them, when viewed at a distance, will blend into the very shade of gray that will make a boat invisible at 6 miles. When U-boat commanders took observations on a ship painted with a dazzle camouflage, they saw a shimmering image which it was hard for them to measure on the fine gradations of their periscopes. Some ships were painted with heavy blotches of black and white, and the enemy, making a hasty observation, would be apt to focus his attention on the dark masses and overlook the white parts. So he was likely to make a mistake in estimating the height of the smokestack, or in measuring the apparent length of a vessel. A joke on the photographer. Early in the submarine campaign, one of our boats was given a coat of camouflage, and when the vessel sailed from its pier in the North River, New York, the owners sent a photographer 2 or 3 piers down the river to photograph the ship as she went by. He took the picture, but when the negative was developed, much to his astonishment, he found that the boat was not all on the plate. In the finder of his camera he had mistaken a heavy band of black paint for the stern of the ship, quite overlooking the real stern, which was painted a grayish-white. The artist had fooled the photographer at a distance of not more than 200 or 300 yards. Seeing beyond the horizon. The periscope of a submarine that is running awash can be raised about 15 feet above the water, which means that the horizon as viewed from the elevation is about 6 miles away. And if you draw a circle within a 6-mile radius on the map of the Atlantic, you will find that it is a mere speck in the ocean. But a U-boat commander could see objects that lay far beyond his horizon because he was searching for objects which towered many feet above the water. The smokestacks of some vessels rise 100 feet above the waterline, and the masts reach up to much greater altitudes. Aside from this, in the early days of the war steamers burned soft coal, and their funnels belched forth huge columns of smoke which were visible from 20 to 30 miles away. When this was realized, efforts were made to cut down the superstructure of a ship as much as possible. Some vessels had their stacks cut down almost to the deck line, and air pumps were installed to furnish the draft necessary to keep their furnaces going. They had no masts, except for slender iron pipes which could be folded down against the deck and could be erected at a moment's notice, to carry the aerials of the wireless system. Over the ship, from stem to stern, was stretched a cable familiarly known as a clothesline, upon which were laid strips of canvas that completely covered the superstructure of the ship. These boats lay so low that they could not be seen at any great distance, and it was difficult for the U-boats to find them. They were slow boats, too slow to run away from a modern submarine, but because of their lowly structure, they managed to elude the German U-boats. When they were seen, the U-boat commanders were afraid of them. They were suspicious of anything that looked out of the ordinary, and preferred to let the clothesline ships go. The British mystery ships. The Germans had some very unhealthy experiences with the Q-boats, or mystery ships of the British. These were vessels rigged up much like ordinary tramp steamers, but they were loaded with wood so that they would not sink, and their hatches were arranged to fall open at the touch of a button, exposing powerful guns. They were also equipped with torpedo tubes, so that they could give the U-boat a dose of its own medicine. These ships would travel along the lanes frequented by submarines and invite attack. They would limp along as if they had been injured by a storm or a U-boat attack, and looked like easy prey. When a submarine did attack them, they would send out frantic calls for help, and they had so-called panic parties, which took to the boats. Meantime, a picked crew remained aboard, carefully concealed from view, and the captain kept his eye upon the enemy through a periscope disguised as a small ventilator, waiting for the U-boat to come within range of certain destruction. Sometimes the panic party would lure the submarine into a favorable position by rowing under the stern as if to hide around the other side of the ship. At the proper moment, up would go the white ensign, the British man-of-war flag, the batteries would be unmasked, and a hail of shell would break loose over the Hun. Many a German submarine was accounted for by such traps. Submarines themselves used all sorts of camouflage. They were frequently equipped with sails which they would raise to disguise themselves as peaceful sloops, and in this way they were able to steal up on a victim without discovery. Sometimes they would seize a ship and hide behind it in order to get near their prey. Camouflage on land. But the call for wielders of the paintbrush came not only from the sea. Their services were needed fully as much on land, and the making of land camouflage was far more interesting because it was more varied and more successful. Besides, it called for more than mere paint. All sorts of tricks with canvas, grass, and branches were used. Of course, the soldiers were garbed in dust-colored clothing, and shiny armor was discarded. The helmets they wore were covered with a material that cast no gleam of light. In every respect they tried to make themselves of the same shade as their surroundings. Like the Indians, they painted their faces. This was done when they made their raids at night. They painted their faces black so that they would not show the faintest reflection of light. A paper horse. The most interesting camouflage work was done for the benefit of snipers or for observers at listening posts close to the enemy trenches. It was very important to spy on the enemy and discover his plans, and so men were sent out as near his lines as possible to listen to the conversation and to note any signs of unusual activity which would be likely to precede a raid. These men were supplied with telephone wires which they dragged over no man's land, and by which they could communicate their discoveries to headquarters. Some very ingenious listening posts were established. In one case, a papier-mâché duplicate of a dead horse was made, which was an exact facsimile of an animal that had been shot and lay between the two lines. One night, the carcass of the horse was removed and the papier-mâché replica took its place. In the latter a man was stationed with a telephone connection back to his own lines. He had an excellent chance to watch the enemy. On another occasion a standing tree, whose branches had been shot away, was carefully photographed and an exact copy of it made, but with a chamber inside in which an observer could be concealed. One night, while the noise of the workmen was drowned by heavy cannonading, this tree was removed and its facsimile was set up instead, and it remained for many a day before the enemy discovered that it was a fake tree trunk. It proved a tall observation post from which an observer could direct the fire of his own artillery. Fooling the watchers in the sky. In the early stages of the war, it seemed impossible to hide anything from the Germans. They had eyes everywhere and were able to anticipate everything the Allies did. But the spies that infested the sky were the worst handicap. Even when the Allies gained control of the air, the control was more or less nominal, because every now and then an enemy observer would slip over or under the patrolling aeroplanes and make photographs of the Allies' lines. The photographs were carefully compared with others previously taken, that the slightest change in detail might be observed. Airplane observers not only would be ready to drop bombs on any suspicious object or upon masses of troops moving along the roads, but would telephone back to their artillery to direct its fire upon these targets. Of course, the enemy knew where the roads were located, and a careful watch was kept of them. The French did not try to hide the roads, but they concealed the traffic on the roads by hanging rows of curtains over them. As these curtains hung vertically and were spaced apart, one would suppose that they would furnish little concealment, but they prevented an observer in an aeroplane from looking down the length of a road. All the road he could see was that which lay directly under his machine, because there he could look between the curtains. If he looked obliquely at the road, the curtains would appear to overlap one another and would conceal operations going on under them. In one case, the Germans completely covered a sunken road with canvas painted to represent a road surface. Under this canvas canopy, troops were moved to an important strategic point without the slightest indication of such movement. Hiding big guns. Nature's tricks of camouflage were freely used in hiding the implements of war on land. Our big guns were concealed by being painted with leopard spots and tiger stripes, the color and nature of the camouflage depending upon the station they were to occupy. In many cases they were covered with branches of trees or with rope netting overspread with leaves. So careful was the observation of the air scouts that even the grass scorched by the fire of the gun had to be covered with green canvas to prevent betrayal of the position of the gun. Roads that led nowhere. In the making of an emplacement for a gun, it was of the utmost importance that no fresh upturned earth be disclosed to the aerial observers. Even footpaths leading to it had to be concealed. Plans were carefully made to cover up all traces of the work before the work was begun. Where it was impossible to conceal the paths, they were purposely made to lead well beyond the point where the emplacement was building, and, still further to deceive the enemy, a show of work was sometimes undertaken at the end of the path. Wherever the sod had to be upturned, it was covered over with green canvas. The earth that was removed had to be concealed somewhere, and the best place of concealment was found to be some old shell hole which would hold a great deal of earth without any evidence that would be apparent to an observer in an airplane. If no shell hole were handy, the excavated material had to be hauled for miles before a safe dumping ground could be found. As far as possible, everything was sunk below the earth level. Big pits were dug in which the mortars were placed, or if a shell hole were empty, this was used instead. Shadowless buildings. Any projection above the ground was apt to cast a shadow which would show up on the observer's photographs. This was a difficulty that was experienced in building the hangars for airplanes. The roofs of these sheds were painted green so as to match the sod around them, but as they projected above their surroundings, they cast shadows which made them clearly evident to the enemy. This was overcome by the building of shadowless hangars, that is, hangars with roofs that extended all the way to the ground, at such an angle that they would cause no shadow except when the sun was low. In some places, aeroplanes were housed in underground hangars, the approach to which was concealed by a canvas covering. As for the machines themselves, they scorned the use of camouflage. Paint was little protection to them. Some attempt was made to use transparent wings of Ceylon, a material similar to celluloid, but this did not prove a success. The photographic eye. Although camoufleurs made perfect imitations of natural objects and surroundings, they were greatly concerned to find that the flying observers could see through their disguises. To the naked eye, the landscape would not show the slightest trace of any suspicious object. But by use of a color screen to cut out certain rays of light, a big difference would be shown between the real colors of nature and the artist's copies of them. For instance, if a roof painted to look like green grass were viewed through a red color screen, it would look brown, while the real grass, which apparently was of exactly the same shade as the roof, would look red. It had not been realized by the artists, who never studied the composition of light, that there is a great deal of red in the green light reflected by the grass, and that if they were to duplicate this shade of green, they must put a certain amount of red paint in their imitation grass roofs. Air Scouts did not depend upon their eyes alone, but used cameras so that they could study their photographs at their leisure, and by fitting the cameras with different color screens, they could analyze the camouflage and undo the patient work of the artist. A call for the physicist. To meet this situation, another man was summoned to help, the physicist, who looks upon color merely as waves of ether, who can pick any ray of light to pieces just as a chemist can analyze a lump of sugar. Under his expert guidance, colors of nature were imitated so that they would defy detection. Aside from this, the physicist helped to solve the tricks of the enemy's camoufleurs. But the physicist had barely rolled up his sleeves and got into the fray when the armistice was signed, which put an end to the shams as well as to the realities of the Great War. While the work of camouflage was not completed, we owe an inestimable debt to the men who knew how to fake scenery, and to their learned associates who count the wavelengths of light, and although their trade was a trade of deception and shams, there was no sham about the service they rendered. Making ships visible. While in war safety lies in invisibility, in peace the reverse is true. Now that the war is over, it may seem that the work of the camoufleurs can find no useful application. But it was impossible to learn how to make objects invisible without also learning how to make them conspicuously visible. As a consequence, we now know how to paint a ship so that it will show up more clearly in foggy weather, thereby reducing the danger of collision. We know, too, how to paint light ships, buoys, etc., so that they will be much more conspicuous and better guides to mariners, and how to color railroad signals and road signs so that they will be more easily seen by locomotive engineers and automobile drivers. End of Chapter 11 of Inventions of the Great War by A. Russell Bond.